This is a tale, a narrative that unfolds the story of a traveler imbued with the powers of myriad realms. A boy named Mike, a vessel bearing the blood of dawn, a soul shimmering with golden radiance, a prophecy from the now extinct pantheon of deities. Oh, our soul survivor, remember this. The interloper from another world shall rescue this realm. As the violet gravity magic ignites in his hands, and the azure brilliance of the gemstone erupts from the tip of his staff, weaving an intricate journey of sorcery, guided by the threads of soul magic. Adjust your wizard's hat from the Witchcraft mod, don a quest book from FTB Quest, and stow your gear into the alchemist's pouch, preparing to embark upon this uncharted path of adventure. Chapter 1. The Beginning of All. Upon awakening from the abyss of darkness, he found himself devoid of the cold lights of the operating room, the piercing instruments that grazed his skin, and the acrid scent of antiseptic synonymous with hospitals. A milky whiteness enveloped everything, leaving him uncertain if he too was merely a part of that pallid expanse. He felt gnawed upon his body, a sensation he had not experienced in ages. Ever since his cancer diagnosis, the pain inflicted by the tumor had rendered nearly every night a sleepless ordeal, the excruciating agony preventing him from finding solace in slumber, with only a fleeting moment before dawn, when the pain would relent just enough for him to drift into a half-conscious state of rest. The daily chemotherapy merely exacerbated his suffering. The tumor grew larger with each passing day, the spread of cancerous cells even manifesting lesions in his lungs, despite the fact that he was originally diagnosed with late-stage gastric cancer. No miracle materialized, nor had he ever placed faith in such notions. All he longed for was an end to his torment. For him, existence had morphed into a profound agony. When his condition deteriorated to the point of necessitating surgery, he finally encountered that which he yearned for most: liberation. The cold surgical blade sliced through flesh, and with the tumor excised, the ensuing hemorrhage marked the conclusion of his earthly journey. Regrettably, his anticipated release did not manifest as desired. As his eyes lost focus, staring vacantly at the ceiling, his consciousness returned once more. Blood loss and death had rendered his body frigid, his heart ceased to beat, yet for reasons unknown, the activity of his brain persisted. The final images transmitted by his optic nerves lingered upon the white ceiling, and thus he remained, fixated upon that very ceiling. As a white cloth draped over his lifeless form, he was wheeled into the morgue, a death certificate intended for an unknown recipient marking the true end of his journey in this world. With his brain finally ceasing to function due to insufficient blood supply, his consciousness began to dissipate, allowing him to finally step toward his demise. Alas, some things do not unfold as he had wished. Perhaps this was the very reason for his presence here. He felt the existence of his body anew. When his feet touched the ground once more, disbelief washed over him. Am I alive again? Death had seemed an inescapable fate, and the prospect of renewed life left him bewildered. Fortunately, he felt no pain, which only reinforced the reality of his previous death. However, where is this place? He extended his hands, clenching and releasing them in a repetitive motion. He hopped in place a few times, sensing nothing extraordinary. Bewilderment enveloped him. The inexplicable nature of his rebirth left him confounded. Death is a path, and he had tumbled off that path, landing upon another. Unsure of what lay ahead, he chose to sit down, needing time to contemplate. Where had he last sat in quietude? It had been quite some time. He recalled being diagnosed with gastric cancer 2 years prior, having nearly exhausted all his savings, yet his condition had shown no signs of improvement. Later, compassionate individuals initiated a crowdfunding campaign for him, raising over $300,000, which marked his first encounter with warmth from society after his parents vanished. Regrettably, after investing that sum in treatment, he realized it was merely a drop in the bucket, and the total cost for comprehensive treatment would amount to astronomical figures. Others offered to assist him with crowdfunding, yet he politely declined. On one hand, he did not wish to further exploit society's goodwill, believing that such funds should aid those in greater need, rather than prolonging the life of someone teetering on the brink of the grave. More significantly, he was weary. The agony of chemotherapy had nearly extinguished his desire to live, and the nightly torment had obliterated his motivation to continue. When a reporter's microphone was thrust before him, inquiring why he chose to forego treatment and donate the funds, he smiled as he articulated his reason. I wish for more people to live in my stead. The pain rendered his voice a mere whisper, yet afterward, the reporter remarked that it was the loudest statement she had ever heard. He allocated his final funds to cover the surgical fee and procure a coffin for himself, before being ushered onto the operating table. Initially, he intended to donate his body, but the illness had rendered his body's function so diminished that the hospital declined his proposal. Yet he presented a new suggestion: to utilize his body for medical research. The hospital acquiesced, granting him joy for a time. Thus, when he finally embraced death, he felt happiness and release. Time continued to flow slowly, or perhaps it had ceased to flow altogether. Whether time is an objective reality or a subjective perception remains a mystery to all. He was uncertain how long he had been in this place. Yet something was destined to transpire. Upon arriving in this peculiar locale, he sensed this truth. When a figure clad in a black robe emerged within his line of sight, his certainty only deepened. "Hello." A hoarse and somewhat awkward voice emerged, and for a moment he was unsure if that voice belonged to him. When had he last spoken? It seemed an eternity ago. Since commencing chemotherapy, pain had rendered him nearly mute. "You." "Hello." The figure cloaked in black appeared to be taken aback. "Who are you? The Grim Reaper? Yama? Anubis? Or perhaps the Black Wuchang?" Upon realizing the undeniable truth of his demise, he posed the question. Since he had already crossed into death, it followed that what he beheld must be the sights reserved for the afterlife. "All of the above, I suppose." The figure in black offered a vague response. "Very well." He redirected his gaze, focusing on his new body. "So I am indeed dead?" "Yes." With this affirmation, he finally exhaled in relief. "You are rather peculiar." "Am I peculiar?" He pondered with a hint of confusion. "Most souls who arrive here are consumed by fear and reluctance. Yet you exhibit a sense of liberation and tranquility." "Indeed, you are different," the figure in black proclaimed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Me? Perhaps so. Death truly signifies liberation for me." It seemed he had not engaged in conversation for quite some time, and he suddenly felt an urge to converse with the enigmatic figure before him. "You may not hold that belief." "What do you mean?" He was perplexed. "This is merely the beginning for you." "The beginning? Soon, you shall understand." The figure in black extended a hand toward him. He felt a sudden pull, and in the next moment, he was forcibly drawn toward the cloaked figure. Consciousness returned to the abyss. In the final instant before succumbing to darkness, he glimpsed a pale lip curving into a smile amidst the enveloping blackness. A pure white soul gradually merged into the milky expanse, while the figure in black gazed into his palm, where a flickering blue light resided. They spoke the truth. He has arrived. The blue light abruptly vanished, as if it had never existed. The figure in black lowered his hand and lifted his gaze toward the pearlescent firmament. "Indeed, it is truly coming." In the next moment, the figure in black transformed into a wisp of shadow, dissipating into the milky space around him. Chapter 2: The Gears of Destiny. January 21st, 1981. A damp and chilly mist enveloped the streets of London, marking yet another day of thick fog in the fog-laden city. As a quintessential representative of the temperate maritime climate, Britain was in the midst of winter's coldest embrace, with only half of the season having passed. This morning, which began as a quiet and serene one, was abruptly pierced by the resounding wail of a newborn, tearing aside the veil of tranquility. This piercing cry not only heralded the arrival of the first baby born at King's Hospital in London that day, but also signified the entrance of the protagonist of this tale, Mike Stephen. Mr. Stephen, his demeanor fraught with anxiety, paced nervously outside the operating room, unconsciously gnawing at his fingers, oblivious to the fact that he had even bitten his nails down to the quick. As the light above the operating room door flickered to life, he rushed to the entrance, peering eagerly through the glass. Before he could catch a proper glimpse, the metal door swung open abruptly, causing him to stagger back a few steps, standing at the edge of the corridor, his eyes filled with apprehension. "Old Joe, how's my wife? What about the baby?" As soon as the doctor emerged, Mr. Stephen hurried forward, his voice laced with urgency. "Rest assured, both mother and child are safe. It's a bouncing baby boy." "Doctor." Jorosh Jostad chuckled, giving his old friend a reassuring pat on the shoulder before stretching and letting out a long yawn. "I must say, this was the most nerve-wracking surgery I've ever performed. Had it gone awry, you would have surely skinned me alive." The two men shared a knowing glance, their dark circles under their eyes mirroring each other, and they both burst into laughter. "All right, go see your wife. I need to catch some sleep. I've been on duty for 3 straight days, and I've only managed 10 hours of sleep. I am utterly exhausted." As Mr. Stephen watched his friend's retreating figure, he turned to see his wife being gently wheeled out of the delivery room by the nurses. In her arms lay a swaddled infant, their own flesh and blood, their son, Mike Stephen. The name had been chosen while the child was still nestled in his mother's womb. His reclusive grandfather had consulted an Eastern fortune-telling method and predicted that this child would possess a radiant destiny, yet lack a mundane life, thus advising them to bestow upon him a humble name to balance his fate, suggesting the name Mike Stephen. Mr. Stephen had not been in contact with his grandfather, Yao Minghua, for over a decade since he had retreated from society following his father's disappearance. When he received a letter from his grandfather one day, his joy was palpable. However, Once he had calmed down, both he and his wife unanimously decided to honor his grandfather's suggestion. Sadly, Mr. Stephen was disheartened to find that no further correspondence followed that initial letter. He had even investigated the address listed, only to discover it was fictitious, a mere facade. Yet he bore no surprise. After all, no recluse wishes to be found. Returning to the hospital room with his wife, he settled everything after the nurses had given their instructions. As they departed, they suggested that Mr. Stephen should also take a nap, for his eyes were bloodshot with fatigue. Thus, accompanied by his wife and son, Mr. Stephen fell into a deep slumber, during which he dreamt a most beautiful dream, one so enchanting that he awoke with a smile upon his lips. 12 years swiftly passed, as fleeting as the blink of an eye, and Mike Stephen, once a mere infant swaddled in blankets, had blossomed into a 12-year-old youth, excelling academically, displaying maturity beyond his years, and possessing a childhood sweetheart. Residing at 11 Yew Tree Road, he was the quintessential model child, though the notion of comparing children was rather absurd in England. Nonetheless, Mike's brilliance far surpassed that of his peers. From a young age, he demonstrated an intuitive mastery of multiple subjects, particularly shining in foreign language classes, most notably in Mandarin. His exceptional abilities naturally filled his father, Mr. Stephen, with immense pride as he regaled fellow parents at gatherings with tales of his son's accomplishments, often attributing them to the inheritance of his own talent. Mr. Stephen carried within him half of his Chinese heritage. His father, John Stephen, Yao Xing Xiao, was of half-Chinese descent, while his mother, Qiu Siliu, was a pure-blooded descendant of the ancient Chinese lineage, the five-star red flag. As for his grandfather, Yao Minghua, he had migrated to Europe after the First World War, eventually marrying the daughter of an ancient noble family, thus giving rise to a son and a grandson. Mike Stephen was a biracial child, yet the Chinese blood coursing through his veins rendered him more akin to a Chinese individual, and his soul bore that essence as well. Consequently, since his early memories, he had identified himself as a Chinese person, a fact that brought Mr. Stephen a sense of delight. With his lustrous black hair, eyes shimmering like gold, fair skin, and a well-proportioned physique, he bore a strikingly handsome visage. Thus, from an early age, Mike was the center of attention among his peers. His good looks were but one reason, while his conspicuously dark hair stood out amongst the sea of red, blonde, and brown. As for his relationship with his childhood sweetheart, it all began in the 3rd grade. At that time, Mike consistently held the top rank in his class, until the arrival of a transfer student, Hermione Granger, disrupted his monotonous reign. Hermione's entrance coincided with a minor test, during which Mike made an error on a question, a trivial matter in the grand scheme of things, yet one that left him vulnerable. Notably, Hermione answered every question correctly, with a group of classmates who had long regarded Mike as their leader witnessing his fall from grace. They directed their ire towards Hermione Granger. Had Mike not intervened in time, the poor girl would have been buried under a pile of books. In the aftermath, Mike chastised his peers and warned them never to regard him as their leader again. He had no interest in the petty squabbles of children, especially not the prospect of being ousted. Subsequently, Mike approached the Granger girl to explain the situation and offer his sincere apologies. She said little, merely nodding shyly in acknowledgement. Little did Mike anticipate that their fates were now intricately entwined. Hermione's competitive nature and her tendency to dominate conversations left her with few peers willing to engage with her. The long-term consequence of this was her increasing isolation. She had hoped that transferring schools would alter her circumstances, but reality dealt her a harsh blow, further deepening her solitude. Mike's earnest apology provided her with warmth she had never felt beyond her parents and teachers, especially coming from an exceptional boy. In the world of children, the seeds of admiration can easily blossom into affection, albeit more as a recognition of excellence rather than true love. Hermione's feelings of warmth were akin to this. But as time passed, the bond would inevitably deepen, and none could guarantee that a sudden transformation would not occur. The catalyst for this transformation was merely Mike's decision to walk her home one day. Even Hermione could not have foreseen that this simple act would ignite a burgeoning love within her heart. It was a winter evening, and Britain was graced with a rare heavy snowfall. Just as the Granger couple was occupied with their clinic, they would be unavailable for some time. Seeing Hermione lingering helplessly at the school gate, Mike felt an inexplicable urge to assist the girl. As the Granger couple hurriedly returned home, anxious to fetch Hermione, they were met with the unexpected sight of her already safe and sound, while the boy had departed before them. That evening, the Grangers procured a gift for Hermione to present to Mike the following day. On the morrow, when Hermione handed the gift to a bewildered Mike, the classroom erupted in a chorus of teasing. The boys, ever eager for spectacle, whistled, while the girls, harboring secret affections for Mike, cast Hermione disdainful glances. It was only after Mike overturned a desk that silence fell over the class. Nevertheless, he graciously accepted the gift and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Hermione. Later, on a day known only to her parents, during Hermione's birthday, Mike presented her with a gift box adorned with the words "Happy Birthday," accompanied by a handmade card. Unbeknownst to Hermione, the day she gifted him was also Mike's birthday. Thus began the blossoming of their close relationship, while the acquaintance between their parents unfolded 5 years later. A tale for another time. In essence, this encapsulates the journey of Hermione Granger and Mike's early friendship. Chapter 3. The Letter from Hogwarts from the Moment of His Birth. Mike Stephen was acutely aware of his extraordinary nature. For instance, the memories that resided in his mind from the 21st century, and the unique abilities bestowed upon him by memories that did not belong to this world, gravity magic. At least, according to his recollections, that was indeed its appellation. It emanated a violet glow, capable of manipulating and attracting objects, and could propel them with immense force. Originating from the game Elden Ring of his previous existence, this form of magic was typically acquired through study, yet Mike possessed the ability innately. However, this was his sole talent. The other forms of magic from Elden Ring, such as glintstone magic, lava magic, and ancient death magic, were all present in his memories, yet he could not manifest them, regardless of his efforts. After considerable contemplation, he deduced that a medium was required. Gravity magic did not necessitate a medium for its execution. As long as one possessed the skill, it could be wielded. The Black King, White King, and Radon had all performed without a medium, yet managed to cast spells effortlessly. Conversely, the other forms of magic had explicit requirements for mediums, which elucidated Mike's inability to conjure them. However, where might one procure such mediums? In this world, Mike had yet to uncover even a trace of anything related to magic, let alone the existence of spell-casting mediums. Similarly, the soul magic, dark arts, and spells from the Dark Souls series, which also resided in his memories, remained uncastable due to the lack of a medium. Yet, Mike remained indifferent. For one who merely sought a tranquil life, gravity magic sufficed. It could aid him in folding blankets, dressing, or assisting in moving items. This wondrous force, emanating violet light, was capable of far more than he had ever anticipated, even allowing him to win every claw machine game he attempted. However, one morning during the summer of his 6th year, upon awakening, Mike rubbed his bleary eyes and beheld the first rays of sunlight spilling into his room, illuminating a peculiar book that floated before him. It was then that his thoughts began to shift. The first revelation imparted by this book was that he possessed a system. To be frank, the term system had become foreign to him, as the mundane existence of the past decade had allowed him to forget the majority of his former life. The appearance of this book was remarkably timely in that moment. As dawn's light graced his room, and just before all the neurons storing his past memories slipped into eternal slumber, it emerged, revitalizing those memories anew. A mission book. This was the name of Mike's system, a designation not derived from the system itself, but from his recollections, within the lengthy span of those long-buried, yet recently revived memories. A mod named FTB Quest from Minecraft had guided Mike, bestowing a name upon the floating book. The second insight the book bestowed was the revelation that the world he had traversed was no ordinary realm. In this world, wizards concealed themselves among ordinary folk, possessing their own societies, communities, and lives, and Mike was destined to become one of them. This realization awakened further memories within Mike, recounting the experiences of a boy named Harry Potter, a tale filled with hope and tragedy. According to these memories, the world into which Mike had been transported was derived from a literary work titled Harry Potter. It was at this juncture that Mike comprehended that his childhood friend, Hermione Jean Granger, was indeed one of the principal characters in this narrative, the boy he had encountered in the neighborhood. Sporting a mane of unruly black hair and glasses held together with tape, was none other than the protagonist himself, Harry Potter. The third revelation from the book was that in the upcoming semester, he would not be attending Eton, but rather a school exclusively for wizards, where he would learn and reside for a considerable duration. According to his memories, this institution was known as Hogwarts, and his childhood companion, the boy he had met in the neighborhood, would also be joining this academy. Once Mike had digested and accepted all this information, the mission book gradually dissipated, transforming into a blue luminescence that seeped into his being. When the last vestige of light vanished, Mike discovered he possessed the ability to summon this book at will. Thus, Mike summoned the book once more, using his will to flip through its pages and uncover his first task. The beginning of magic. Mission objective. Receive the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Mission reward. None. This marks the commencement of your magical journey as a novice mage. You are but a stumbling infant. Mike was unaware of when the letter would arrive, but based on the memories in his mind. He knew that day would come soon. Consequently, that afternoon, as Mike recounted his past tales and the morning's extraordinary encounter to Hermione, an owl swooped through the window of his home, delivering 2 letters before soaring away. Mike, your story is true. No, to be precise, it should be stated that you perceive my words as mere fiction, while they are, in fact, reality. Mike smiled gently, caressing his letter, relishing the texture of the parchment envelope unique to the magical world, feeling the distinctive touch of the gilded wax seal that bound the letter. Every Harry Potter enthusiast yearns for, in July, on a day within that month, an owl from another realm to tap upon their window, delivering an invitation to that wondrous and enchanting world, the Hogwarts acceptance letter. Mike felt the same, whether in his past life or this one, whether as a weary worker toiling until midnight or during his youthful days when memories still lingered. He had often gazed at the azure sky on a July day, yearning for the feathered messenger to bring him the key to transcend the ordinary. As memories gradually faded and the years advanced, the present Mike had slowly relinquished that hope. Yet now, this key had truly arrived. How could it fail to exhilarate him? With utmost care, he tore open the envelope, fearful of damaging even a shred, and extracted the content-laden parchment, scrutinizing it intently. What does it say? Let me see. Hermione suddenly leaned in, pressing her tousled head against Mike's. After casting her a sidelong glance, Mike returned his gaze to the letter, savoring the sensation of Hermione's hair brushing against him as he softly read aloud the elegantly penned words. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Sir Merlin's first-class medal, Chief Wizard of the Wizengamot, President of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Stephen, Miss Granger, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and materials. The term commences on September 1st. We will await your owl's reply by July 31st. Yours faithfully, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Wow, Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. I can hardly believe there is an entire world hidden beneath ours. Indeed, Hermione, as I often say, anything is possible, Mike replied, ruffling her hair. He then extracted a list from the envelope and began to examine it closely alongside Hermione. Essential supplies for first-year students at Hogwarts. 1. 3 plain black robes. 2. 1 plain black pointed hat for daytime wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide, or similar material. 4. 1 winter cloak, black and silver. 5. Textbooks. The required first-year set is provided by Diagon Alley and is therefore not listed here. Please note, all students' clothing must bear name tags. Students may bring 1 owl, 1 cat, or 1 toad. Parents are particularly advised that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Broomsticks? What are those? Hermione finally inquired, having scrutinized the end of the list until Mike folded it away. Well, it's a type of broom that you ride, and it takes off into the air, much like the witches in Tom and Jerry, he explained. I see, Hermione said, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Mike noticed this gleam of fascination, but chose not to reveal the truth after a moment's contemplation. Her talent for flying broomsticks was rather pedestrian. A lie might not wound, but the truth could be a sharp blade. Perhaps it was best to keep the curtain of beauty closed while she still dreamt. Mike mused to himself, foreseeing that the future was destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 4. Dumbledore's visit. Having drained the soup, leaving only chicken bones at the bottom of his bowl, Mike set it down steadily with a satisfied sigh. Drinking chicken soup is truly a delightful experience. Today, as a rare moment of leisure during the summer holiday, the close-knit families of Stephen and Granger had chosen to gather at Stephen's residence for a small team-building event to strengthen their bonds. Of course, there was another reason. Today was the day mentioned in the letter regarding the professor's visit. What kind of professor would it be? This was a question pondered by everyone at the table, except for one fellow who was too busy enjoying his meal with grease-laden delight. As someone who had regained fragments of memories from a past life, Mike was already aware of the day's circumstances. Generally, it was the head of Gryffindor House, the Transfiguration Professor, and an animagus who could transform into a cat, Professor Minerva McGonagall, who was responsible for visiting ordinary families to explain the situation. In more unusual circumstances, or if Professor McGonagall was otherwise engaged, another professor might come in her stead. However, given their unremarkable background and lack of extraordinary abilities, it seemed unlikely that any unexpected occurrences would arise. While lost in his thoughts, Mike's hands remained deft. He reached for his chopsticks and, coincidentally, pinched the same piece of sweet and sour pork that Hermione was targeting. By the way, due to Mr. Stevens' inherent habits as a person of Chinese descent, and the fact that Chinese cuisine far surpasses fish and chips in deliciousness, The Stephen family had always utilized chopsticks as their primary utensils, featuring Chinese dishes prominently on their table. This was also thanks to Mrs. Stephen's efforts as the head of the history department at Kingsley College. She had taken numerous trips to China to satisfy her family's culinary cravings, honing her cooking skills to a remarkable level. Even professional gourmets, after tasting her dishes, would find it hard to muster any negative remarks. As Mike and Hermione simultaneously lifted their gazes toward each other, they perceived an unwavering determination in one another's eyes. Just as they were engaged in this silent contest, a pair of chopsticks suddenly intervened, breaking their stalemate. "Why are you two fixated on the same piece? There are still a dozen on the plate," Mr. Granger remarked with curiosity, deftly plucking another piece of pork. "In a marriage, you must learn to accommodate one another. Otherwise, life will be a constant struggle." With that, Mr. Granger popped the meat into his mouth and began to chew heartily. Feeling a flush rise to her cheeks from the unsolicited wisdom of her elder, Hermione relinquished her grip on the piece of pork and prepared to select another, while Mike, with a mischievous grin, swiftly claimed it and deposited it into Hermione's bowl before she could react. "Oh!" The four parents erupted in laughter in unison. Hermione's face transformed from a light blush to the deep red of a ripe tomato, steam almost rising from her head. She hastily gathered some vegetables, burying her face in her bowl as she began to eat in silence. Meanwhile, everything seemed normal on Mike's end, but upon closer inspection, one might notice a slight tremor in his hand. Mr. Stephen nudged Mike playfully and whispered, "You little rascal, I underestimated you." The laughter of the four parents filled the dining room with a joyful ambience, leaving only Hermione feeling slightly wounded. After a satisfying meal and tidying up, the two families sat quietly in the living room, collectively holding their breath as they gazed at the clock on the wall, awaiting the moment specified in the letter. The professor was scheduled to arrive at 7 p.m. on July 14th, as the owl-delivered letter had stated. The hour hand, marked with ancient patterns, pointed to 7, its crisp chime coinciding almost perfectly with the polite 3 knocks at the door. As the vibrations traveled through the air and reached Mike's ears, he sprang from the sofa, nearly racing to the entrance to open the door. Upon encountering an elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair who was energetically licking a lollipop, Mike hesitated momentarily. "Hello, Mr. Stephen. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, here to discuss the matters regarding our school with you." Dumbledore greeted with a warm smile. "Oh, splendid. Thank you very much for gracing our humble abode, Professor. Please come in," Mike quickly responded, flashing a smile as he stepped aside to let Dumbledore enter. After glancing outside to confirm that Professor McGonagall had indeed not arrived, he closed the door. Returning to the living room, Mike observed Dumbledore had already seated himself at the chair beside the prepared coffee table and was engaged in conversation with the parents. Swallowing hard, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, Mike finally gathered his courage and strode into the living room. Taking his seat once more and listening intently to the discussion between the adults and Dumbledore. Our esteemed academy boasts an illustrious faculty, comprised of the most eminent professors in the magical realm, each a paragon in their respective fields. Simultaneously, it is with unabashed confidence that I assert Hogwarts stands as one of the safest havens in the world, a fact attributable to our storied history and formidable protective enchantments. I apologize for my lengthy discourse, yet I implore you to trust that Hogwarts is the most suitable institution for your children. Dumbledore laid bare the entirety of Hogwarts' circumstances, then settled into an armchair, awaiting the final response from the parents. There were no objections. However, the prerogative of enrollment should rest with the children themselves. Regardless of their choice, we shall extend our unwavering support. This declaration momentarily took even the seasoned Dumbledore by surprise. To afford his overworked friend a brief respite, Dumbledore had taken over from McGonagall for an entire afternoon, during which he had encountered various Muggle families. Some were overbearing, while others treated him as if he were a monster to be expelled from their midst. Yet, the majority merely hosted him with normalcy. Notably, this family prioritized their child's wishes above all else, a first for Dumbledore. "That is certainly agreeable." Dumbledore nodded in approval of the parents' sentiments. "And what of you, sir?" he inquired, directing his gaze toward Mike. Without a hint of hesitation, Mike responded, "I am most willing." "And what of this young lady?" Dumbledore continued. No sooner had he finished speaking than Hermione's voice chimed in, with equal enthusiasm. "Absolutely. Marvelous. I sincerely appreciate your respect and hospitality, and now, if you'll excuse me, I must take my leave." As he spoke, Dumbledore rose and produced an intricately designed wand from his robes. "Professor, is that the wand?" inquired Granger with cautious curiosity. "Indeed," Dumbledore replied, gracefully waving the remarkable wand, which instantly organized the previously disheveled coffee table and returned the chairs to their rightful places. Then, until the day of the term, Dumbledore winked at Mike and Hermione, before vanishing with a resounding crack. Chapter 5. The Enchanted Marketplace. 16 days had elapsed since Dumbledore's visit. Today, August 15th, marked the day when the Stephen family and the Granger family had agreed to venture into Diagon Alley. "Mom, I do not wish to wear this," Mike protested, wriggling free from Mrs. Stephen's grasp as she attempted to fit him into a somber black suit. "The people we are going to see all wear robes. Besides, who would don formal attire to shop?" Mike eyed the suit in her hands, his expression akin to that of a soldier before battle. Mike's assertion held merit. Their attire was indeed a tad excessive. Mr. Stephen tugged at the collar of his high-neck suit, which felt constraining for someone who rarely dressed formally, even for meetings. "Very well, if you both refuse to wear them, we shall find something more comfortable." With that, Mrs. Stephen rummaged through the wardrobe and emerged with 2 Hawaiian shirts. Casting a glance at both father and son, exchanging a look of dismay, Mike and Mr. Stephen silently lamented. In matters of attire, Mrs. Stephen's fashion sense seemed to be on an entirely different wavelength. The garments she selected were invariably eccentric and fantastical, appearing far removed from what a person of sound aesthetic judgment might wear. Thankfully, she typically donned work attire or garments pre-approved by Mike and Mr. Stephen, lest they be left at her mercy. After a considerable endeavor, they finally settled on an outfit for their outing. As Mr. Stephen fastened the last button, the doorbell rang. "I suspect that is the Grangers," Mr. Stephen cheerfully announced to his wife and son, opening the window of the changing area to call down to Mr. Granger waiting at the door. "Hey, Granger." "Stephen, what on earth are you all dawdling about for?" Mr. Granger responded, hands on his hips, also addressing Mr. Stephen, who was grinning from the second floor. Meanwhile, Mrs. Granger smiled and nodded in greeting to Mrs. Stephen, who had also leaned out of the window. Before long, the lock clicked open and the Stephen family emerged. "All right, let's be off. I can hardly contain my excitement to explore this so-called magical world." Mr. Stephen exclaimed as he waved enthusiastically, proceeded to the car, opened the door, and started the engine. "All systems activated. Prepare for takeoff." Once everyone was seated, Mr. Stephen slammed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. "Wow, Dad, are you driving this fast?" Mike exclaimed from the back seat, astonished, as he had never witnessed his father's speed exceed 80 miles per hour. "Your father always accelerates when he hears of new discoveries related to physics. Even before you were born, there was an instance when news of a new experimental result from the school laboratory reached him, and he drove as if he were flying," Mrs. Stephen remarked, remaining remarkably composed as she calmly buckled her seatbelt. "And you too. The last time your side submitted ancient manuscripts, you sped even faster than I did," Mr. Stephen retorted. Mike was grateful he did not glance at Mrs. Stephen at that moment. "What the? Is Stephen truly reckless enough to drive at this speed?" Mr. Granger's glasses nearly slipped off his nose, incredulity etched on his face. "He must be fearless to be driving so fast just to glimpse the magic." Hermione, observing the swiftly speeding car ahead, expressed concern. "Is it safe to go this fast? I hope Mike is all right up there." 20 minutes later, upon finally arriving, Mike flung open the car door, exiting as if fleeing from a tempest. The rapid speed left him feeling lightheaded, as if he might ascend to the heavens. Mr. and Mrs. Stephen followed closely behind, sharing a knowing smile at their dazed son. By the time Mike regained his composure, the Granger family had also arrived, and the two groups converged. Mr. Granger produced a piece of parchment and began searching for the leaky cauldron based on the written address. 10 minutes later, after passing the leaky cauldron for the 3rd time, Mike could no longer contain his frustration and tugged at Mr. Stephen's sleeve. "Dad, we've passed the leaky cauldron 3 times already." He pointed towards the pub nestled between a large bookstore and a record shop. Odd. Why did I not notice it?" Mr. Stephen rubbed his eyes, finally recognizing the establishment. "Granger, the pub is right here. We've been wandering aimlessly," he called to Mr. Granger before leading the way into the leaky cauldron. Given the onset of the school season, the patrons within the pub showed no astonishment at the presence of muggles. Parents bringing children to purchase textbooks? Just pass through the bar, count 3 bricks up from the garbage bin, and 2 bricks over. Then tap on the brick in the wall, and you'll gain entry, the pub owner, Tom, kindly advised. "Thank you very much," Mr. Stephen replied, proceeding through the bar to the small courtyard beyond, which featured a red brick wall. The Granger family followed closely, observing Mr. Stephen's actions. "Count 3 bricks up and 2 over. Then tap the brick," Mr. Stephen instructed, locating the designated red brick and giving it a gentle rap with his knuckles. However, nothing occurred. "Let the children knock," came the voice of the pub owner. As Mike was about to step forward, Hermione preempted him, delicately tapping the brick with her tender fingers. In response, the red bricks began to tremble, shift, and subsequently recess into the wall. Soon, the surrounding red bricks followed suit, creating an archway wide enough for all to pass through. On the other side of the archway lay a winding cobblestone street. Mr. Stephen turned back to thank the pub owner, Tom, and then boldly led the way into the passage, followed closely by the others. Once everyone had passed through, Mike glanced back to see the passage ceiling shut. Turning around, he found Hermione waiting for him, and with a gentle smile, he grasped her hand and hurried to catch up. Chapter 6. The Unusual Wand. According to the parchment, the first stop for Muggle parents should be Gringotts, to exchange sufficient currency for shopping. So this is Gringotts? Mr. Stephen gazed incredulously at the white structure before him. The slightly askew architecture, the disproportionately large door relative to human height, and the oddly dressed goblin standing guard at the entrance were all quite surreal. Come on, Stephen. Let us hurry, Mr. Granger gently urged from behind. Hey, don't push me, Mr. Stephen retorted with a disgruntled glare at Mr. Granger, then stepped toward the grand entrance. The two wives exchanged smiles at their husband's interaction, pleased to see their camaraderie still intact, and followed them inside. Mike pulled Hermione's attention towards a nearby wand shop. Stop dawdling, let us move. Hermione snapped back to reality and followed Mike into the store. At the entrance, a goblin clad in a crimson uniform bowed to Mr. Stephen and Mr. Granger, who politely returned the gesture before passing through the brass doors. Beyond the brass doors lay a shimmering silver archway, inscribed with words. Mr. Stephen leaned in closer and softly read aloud. Enter stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Does that mean it's warning us not to rob the bank? Mr. Granger mused, scrutinizing the inscription. Mike leaned in, also examining it closely. Please enter, thief, but understand what awaits those who are honest. Those who labor shall reap rewards, and shall not suffer abject poverty. Therefore, if you wish to take from our underground vault a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have grasped the truth. What you stand to gain is assuredly not a curse, but immeasurable wealth. Mike contemplated the inscription, somehow arriving at these interpretations. Reflecting on the tribulations faced by Gringotts in the Harry Potter series, he couldn't help but grin. It's laughable. Those who attempt to rob Gringotts never escape unscathed. As the two families gradually distanced themselves, the goblin at the entrance scoffed derisively. Uncultured muggles. With a sudden thud, the goblin was forcefully slammed to the ground. Within the vault, Mike's hand shimmered with a purple light before vanishing. I need not extend pleasantries to the impolite. A simple gravity spell, derived from the otherworldly magic of the Elder Wand. Its operation is straightforward, magically coercing an individual towards oneself, with enough force to send them flying. Alas, my rudimentary wandless magic can only achieve so much. Having a wand would certainly enhance the efficacy. Long before Mr. Stephen and Mr. Granger bowed, Mike had already discerned the disdain in the goblin's gaze. As they passed, Mike had discreetly cast a gravity spell around the goblin. Setting a timer for activation was no challenge for him. It simply required accumulating the necessary energy for the binding spell. Ignoring the disoriented goblin, Mike turned back to rejoin the group. Beyond two archways lay the Grand Hall of Gringotts. A chandelier, crafted from crystal, hung from the ceiling, casting a soft glow that illuminated the supporting columns, making them gleam. The marble hall was impeccably clean, devoid of any dust, resembling an ordinary bank with the exception of the rather conspicuous passage leading underground. Nearly 100 goblins perched on high stools behind a long counter, some weighing peculiar coins on scales, while others tallied gemstones, hastily recording their accounts in nearby ledgers. The two families were not awestruck by the hall's spectacle. Instead, they proceeded directly to the counter to exchange currency for their children. Hello, we need to exchange some galleons for school supplies. Please present the acceptance letters. Mr. Stephen and Mr. Granger produced their children's acceptance letters and handed them to the goblin at the counter, who wore peculiar glasses. The goblin removed his glasses, glanced at the letter, and returned it after a moment. Once the two had safely stowed the parchment, he inquired, "How many galleons do you require?" 200. They replied in unison. "That'll be 1,000 pounds each," the goblin stated. "Thank goodness I didn't leave my wallet in the car," Mr. Stevens said, retrieving his wallet and placing 20 50-pound notes on the counter. Mr. Granger followed suit, adding his 20 50-pound notes alongside. "Here are your galleons. Do take care." After counting the pounds, the goblin produced two bulging bags from beneath the counter and handed them to the gentleman. Receiving the bags with murmured thanks, the two men turned to summon their families to depart, while the goblin shifted his attention back to the counter, calculating the accounts. These two are much more polite than the others we've encountered, the goblin muttered, continuing his work. Let us split up, otherwise. It's going to be a hassle going to each store together, Mr. Stevens suggested to the gathered group of 5. Isn't that a bit unsafe? We're in unfamiliar territory, Mrs. Stevens replied. Even if we stick together, we can't take them on, Mr. Stevens shrugged. The security here shouldn't be that terrible, should it? Mr. Granger surveyed the bustling surroundings, noting the considerable crowd. If the security were truly deplorable, they would have surely been robbed the moment they exited the bank. Quite reasonable. Then it's settled. Let us allocate our tasks. Mike and young Hermione will procure wands, while Granger and I shall acquire stationery and textbooks. The 2 ladies will attend to purchasing pets and uniforms. What say you? The group responded in unison, agreed. The 2 gentlemen, clutching the pouch of gold, extracted 100 galleons, distributing 50 to each lady and 50 to Mike and Hermione. Hurry along. Let us not squander too much time, Mr. Granger urged. Mike and Hermione's mission was to select a wand from Ollivander's wand shop. The establishment was not difficult to locate. In fact, it was rather conspicuous due to its dilapidated condition. The gilded sign above the door had long since fallen away, leaving only a faint suggestion of its original hue. The window was coated in dust, revealing a faded purple cushion upon which lay a solitary wand. Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. Hermione softly read the inscription on the sign. Creak. Mike pushed open the door, the sound resonating with a sense of antiquity that suggested the door was older than both of them combined. Upon entering, they were greeted by rows of shelves, neatly lined with long boxes awaiting their future owners. The tightly packed shelves severely restricted movement within the already cramped space. Mike and Hermione squeezed together, surveying their surroundings. Good afternoon to you both, a gentle voice startled them. Following the sound, they noticed an elderly gentleman who had seemingly appeared from behind the counter, observing them intently. Hermione quickly stepped back from Mike, nearly colliding with a shelf. Good afternoon, sir, Mike greeted with a slight bow, prompting Hermione to do the same. First-year students here to purchase wands, I presume? Ollivander inquired, retrieving a measuring tape adorned with silver markings from behind the counter. With a flick of his wrist, the tape unfurled in midair, proceeding to measure Hermione's dimensions. My dear girl, which hand do you favor? Ollivander queried, rummaging through the shelves. My right, sir, Hermione replied. Right hand, Ollivander murmured, continuing his search. Let us try this one. A wand of beech wood with a unicorn hair core, 9 inches long. Go ahead, give it a whirl. The measuring tape soared back to Ollivander, and Hermione took the wand, but as soon as she waved it, Ollivander snatched it back. No, not this one. Try this. Hawthorn wood with a phoenix feather, 11 inches long. Hermione accepted the wand, yet before she could even twirl it, Ollivander reclaimed it. All right. Not this one either. How about this? Vine wood with a dragon heartstring core, 10 3/4 inches, a sturdy material. Ollivander pulled out a box, dusting it off before unveiling the wand within. Hermione grasped the wand, and at its tip, a brilliant flash of gold erupted, bursting forth like a firework in midair. No doubt about it, the wand chooses the witch. This is the one, Ollivander mused to himself. Very well, sir, your turn, Ollivander directed at Mike, as the measuring tape soared back to measure him. This one, apple wood with a unicorn hair core, 12 inches long, quite rigid. Do give it a try. Mike took the wand, waved it, and a scarlet glow flickered at its tip. Curious, it suits you, yet you do not suit it. How peculiar, Ollivander remarked, observing the wand in Mike's hand before retreating to fetch another box. Here we go. Black walnut with a dragon heartstring core, 12.5 inches, quite elastic. Try this one. Mike accepted the wand and waved it again. This time, a soft blue light emanated from the tip. It claims it is not a match for you, suggesting you should seek a superior one, Ollivander observed, casting a strange glance at Mike before producing yet another box. Hawthorn wood with a phoenix feather, 11 inches, sturdy. Ollivander handed the wand to Mike. As he took it, a white bolt of lightning shot from the tip, piercing through the floor. Ollivander's eyes twitched, and he retrieved the wand from Mike's grasp, scrutinizing him intently. After a moment, Ollivander slowly turned and opened a door behind the counter, stepping inside. Mike, why are you taking so long? Hermione inquired, edging closer with a puzzled expression. Mike chuckled wryly. The ones I've tried just don't fit me. It's quite the conundrum. Hermione paused, then turned away, lost in her thoughts. A few minutes later, with a creak, the door behind the counter swung open once more. Ollivander placed a long box on the counter, opened it, and revealed the wand inside. This here is a creation from my youth. In those days, I was brimming with ambition, eager to craft a wand that would astonish the wizarding world, and thus, this wand was born. Ollivander gazed at the wand in his hand, his voice softening. In my youth, I believed that by fusing two types of wood, enhanced by an immensely rare and exquisite wand core material, I could indeed fashion a wand that would redefine the standards of wand crafting. The oak wand, steadfast in both adversity and prosperity, follows its master unwaveringly, while the black walnut possesses unique magical talents but struggles with internal discord, suggesting its master cannot deceive themselves, lest they fail to harness their true power. By combining these two woods, the resilience and stability of the oak could offset the instability of the walnut, thus creating a wand that is nothing short of perfect. As he spoke, Ollivander let out a gentle sigh. At that time, I dismissed the notion that wands choose their wizards, yet upon completion, not a single soul could wield it, rendering it incapable of casting even the simplest spell. He flicked the wand, offering it to Mike. After all that, I nearly overlooked the matter at hand, Ollivander added, his gaze piercing into Mike's. An oak and black walnut wand, with a magical crystal core, 12 inches. Both flexible and firm, a natural master of magical control, a true maestro of magic. As Mike accepted the wand, a dazzling white light erupted from the crystal at its tip, and he felt an inexplicable connection with the wand in his hand. Looking again, the radiant white light had faded, replaced by a soft lavender glow emanating from the wand's entirety. Marvelous, utterly marvelous. I could never have anticipated such a serendipitous connection across time, Ollivander murmured, his head bowed in contemplation. Sir, how much do we owe you? Mike asked, having missed Ollivander's musings. Oh, the first-year discount brings the total to 14 galleons, Ollivander replied, lifting his gaze. Mike extracted his wallet, counting out 14 galleons, which he then handed to Ollivander. After expressing his polite gratitude, he and Hermione pushed open the wooden door with a creak and exited the wand shop. The passage through time is indeed wondrous, Ollivander mused as he observed Mike and Hermione's retreating figures. Chapter 7. The familiar yet unknown figure children, you have finally returned. We must select your uniforms. I wonder why Madame Malkin's does not accept the sizes we brought, Mrs. Stephen remarked, gesturing toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. What about Dad and Mr. Stephen? Hermione inquired. They are still meandering in the bookstore, having purchased an enormous pile of books. I suspect they are buying more than just your textbooks, Mrs. Granger replied. As the four conversed, they entered Madame Malkin's establishment, where the rotund, jovial which was adorned in purple attire. Oh dear, are you here to purchase Hogwarts uniforms? We have every style imaginable, Madame Malkin exclaimed, her smile radiant, though she continued. To be honest, I cannot quite comprehend the sizing standards brought by the two ladies. The uniform purchasing process was straightforward. One simply donned a robe, secured it with pins to fit their height, noted the measurements, paid a deposit, and awaited delivery. The balance could be settled upon the owl's arrival. Madame Malkin bid the four farewell with a smile as they exited her shop. The two gentlemen soon returned, each panting and carrying a hefty bag of books. Hey, Dad, why not take a look at what you've purchased? Mike suggested, rifling through the bag and pulling out a few titles that made his vision blur momentarily. War Alchemy, The Feasibility of Giant Alchemical Defense Matrices, Alchemy, Principles of Material Transformation, Ancient Legends, Transcendent Magic and Bestiary, The Origins of Dragons. Heh, I found these books rather interesting, so I simply bought them all, Mr. Stephen chuckled. Mr. Granger's selection was not much better. Among his pile, aside from the required textbooks, there was nary a useful tome. Titles like Revealing Advanced Potions, The Effects of Potions on the Human Body, and Tooth Cleansing Potion, for Sparkling Smile, were included. Mrs. Stephen was about to admonish her husband, but upon spotting the top book in his collection, A History of Magic, she promptly fell silent. All right, let us arrange for owl delivery and send the books home, Mike suggested, pointing to the nearby owl post office. After completing the owl delivery arrangements, only one task remained, acquiring pets. Due to the larger group, it was decided that Mr. Granger would accompany Mike and Hermione into the shop while the others waited outside. The Elops Owl Emporium sold owls, but offered much more. Half an hour later, Mike and Hermione emerged, each carrying a cage. Hermione's cage contained a large ginger cat, while Mike's held a peculiar blue mass. Half an hour earlier, Mr. Granger, Mike, and Hermione, cradling their cages, gazed in astonishment at the marvelous creature within the glass enclosure. A gelatinous blue entity pulsated inside, seemingly yearning to escape. But the lid was tightly sealed and magically reinforced, preventing its departure. Excuse me, what is this creature? Mike inquired of the proprietor standing nearby. Uncertain. This thing appeared in the shop a few days ago, and was discovered only after it consumed an owl. It has been caged ever since, the owner explained, shaking his head. Having devoured an owl, it remains unsold, which is quite the loss. Mike scrutinized the creature within the enclosure, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had seen it before. Never mind. How much for this creature? Mike asked, reaching for his pouch of coins. Considering that poor owl, you can have it for 2 galleons. I just want to rid myself of it. Who knows how many more owls might go missing, the proprietor stated, eager to be rid of the creature. Mike paid promptly, and the owner placed the blue gelatinous being into the cage before handing it over. Thus, the scene unfolded. Hermione's cage contained a large cat, while Mike S. held a peculiar blue mass. Now that everything is settled, shall we return home? Mr. Stephen inquired, surveying the group to ensure everyone was present. Excellent idea. I am quite famished, Mr. Granger remarked, as they made their way to the car. Mike noticed a fleeting figure clad in a blue t-shirt and purple trousers darting through a nearby alley, only to vanish moments later. Although the figure seemed somewhat familiar, Mike dismissed it, reasoning that he often encountered familiar faces. At last, the two families concluded their adventure in Diagon Alley and boarded the carriage home. Chapter 8. The Scale of Time. Upon returning to their yard, the Stephen family stood contemplating the heap of books at the doorstep. Mike, why not try using magic? Mr. Stephen suggested after a prolonged pause. Why don't you try using a lever or a pulley system instead? I certainly don't wish to break my wand right after acquiring it, Mike replied, exasperated. Using a pulley or lever does not violate any laws here, while using a wand would breach the regulations there. Why not suggest I use an axle or find a way to roll this back? That would be quite efficient as well, he continued. Could we not simply carry the books back in batches? Mrs. Stephen interjected, unable to endure the two men's back and forth any longer, as they both sought excuses to avoid work. Great idea. Mum is far more astute than Dad, Mike responded, seizing a stack of books and dashing into the house, not forgetting to throw a remark over his shoulder. Mrs. Stephen glanced at Mr. Stephen. Heh, Mr. Stephen chuckled sheepishly, then grabbed another stack of books and hurried inside. Mrs. Stephen shook her head, taking up a stack of books and following suit. Due to Mr. Stephen's extensive purchases, the three of them made 3 trips to transport the books back to the study. Although Mike had already selected the textbooks, the burden on the already strained bookshelf grew ever more pronounced. I suppose I shall purchase another 2 bookshelves tomorrow. There remains ample space in the study, Mr. Stephen commented, surveying the nearly overflowing shelves and the pile of books still on the floor. Just don't slip back to Diagon Alley again, Mrs. Stephen teased. Mr. Stephen's face flushed, as if his secret had been revealed, and he stammered, How can you accuse me so baselessly? Baseless? After all these years of marriage. I know your temperament and habits all too well, Professor of Physics. Mr. Stephen's face reddened further, veins protruding from his forehead as he argued. Driving around cannot be deemed as deliberately wandering. I merely happened upon the vicinity. How could that be intentional? He then launched into a series of complex arguments involving physics and quantum mechanics, which elicited laughter from both of them. The study was filled with a joyful atmosphere. After a long day, having enjoyed a delicious dinner prepared by Mrs. Stephen, Mike retreated to his room on the 2nd floor and summoned the task book. Blue particles swirled about, and the ethereal form of the book gradually solidified, eventually revealing a brown cover adorned with a blue bookmark, opened on his desk. Disregarding the unrewarded first page, Mike turned to the 2nd page, where the content projected a few centimeters away from the surface of the book, forming a virtual screen. Beginner's Journey. Task Objective. Acquire a magic wand. Achieved. Task Rewards. Random Attribute Magic Wand X1. Potion Brewing X1. Shard of the Star Magic Scroll X1. Soul Arrow Magic Scroll X1. Magic Missile Spellbook X1. Random Attribute Novice Spellbook X1. 50 gold coins to be collected. Congratulations on successfully obtaining the key to this enchanting world. The magic from another realm will accompany you on your forthcoming journey. Your path may be smooth or fraught with challenges and farewells. Regardless, may you have a safe passage. Next, Wizard, I wish you luck. Mike lightly tapped the reward collection button, and with a series of delightful beeping sounds, the quest book emitted a dazzling light. As the radiance faded, the rewards materialized around the quest book, which then turned to the 3rd page. The content on the 3rd page was a grayish white, stating, Unlock conditions, reach the location, platform 9. After contemplating the text for a moment, Mike closed the book and waved his hand, retracting the quest book. He then began to organize the task rewards while familiarizing himself with their contents. The gifted wand had a crystal embedded at its tip, emanating a subtle chill, which felt refreshing amidst the sweltering summer heat. The potion brewing book contained detailed recipes and brewing steps for various potions within the MC realm. The moment Mike's finger touched the shard of the star magic scroll, it transformed into specks of light that dispersed into the air, only to swiftly coalesce and ascend towards Mike's head. Mike silently observed the shimmering points of light dancing around his head before gradually drifting inward, absorbed by him. After a while, when all the light had converged at his head, his mind expanded with detailed knowledge about the shard of the star. The same occurred with the Soul Arrow magic scroll. Now, Mike had mastered the two fundamental spells of Soul and Ring. The shard of the star is derived from the game Elden Ring, one of the two spells that the astrologer class starts with, and it constitutes the most basic star magic. The Soul Arrow, originating from the Dark Souls trilogy, is a spell automatically acquired by the sorcerer class, taught as foundational soul magic at the Pyromancer Academy, capable of directly attacking the target's soul. After digesting the information in his mind, Mike turned to the two spellbooks he had received. The Magic Missile spellbook comes from the basic magic of the Witchcraft mod in Minecraft, often the first spell cast by most wizards. The Freezing spellbook, also from the same source, inflicts freezing effects on the target creature, turning water into ice upon use. As he flipped through the two books sequentially, he found detailed instructions on everything from mana control before casting spells to the gestures required, as well as the pathways of mana circulation within the body and the quantity of mana to be released through the wand, all accompanied by illustrations for better comprehension. These spells did not belong to the same system as the magic of this world, alleviating Mike's concerns about detection by any tracking entities. Thus, he boldly cast several spells, all yielding satisfactory effects, albeit with somewhat diminished power. The soul magic proved effective, directly inflicting soul damage, but required stationary positioning just before casting. Effective against Voldemort's artifacts. The shard magic was also adequate, permitting movement while casting, targeting the physical body rather than the soul, making it ideal for regular combat. The magic missile had average damage, but boasted a rapid firing rate, surpassing the former two by several tiers, enabling firepower suppression. The freezing spell served as an auxiliary magic, currently deemed useful for crafting ice pops. Beyond these spells, Mike was most intrigued by the gravity magic he had self-studied, as his future ability to fly depended solely on it. Pointing the wand at several books on the table, Mike channeled his mana, gradually directing it into the wand. As a purple glow illuminated the crystal at the wand's tip, a faint purple light flickered along the wand shaft. The books on the table were enveloped in a soft lavender hue, moving in tandem with the wand's direction as if an invisible thread connected them. The enhancement provided by the wand was remarkable. Mike could distinctly feel his control over mana had ascended to a new echelon. Gently maneuvering the wand, he placed the books steadily back on the table, the purple light dissipating as usual. Gazing out the window, he noticed the night had deepened. The streetlights along Yew Tree Road were aglow, guiding those returning home after a long day. Mike exited his bedroom, opened the bathroom door, and the sound of running water filled the air. After sweating from the summer heat, it was his habit to take a shower before bed. After his shower, Mike neatly placed his clothes in the washing machine, returned to his bedroom, turned on the air conditioning, and laid down on a soft bed. It was time for sleep. Chapter 9. Slime Blue. Stop pretending. I know what you are, but how did you get here? Mike said, poking the bouncy blue creature on the table. A slime, right? Certainly not from this world. I don't recall such a creature existing here. Mike continued to prod the unmoving blue slime before him. Stop poking me. A soft, sticky voice exclaimed, and the blue slime quickly darted to the corner of the table, evading Mike's fingers. What the? A female? Mike exclaimed, astonished. What do you mean, female? Your way of speaking is truly unpleasant, the same voice retorted. Come off it. Don't try to deceive me. Don't I know whether slimes have genders? Mike responded, realizing he was about to grab it again. A cold gust swept past, startling Mike, prompting him to retract his hand instantly. The slime at the corner had somehow acquired an ice wand, half of which was immersed in its body, the tip directed menacingly at Mike. How can you even use magic? Mike exclaimed, shocked, as he drew his wand from the drawer, pointing it at the slime. At that moment, a mist of ice enveloped the area around the slime, which writhed as the icy fog continually surged into its form. Sensing the situation was dire, Mike swiftly enacted a gravity spell, yanking the ice wand back. Without the chilling support of the ice wand, the mist around the slime quickly dissipated. Mike dared not be complacent. He immediately constructed a gravity cage to confine the slime within. The restrained slime fell still, and Mike donned dragon-hide gloves. With one hand, he maneuvered the gravity cage closer using his wand, while keeping the other hand at the ready. Crack! Crack! Wait! The faint cracking sounds reached Mike's ears. prompting him to halt the cage and increase his mana output. Unfortunately, the cracking persisted. Crack, 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 crack. Then, with a sharp explosion, the gravity cage shattered, and the slime leapt, splattering onto Mike's face. Without hesitation, Mike flicked his wand, unleashing a shockwave of gravity magic directly at the slime on his face. With precise control, he managed to envelop the slime with the wave, while only sustaining minimal impact from the residual force. The slime shuddered, ripples forming on its surface, before detaching from Mike's face with a splat, landing on the floor. Mike crouched down, cautiously prodding the immobile slime, observing its lack of response. He seized it with a swift motion and tossed it into the cage, securing the door with a definitive click. Placing a chicken leg before the slime, he poked it gently. Enough with the charade, it's time to eat. The slime stirred slightly before falling still once more. Get up and eat, if you don't. I'll toss the chicken leg away. No sooner had he spoken than the slime leapt up, swallowing the chicken leg in one swift motion, beginning its digestion. We needn't be at such an impasse. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Mike, and you? He patted the slime. Little Blue. The slime offered no further commentary. How'd you end up here? Mike inquired. An accident, came the succinct reply. What sort of accident? Mike's lexicon did not include the notion of surrender. No comment. It was evident that Little Blue was unwilling to elaborate. After uttering those 4 words, it fell silent regardless of Mike's subsequent queries. With an expression of exasperation, Mike resigned himself to her reticence. As midnight approached, a groggy Mike was roused by the sound of soft sobbing. Rising slowly, he traced the sound to the windowsill. The moon shone brightly, and the weather was splendid. The moonlight had just broken through the clouds, casting its glow. Bathed in this ethereal light, Mike discerned the source of the weeping. Little Blue, the blue slime, perched on the windowsill, trembling irregularly as it gazed at the moon. Are you missing home? Watching Little Blue sob, Mike found himself asking this unexpected question. What? Little Blue responded, startled. Are you missing home? Mike repeated. It took a moment for Little Blue to process his words. What is it to you? The sobbing ceased abruptly. Suit yourself. Mike shrugged and turned back to his bed, soon drifting into a rhythmic slumber. You. Little Blue, incensed, felt her sadness evaporate in an instant. She leapt down from the windowsill, landing with a soft thud on the floor, before bouncing onto Mike's bed and landing heavily on his legs. Little Blue had utilized her bounce ability to great effect. What are you doing, you insufferable slime? Mike exclaimed, struggling beneath her weight. He quickly rose, capturing Little Blue before she could leap again, applying gravity magic to his grasp. Little Blue struggled fiercely but could not escape his hold, so she resorted to playing dead. Oh, not again. Really, you've got to be kidding me. Why did I even buy you? Mike lamented, exasperated by her antics. With no other option, he released her back onto the floor. As soon as his fingers loosened, Little Blue scurried under the bed. You. Mike sighed in disbelief, lying back down and covering himself with the blankets. 10 minutes later. I can't sleep. Chapter 10. The beginning of the dream. In the basement of Stephen's house, Mike donned a helmet, engaged in his 5th potion brewing. It was a matter of success, not failure. 8 gold galleons were cast into the cauldron, followed by a slice of watermelon. He heated the water to a boil, stirring counterclockwise once, then clockwise once, followed by 4 counterclockwise stirs, 5 clockwise stirs, and finally 1 counterclockwise stir, concluding with 4 clockwise stirs. He then sprinkled in sugar, and the task was complete. As red smoke spiraled gracefully above the cauldron, Mike knew he had finally succeeded. Once the potion cooled, he filled a vial and inhaled deeply from the opening. A sweet aroma, reminiscent of watermelon, filled his senses. After tidying up the workspace, Mike stored the potion carefully, cleaning the cauldron thoroughly. Stretching, he sighed deeply. Brewing this potion is far more complex than an MC. I've lost a total of 40 galleons just to achieve this result. Shaking his head, he reflected on the remaining resources. 52 galleons, 13 sickles, and 22 nuts. He needed to be frugal. Mr. and Mrs. Stephen had been busy with work lately, often away from home, which conveniently allowed Mike to conduct his experiments. I wonder if all this effort is worth the 48 galleons I've spent, he mused, shaking the glass vial filled with instant healing 2 potion before taking a sip. The sweet liquid flowed down his throat, its delightful flavor swirling in his mouth, and he felt his fatigue dissipate as his concentration sharpened. More importantly, he sensed that the wounds inflicted by the explosive failures in his brewing were healing rapidly. Well, at least their essay result. It's not all in vain. Mike smiled, placing all the potions into a large bag he had prepared beforehand before exiting the basement. Still not done? Upon opening the door to his room, Little Blue's voice rang out, laced with a hint of mockery. Go somewhere cooler. I've worked hard to produce this. Don't ruin my mood. He lamented his choice to buy such a creature from the pet store, now stuck with it, feeding it and enduring its snarky remarks. Tomorrow we leave. Will you come with me, or stay here and wait for someone to pick you up? Mike said, flipping his wizarding robe over. I feel like they might not come for me. I'll go with you, Little Blue replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone. Mike shook his head. How do you know they won't come for you? Perhaps you should stay here? Not a chance. Taking you to school would probably ruin my life. My parents actually quite like you, often petting you. Staying here isn't such a bad choice. What? You don't want me to come with you? Little Blue shifted slightly before hopping onto Mike's forehead, her tone sharp. Not at all. How could I? Mike laughed nervously, fearing her antics might lead to trouble. Oomph. Little Blue huffed, remaining silent. So, who was coming to get you? Mike asked, puzzled. You don't need to know. Ugh, you're always like this. It's so boring. Mike rolled his eyes. Never mind, I'll just make a call. With that, he stood to leave the bedroom, leaving Little Blue behind. Going to chat with your little girlfriend again? Little Blue's voice dripped with disdain. The only response she received was the sound of the door closing. Ugh. Descending the stairs, Mike entered the living room and made a phone call. Hello, whom are you looking for? Came Mrs. Granger's voice. Auntie, hello. I'm looking for Hermione. Oh, Mike, please hold on. I'll fetch her. Mrs. Granger set down the phone and called for Hermione. Hermione, Mike is on the line. In no time, Hermione picked up the phone. Mike, it's me, Hermione. We're taking the train to Hogwarts tomorrow. Are you ready? Yes, I'm prepared, though I'm a bit nervous. I can hardly believe that just a month ago we were heading to Eton, and now we're off to a magical academy. Mike chuckled lightly. Destiny is indeed unpredictable. Isn't it? Let's not dwell on that. Have you finished your reading? Hermione asked. Not yet. There's just too much to cover. I've only managed to read half of the stack. Hee hee, you're so lazy. I've finished it all and even memorized a few spells. Wait a moment, Mike exclaimed, utterly astonished. Are you saying that you've read every book that Mr. Granger brought back? I've only finished the textbooks, I clarified. When I said I read half, I meant the books I purchased, not the textbooks. Mike suddenly felt a bit speechless. Well, you truly are impressive. Hermione playfully stuck her tongue out from the other end of the phone. All right, calm down. You need to get up early tomorrow. Don't oversleep. With that, Mike hung up the phone. What the? You usually wake up much later than I do, and yet you tell me to rise early. Hermione huffed as she made her way to her bedroom. Observing her daughter, Mrs. Granger couldn't help but smile with maternal pride. The next morning, Mike dressed early, packed his belongings, and placed Little Blue atop his head, preparing to set off. There was no helping it. Little Blue seemed particularly fond of perching on Mike's head. If he left her in her cage, who knew what trouble she might cause? Thus, Mike decided to indulge her whims. Utilizing gravity magic to levitate his luggage, he opened the door and descended the stairs. My son, today marks the earliest you have ever risen, Mr. Stephen remarked with a smile as Mike came down. I've always awakened early. Mike protested. Indeed. Waking at 9 is quite early, Mr. Stephen chuckled in response. Enough banter, Mike. Come and have breakfast, Mrs. Stephen interjected with a playful glare at her husband before turning to Mike with a smile. Mr. Stephen pouted but continued reading his book, Alchemy, The Principles of Material Transformation. Mike set his luggage down using gravity magic and rushed to the dining table, placing Little Blue before her specially prepared meal and began to relish the delicious food. After a delightful lunch, Mike drew his wand, using gravity magic to gather the plates and bowls, then scooped up Little Blue and waved goodbye to his mother. Mom, Dad, and I are heading to the platform. Off you go, just don't cause any trouble, Mrs. Stephen replied with a grin, with a purple glow enveloping his luggage. Mike guided it with his wand as he exited the dining room. Son, where's the platform 9 and 3/4 you mentioned in your letter? There are clearly only platforms 3 and 4 here. Mike facepalmed. Dad, have you forgotten Diagon Alley? Wizards have cast a spell that only allows wizards to see it. Is it that wall? Mr. Stevens suddenly pointed at a seemingly ordinary load-bearing wall. Huh? Mike, busy organizing his luggage, looked up at the direction Mr. Stephen indicated. I just saw several people vanish in front of that wall. It must be it, Mr. Stephen asserted confidently. Mike took up his luggage, maneuvered through the bustling crowd, and approached the wall. Goodness, so many people at the train station this early, Mike mused as he placed his hand against the wall. In the next instant, his entire arm disappeared into it. He turned back, waved to Mr. Stephen, and then vanished entirely. From a distance, Mr. Stephen smiled upon witnessing Mike's disappearance and turned to leave the station. The platform 9 and 3/4 was bustling with activity, but Mike did not stop. He headed straight for the train carriage. Upon reaching his compartment, he opened the door to find Hermione seated inside. Mike, you've arrived quite late, hee. Chapter 11. The journey begins at 9 and 3/4, Mike. You've arrived quite late, hee. Hermione exclaimed with a playful smirk as he entered the compartment. Oh, come on. When I got here, there were hardly any people on the platform. You just arrived too early. Is there a chance the train has already departed? She teased. Are you joking? There's only one track here. TCH, Hermione stuck out her tongue. Mike opened his luggage, took out 2 books, and used gravity magic to place it on the luggage rack. Tossing one book to Hermione, he began reading the other. Finally, I brought some books. I finished all the ones at home. Hermione took the book, flipped it open, and then tossed it aside in disappointment. What? I've already read this. Can't you read them a few more times? Mike said with exasperation. I've memorized it. There's no need. Hermione tilted her head, looking at Mike curiously. This doesn't seem right. Let me quiz you, Mike declared, grabbing the book and flipping to the first page. What does the preface say? To all readers, the legends are merely legends. Attempting any spells contained within this book is not advised. The book bears no responsibility for any injuries resulting from accidents. Mike stared incredulously at Hermione. You remember the preface? You didn't memorize it, did you? Hermione shook her head. No, I just read it once and remembered. A look of despair crossed Mike's face. Is this really the difference? Forget it. I'll go take a stroll. There's really nothing to do in this carriage. With that, Hermione pushed the door open and departed, leaving Mike shaking his head at her unchanging nature as he returned to his book. After a while, there was a knock at the compartment door. Hello, may I come in? A boy with black hair cautiously popped his head in and asked. Of course. Just a heads up, the seat next to me is taken. Mike responded with a smile. The boy nodded, cautiously opening the compartment door and then struggling to drag a large suitcase behind him. Let me help you, Mike offered, drawing his wand. The tip of the wand glowed with a purple light as gravity magic enveloped the suitcase, allowing Mike to guide it effortlessly onto the shelf. Wow, cool, the boy exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Mike retracted his wand and extended his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Mike Stephen, a muggle-born. Harry Potter, the boy replied, shaking his hand. You're the Harry Potter? Mike looked at his forehead, surprised that Harry had arrived so quickly and directly in his compartment. Yes, that's me. Harry released Mike's hand and brushed back his hair, revealing a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Is that the scar left by the killing curse? Mike inquired, gazing at the mark. Indeed, although I've forgotten what happened back then, Harry said, letting his hair fall back into place. You've forgotten everything? That seems unfortunate. I only remember a lot of green light and a woman-esque scream. Other than that, nothing. Mike nodded and resumed reading his book. Did you learn your magic by yourself? Harry asked, clearly impressed by the gravity magic that had moved the luggage. Self-taught. It's not that difficult, Mike shrugged, reveling in the feeling of showing off. Here, your glasses seem to be on the verge of breaking. Let me fix them for you. Mike pointed his wand at Harry's glasses. In this scenario, I could take out Harry and then ally with Voldemort, becoming powerful and eventually overthrowing him to dominate the wizarding world. A perfect plan. Just kidding, I wouldn't actually do that. Magic surged from the tip of Mike's wand, repairing the cracks on the glasses in an instant. Wow, Harry exclaimed, removing his glasses and marveling at how the cracks had completely vanished. Wow, echoed another voice from the compartment door. The two boys turned in unison to look at the entrance. A head crowned with fiery red hair peeked into the compartment. The exclamation of wow, unmistakably emanating from him. Why is everyone looking at me? He asked, a hint of awkwardness in his tone, unsure whether he should step inside. If you wish to enter, do so without lingering at the threshold. It's quite perilous, Mike advised as he stood up and swung the compartment door wide open, pulling the newcomer inside with a firm gesture. Who else could it be but Ron Weasley, one of the illustrious trio, distinguished by his vibrant red locks. May I take a seat here? He inquired, pointing to the spot beside Harry, as the other seats were already occupied. Harry nodded, and Ron settled himself down just as the door swung open once more. Hey, Ron, you little rascal, you're in here, one of the twins called out. We're about to take a stroll to the middle carriage. Lee Jordan has acquired a rather large bag of spiders. Oh, Ron muttered in response. The unmistakable harmony of red hair gave Mike a clear indication that the twin mischief makers were none other than the Weasley twins. Oh, hey, Harry, one of the twins chimed in. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I'm Fred, and this is George. No, I'm Fred. He's George, George retorted. All right then. I'm Fred, and you're George, happy? Fred exclaimed as he playfully dragged George out of the compartment. Your name is Ron? Harry asked. Yes, indeed. Those two are my brothers. They mentioned you were on this train, and I thought they were just pulling my leg, Ron admitted, absent-mindedly rubbing his nose. So, you're really? He pointed at Harry's forehead. Indeed, the real McCoy, Harry replied, brushing back his hair to reveal the iconic scar once more. As they spoke, the train began to slowly pull away, and a collective silence enveloped them, only to be broken by the rumble of the train. Is your entire family comprised of wizards? Harry inquired, his curiosity piqued by Ron, who appeared equally intrigued. Mike, seated across from them, found himself succumbing to drowsiness. The rhythmic sounds of the train and their conversation melded into a soothing lullaby, causing his eyelids to grow heavy. "This is Mike Stephen," Harry introduced, only to be astonished to find Mike had succumbed to slumber, leaning against the back of his seat. He seems proficient in various spells. Not only did he assist me in lifting my luggage, he gestured towards a suitcase on the rack, but he also repaired my glasses. Impressive. What is that creature? Little Blue, long forgotten in the suitcase, was now slowly emerging, ready to confront Mike. Just as Ron glanced up at the suitcase being lifted, he caught sight of Little Blue crawling out, causing him to jump back in surprise. Mike, wake up, look at your luggage," Harry exclaimed, shaking Mike's shoulder in a desperate attempt to rouse him from his slumber. "What? My luggage?" Mike murmured, groggily recalling the slime still residing within the suitcase. Meanwhile, Little Blue was poised to launch a surprise attack. Gravity barrier. In an instant, as Little Blue leaped, Mike sprang from his seat, brandishing his wand. A barrier of gravity magic ensnared her tightly, rendering her immobile. "Mike, let me go," Little Blue protested, struggling within the confines of the barrier, which began to show faint cracks. No matter how much magic Mike exerted, it proved futile. "Quick, grab something edible from my bag," Mike shouted to the bewildered Harry and Ron. Ron, reacting first, leapt forward and retrieved a bag of chips from his backpack, tossing it directly to Mike. The chip bag slid to Mike's feet. With a flick of his left hand, a flash of purple light enveloped the bag, lifting it into his grasp, and a blue light sliced through the seal, opening it instantly. "In you go," he commanded as the gravity barrier shattered. He held the bag open, blocking Little Blue's escape route. With a whoosh, she flew into the bag. The bag rustled a few times before the sound of crunching echoed from within. Carefully placing the chip bag on the ground, Mike collapsed back into his seat, exhaling in relief. Moments later, the bag toppled, and Little Blue emerged lazily, hopping onto the seat before leaping onto Mike's head, where she sprawled out, motionless. "Well, this little creature is my pet," Mike said, gesturing at Little Blue atop his head, "though I think of her more as an ancestor." "Your pet can talk," Harry exclaimed, astonished. "Why doesn't T. Hedwig have that ability?" "Indeed, though it's clearly not a good thing," Mike replied with a resigned expression. "Speaking of pets, mine is a mouse that my brother discarded." Ron pulled a rather plump gray mouse from his breast pocket, which appeared to be fast asleep. "His name is Scabbers. He is utterly useless and rarely wakes up. Percy received an owl when he became a prefect, but they couldn't afford one for me. So to avoid waste, they gave me the mouse," Ron said, his cheeks slightly reddening. "It's no big deal, Ron. Just a month ago, I was penniless, always in hand-me-downs, and I never received anything decent for Christmas or my birthday," Harry shrugged. Hearing this, Ron's spirits visibly lifted. "Honestly, if Hagrid hadn't told me about Voldemort and my parents, I'd probably still be oblivious to it all." "You said that name," Ron gasped, struggling to catch his breath. "What?" Harry asked, puzzled. "The name of the Dark Lord." Ron appeared both shocked and awed. "You're the only one who dares to say it. Come on, it's just a cursed name. Voldemort's fate is still uncertain, so why fear him? Do you think if I insult him now, he'll come and kill me?" Mike chuckled. "Voldemort? The noseless, egg-headed one." Ron was too astonished to speak, grappling with the reality that two individuals in the carriage dared to utter the Dark Lord's name. "Hey, Mike, do you know who these two are?" The compartment door swung open again, and Hermione, who had been about to speak to Mike, finally noticed the two boys seated across from him. Hello, Halle greetet Aukvatli." "Oh, hello," Hermione responded briefly before continuing. "Has anyone seen a toad?" Neville lost one. Outside the compartment, a round-faced boy appeared on the verge of tears. "Unless Little Blue has eaten it." "No, and that seems rather unlikely," Mike remarked. "What a hassle." "Accio Toad." Hermione pulled out her wand and cast a spell. But nothing happened. "Well, I knew that would happen," Hermione said, her disappointment evident. "Relax, that spell isn't meant for first-year wizards to master," Mike reassured her. "But how do you know?" Hermione's eyes glistened with frustration. That's gravity magic. Its purpose is to attract or repel objects," Mike replied, bewildered as to why she was on the verge of tears. Realizing her emotional outburst, Hermione wiped her eyes, shot Mike an annoyed glance, and turned to leave with a huff. Mike sighed in exasperation. That girl seems determined to be the best at everything. Living like that must be exhausting. "Mike, do you know her?" Ron asked, puzzled. "Ah, I see, we are friends." "Well, never mind." Ron wanted to say something, but held his tongue. "I know her disposition leaves much to be desired. She constantly strives to be the best and exhibits a certain arrogance." "You mean to imply she is impolite, don't you?" I can understand that. Mike shrugged. The compartment door swung open once more, but instead of Hermione, a pale, blonde boy entered. Is it true? Everyone on the train is buzzing, saying Harry Potter is in this compartment. So that must be you, right? Yes, Harry replied. Mike rubbed his forehead in exasperation. It seemed that people were coming in one after another, making it impossible for him to catch a moment's rest. Two tall, muscular figures follow behind the boy, resembling bodyguards. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Draco Malfoy, and these two behind me are Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy declared. Ron cleared his throat softly to stifle a laugh and stole a sidelong glance at him. Huh, you find my name amusing, do you? You need to tell me who you are. I could tell at a glance that you belong to the Weasley family. My father told me that the Weasleys are all red-haired, freckled, and have too many children to afford. He turned to face Harry and continued. I doubt you would wish to befriend someone so peculiar. I could assist you with that, Potter. He extended his hand, but Harry did not take it. No, thank you. I believe I can discern what is peculiar, Harry replied coldly. Malfoy did not flush, but instead displayed a faint blush. If I were you, Potter, I would exercise extreme caution, he said slowly. You ought to be polite to avoid treading the same path as your parents. If you associate with the Weasley family. He cast a glance at Ron, and with half-bloods or mudbloods, he sneered at Mike. Mingling with such unsavory characters will undoubtedly influence you. Must you be so eager to label others? Mike retorted sharply. I've never seen you in any pureblood family. So you must be a half-blood or a mudblood yourself, Malfoy replied disdainfully. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, Ron's face as red as his hair. Shut your mouth, Malfoy, he demanded. No need, Ron. I'm quite aware of the meaning of mudblood, Mike said, slowly rising and carefully removing little blue from his head before stretching. In my hometown, insulting someone to their face can lead to a beating. Mike fixed his gaze on Malfoy. So, you're looking for a fight, are you? Malfoy sneered. I wouldn't mind to tussle with you. And I have no objection to your two hulking friends joining in, Mike scoffed. A brawl? Wizards engaging in physical combat? I wield magic. Malfoy's voice turned cold. Crabbe, Goyle, show him what we're made of. He stepped aside to make room. Stand behind me, and don't blink. Mike flashed a smile at Harry and Ron before stepping forward. Mike, there are too many of them. You can't win. Harry whispered, tugging at Mike's sleeve. Can't win? Mike chuckled, drawing out his wand and pointing it at Malfoy. The tip of the wand flashed with blue light, and a burst of magical energy shot towards Malfoy. Malfoy dodged just in time, glancing back to see a small hole left in the spot where he had been standing. Oh no, I've vandalized, Mike exclaimed in surprise. Malfoy looked somewhat alarmed and shouted at Crabbe and Goyle. What are you waiting for? Get him. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances and charged at Mike. He remained rooted to the spot, expressionless, watching the two approach with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Harry and Ron's hearts raced in their chests. With a flick of his wand, a shockwave generated by gravity spell sent the two flying into the corridor. Malfoy's expression shifted from alarm to outright terror. Then, with a loud thud, he collapsed without a sound. Hermione stood where Malfoy had just been, holding a copy of History of Magic with an air of disdain. Crabbe and Goyle, now dazed, quickly helped Malfoy to his feet and hurriedly left. What a pathetic display, Mike said, digging at his ear before placing little blue back on his head and tucking his wand into his pocket, returning to his seat. Hermione entered, shut the compartment door, and sat beside Mike, resuming her reading. Harry and Ron returned to their seats, exchanging glances, both acutely aware of each other's swallowed breaths. So, Neville's toad was found? Hermione set her book down and shot Mike a glare. Yes, on his head. He didn't seem to notice at all. Huh. Time slipped away, inching closer to noon. The two from across the aisle had yet to return. Mike stood, stretched lazily, carefully placing the still sleeping little blue down, then tiptoed to retrieve his and Hermione's bags. After handing Hermione her bag, Mike opened his own and fell into deep thought. Inside were two lunch bags. English lunches are quite simple, typically consisting of sandwiches and other sides. Since Mike often complained about not being full, Mrs. Stephen usually prepared a more substantial sandwich for him. 4 layers of sandwiches. Now, with 2 lunch bags in the bag, Mike was momentarily transported back to his primary school days. Back then, the Grangers were often busy, and the two families maintained a close relationship, the ever-helpful Mrs. Stephen would prepare 2 lunch bags for Mike to take, one for himself and one for Hermione. Though they attended the same school, they were not in the same class. So Mike would deliver Hermione's lunch. As he retrieved the 2 lunch bags, he handed one to Hermione. Strange, why isn't she taking it? Mike turned to find Hermione extending her own lunch bag. Their outstretched arms nearly collided. With his other hand, Mike accepted the lunch and gently brushed against Hermione's hand. This is the lunch my mom made for you. Be sure to take it. Hermione turned, realizing Mike was also offering her a lunch bag. Accepting it, a smile graced her lips. During busy times for Mrs. Stephen, Mrs. Granger would prepare 2 lunches to hand over to Hermione for Mike. This was an unspoken understanding between the 2 families. However, if both mothers were free, there would be 4 lunch bags. This had only happened twice before. Today marked the 3rd occurrence. Look at you, all pleased. Hurry and eat before it goes bad, Mike said, observing the slight upward curve of Hermione's lips. He smiled, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Don't mess up my hair. You want to grow that. Chapter 13, The Beginning and the End. Ron, should we wake them? Harry mused, glancing at the 2, soundly asleep. Mike and Hermione leaned against each other, Hermione's head resting on Mike's shoulder, a wet patch forming on his shirt. The English typically do not take afternoon naps, yet Mike had successfully instilled this habit in his family and Hermione. Come on, a midday nap is truly delightful. Outside the window, the sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a tapestry of remnants from the sunset, with wisps of clouds partially unfurled against the deep purple sky. The mountains and woodlands beneath were enveloped in shadow. To be honest, I was uncertain whether it was wise to rouse those who were slumbering. Typically, awakening someone from their dreams did not bode well. Ron remarked, "The train would arrive at Hogsmeade Station in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on board, and we shall transport it to the school." The announcement echoed through the Hogwarts Express, jolting Hermione awake as she blinked her eyes open, sensing Hermione's stirrings. Mike also groggily opened his eyes, casting a bewildered glance at the 2 individuals before him. "Mike, we're about to arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Harry reminded him. "What?" exclaimed both Mike and Hermione in unison. Instantly, the 2 still dazed sprang from their seats. A flash of purple light illuminated the scene as their robes flew into Mike's hands, who promptly passed the smaller one to Hermione, quickly donning his own. "Where's Little Blue? Little Blue! Little Blue!" Mike exclaimed, feeling atop his head and realizing something was amiss. Just then, a voice rang out, "What are you shouting about?" Mike, Little Blue poked half of his body from the luggage rack, gazing down at the quartet below. "We're about to disembark. You'd better hurry down." With a soft thud, Little Blue leapt down, landing squarely atop Mike's head. The train gradually decelerated until it finally came to a halt. Passengers jostled and surged toward the doors, descending into the dimly lit Hogsmeade Station. The chill of a September night in England made Hermione shiver involuntarily. She fumbled to grasp Mike's hand, warm and soft. Noticing the icy touch of her hand, Mike's lips curled into a slight smile. First-year students, come this way." A gruff voice called out amidst the darkness of Hogsmeade Station, where a small lamp swayed side to side. The light illuminated the surroundings, particularly the figure holding it, Hagrid, clad in a moleskin coat with a bushy beard, towering and robust. There was no mistaking that distinctive silhouette. Only Hagrid could be so recognizable. "Hagrid, I'm here," Harry shouted, promptly dragging the 3 others toward Hagrid. "Allow me to introduce, this is Hagrid," Harry said to the trio. "Hey there, little wizards. You're Harry's friends, aren't you? Delighted to meet you." Hagrid beamed, waving at them. "Is everyone here? Come along, follow me, keep your eyes peeled. Watch your step, first years, stick with me." The night had completely enveloped them as the young wizards followed Hagrid, sliding and stumbling along the path, occasionally hearing muffled exclamations of surprise as people bumped into one another. Mike and Hermione walked hand in hand, steadily making their way down. As they grew accustomed to the darkness, the clamor diminished to only the sound of their feet scraping against the ground, punctuated by the occasional sniffle from someone in the group. "Be careful, we're about to turn a corner. Once we round this bend, you'll catch sight of Hogwarts Castle," Hagrid called. As they rounded the corner, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. A vast, inky lake unfurled at the end of the path. Mike's gaze traversed the dark waters, resting upon the majestic castle perched atop the cliffs on the opposite shore. Towers pierced the night sky, and lights flickered in the windows under the starlight, prompting Mike to wonder if such illumination was extravagant. "Get ready to board, little wizards. Remember, each boat can only hold 4 people," Hagrid bellowed, waving his lamp toward a line of small boats anchored at the shore. Mike grasped Hermione's hand and swiftly boarded one of the boats, followed closely by Harry and Ron. "Excellent. Has everyone boarded? I certainly don't wish to leave anyone behind." Hagrid scanned the shore, confirming no one was left before stepping onto the last remaining boat. "Set sail. Forward we go." The 4 of them sat in silence, the atmosphere thick with anticipation, while Little Blue had somehow managed to drift off to sleep, making no sound. "We're almost at Hogwarts. Are you all feeling nervous?" Ron broke the silence. Mike nodded, his expression unchanged, though Harry remained silent. His demeanor unmistakably conveyed that he was anxious to the core. Hermione, too, did not speak but nodded gently, gripping Mike's hand more tightly. Heads down. As we approached the cliff, everyone duck. Hagrid shouted from the front, and they all complied, the boat gliding through a concealed entrance cloaked in ivy. Upon entering, it seemed they had traversed into a tunnel reminiscent of an underground cavern, enveloped in darkness. The little boat soon arrived at a place akin to an underground dock. After disembarking, Hagrid continued to lead the way, guiding them up a path strewn with gravel and pebbles, then through a rocky tunnel before finally emerging onto a flat, damp expanse of grass. They climbed a stone staircase, halting before a grand oak door. Is everyone here? Mike adjusted little blue atop his head. Hermione tightened her grip on Mike's hand. Hagrid raised his massive fist and knocked twice on the door. With a series of creaks and groans, the door slowly swung open. Hagrid, is everyone here? Chapter 14, The Sorting Ceremony. Hagrid, is everyone here? All first-year students are present, Professor McGonagall. Very well. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take over from here. Professor McGonagall swung the door wide. The entrance hall was vast, its stone walls adorned with blazing torches. Mike steadied little blue and looked up. The ceiling was nearly invisible, shrouded in darkness. Professor McGonagall led them up a grand marble staircase, continuing along the stone floor. Buzzing voices emanated from nearby rooms, indicating that students from other years had already arrived, but Professor McGonagall did not usher them into the hall. Instead, she brought them into a small room at the opposite end of the hall. They crowded inside. The room was already small, but felt even more cramped with so many people, all nervously observing their surroundings. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall announced. Soon, the feast will commence. Before you take your seats, we must first determine which house you will be joining. This is a significant ceremony, as the house you are sorted into will become your home during your time at Hogwarts. You will attend classes, reside, and spend your free time in the common room alongside your fellow housemates. Professor McGonagall paused, clearing her throat before continuing. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has a rich heritage and a proud history, having nurtured its own distinguished wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, every action you take may earn or deduct points for your house. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will receive the House Cup. A prestigious honor. Your conduct will directly influence your house's chance of winning the cup. So I hope you will all strive to bring glory to whichever house you belong to. In just a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will begin, which will take place before the eyes of the entire school. I suggest you compose yourselves and present your best selves. Professor McGonagall cast her gaze upon the top of Mike's head, where little blue continued to slumber soundly. Furthermore, I do not recommend that you wear the peculiar hat during the sorting ceremony, as you shall have to remove it later, she stated. Once preparations are complete, I shall return to escort you. During this interval, I expect you to remain silent. With that, Professor McGonagall exited the room. Mike carefully lifted little blue from his head and tucked him into his clothing. Heaven knows why this creature could sleep so soundly. He had already dozed for nearly 12 hours without stirring. How on earth will they sort us into those houses? Harry whispered to Ron. It must involve some sort of test, perhaps a duel with a troll. Fred and George mentioned it, and Fred claimed he nearly met his end. Though I suspect they were merely jesting, Ron replied. His words incited a wave of anxiety among the others, save for 2 exceptions, Mike and Hermione. Mike maintained an air of calmness, as if he possessed all the answers, while Hermione muttered incantations under her breath, rehearsing the spell she had learned. Mike could distinctly feel Hermione's palms growing clammy with perspiration. A gentle reminder, the test does not include spells, he whispered into Hermione's ear. She froze momentarily, her ears turning a shade of crimson visible to the naked eye. Everyone around them was so tense. Mike was no exception. Although he was well aware of what was to transpire, witnessing it was one thing, while experiencing it firsthand was quite another. It was a long-standing tradition in the magical world not to divulge the details of the sorting ceremony to newcomers, ensuring that no first-year student would know its contents until the actual experience. Before long, Professor McGonagall returned. Now, form a single file line, she instructed the first-year students, and follow me into the Great Hall. The newcomers trailed behind Professor McGonagall as she led them out of the room, through the entrance hall, and past a grand set of double doors into the Great Hall. Upon witnessing the genuine Hogwarts Great Hall, Mike couldn't help but internally muse. The films truly undersell its grandeur. The hall measured at least 400 meters in length and was a minimum of 80 meters wide. The ceiling, as dark as velvet, sparkled with countless stars, occasionally revealing wisps of clouds. A grand crimson carpet unfurled straight to a high stool at the front, flanked on either side by long tables. The source of the clamor, as students from other years whispered amongst themselves, observing the newcomers. The illumination was provided by magical candles floating in mid-air, and heaven forbid they should fall, thousands of them casting a brilliant glow that illuminated the entire hall, leading Mike to question whether the oxygen supply here was sufficient. At that moment, Professor McGonagall gently placed a tattered, grimy pointed hat atop the high stool. That was the Sorting Hat, Mike thought, scrutinizing it closely. It was both filthy and frayed, covered in patches, and a dull gray, as if it had not seen a wash in ages. Despite its unkempt appearance, Mike recognized that this hat would determine his future house. So he resigned himself to the indignity. He suspected that by the end of the ceremony, Little Blue would be covered in dust. Shaking his head to dispel such absurd thoughts, he redirected his attention to the Sorting Hat, which began to stir, a long seam splitting open as it appeared to form a mouth, singing, "You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge me by my looks alone. If you can find a hat more clever than I will gladly consume myself whole. You can polish your top hats to a shine, or make your beaver hats sleek and fine, but I am Hogwarts Sorting Hat, far superior to your hats combined. Every thought concealed within your mind is laid bare before my keen eye, so don me, and I shall reveal to which house you truly belong. Perhaps you belong to Gryffindor, where brave hearts dwell, courageous and bold, their valor, spirit, and chivalry make Gryffindor a house of gold. Or maybe you belong to Hufflepuff, where loyalty and hard work reign, their students steadfast and true, unfazed by toil and strain. If you are clever, you may find your place in Ravenclaw, wise and learned, where those of intellect are sure to meet and share knowledge unearned. Perhaps to Slytherin you will belong, where true friends await, yet cunning abounds. For those who are sly will stop at naught. To achieve their ends, they are renowned. Come, where me with no fear, do not panic or tremble in fright. In my grasp, though I have no hands, you are entirely safe, for I am a thinking hat." As the song concluded, the Sorting Hat bowed to each of the 4 long tables, before coming to a standstill. The hall erupted into applause, not only from the upperclassmen, but even from the first years standing upon the crimson carpet. "Well, they certainly tricked me. We merely have to wear the hat," Ron shrugged. Whispering to Mike and Harry, "I ought to hex Fred. He told me we would have to battle a troll." Harry managed a faint smile, though the tension on his face remained. Mike swallowed nervously. To which house shall I belong? He pondered, a question that had lingered since he first encountered the world of Harry Potter. Would he align with Gryffindor, symbolizing bravery and chivalry? Ravenclaw, epitomizing wisdom and knowledge? Hufflepuff, known for resilience and honesty? Or perhaps Slytherin, a common destination for many who traverse this realm? He was on the brink of discovery. Professor McGonagall produced a scroll of parchment from seemingly nowhere and stepped forward to stand beside the high stool. "Now, when I call your name, step forward. Take a seat upon the stool, don the hat, and partake in the sorting test." With her eyes fixed upon the top name on the parchment, she announced loudly, "Hannah Abbott." The flowing protagonist, steadfast Hannah. Hannah rushed from the line, stumbling toward the stool, where she sat and donned the hat, which promptly obscured her eyes. "Hufflepuff," the hat proclaimed without delay. The students at the right table erupted into applause and cheers, making room for her. One by one, the students approached to wear the hat and undergo the sorting test, until it was Hermione's turn. Hermione Granger. Hermione turned to look at Mike, her eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. "Hurry, don't keep them waiting. You'll be fine," Mike encouraged her with a gentle smile, releasing her hand and affectionately ruffling her hair. Hermione nodded earnestly. Approaching the stool, she sat down, and Professor McGonagall assisted her in placing the hat upon her head. A clever girl with a kind heart. Time ticked away, yet the Sorting Hat remained silent regarding Hermione's house. Gryffindor. 5 minutes later, the voice of the Sorting Hat resonated throughout the hall. Ron let out a grunt. Next up was Ron, and scarcely had he donned the hat when it proclaimed Gryffindor. Ron exhaled in relief and strode towards the Gryffindor long table. Harry Potter. As Harry's name was called, a flutter of whispers swept through the hall. Harry Potter? Is it that Potter? Could it be him, the Harry Potter? The incessant murmurs made Harry hesitate. "Relax, just put on the hat. Don't let their chatter distract you," Mike murmured, gently nudging Harry forward. The time it took for Harry to wear the hat was far shorter than Hermione's, within less than a minute. The Sorting Hat declared Gryffindor. "Harry, we have Harry." The Gryffindor table erupted in joyous chaos, though it quickly settled down. Only one remained. Mike Stephen, Dumbledore, seated at the teacher's table, looked up, his eyes brightening as he turned towards Mike. "Gryffindor, please let it be Gryffindor." The trio watched Mike with bated breath, silently praying. Across the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy glared at Mike with contempt. Mike approached the stool, took a seat, and donned the hat. "Remarkable," Truly remarkable. A near whisper echoed in Mike's mind. With the courage and chivalry of Gryffindor, the wisdom and foresight of Ravenclaw, the diligence and tenacity of Hufflepuff, and the ambition and cunning of Slytherin, young man, you are indeed intriguing. It has been quite some time since I encountered a first year as complex as you. Very dangerous. Exceptionally perilous. Azkaban might be a fitting choice. Gryffindor, it is indeed a splendid choice, Not Azkaban, you say? Enough with the jesting. Very well. Azkaban. Just a joke. Do not take offense, Gryffindor. Mike chuckled helplessly, removed the hat, and handed it to Professor McGonagall, striving to calm his excited heart as he made his way to the Gryffindor long table. Chapter 15. This is a trial. Excellent, Mike. You are in the same house as us. Ron and Harry's excitement was palpable, as having their dear friend by their side for the next 6 years was certainly worthy of jubilation. Dumbledore rose, a radiant smile adorning his face, his arms outstretched as if nothing could bring him greater joy than seeing his students gather together in safety. A warm welcome, he declared. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. The feast will commence shortly, but before that, I wish to share a few words. Dumbledore paused dramatically, clearing his throat before speaking aloud. Fools, crybabies, dregs, twits. Ravenclaw students deem their peers from other houses as fools. Gryffindors see them as crybabies. Slytherins consider them dregs. Hufflepuffs think they're all twits. The opening feast concluded rapidly, though not quickly in terms of time. Mike felt it passed in a flash. Delicious food and delectable desserts. Nearly headless Nick from Gryffindor, and the looming figure of Professor Snape, who had been glaring at Harry throughout the feast. Once Mike finished his last chicken leg, his plate lay empty, and Dumbledore rose once more, the hall falling into an expectant silence. I trust everyone is well fed and sufficiently hydrated. Here, I must impart a few words of caution, despite knowing you all wish to return to your cozy common rooms. For your safety and certain essential information, I must emphasize a few points of note. The Forbidden Forest is off-limits to all students, particularly first years and some older students. Dumbledore cast a glance towards the Weasley twins beside Ron. I doubt he was looking at us, right? Fred whispered to George. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone that magic is prohibited in the corridors during breaks. Lastly, I must inform you that if you wish to avoid a most unfortunate fate, I would advise against venturing down the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Well, if you hadn't mentioned it, we would have been none the wiser. Now someone is bound to go there, Mike thought to himself, bemused. Dumbledore certainly was going to great lengths to guide Harry, even hinting at danger, as if to say, this is no ordinary warning. He can't be serious, can he? Harry whispered to Mike. He must be serious. There's an old saying in China, if you do not heed the words of the elders, you will suffer the consequences. In any case, it's wise to heed others' advice, Mike shrugged. Next came the much-anticipated singing of the school song, which, due to its optional melody, often resulted in a cacophony. Mike cleared his throat, envisioning a figure with a middle part and suspenders. The wheels of destiny began to turn. Unknown to anyone from that night onward, a melody known as Kunlu would resonate through Hogwarts, enduring through time. Of course, that is a tale for another day. Upon finishing the school song to the tune of Only Because You Are So Beautiful, an awed silence enveloped the hall. Everyone was entranced by this timeless melody. After a lengthy pause, thunderous applause erupted. The feast concluded, and, as Mike followed the throng back to the common room, he quietly slipped away from the group. Where's Mike going? Hermione, noticing his absence, pondered for a moment before trailing after him. Strange, where did Mike go? He was just here. Mike peeked around a corner, and upon noticing Hermione was following, he quickly turned down a few corridors to elude her. Please, I am a hide-and-seek champion. Ultimately, he decided it was best to return. As long as he avoided the right corridor on the 4th floor, he would be safe. After watching Hermione depart, Mike swiftly exited his hiding place. The task scroll within him vibrated. A new task must have arisen, and he needed to find a secure, undisturbed location. After a brief search, Mike finally discovered an empty classroom, barricaded the door with a desk, and summoned the task scroll. A vibrant blue light emanated, illuminating the entire classroom. The pages of the scroll flipped on their own, arriving at the 3rd page. A beam of light projected above, casting a luminous screen. The Chamber of Magic. Task objective. Reach building. Hogwarts Castle. Achieved. Task rewards. Light blue alchemist bag X1. Arcane workbench X1. Spellbook X1. World salt X32. Universal vial X64. Spellcasting dagger X1. Awaiting collection. The light flashed, and all the reward items materialized around the task scroll. Wow, I've struck it rich. Mike was filled with excitement. The most valuable reward was undoubtedly the alchemist's bag. Although 12 years had elapsed, Mike still vividly recalled the capacity of the bag. In Minecraft, it is represented as 104 slots, each capable of storing 64 items, with exceptions for weapons, tools, and certain special items. With this bag in his possession, Mike would no longer worry about where to stow his belongings. He could simply toss them in and carry them along without a hint of concern for weight, as the bag's heft remained constant. Alchemy, quite remarkable, isn't it? As he began to stow all his items into the alchemist's bag, Mike was poised to retract his quest book when he noticed it was vibrating faintly. He reached out, and the moment his fingers brushed against the quest book, an irresistible force pulled him in, drawing him inside. What? Amidst a whirlwind, Mike found himself tumbling onto a patch of grass. Rising to his feet and brushing off the debris and dust from his attire, Mike unsheathed his wand and surveyed his surroundings. Towering leaves formed a wall around him, with the ground occasionally adorned by a few scattered stone bricks. Not far off, a stone pillar blazed with fierce flames. Was this the Naga courtyard? The initial destination for all players venturing into the Twilight Forest, a boss arena as familiar as home, which remained etched in Mike's memory despite the passage of 12 years. Just as he was about to draw his wand, he noticed that his wizard robe had transformed into iron armor, and he had become a blocky figure. How amusing to engage in this battle in the form of a block person. The distant chirps of birds echoed, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing symphony in the Naga courtyard. Mike's expression turned serious as he leaned against the stone wall of the courtyard, until he understood the consequences of failure. It was prudent to proceed with caution. 10 minutes later, after tumbling off the walls of the Naga courtyard for the third time, Mike rubbed his sore backside, stood up, and gazed up at the towering walls. At the very top, a blue barrier shimmered. A barrier block. No escape. Mike relinquished his attempts to scale the walls, raised his right hand, and summoned the item bar hovering over his left hand, equipping an iron sword and shield as he ventured deeper into the courtyard. The item bar displayed an iron sword, a bow, and 32 arrows. The shield had already been equipped in his left hand, thus not counted. Due to the leafy walls, Mike could not discern the conditions deeper within the courtyard. In such circumstances, being cautious was wise. Sword in hand, shield raised, clad in iron armor. Mike believed that most players donned similar gear during their inaugural encounter with the Naga. As he advanced, the surroundings grew increasingly silent, until even the melodies of birdsong faded away. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Mike counted his steps silently in his mind, and upon reaching the 64th step, a hissing sound abruptly erupted. Mike, sensing danger, halted and raised his shield, scanning the vicinity. The sound penetrated through the leafy barrier, drawing closer, now circling around him. He decided to close his eyes, standing firm with his shield raised, relying on sound to ascertain the Naga's location. Round and round, again and again, until the 11th circle, when the sound settled at a specific point. With his eyes still shut, Mike honed in on the Naga's position through auditory cues. This was it. He raised his shield and lunged forward, swinging his sword towards the leaves in the right front direction. In an instant, the enormous head of the Naga burst through the foliage. As the leaves shattered, Mike's iron sword struck true against the Naga's visage. Hiss! The iron sword made contact, causing the Naga to howl in pain and charge towards Mike. With a resounding thud, the impact was absorbed by his shield, stunning the Naga momentarily. Without hesitation, Mike swung his sword, landing a blow on the Naga's head. The clang of metal echoed as the iron sword was deflected. Shaking his numbed arm, Mike thrust his sword once more, this time aiming for the Naga's eye. The eye, being one of the most vulnerable points on any creature, proved no exception. The iron sword pierced through the eyelid and into the Naga's eye. Inflicted with such a wound, the dazed Naga quickly regained her senses. How dare this insignificant human harm her? Enraged, she lunged to bite Mike. He dodged just in time, narrowly evading the attack, but was then struck by the Naga's sweeping tail, sending him crashing to the ground. Fortunately, his iron armor mitigated the damage. Slowly rising from the ground, Mike shook his slightly dizzy head, patted his armor, and retrieved the iron sword that had fallen beside him. The Naga was already gearing up for a second charge, so Mike raised his shield, gripping the iron sword tightly, ever ready to retaliate after stunning her. The Naga sped toward him again, colliding with his shield and momentarily losing consciousness once more. This time, Mike opted not to target her eyes but rushed towards her body, intent on striking her vulnerable spot for a decisive blow. The blade effortlessly penetrated her vital area, so easily that Mike could hardly believe it. He withdrew his sword, flicking off the blood, and was about to gather the spoils when he suddenly noticed the Naga beginning to convulse violently. Scales fell away from her body as her form rapidly diminished, shrinking to less than 70% of her original length. Without hesitation, Mike lunged forward with another strike, simultaneously raising his shield in preparation for any forthcoming assault. To his surprise, the Naga evaded his attack, countering with a tail swipe that knocked Mike back several paces. Cracks began to appear in his shield, and Mike's expression turned grave. It was imperative to conclude this battle swiftly. Prolonging it would yield no benefit. After another quick sidestep to avoid the Naga's charge, Mike drew his bow. As the Naga had yet to turn, he swiftly notched an arrow and pulled back the bowstring. With a snap, the arrow flew forth, embedding itself between the scales and striking the Naga directly. Again, he released another volley of arrows, each one finding its mark. With every arrow, the Naga's form continued to diminish, and by the time the final arrow was loosed, she was reduced to a mere fragment of her former self. Both Mike and the Naga were severely weakened. His shield lay in tatters, and his chest plate and greaves bore numerous cracks. Wiping the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, Mike sheathed his bow, drew his iron sword, and approached the now diminutive Naga. A simple thrust pierced her body, and Mike sank to the ground, gasping for breath. The entire battle had lasted a grueling 2.5 hours. And after such an extended state of intense combat, even someone as physically robust as Mike felt utterly drained. A sense of detachment gradually washed over him, and he realized he was finally free to leave. Chapter 16, The Fall of a Naga. With a thud, Mike was expelled from the quest book, landing heavily on the ground. Ouch! My backside feels like it's been shattered into 1,000 pieces. Frustrated, rubbing his sore posterior, Mike slowly straightened up. The quest book lay undisturbed on the table, as if nothing had transpired. Upon picking it up, Mike noticed a new bookmark adorning it. Odd, this wasn't here before. He reached out and tugged at the newly added green bookmark. The bookmark was tugged, retracting the original blue marker, and the content of the page swiftly transformed, soon revealing a new scene: the Naga trial in the Twilight Courtyard. Task objective: eliminate Naga X1, completed. Task reward: Naga Scale Amulet X1, Naga Trophy X1, pending collection. Naga Scale Amulet, an original item, serving as a substitute for the Naga chestplate. The Naga leggings enhance the wearer's charm. A gentle touch upon the gem allows the wearer to don the Naga armor, while a subsequent touch will retract it. This is the first formidable adversary you will confront in the Twilight Forest, yet by no means the last, traveler. You must remain vigilant. The Twilight Forest is not merely a fleeting dream amid the mire. Reality will shadow you relentlessly. Heed this warning. A flash of light illuminated the room as a pendant adorned with a deep green gemstone and a model of a Naga's head appeared on the table. Mike swiftly stowed the model in his alchemist pouch and lifted the pendant, scrutinizing it intently. Mike! The door was smashed open, and a diminutive figure rushed in, calling out his name as she leaped toward him. WTF! Mike was startled, hastily concealing the pendant. Hermione? What are you doing here instead of the common room? He hadn't even posed a question before she interrupted. What are you sneaking off to an empty classroom for? I have something to take care of. As he spoke, Mike's tone unconsciously softened. Something? What could possibly be so urgent? Despite Hermione being half a head shorter than Mike, he found himself retreating under her scrutiny until he was backed against the table, with no escape left. Speak. What is the matter? Why the silence? Hermione's irritation flared. Mike's secretive departure from their group and his evasive behavior had vexed her. They had just been warned at the start of term feast not to wander off. Yet the moment they left the hall, Mike had vanished without a trace, inciting Hermione's ire, who was known for her adherence to rules. With a finger pointed at Mike's chest, he was at a loss, and in a moment of resolve, he seized her hand. Hey, what are you doing? Hermione was taken aback by Mike's sudden grip, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Let me show you what I've been up to. Mike released her hand, placing the pendant, warm to the touch, into her palm. What is this, Mike? Hermione gazed at the silver pendant in astonishment, a realization dawning upon her that caused her cheeks to flush even deeper. Put on quickly. You'll find out. Mike gestured for her to wear it. But as Hermione began to protest, Mike interrupted her. No buts. Just put it on and see. Faced with Mike's insistence, Hermione relented, gritting her teeth as she undid the necklace and donned it. As she lowered her collar to reveal her pristine neck, the silver chain complemented the deep green gemstone, transforming into a piece of art upon her, breathtakingly beautiful and perfectly harmonious. Mike found himself momentarily entranced until Hermione's voice jolted him back to reality. What are you staring at? I put on, now what? Oh, just tap the gemstone with your finger. Mike was aware of the pendant's functionality, having read the task document that detailed its use. Coupled with Hermione's unexpected arrival, he had whimsically urged her to wear it. As Hermione's fingertip brushed the gem, a radiant light enveloped her, and when it faded, she was adorned in the Naga scale armor. Mike, what is this? The armor felt remarkably light, almost weightless. Hermione examined the shimmering garment with curiosity, tapped the gem again to retract it. Let us head back to the common room, and I'll explain on the way. Did you buy this in Diagon Alley? It must have cost you quite a bit. Hermione's gaze lingered on the pendant, her tone laced with concern. Not at all. The shopkeeper thought it was merely a common gem and sold it to me for just 3 galleons. Mike fibbed, carefully concealing the existence of the task document from her, deeming the moment not yet ripe for such revelations. I see, but it's still far too precious. I can't accept it. I must return it to you. Hermione reached to remove the pendant, fully aware of its value, and believing such a treasure could not be given away so easily. Please, I made this especially for you. Moreover, it is meant to ensure your safety. Nothing is more valuable than you. Mike interjected, swiftly preventing her from taking it off. Is this really appropriate? As she felt the warmth of his hand, Hermione's face turned crimson, and she lowered her gaze, fearing Mike might see her embarrassment. What is inappropriate about it? It was crafted with you in mind, so don't overthink it. Mike gently pushed her hand away as she attempted to undo the clasp, placing the necklace back around her neck. Thank you. Huh? What did you say? Nothing. Let us hurry back to the common room. It's getting late, and we need our rest. With that, Hermione dashed away. That girl, Mike chuckled, shaking his head as he followed her. Chapter 17, the task issued by the Grim Reaper. Hermione uttered the password, and the portrait of the fat lady at the entrance to Gryffindor common room swung open, allowing them to slip inside. The time within the trial does not align with reality. 3 hours in the trial equates to merely 18 minutes in the real world. The Gryffindor common room was a cacophony of noise, with the Weasley twins huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, while several upperclassmen were engrossed in their work, striving to complete their holiday assignments by the next day. After bidding farewell to Hermione, Mike returned to his dormitory. Most of the students had already retired, the rhythmic sound of their breaths filling the air, with Ron's snores being particularly thunderous. Mike, you're back. Harry's voice startled Mike. Aren't you asleep yet? Not really. I can't seem to. Harry sat up in bed, donning his glasses as he regarded Mike. I can hardly believe that just a few weeks ago, I was fretting over attending Stonewall High, and now I find myself sleeping in the dormitory of a 1,000-year-old school. Such is fate, is it not? Mike chuckled, settling on the edge of his bed. However, his smile faltered. Where's Little Blue? In the moonlight, Harry noticed Mike's sudden change in expression and recalled something. Little Blue returned long ago. It should be on your nightstand now. Mike reached out, his fingers brushing against the familiar soft texture. Indeed, it was Little Blue. Clearly, this creature was still asleep. All right, Harry, good night, and sweet dreams. Mike lay back on his bed, pulling the covers over himself. Thanks, Mike, you too. Mike closed his eyes. Harry watched him drift off, wanting to say something, but ultimately deciding against it, removing his glasses and shutting his eyes. In the dark dormitory, no one noticed the faint golden glow emanating from Mike's eyelids. As the first beam of moonlight illuminated Little Blue, it awakened from its slumber. All the occupants of the room had succumbed to dreams, the silence accentuating the sound of Little Blue's movements as it crawled down from the nightstand and slowly up to the window, its gelatinous body effortlessly slipping outside. Little Blue descended slowly upon the stone brick wall, soon landing on a patch of grass. An owl swooped down from the night sky, dropping a letter before departing. The night breeze rustled the blades of grass, and as it dissolved the rope binding the letter, the parchment unfurled and lay flat upon the ground. To Little Blue, if this letter reaches you, it indicates that Alex and I have deciphered the purpose of the owls here. The transmitter is broken, and attempting to repair it without tools and energy is akin to scaling a mountain. Fortunately, we prepared some gold ingots for our journey. Otherwise, we might have encountered unforeseen complications. The slime block locator indicates that you are quite distant from us. Based on the information we've gathered, you find yourself in a magical institution known as Hogwarts. We lack an effective means to traverse this distance, but we are devising a plan. Gold is a coveted commodity here. Alex remarked prior to our departure that we should have brought gold bars instead of ingots. You should have witnessed the expression of the goblin at Gringotts when I tossed a gold ingot. Absolutely priceless. Gringotts is that white edifice in Diagon Alley, and the goblins are the employees within. I trust you're aware of this. Note, the gold ingot refers to a cubic meter of pure, unadulterated gold. Interestingly, gemstones are not particularly valuable here. The emerald blocks we brought have not proven very useful. However, in the realm of ordinary people, these items are highly sought after, and we managed to sell quite a few for a handsome sum. Again, this refers to a cubic meter of pure emerald blocks. Alex and I have procured wands, Yet the proprietor of the wand shop regarded us with a peculiar gaze, the reason for which remains unknown. The security here is rather abysmal. Shortly after emerging from Gringotts, Alex and I found ourselves targeted. The security personnel only arrived after we subdued the assailant. The denizens here are remarkably frail, a stark contrast to the villagers. I knocked him to the ground with a single blow, physically speaking. It seems you were purchased by students as a pet, so, if possible, you should attempt to send us a letter via owl, and we shall hasten to your aid. Your devoted friends, Steve and Alex. Upon finishing the letter, Little Blue leaped joyously, leaving puddles of slime in her wake. In stark contrast to the elated Little Blue, Mike in the dormitory was faring poorly, or rather, he was ensnared in a disorienting illusion. Where am I? How'd I end up here after merely taking a nap? Mike surveyed his surroundings with a look of utter despondency. The pitch-black night sky was adorned with a few stars devoid of a moon, and an unknown liquid flowed beneath his feet, reflecting the stars above. Kid, what brings you here again? A voice suddenly pierced the silence, startling Mike. However, the figure that soon materialized allowed him to relax. Death? After 12 years, you still remember me? Quite the memory you have, the Reaper intoned, still clad in his black robe. And you, after 12 years, still recall me too, Mike replied with a smile. The Reaper paused, then scoffed. Flatterer, I did not come here to engage in idle chatter. You're here to take a dump, then? That is merely a biological process for expelling waste. I am not a biological entity in the conventional sense. Thus I require no sustenance and do not need to relieve myself, the Reaper replied coldly. Then what is your purpose here? Mike maintained a serious facade, though he was nearing the brink of laughter at the Reaper's explanation. This space is your disorienting illusion. Oh, a disorienting illusion, you say? Wait, you mean a disorienting illusion? Mike suddenly grasped something. Wasn't a disorienting illusion supposed to be pure white? This certainly did not resemble one. Isn't a disorienting illusion white? Then what is this? Thus it is yours. A disorienting illusion is fundamentally composed of the essence of the deceased soul, representing a part of their power. Once the initial deceased appears, the disorienting illusion begins to expand. However, yours is different. The substance constituting your disorienting illusion is a form of energy I have never encountered before. In your vernacular, it is as if physics has ceased to exist. The Reaper spoke eloquently, while Mike found himself utterly bewildered. He could comprehend the preceding statements, yet the final remark eluded him entirely. What do you mean by a form of energy you've never seen? Power that does not belong to this world. The Reaper cast a glance at Mike. Your soul does not belong to this world, nor does the power you carry, which I have never encountered in this realm. There are 3 others like you in this world, and for certain reasons, they're all gravitating towards you. The Reaper shook his head, while Mike stood in shock. There are 3 others like me? Besides Little Blue, there are 2 more? 2 other travelers? The Reaper produced a cup from seemingly nowhere, crouched down, and scooped a cup of black liquid before stowing it away again. Mike observed the Reaper's actions, his lips twitching. You came all this way just to scoop a cup of water? That is all I have to say. However, I must entrust you with a task. Can I refuse? No. Very well. Go rescue a poor child, one who has been cursed to transform from human into serpent by a malevolent spell, now tragically awaiting death in a forest. As for the location, that is for you to discover. Upon hearing the Reaper's words, Mike had a sinking feeling he knew the identity of the target. Nagini, the blood-cursed beast. Though Mike had nearly forgotten the details of the film, he recalled Nagini distinctly, as she had also appeared in the original work as one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, ultimately meeting her demise at the hands of the Sword of Gryffindor. But why must I go find her? You send me to rescue someone without even telling me where they are? Once you complete the task, you shall understand. Is there any reward? Once you complete the task, you shall understand. And if I do not complete it, you will find out. With that, the Reaper flickered and vanished. Cursed Riddler, Mike muttered, plopping down where the Reaper had just stood. It was absurd that after merely taking a nap, he had been assigned a task by the Reaper. The gravity of the situation was compounded by the fact that it was the Reaper bestowing the task, who knew what consequences awaited him for failure. And even success bore no guarantee of reward. While rescuing Nagini indeed lingered on his task list, undertaking it of his own volition was vastly different from being commanded. Truly infuriating. Upon stealthily returning to the room, Little Blue found Mike still lying in bed with his eyes closed, unaware of her absence. She sighed in relief, collapsing onto the cushion of the bedside table, preparing to sleep. Where have you been? Just stepped out for a bit, Little Blue replied, casually, only to realize something was amiss. Mike awoke shortly after his conversation with the Reaper, surveying the empty bedside table and the faint traces remaining by the window, quickly piecing everything together. He had chosen to feign sleep to lure the enemy. Within moments, he spotted little Blue sneaking back in. What were you doing? Why should I tell you? Seeing that Xiao Lan remained reluctant to speak further, Mike chose not to press the matter. After all, the inexplicable commission from the Grim Reaper was already quite distressing, and now there was also a disobedient slime. Good night. Good night. The room fell silent once more. Yet no one noticed the faint flicker of golden light on Mike's eyelids. Chapter 18. The first day at Hogwarts, Mike. It's time to rise. Mike, if you don't get up soon, breakfast will be gone. Initially sluggish, Mike sprang from his slumber at the mention of breakfast, swiftly donning his clothing with astonishing speed, leaving the other young wizards, still struggling with their wizarding robes, utterly astonished. Surely, he must have cast some sort of spell on himself? I doubt it. Mike descended from his bed, slipped on his shoes, and then lifted his pillow to retrieve his wand. All tidy now. He pointed his wand at the four-poster bed, and with a gentle tap, the disheveled blankets neatly folded themselves, the wrinkled sheets smoothed out, and even the pillow was returned to its rightful place. The onlookers in the dormitory were left agape. Mike, come on, give me a turn. I want one too. Despite Mike's assistance in tidying up, they still arrived at the Great Hall later than he did. There was no helping it. Mike was ever so enthusiastic when it came to meals. As he devoured his breakfast, he kept a watchful eye on the entrance to the hall. As soon as that iconic tousled hair appeared at the doorway, Mike instantly altered his demeanor, leaving Harry beside him utterly dumbfounded. Good morning, Hermione. Good morning. The silver necklace still graced Hermione's neck, a clear testament to her fondness for the gift. After relishing a delightful breakfast, Mike pulled up a chair beside Hermione, patiently awaiting her to finish. Hermione's appetite was modest. Within merely 10 minutes, she had completed her meal and promptly tugged Mike out of the hall. I suddenly feel quite sorry for Mike. Why? He seems rather intimidated by Hermione Granger, Ron remarked to Harry, watching the pair as they disappeared down the corridor. Meanwhile, Mike and Hermione strolled leisurely through the halls. They had ample time to reach the Transfiguration classroom, provided they did not lose their way. Did you know? The Sorting Hat almost placed me in Ravenclaw, but in the end, I was sorted into Gryffindor. I'm quite similar. However, the Sorting Hat confessed it was uncertain where to place me, so I opted for Gryffindor. Mike shrugged and added, with all of you in Gryffindor, it was only fitting for me to join as well. But what if I had gone to Ravenclaw instead? Then I would follow you there. The Sorting Hat said it was up to me to choose. In Gryffindor, there are Harry and Ron, but if you went to Ravenclaw, you would be all alone. That simply wouldn't do. Hermione fell silent, merely holding Mike's hand in a comforting grip. The pathways of Hogwarts were notoriously intricate, with shifting staircases often leading new students astray, and regrettably, Mike and Hermione found themselves among those lost souls. To be precise, it was Mike who led Hermione astray. Logically, it should be this way. Hermione watched Mike scratching his head in bemusement, resting one hand on her forehead in exasperation. I'm genuinely curious whether the Sorting Hat mentioned anything about you going to Ravenclaw. Never mind. Let us find the way. I'll ask one of these portraits. With that, Mike approached a painting that appeared relatively astute. Excuse me, could you direct me to the Transfiguration classroom? You're correct, but could you please tell me where Transfiguration is? Play with your wand, will you? All right, this painting doesn't seem very clever. Hey kid, just head down that white staircase and take a left. You'll find it. Another portrait nearby pointed out the path. Mike thanked the painting and swiftly pulled Hermione, who was still pondering their route, away from that floor, leaving the portrait gazing at their retreating figures in wonder. Being young is quite delightful. Do you really think so? I have to pretend to be foolish just to converse with someone. It's truly absurd. Having learned the way, Mike and Hermione quickly arrived at the Transfiguration classroom. Unsurprisingly, they were the first to arrive. Wait, that tabby cat on the podium is actually the first. Where is Professor McGonagall? Has she not arrived yet? Hermione surveyed the room, failing to spot Professor McGonagall. Mike, having led Hermione to a seat, secretly glanced at the tabby cat on the podium. Once he confirmed she was not paying attention, he quietly spoke up. She has been here all along. All along. Hermione looked puzzled, scanning the room again, still unable to locate Professor McGonagall. That cat on the podium. Mike reminded her, and after a prolonged stare at the tabby, Hermione's eyes widened in realization. An animagus, she exclaimed softly. Mike remained silent, quietly retrieving his Transfiguration textbook and beginning to read. Seeing this, Hermione took out her book as well, preparing to memorize the key points for the lesson. As time progressed, the classroom gradually filled with students. The Slytherins and Gryffindors shared this Transfiguration class, so it was no surprise when Draco Malfoy made his entrance. At that moment, he was eyeing the two empty seats with a rather smug expression. Mike was lost in thought, pondering why those two would be late for the first class. Ron, I think that going down that white staircase might lead us to the Transfiguration classroom, Harry suggested, gazing at the numerous swirling staircases. I don't think that's it, Ron replied after a moment of contemplation. The two opted for another black staircase, but soon found themselves back where they started. Are we lost? I think so, Harry. Inside the Transfiguration classroom, silence reigned, despite the lesson having commenced for 5 minutes. Neither Professor McGonagall nor the two students had yet arrived. Well, Professor McGonagall has finally arrived. At the 6th minute of class, Harry and Ron appeared at the classroom door. Ron glanced around the room, confirming the professor was absent before quickly entering with Harry. Under the astonished gazes of their classmates, the tabby cat on the podium leapt gracefully, transforming mid-air into a woman clad in green robes, none other than Professor McGonagall herself. Wow, that's amazing, Harry exclaimed instinctively. Professor McGonagall, displaying utmost politeness, acknowledged Mr. Potter's compliment, but added, I believe you are aware of your tardiness. Perhaps if I were to transform you into a watch, you would be more punctual? Sorry, Professor. But we got lost, Ron defended, as Mike distinctly heard Malfoy snicker. Then, I shall turn you into a map. Surely you wouldn't lose your way to your seats? As the two latecomers settled in, the eagerly anticipated Transfiguration lesson finally commenced. Transfiguration, in essence, is the art of employing magic to temporarily or permanently alter the properties of an object, as when Professor McGonagall tapped the podium with her wand, transforming it instantly into a hippopotamus. However, if the magical energy infused is insufficient or lacking in focus, the transformed object may retain some characteristics of its original form. Professor McGonagall tapped the hippopotamus once more. It remained a hippopotamus, yet its body transformed into a rich brown hue. I surmised that some young wizards had perhaps reviewed the principles of transfiguration prior to class, such as Gamp's 5 laws of transfiguration. Does anyone know them? As Professor McGonagall scanned the classroom, an eerie silence enveloped the space, save for 2 hands that rose, those of Mike and Hermione. Noticing her own students, Professor McGonagall nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Miss Granger? Hermione stood, her face flushed with confidence, and articulated the 5 cardinal points of Gamp's laws. First, we cannot conjure food from thin air. Second, we cannot permanently animate an inanimate object, though we can briefly bring it to life. Third, transfiguration cannot produce objects with magical properties. Fourth, it cannot transform one object into multiple others, such as turning a chair into 2 dogs. And fifth, transfiguration cannot create something from nothing. An excellent response, Professor McGonagall remarked, nodding in satisfaction. Gryffindor earns 5 points. I recommend you take note of what Miss Granger has stated. As her voice faded, the classroom was immediately filled with the sound of quills scratching on parchment. Close your books, draw your wands, and prepare to practice your spells. After ensuring all the young wizards had drawn their wands, Professor McGonagall continued, Transfiguration is a profound and perilous discipline. I hope you will lay a solid foundation. She paused for emphasis before adding, when performing transfiguration, it is essential to maintain confidence and believe in your ability to succeed. When wielding your wand, you must be resolute and avoid extraneous movements, as these may lead to the failure of your spell, despite the aesthetic appeal they may offer. Verdo, remember to enunciate the enter clearly while chanting the incantation. Otherwise, the outcome is unpredictable. There must be a pause between her and... I cannot stress this enough. Professor McGonagall's instructive voice resonated through the classroom, and the synchronized chanting of incantations echoed like a solemn invocation, prompting Mike to question whether he had unwittingly stumbled into some arcane ritual. Following the somewhat tedious theoretical segment, they transitioned to the practical component that Mike had eagerly anticipated. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall conjured a multitude of matches that hovered in midair before evenly distributing one to each desk, precisely enough for everyone. What you are to do now is transform the match before you into a needle. As you cast your spell, maintain your focus on the match and avoid external distractions. However, a voice interrupted from the back. It was Malfoy, disdain etched across his face. But Professor, why can't we learn to turn the podium into a hippopotamus? Professor McGonagall directed her gaze toward the source of the voice, and Mike couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. Transforming a match into a needle is a necessary rite of passage for beginners. Your current skill level is far from sufficient to turn the podium into a hippopotamus. Your father went through this process as well, Mr. Malfoy, she stated sternly. Ron chuckled at Malfoy's expense, only to find his mirth short-lived. Now let us have Mr. Weasley demonstrate how to turn the match into a needle. Chapter 19. Hermione's Social Turmoil. Ron stared at the match before him, swallowing hard, filled with regret. Had he known that laughing at Malfoy in class would lead to this moment? With his wand pointed at the match, Harry encouraged him from the side. Come on, you can do it, Ron. Vid averto. Ron gazed hopefully at the match. Had he succeeded? Alas, no. Let's hope, Mr. Weasley learns to maintain his composure and refrain from laughter, Professor McGonagall remarked with irritation. Mike shook his head. It was hard to blame anyone, as Ron's laughter had simply coincided with Professor McGonagall's displeasure. After the brief interlude, the practical lesson in transfiguration finally commenced. Transforming the match into a needle proved to be more challenging than Mike had anticipated. Spells were recited time and again, yet the match remained obstinately unchanged. Remember, when casting the spell, you must exude confidence and believe in your abilities. Your incantation must be articulated clearly, Professor McGonagall advised, observing the students as they attempted to enchant their matches. On Mike's 11th attempt, the match finally exhibited a change, if one could call it that. At the very least, it had turned to shimmering silver. Curiously, he grasped the match, perhaps due to its incomplete transformation, while its hue had shifted to silver. Its shape remained distinctly that of a match. How fascinating, Mike pondered, shaking his head. Transfiguration, at its core, is merely a means of distorting reality. It involves altering an object's fundamental form or properties, either temporarily or permanently, without adhering to the laws of physics. However, in terms of classification, wizards remain confined to the realm of secondary reality distorters, possessing lethality and extraordinary combat prowess, yet still vulnerable to harm when caught unawares. A quintessential example of a secondary reality distorter. The Transfiguration class swiftly concluded, and to Mike's surprise, he and Hermione were the only two who had managed to change the color of their matches, while the others had merely sharpened theirs slightly. Professor McGonagall bestowed upon them the rare gift of a smile, though it did not translate into additional points. Upon exiting the Transfiguration classroom, Hermione joined a group of girls heading to the restroom, while Mike, Ron, and Harry made their way to the Great Hall for lunch. Mike felt a sense of satisfaction at Hermione's newfound companionship. She had finally made friends. In the corridor, Harry and Ron approached with expressions of envy. Mike, how did you do it? Teach us. The two of them had watched as their matches lay untouched, seemingly mocking their lack of progress. After witnessing Professor McGonagall award points to those who had achieved results, they were filled with renewed determination. Seeing their earnest efforts, Mike felt a swell of pride. Though unbeknownst to him, the previous night, the two had strayed from the group to seek his guidance, only to be discovered by Professor McGonagall, who docked their points. However, they had chosen the wrong person to consult. You must have confidence, Mike could only advise. Magic, by its very nature, is a matter of emotional resonance. It is indeed quite temperamental. The book, Beginner's Transfiguration, contains spells and written explanations that serve primarily as aids for comprehension. To say they are useful is to assert that powerful wizards do not require them. Conversely, to claim they are useless would be an oversimplification. Ron and Harry wore expressions of disappointment. All right, if time permits, I will teach you, Mike said, wrapping an arm around each of their shoulders with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ron and Harry's frowns transformed into grins. Professor McGonagall had assigned the task of fully transforming the match into a needle within a month, a challenge that posed little difficulty for Mike. After all, magic operates on distinct paradigms. The soul arrow and the shimmering crystals bear little resemblance to transfiguration. Mike still had yet to comprehend the exact nature of the energy consumed by the soul arrow and shimmering crystals, even after exerting himself to the fullest. He still felt a reservoir of magical energy within him, albeit with diminished focus and fatigue, which hindered his ability to release it effectively. Mike found nothing unusual in this. Anyone would feel such fatigue after engaging in intensive exertion. It was hardly out of the ordinary. However, Mike always felt that something was amiss, especially during today's Transfiguration class. After reciting the incantation, he sensed the magical energy within him flowing into his wand and being released, an experience he had not encountered before when employing those spells. Even the gravity charm required a drain on his magical reserves. Deep in thought, Mike sought an answer, but his contemplation was abruptly interrupted by the enticing aroma wafting from the dining hall, compelling him to cast aside his musings. Not long after they began their meal, a group of girls from Gryffindor finally arrived at the long table, Hermione among them. The girls entered, chattering and laughing, while Hermione trailed behind, her eyes reddened. Mike glanced over, searching for Hermione in the throng, but soon found himself disheartened. Why did he get to make any friends? He sighed in frustration. It seemed he would need to have a heart-to-heart with her over the weekend, for he could not go on without forming friendships. It was not merely about finding a best friend. He needed to connect with someone he could converse with. After lunch, Hermione remained silent throughout, not even taking a seat beside Mike. The little girl seemed quite hurt. After finishing his meal, Mike quietly observed as Hermione completed hers and then rose to follow her. Don't follow me. She erupted once they reached an empty corridor. No one wants to be my friend. In the restroom, they listened to a few of my words and then refused to speak to me. You didn't utter a single word to me during lunch. Everyone hates me. After venting her frustrations, Hermione sank to the floor, burying her head deeply as tears began to flow. Mike crouched down beside her, offering silent companionship while gently patting her back, refraining from uttering a word. After a while, Hermione, with tear-filled eyes, lifted her gaze to Mike. Why don't you leave? Don't despair, Hermione. This isn't the person I know. The Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor for a reason. Remember, it saw the courage within your heart. Mike reassured her, ceasing his comforting gestures, concerned she might hyperventilate from her sobs. I'm not courageous at all. I can't even manage to make a single friend. I am your friend, Hermione. This necklace symbolizes our friendship, does it not? Mike said, gesturing towards the necklace hanging around Hermione's neck. He couldn't help but chuckle at her tear-streaked face, and soon, laughter escaped him. Feeling the warmth of Mike's laughter, Hermione's mood began to stabilize. I think I should capture this moment of you in tears for posterity, Mike said with a smile, pulling out a few tissues from his alchemist's bag and offering them to Hermione. Hermione shot him a glare, but accepted the tissues, wiping her face clean. Just as she finished, Mike yanked her up. You cried enough for now. Let us head back to the common room. We have potions class soon. Don't worry. I'll teach you how to make friends this weekend. But first, it would be wise to wash your face. Patting her shoulder, Mike guided her towards the nearest restroom. Chatting as they walked, Hermione followed him, a slight smile creeping on her lips. If one disregarded her red-rimmed eyes, that smile would indeed be quite lovely. The two walked in comfortable silence, relishing the warmth they brought to each other. Chapter 20, Good Night Chimes. As night fell, the dormitory was filled with the sound of snoring. A bright moon hung in the sky, casting a cool light into the darkened room. A figure stealthily slipped from under the covers and descended from the bed, moving with utmost care to avoid making a sound. Creak. Damn it, Mike muttered under his breath, quickening his pace as he exited the dormitory. By the bedside, a slime watched him leave before burrowing back into the covers. The common room was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the fireplace, though it provided little light. Behind the portrait, Mike double-checked the items he had brought, ensuring he was fully prepared. Invisibility potion, check. Speed potion, check. Night vision potion, check. Alchemist's bag, check. Wand, check. Everything was in order. He just needed the right moment. Downing the invisibility potion, Mike vanished from sight, leaving behind only a floating blue nightgown. Well, the effect seems to hold, but thankfully I wore my robe underneath. The nightgown fell to the ground. The portrait swung open and then shut, restoring silence to the common room. Now in the corridor, Mike strolled at a leisurely pace, retrieving the night vision potion from his alchemist's bag. He twisted the cap off and took a small sip. The sweet taste of carrot flooded his mouth, and instantly, every detail cloaked in darkness was revealed before his eyes. Strange, did a little wizard just come out? The fat lady rubbed her sleepy eyes, attempting to discern who had passed, but Mike had already slipped away. On the 8th floor in the corridor, before the troll-bashing tapestry of the goblin, the blue particles dissipated, and Mike, clad in his school robe, appeared, panting heavily. Due to the potion's limited duration and quantity, he had sprinted the entire way. The journey was perilous, as he encountered nearly every frightful entity one might meet during a nocturnal escapade at Hogwarts. The patrolling Filch and the Fat Lady, the Weasley twins and their chaotic antics, the mischievous Peeves flying about, and the eerie specter of the Blood Baron. The most terrifying, however, was the sleepwalking Professor Snape. Curse that wretched Slytherin. He had been wandering the corridor with his eyes closed, nearly colliding with Mike as he turned a corner, almost giving Mike a heart attack. Do you know the psychological trauma inflicted upon a first-year wizard when encountering a sleepwalking Professor Snape during a nighttime stroll? Excluding these encounters, Mike's first nocturnal adventure had been relatively flawless. But alas, it was merely his first nighttime escapade. Fortunately, no unforeseen incidents had transpired. Otherwise, Mike wouldn't be standing before the tapestry now. Taking a moment to steady his racing heart and calm his breathing, Mike focused on the tapestry. How does one open a room of requirement again? The passage of time was infinite after 12 years. It was a miracle that remnants of the original story still lingered in Mike's memory, let alone the method to access the room of requirement. Open sesame? Mike thought aloud, glancing at the tapestry. The troll, who had been battering the tapestry, paused and fixed its beady eyes on Mike. All right, that's not it. Shifting his thoughts, Mike pondered. The room of requirement opens for those in need, so all I must do is let the room know I have a necessity. I need a place to hide things. I need a place to hide things. Standing before the tapestry, Mike closed his eyes and repeated this mantra several times. When he opened them again, a slightly dusty door had materialized on the wall. It was clearly a perfect spot for hiding things. Pushing open the grand door, a chaotic array of items lay piled high, remnants of objects that Hogwarts students had sought to conceal over the centuries. A few tomes were haphazardly stacked in one corner, their covers rendered indecipherable by the passage of time. Tattered cauldrons formed a precarious tower, teetering on the brink of collapse. A few plants had long since withered into yellowed husks. Within an iron cage lay a diminutive skeleton, a claw dangling through the bars, its empty eye sockets facing the entrance. It seemed that even in death, it had awaited the arrival of its master, a day that would regrettably never come. The relentless passage of time was starkly evident in this forsaken place. Mike gazed at the skeletal remains of the small creature, discerning its canine form, still adorned with a dog tag. The inscription on the tag had succumbed to erosion, leaving only a few letters barely legible. Chems? The letters had faded to the point of obscurity, and despite his utmost efforts, Mike could only make out those few characters. Meeting the hollow gaze of the skull, he sighed deeply, retrieving a bag to carefully stow the cage within. If we must meet, then let me grant you a dignified farewell. Navigating around the clutter before him, Mike pressed onward into the depths. Though much of the content had slipped from his memory, certain significant details remained intact. For instance, the treasures of the four founders, Gryffindor's sword, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Hufflepuff's golden cup. Gryffindor's sword, as a prized possession of Hogwarts, was secured within the headmaster's office, while the other three artifacts had been transformed into wretched Horcruxes by that nefarious Voldemort. Millennia-old relics, and yet he had the audacity to defile them into Horcruxes in China. Such an act would earn him a lengthy sentence for the destruction of cultural heritage. If Mike's recollections were accurate, Ravenclaw's diadem resided within the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. Though he had forgotten the precise location, the repugnant essence of the Horcrux was unmistakable. Among the surrounding clutter, it would surely stand out. As he passed a half-body stone statue, he was captivated by the tattered crown adorning its bald head. Though seemingly unremarkable, the unsettling aura it exuded assured Mike that this was indeed Ravenclaw's diadem. He sought this item primarily for an experiment. Should it succeed, all would rejoice. And if it failed, the loss would be negligible. Why not take the chance? The alchemist's bag, reputed to possess vast storage capacity, was essentially a portal to an independent space, meaning that placing Ravenclaw's diadem inside would have little to no impact. With careful application of gravity magic, he gently removed the diadem, guiding it to float into the bag. Next, he retrieved a vial of invisibility potion and a vial of speed potion, sealing the bag's opening. As he consumed both potions, he instantly became invisible from head to toe. Exiting the Room of Requirement, the door behind him gradually faded away, and with the enhancement of the speed potion, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly arriving at an open space outside the castle. With a flick of his wand, a small pit was cleared. The bag opened. The iron cage soared forth, and the skeleton emerged, landing gently within the pit. A life once vibrant now resembled a wilted bloom. Death acted as a wall, separating us from Chems. Chems had brought us much joy, and now he lay peacefully beneath the earth. I pondered whether he was well in another realm, yet I believed he still existed, merely in a different form, accompanying us in spirit. People often assert that time erases all, yet I maintain that as long as a name is spoken, the familiar visage will be recalled in our minds. Not knowing your name, I shall call you Chems. In my previous life, there was a dog by that name who brought us immense joy, and when I departed, he was still there. However, in this world, he likely has yet to be born. I hope this farewell is not too late. Good night, Chems. Death is not the end, forgetting is. If there are still those who remember your story, if your visage can still be recalled, if the joy and sorrow you brought us remain in our hearts, then you shall never truly depart from us. I wish you could savor delightful feasts and run with new friends in paradise. Thank you, Chems. Rest well. Good night. In memory of that dog who brought us boundless joy, he is one of the greatest memes. Good night, Chems. He doesn't comprehend the concept of death, so he merely feels as though he has taken an extraordinarily long nap. Do not grieve too greatly for him. As long as one among us remembers him, he has not died. The legacy he left on the internet shall endure eternally. Join me in saying, good night, Chems. Do not cry. Goodbye. Chems. Chapter 21. Matters of the Forbidden Forest. On the 8th floor, within the Room of Requirement, the space had transformed from the disarray Mike had previously encountered into a neatly organized magical research chamber. Grant me a place to study magic, he had declared 10 minutes prior, standing before the tapestry. Closing his eyes, He recited the incantation thrice, and the door materialized before him. Life at Hogwarts was remarkably liberating. With only a handful of classes each day, such a scenario was unimaginable to Mike before his college years in his past life. Consequently, aside from attending classes and dining, Mike devoted the majority of his time to the library and the Room of Requirement, diligently seeking clues regarding Horcruxes. Regrettably, the expansive Hogwarts library contained not a single tome on Horcruxes, not even in the restricted section. The sole book that made a passing mention was a mere footnote. Horcruxes are the most malevolent and dark form of dark magic. This book will not delve into the subject. Such was the entirety of Mike's findings. Yet, this did not surprise him. After Dumbledore's departure, it was likely that the bald-headed one had long since removed all perilous tomes from the restricted section to prevent the emergence of another such menace. Ravenclaw's diadem sat upon the table, emanating tendrils of dark energy, which Mike could perceive. The azure glow of soul magic flickered to life in his hands as he cautiously approached the diadem, the dark energy resisting with increasing ferocity, challenging the luminescence of the soul magic. Effective, yet insufficient. Mike's current mastery of soul magic was merely at a rudimentary level. If one were to assign it a rank, it would be a mere one. Nonetheless, it was the optimal choice for confronting the fragment of Voldemort's soul residing within the diadem. There were numerous methods to obliterate a Horcrux. Dismantling its physical form was one, while vanquishing the soul it housed was another. The distinction lay in the fact that the former would inflict irreversible damage upon the object, while the latter would preserve it to the greatest extent possible. Mike aimed for the latter. The azure light in his hands intensified, and the dark energy was momentarily subdued, yet it quickly regained its strength. A vexing predicament indeed. Were it not for the concern that a soul arrow might damage the diadem, Mike would have unleashed one long ago. For the past 20 experiments, he had exerted himself to maximize the output of soul magic, yet the results remained disheartening. Utilizing the gravitational magic, Mike deftly stowed the crown back into the alchemist's bag and stepped out of the Wish-Grantair's abode, the door behind him gradually vanishing into the ether. The magical torches along the corridor flickered to life, illuminating the passageway as twilight descended. A thought flickered through Mike's mind. Should he hand the crown over to old Dumbledore? This notion was swiftly extinguished. The absurdity of giving the crown to Dumbledore aside. How could he possibly explain the origins of this artifact? Drawing the attention of Dumbledore too soon was not something Mike desired. He had no intention of becoming merely a pawn in the grand chess game of the headmaster. Those who wished to be pawns could do so. Mike simply aspired to lead a carefree and unrestrained life with Hermione, and he would not hesitate to eliminate any obstacle in his path. Well, except for Mr. Granger, but Mike trusted that his father would handle that. Shaking off his erratic thoughts, Mike descended the staircase, contemplating the tasks that lay ahead. The first task, gaze into the mirror of desire, had the objective of inspecting the heiress mirror, incomplete. The rewards included a magic scroll for Frosted Ice Block X1, a powerful soul arrow magic scroll X1, a random spellbook X1, and the Noida spell editing guide X1, along with 200 gold coins. This mirror does not reflect your physical form, but rather the desires of your innermost self, laying bare all that you yearn for. The only consolation is perhaps that one can only see their own desires. The second task, Potion Journey, Part 1, required the fermentation of 4 spider eyes, incomplete, and promised rewards of a brewing station X1, 16 flame sticks, and 32 glass bottles. Potions would accompany Mike on his forthcoming journey, making the enhancement of his potion-making skills a prudent choice. These were the 2 tasks presented in the task ledger. Frankly, the Noida spell editing guide held significant allure for Mike. Possessing that tome would greatly bolster his combat prowess. However, he had yet to locate the room housing the heiress mirror, which struck him as quite peculiar, as he believed it to be situated near the library. Indeed, he had ventured too little at night. But then, today marked only his 3rd day at Hogwarts. Tonight's agenda was set, to venture into the Forbidden Forest and slay a few acromantulas, perhaps collecting some herbs along the way. With this thought in mind, Mike arrived at the entrance to the common room. Please state the password, the fat lady in the portrait intoned. Mike scratched his head, dragging down. Password correct. The portrait swung open, allowing Mike to enter. The Gryffindor common room was buzzing with activity, with some engaged in lively conversation while others diligently completed their assignments. Truth be told, those writing assignments were likely less than cheerful. Mike had already completed his homework during his research at the library and now felt light as air. He navigated through the throng of chatting students and entered the dormitory. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were immersed in their own assignments, oblivious to Mike's arrival. For hours later, under a starry sky, the weather was perfect for a rule-breaking escapade. By the light of the moon, Mike stealthily crept across the grounds, quickly reaching the edge of the forbidden forest. To ensure the efficiency and success of this venture, Mike had deliberately rested for 4 hours on the boat. Dumbledore had expressly cautioned against entering the forbidden forest during the feast, yet unless one ventured deep within, the dangers were minimal. The perils of the forest possessed an uneven beauty. Danger lurked within, while the edges remained relatively safe. Amidst the dense shadows of the trees, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. After consuming a vial of night vision potion and another of invisibility potion, Mike wiped his mouth and stepped boldly into the forest. The night within the forbidden forest was eerily silent, save for the sound of Mike's footsteps and the chirping of insects. Moonlight cascaded down like water, casting a silvery glow upon the dark expanse. As he ventured further, the sounds of insects receded, replaced by the unmistakable din of a fierce battle not far off. Downing a vial of speed potion, Mike took advantage of the lingering effects of his invisibility and night vision potions and stealthily made his way toward the source of the noise. Before him, a group of centaur-like creatures clashed with the acromantulas he sought, arrows raining down upon the monstrous spiders, causing Mike to retreat instinctively back into the underbrush. Should he offer assistance? The acromantulas were already pushing forward against the centaur's onslaught. If he refrained from intervening, the centaur tribe would surely suffer heavy casualties. However, establishing a friendly rapport with the centaurs would facilitate future excursions into the forbidden forest. Returning his focus to the battlefield, Mike observed that the combatants had engaged in close quarters, with the centaurs, more adept at range combat, beginning to falter against the acromantulas, who excelled in melee. The spiders' formidable exoskeletons, sharp pincers, and lethal venom made them fearsome close combatants. Despite the centaur's strength, overcoming the acromantulas one-on-one without suitable weaponry or magic proved a daunting task. As the first casualties began to emerge among the centaurs, Mike, hidden within the foliage, finally took action. Magic missiles flew forth like a volley of gunfire, striking several of the advancing acromantulas. The centaurs, taken aback, turned their gazes toward the source of the magic, only to find no one present. Following a brief barrage of magical missiles to suppress the assault, Mike unleashed his ice magic, casting spells that struck the nearest acromantulas, coating them in a layer of frost and slowing their movements. With wands in hand, he unleashed a flurry of magic missiles, their yellow glow mingling with the icy blue light of his freezing spells, mesmerizing the centaurs. They watched in astonishment as magic projectiles rained down upon the spiders, some unable to discern the origin of the spells. The freezing spells debuffed the spiders, while the magic missiles dealt damage, though the impact was not particularly impressive. The sheer volume proved sufficient to inflict considerable harm on the hapless creatures. Why are you dawdling? Shoot your arrows. Mike had already cast spells for quite some time, his magical reserves dwindling to less than half. Yet the centaur's range support had yet to materialize, and the acromantulas began to push forward once more, igniting his frustration. Finally, the centaurs reacted, retrieving arrows from their quivers, drawing their bows to convert potential energy into kinetic energy, and loosing their arrows like meteors. Coupled with Mike's freezing magic, their damage to the acromantulas significantly increased. At last, the long-awaited support from the archers arrived, relieving Mike of some tension. He ceased casting magic missiles with his left hand and shifted to casting freezing spells, with Mike's freezing magic marking the targets. The centaur's attacks homed in on the struck acromantulas with uncanny precision. Those hit by the freezing spell not only suffered reduced defenses and slowed speed, but the conspicuous frost upon their bodies rendered them highly visible in the darkness, ensuring none escaped the centaur's arrows. Under the combined assault of Mike and the centaurs, the acromantulas began their retreat. Soon, the battle reached its conclusion. At this moment, the effects of the invisibility potion had just worn off, exposing Mike to the gaze of the centaurs. A wizard. The appearance of Mike provoked a flurry of whispers among the centaurs. Greetings, and my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. A silver-maned centaur waved at Mike and spoke. I am Forenza. May I inquire your name, esteemed sir? Mike Stephen, just call me Mike, he replied. I am profoundly grateful. Sir Mike, but regretfully we must take our leave. As you can see, many of our kin are injured and require immediate treatment. Forenza bowed deeply to Mike, preparing to depart. The venom of the eight-eyed giant spider is notoriously difficult to counteract. Any delay could prove fatal. Wait, Mike called out. Forenza turned around, gazing at Mike with a look of confusion. Take these potions, they can heal your wounds. As for the poison, that burden rests upon you. Forenza's face brightened at once, and he bowed once more. Thank you for your aid, esteemed sir. The centaur shall remember your kindness and will repay it in due time. Please be mindful. The Mars star shines brightly of late, and danger lurks at every corner. Protect yourself. With that, Firenze raised his hooves and led the other centaurs away. Hold on, Mike exclaimed in urgency. At least send someone to escort me back. Alas, there was no hat to be found. Setting that aside, Mike gazed at the corpses of the 8-eyed giant spiders, his eyes alight with fervor. All this gold galleons. The venom of the 8-eyed giant spider can fetch 500 galleons per pint. Utilizing gravity magic, he detached several spider eyes and placed them in a pre-prepared fermentation jar, then crouched down to extract more venom into empty vials. With the assistance of gravity magic, collecting these substances from the 8-eyed giant spiders was remarkably facile. He merely needed to position the vials near their mandibles, and gravity magic would compress their heads, forcing the venom to spurt into the bottles. After gathering all the available venom from the fallen spiders, Mike rose to his feet, stowing the materials in his bag, and retrieved a vial of speed potion 2. Consuming it eagerly, the crisp, sweet liquid flooded his mouth, imbuing him with boundless energy. With a powerful push from his right foot, he darted down the path like an arrow released from a bow. The wind howled past his ears, and the surroundings seemed to retreat in reverse. In no time, Mike reached the edge of the forbidden forest. Coming to a halt, he drank another vial of invisibility potion and sprinted towards the castle. Unbeknownst to him, Fred and George, who were also wandering the forbidden forest that night, witnessed the figure racing through the woods like the wind. What they did not know was that from this night forth, a legend would be born at Hogwarts, a tale of the speed demon. It was said that if one began to run swiftly while wandering the forbidden forest at night, they would attract the attention of the speed demon. But that was a story for another time. Chapter 22. Professor Snape, the infuriating half-blood. The following day, Mike rubbed his eyes as he sat up in bed. After 2 consecutive nights of nocturnal escapades, his body was feeling the strain. Wandering the halls of Hogwarts at night was a tremendous test of both energy and stamina. He could scarcely fathom where the Weasley twins found such endless vitality for their nightly adventures. At that moment, Mike felt utterly exhausted. His morning class was potions, commencing at 10 o'clock and concluding at 11:45 under the supervision of Professor Snape. The thought of this filled Mike with trepidation. Setting aside Snape's notoriously prickly demeanor, the fact that he was a friend of Harry would undoubtedly draw the professor's attention towards him. For instance, it would be akin to finding an uncontaminated fish in a pool of radioactive waste. One might question whether they would dare to consume it. It seemed prudent to keep a distance from Harry during class. Mike had no desire to be caught in Snape's crossfire. As for confronting Snape with Eastern mystical powers, ridiculous. He had no wish for an early demise. Rising from his bed, Mike stretched lazily, his thigh brushing against something. Curiously, he reached down and extracted a lump of slime from beneath the covers. "Little Blue, don't you have your own nest?" Mike lamented, gazing at the slime before him. Despite his efforts to provide her with a cozy abode, having painstakingly dismantled the cage, she had taken to burrowing into his bed every night, a frequency that had escalated from once every 2 days to daily. "Look at the mess you've made." Hedwig wouldn't even stay. Harry and Hedwig, still in slumber, seemed to convey a silent message. "Do not disturb." All right, I'll get you a nice nest for Christmas. Is that acceptable?" Mike sighed. "Fine, but until Christmas, I'll be sleeping in your bed." Little Blue wriggled free from Mike's grasp and dove back into the covers. Sighing heavily, Mike swung his legs over the side of the bed and donned his school robes. Harry and Ron were nowhere to be found. Typically, they woke early, yet today, even as Mike rose, they remained in slumber. Not wishing to disrupt their peaceful rest, Mike quietly exited the room. The common room was typically bustling after lunch and dinner, but at this hour, it was rather desolate. Mike made no unnecessary delays and departed straight away. The morning castle held a serene stillness. Most portraits along the corridors were still in slumber. Remembering the route to the Great Hall, Mike encountered no obstacles, for the troublemaker's active hours were concentrated in the evening. Ensuring his safety, with a heavy heart, he finished his breakfast and resolutely made his way towards the Great Hall doors. The reason was simple. The next class was potions, and he was a Gryffindor. Perhaps due to regulations aimed at fostering inter-house relationships, Gryffindor and Slytherin shared potions classes. In fact, many classes were conducted together for these 2 houses. The rivalry between them was notorious. It would be rather unusual for students at Hogwarts to engage in a fight unless it involved Gryffindor and Slytherin, which was almost commonplace. The potions class was led by the ever-elusive Severus Snape, a figure who commanded undeniable popularity within the Harry Potter series, bearing many titles. The Hogwarts' most ardent romantic, the Bat, the one who never washes his hair. These were merely a few of his labels. In his youth, he had a flair for the dramatic. The Half-Blood Prince from the textbooks was testament to that. Truth be told, Mike held a certain admiration for Professor Snape. Few dared to acknowledge the rather juvenile moniker he had chosen for himself in his youth. Nevertheless, the seemingly irksome Professor Snape harbored a tragic past. He had scarcely worn decent clothing as a child and had endured domestic abuse at the hands of his father, a man who despised wizards. Then he met Lily, and for a time, it seemed as though his dreary world might glimpse a flicker of light. Yet, with the utterance of Mudblood, his beloved severed ties with him, turning instead to the embrace of those he considered foes. It was a lamentable tale, was it not? Most significantly, Harry bore a striking resemblance to the very person who had stolen his beloved away, making it difficult for Mike to dismiss the notion that Harry might incur Snape's wrath for entering the classroom with his right foot first. Returning to the matter at hand. The potions classroom was situated in the basement of the castle. On his way there, Mike unexpectedly encountered someone he had anticipated yet also did not. Hermione. Mike, where have you been these past few days? Upon recognizing Mike, Hermione's expression shifted from initial delight to irritation. The library has hardly ever seen your presence. Nor have you graced the public lounge during the evenings. Last night, your two friends even ventured out in search of you. What on earth have you been up to at night? Hermione exclaimed, her cheeks slightly flushed with indignation. Mike inwardly lamented, for the little which was astutely clever, leaving him devoid of any plausible excuse to evade her inquiries. Shall I say I was practicing magic? Would you believe that? With no other recourse, he resorted to the excuse of magical practice. In truth, there was merit to his claim. He indeed had been honing his magical skills, albeit in a somewhat perilous locale. Hermione regarded Mike with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, declaring, "Then you must take me along." "Certainly, I will be delighted to," Mike replied eagerly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he navigated this hurdle, entering the dimly lit underground classroom alongside Hermione. The atmosphere was as cold and foreboding as severe as Snape's countenance upon encountering Harry. The shelves brimming with sealed vials containing various animal organs only heightened the ominous ambience. At this juncture, the potions classroom was sparsely populated, with even Snape yet to arrive. Hermione, adhering to her usual routine, promptly retrieved her textbook to begin her pre-class preparations. While Mike sat idly, appearing somewhat disengaged, he understood that no matter how well one prepared, Snape would invariably find a reason to pick on you. As students trickled in, Harry and Ron approached Mike without a hint of regard for his apprehensive demeanor. "Mike, where have you been these past few days? I've never seen you in bed." "I'll explain where I've been later. Could you not sit so close?" Mike gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to push Harry away. "If you keep this up, I'll attract Snape's attention as well, and I'd rather avoid that." He shifted slightly to the side, hoping to evade Snape's scrutiny that might fall upon Harry. "Buddy, it's not that I'm not loyal. It's just that your mother's genes didn't quite cut it. If you had inherited her looks, Snape would have dealt with Voldemort single-handedly, and we wouldn't even be here." Shortly after Harry's arrival, the brooding figure of Professor Snape finally appeared in the classroom. No one could fathom the emotions that accompanied his entrance, and it is unlikely that anyone ever would. This lovesick man harbored a complex mix of affection and resentment toward his beloved son, and pure hatred had never truly existed, for Harry bore half of Lily's bloodline. With eyes that scanned the classroom like a searchlight, Snape let out a disdainful huff and strode to the front of the class. His slow, menacing voice resonated, silencing the young witches and wizards. "I am exceedingly pleased to see all of you in this classroom." He emphasized the word pleased with a sardonic edge, and here, you need not foolishly brandish your wands. He cast a withering glance at Ron. "Since there shall be no mindless wand waving, many of you will not believe in the existence of magic. I do not expect you to genuinely grasp the exquisite beauty of a cauldron simmering with fragrant vapors, nor the enchanting liquid that courses through human veins, evoking fascination and a sense of wonder. You are about to learn the world's most enigmatic skill, one that can bestow prestige, create honor, and even conquer death, provided, of course, that you're not the kind of fools I frequently encounter, whose heads are filled with nothing but straw." Snape's oratory was captivating, reminiscent of those persuasive figures in Mike's past life. And the young witches and wizards in the classroom were utterly enthralled, particularly when Snape spoke of brewing honor. The Slytherins perked up with keen interest. Potter, the unfortunate Harry, unexpectedly summoned, momentarily froze, staring blankly at Snape. The professor's voice, laden with intimidation, inquired, "Tell me, what does the addition of daffodil root to mugwort infusion yield?" I don't know, Professor." "Then, if I were to request a piece of dungstone, where would you procure it?" "I don't know, Professor." "Very well. And what distinguishes aconite from wolfsbane?" "I don't know." Poor Harry was caught off guard by Snape's relentless interrogation. And after surrendering 3 uncertain responses, Snape spoke again. It appears that your fame does not equate to knowledge. It is evident you have not prepared. 10 points from Gryffindor. Ignoring Hermione's raised hand, Snape declared the penalty with a booming voice. All right, enough now. I can't fault you for holding your hand up for so long. That's just how Snape is. Mike remarked, gently lowering Hermione's arm. I could have answered that. Hermione retorted. Next came the practical segment, wherein Snape assigned the task of concocting a potion to treat scabies, with students working in pairs. For Mike, brewing this novice-level potion was an effortless endeavor. As the textbook The Art of Potion Making detailed nearly every procedure involved in potion preparation. Moreover, thanks to the unique brewing techniques honed through the MC experience, Mike's potion crafting skills had already reached a level comparable to that of moderately accomplished potion masters. Brewing potions in MC without the aid of a potion table was an incredible challenge, yet Mike still produced an array of potions with varying effects, underscoring the potency of the textbook. Had he not possessed that book, he might not have been able to brew even the simplest of concoctions. After extensive practice, Mike had mastered most of the techniques and special methods detailed within, making the brewing of this entry-level potion second nature to him. As Hermione read aloud the required materials from the textbook, Mike deftly prepared the ingredients, tossing them into the cauldron in rapid succession. By the time Hermione finished her recitation, the potion was nearly complete. The Art of Potion Making contained not only the methods and techniques for potion brewing, but also several spells designed to enhance both the speed and quality of the potion. Unfortunately, Snape seemed disinterested in Mike's potion, merely casting a cursory glance and offering a few perfunctory compliments before moving on. However, he failed to notice the unusual glint in his eye as he departed. The potions class concluded swiftly, and, as the students ascended the stairs, finally escaping the cold, dark confines of the underground classroom, they collectively exhaled in relief. Why do I get the feeling that this professor has it in for me? Harry mused aloud, glancing at Mike and Ron as they walked. It's evident, but I heard Fred and George say he's always like this, always picking a scapegoat to deduct points from. So it's not your fault, Mike replied sympathetically, patting Harry on the shoulder before being pulled away by Hermione. Well, I think he's worse off than you, Ron remarked, watching Mike being led away by Hermione. Chapter 23. A Thrilling Battle. All right, let me see, Mike said, rummaging through the shelves in the room of requirement, searching for the vial containing fermented spider eyes. Could this be it? His fingertips brushed against a warm, solid object, and he grasped it firmly. For some reason, the fermentation of spider eyes released heat, warming the bottle. Perhaps this is the essence of magic? Placing the vial on the table, he concentrated, and the task list materialized out of thin air, the pages fluttering open until they landed on a specific page. The Journey of Potions, Part 1 Mission Objective. Ferment Spider Eyes X4 completed. Mission Reward. Brewing Stand X1. Blaze Rod X16. Glass Bottles X32. Awaiting collection. As he placed his palm upon the page, the quest parchment transformed into a constellation of starlight and dissipated into the ether. Once the celestial glow had fully vanished, the rewards materialized upon the table. However, just as Mike was about to inspect the rewards, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, Mike found himself in a grand hall, where, at its center, stood a solitary figure clad in a purple royal robe, adorned with a crown. Assessing his condition, Mike quickly realized the situation at hand, another forced trial. He remained clad in iron armor, a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right. Yet, unlike the iron sword from the Naga trial, he now wielded an ironwood sword. This sword bore enchantments, its blade shimmering with a radiant purple glow. Gently caressing the sword's surface, Mike pointed it towards the figure at the hall's center. The stone brick walls and the paintings that adorned them made it immediately clear to Mike what trial he faced. The Lich trial. Sensing Mike's murderous intent, the Lich slowly turned, its hollow eye sockets glowing a menacing red. A staff appeared in its hand, which it waved to conjure a golden shield that encased it. Observing this, Mike hesitated no longer. He charged forward, shield raised. He swung his sword at the Lich's face, but in an instant, the golden shield shifted to block his attack. The impact felt like striking a solid iron block, sending vibrations up Mike's arm and causing pain in his palm. A fireball flew towards him, and Mike raised his shield just in time. With a resounding explosion, the shield absorbed the blow, but he was pushed back several steps. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Mike shook his numb right arm and fixed his gaze on the Lich. The previous strike had solely been a test to gauge the strength of the Lich's shield and to glean its offensive capabilities. Everything transpired within the bounds of his expectations. The Lich's combat prowess mirrored that of the games from his past life, with its summoned shields effectively mitigating all physical damage. As he deflected a shadow magic sphere shot by the Lich's doppelganger, Mike furrowed his brow. A battle solely against the Lich's true form would be manageable. But the presence of its two summoned doppelgangers complicated matters significantly. These doppelgangers could not be harmed, and could also unleash shadow magic spheres and fireballs, posing a considerable threat to Mike. While contemplating a strategy, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He swiftly retreated to a corner, exposing only his front while pressing his back against the wall. This way, he would not have to worry about defense against the shadow magic spheres and fireballs, as his back was entirely shielded. As he raised his shield, the Lich and its doppelgangers unleashed their magic spheres simultaneously. Mike swung his ironwood sword horizontally, sending 3 magic spheres back towards the Lich. The spheres struck the Lich's body, shattering 3 of its 5 protective shields. If only he still had his alchemist bag. A few instant healing potions would suffice. Now he was left to engage in a tedious back and forth. He felt the emptiness at his waist where the alchemist's bag should have hung. Upon entering the trial, all his equipment had been confiscated, replaced with a new set from the game. He was unsure whether to express gratitude or frustration. Once more, the staff emitted a sound, launching a fireball followed by 2 magic spheres. Mike calmly raised a shield to absorb the explosion of the fireball, then retaliated by deflecting the magic spheres back. 1 sphere struck true, while the other narrowly missed. Seizing the moment, Mike charged forward. As 3 magic spheres were shot out, he dodged 2 from the side and deflected the one coming straight at him with a swift stroke of his sword, shattering the Lich's final shield. In that instant, the Lich's doppelgangers vanished, and the Lich's empty right hand produced a golden sword, while its left-hand staff transformed into a zombie staff. With a flick of the staff, several Lich minions materialized, surrounding him, while the golden sword lunged towards Mike. With a resounding thud, Mike deflected the golden sword with his shield, then stepped forward, aiming his sword at the Lich's face. Just as he was about to strike, the Lich's minions surged forward, grasping and pulling him back. Mike's ironwood sword was mere inches from the Lich's skull, but could not penetrate further. Taking advantage of the moment, the Lich teleported away, creating distance before unleashing 2 fireballs. The resulting explosion released a colossal shockwave, obliterating the Lich's minions that had ensnared Mike. As the smoke began to clear, the Lich's bony visage displayed a look of disdain. In the next moment, the smoke parted with a swift stroke of Mike's sword, followed by another direct strike towards the Lich. The speed was such that the Lich barely had time to raise its golden sword for defense before the ironwood sword connected, knocking it off balance and crashing to the ground. I must thank those 2 fireballs, otherwise I would have likely perished at the hands of your minions, Mike thought as the smoke dissipated, revealing him unscathed. The damage from the fireballs had been absorbed by the Lich's minions, leaving Mike with negligible harm from the residual force. All right, it's time to put an end to this. Mike approached the Lich, his ironwood sword aimed directly at it, poised to strike. With a resounding clang, the swords met, and in the next instant, Mike retreated a few steps, eyeing the Lich warily. The Lich rose slowly, golden sword in hand, advancing towards Mike. The distance between them shrank as the Lich approached. Just as they came within 3 meters of each other, both combatants launched their assaults. The ironwood sword and golden sword clashed in an instant, devoid of any magic, merely a contest of raw strength and skill. The swords arced like shooting stars, meeting each other in a dance of combat, creating a stalemate. The air around them crackled with tension. In the blink of an eye, several strikes were exchanged. Although Mike lacked the finesse and power of the Lich, the advantage of his iron armor and shield compensated for these disparities. Over time, Mike began to gain the upper hand against the Lich. After all, the Lich was now merely a skeletal frame, its former might reduced to a mere fraction, relying solely on magic for strength. But how much magical power could a mere skeleton possess? As time passed, the Lich finally revealed a crack in its defenses, and Mike seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive blow. The skull flew backward, the skeletal structure crumbled, and then dissipated into wisps of smoke. Watching the Lich's remains vanish, Mike's body weakened, and he sank to one knee, gasping for breath. The disparity in strength displayed by the Lich throughout the battle had been stark. The difference in power before and after the shield shattering was profound, leaving Mike profoundly shaken. However, the swordsmanship employed by the Lich proved advantageous for Mike, as he secretly noted both their techniques during their confrontation, intending to assimilate them in the future. The scene gradually disintegrated, and in a moment of bewilderment, Mike found himself back inside the request room. The mission scroll flew out on its own, rapidly flipping through its pages before unfurling atop the table. Fortunately, the exhaustion of his physical body was completely alleviated upon leaving the trial grounds. Mike rose to his feet, scrutinizing the page that the scroll had landed on. Lich Tower Lich Trial. Mission objective: defeat Lich X1 completed. Mission rewards: Dusk Sphere Spellbook X1, Lich Barrier Spellbook X1, Lich Blade, Sharpness 6, Durability 4, Frost Infusion V, Experience Mending Eye, Soulbound, Cleaving 4, X1, Pending Collection. The Archmage Liches govern the barrier domains of the Dusk Marsh, the Dark Forest, and the Snowy Forest. Even as their corporeal forms have long since turned to bone, these Archmages are not particularly loquacious, and their tempers are notoriously foul. At the sight of the rewards, Mike felt an exhilarating surge that swept away all fatigue, making every effort worthwhile. 2 spellbooks and a golden sword, adorned with floating magical runes, materialized on the table. Without casting a glance at the spellbooks, Mike drew the sword from its sheath, lifting the Lich Blade to assess it from various angles. The blade faintly reflected light, occasionally imbued with a purple aura, harmonizing beautifully with the floating magical runes. The sheath, too, was no ordinary item, embellished with golden tassels and an array of gemstones. The purple base enhancing its opulence, exuding grandeur without losing an air of sophistication. Returning the sword to its sheath, Mike turned to glance at the clock within the request room, the displayed time causing his previously relaxed heart to race once more. Oh no! It was nearly time to practice magic with Hermione. With a swift motion, he stowed the items into his alchemist pouch and dashed out, leaving the clock in the request room to chime its lonely toll. Chapter 24. The Unfortunate Knight Wanderer. Are you ready? What we are about to undertake is quite perilous. In the request room, Mike stood with his arms crossed, observing Hermione before him. Ready, Hermione replied, her cheeks slightly flushed under Mike's unwavering gaze. Yet she maintained her composure and elegance. Pay attention, feel the magical essence above. Mike raised his wand, its tip shimmering with a purple glow, transforming the request room into a magical training ground as neatly stacked cushions began to levitate in response to the purple light. 10 minutes prior, Mike had brought Hermione to the door of the request room. Think of what you desire, repeat it 3 times, and then open your eyes. He adjusted Hermione's stance, turning her to face the tapestry depicting the giant clubbing the silly Bonaparte. They both silently repeated the phrase 3 times before simultaneously opening their eyes and pushing open the door that had appeared. Behind it lay an almost perfect magical training room, complete with shelves of spellbooks, cushions in the corners, and numerous moving dummies. Thus commenced the earlier scene, with Mike inquiring whether Hermione was prepared. Under the precise control of the gravity spell, the cushions danced in the air before neatly stacking themselves again. Give it a try. Mike retracted his wand, encouragingly gazing at Hermione. Taking a deep breath, Hermione pointed her wand at the cushions, attempting to cast the gravity spell based on her own perceptions. Magical energy surged from the tip of her wand, scattering the neatly arranged cushions once more. Hermione's face flushed, and she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Mike chuckled, raising his wand and restoring the cushions to their previous order. An hour later, the two exited the request room. Torches had ignited along the corridors of the castle, signaling that night had fallen. Gravity magic proved challenging for Hermione, but under Mike's guidance and support, she managed to grasp some concepts during that hour, successfully lifting the cushions, a commendable improvement. However, he wondered how she would fare with soul magic and lumpstone magic. He planned to teach her during their next training session. It was only when he heard his stomach rumble that Mike remembered he had yet to have dinner. With a burst of speed, he raced to the Great Hall. Fortunate that dinner was only halfway through. Finding his place at the Gryffindor table, he plopped down and began to feast heartily on the food upon his plate. Hermione had not come to eat, presumably opting for a sandwich to munch on while studying, while Harry and Ron, those two simpletons, had long finished and vanished from sight. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, Mike devoured his meal with astonishing speed, leaving the adjacent Hufflepuff badger utterly flabbergasted. Who truly is the Hufflepuff here? Having swiftly completed his dinner, Mike wiped his mouth and strode out of the Great Hall. Time ticked away, and soon it was curfew. The portrait of the fat lady leading to the Gryffindor common room swung open and then closed, yet no one emerged. Mike downed a vial of invisibility potion, rendering his body and clothes intangible, and then bolted downstairs. With the enhancement of speed too, he could reach the Forbidden Forest from Hogwarts Castle in under 10 minutes, a feat of remarkable swiftness. This time, Mike had but one objective: to earn the friendship of the Centaur clan. Having previously aided the Centaur patrol in escaping danger, he felt confident. He retrieved a vial of night vision potion from his alchemist pouch and downed it in one gulp, immediately illuminating the dark path of the Forbidden Forest, revealing every detail. It must be noted, the efficiency difference between having a brewing station and not having one was astronomical. Brewing even the simplest healing potion with a cauldron would take Mike a full hour. Thankfully, time at Hogwarts was quite forgiving, or else he would not have had enough. Although, in many cases, healing potions were unnecessary. Brewing other potions was similarly time-consuming, typically taking anywhere from 1 to 4 hours, which frustrated Mike immensely. However, with the brewing station now at his disposal, everything became considerably easier. With an adequate amount of flame powder added to the brewing station, he could concoct 3 enhanced potions in just half an hour, requiring no additional operations, merely the addition of ingredients. Compared to using a cauldron, the improvement was nothing short of monumental. As he walked, Mike retrieved a lich blade from his alchemist pouch, slinging it across his back to be prepared for any unforeseen events. In a place like the Forbidden Forest, one could never anticipate what might suddenly spring forth. So it was wise to exercise caution. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise. After all, his dream was to marry Hermione and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Ahem, it was still too early to entertain such thoughts. He had yet to even lay the groundwork. Shaking his head, Mike dismissed the chaotic musings from his mind and focused intently on the path ahead. However, this night's escapade was destined for turbulence. As he passed a clearing in the woods, the sight before him rendered him incredulous. A pristine, flawless unicorn lay among the fallen leaves, its eyes vacant, its 4 legs twitching unnaturally. It was already dead, not long past. Upon the death of a unicorn, its mane quickly turns black, unleashing a potent and malevolent curse, nearly impossible to remedy. Yet the mane of this unicorn remained pure white, indicating that it had perished no more than an hour ago. The blood of a recently deceased unicorn is an exquisite elixir, possessing the almost miraculous ability to revive the lifeless and restore flesh to brittle bones. However, it is imperative to remember that taking the life of an innocent creature will burden you with an irreparable curse, a curse that will condemn you to a wretched existence, dragging a decayed body through the years, rendering the consumption of unicorn blood utterly futile, despite the blood's unique restorative properties for the soul. What worth is a powerful spirit when the body is in ruins? Mike halted his steps, crouching within a thicket to observe. In less than a minute, a shadowy figure cloaked in black emerged from the nearby woods, brandishing a glimmering silver object that swiftly opened a wound in the unicorn's abdomen. Silver blood flowed forth, and the cloaked figure immediately descended upon it, clearly in the act of sanguine consumption. Gripping his wand tightly, Mike prepared to launch a surprise attack at any moment. At that moment, a sound reminiscent of a snake's hiss reached Mike's ears, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. The cloaked figure staggered upright, abruptly turning towards Mike's hiding spot and unleashing a spell. Mike executed a swift roll to evade the attack, but in doing so, he emerged from his cover, fully exposing himself. Truly unfortunate. He cursed under his breath, fixing his gaze intently on the figure before him. Surely, this cloaked person would not wish for their act of siphoning unicorn blood to be discovered by others. Chapter 25. The Friendship of the Centaur Clan. With that thought, the cloaked figure hesitated momentarily, but then cast another spell. Well, it seems you are quite unconcerned. Mike smirked, using gravity magic to levitate a stone from the ground. The spell collided forcefully with the stone, triggering an explosion. Debris flew in all directions, and when the dust settled, Mike's figure had vanished from sight. Is someone oiling the road? A perplexed Hagrid, clad in his coat, stood at the edge of the forbidden forest, peering inside. Is there someone over there? The strolling Forenza was also drawn to the sound of the explosion, his hooves eager to investigate. Meanwhile, Mike had already consumed a bottle of invisibility potion and made his escape. A fight? Who would engage in battle? If there was a chance to run, he would certainly avoid confrontation. What? You say I'm cowardly? Nonsense. This is called being prudent. Though Mike felt a twinge of sadness leaving the unicorn's body for the cloaked figure to drain, his own life took precedence, and he could not afford to dwell on it. In truth, Mike merely wished to experiment with the unicorn's remains to concoct a new potion. Suddenly, a spell whizzed past Mike, narrowly missing him and creating a small crater in the ground, startling him. What was that? How'd he find me? With no time to ponder, Mike, who had already begun to slow down, was forced to accelerate again to avoid being intercepted. Unfortunately, he was one step behind. A spell struck, creating a substantial pit directly in front of him, and several trees nearby were uprooted, crashing down and obstructing his path. This is downright infuriating. Realizing his escape route was blocked, Mike abandoned the idea of fleeing. He pulled a bottle of red potion from his alchemist's bag and gulped it down. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, Mike turned to face the cloaked figure. The obscured face offered no visible expression, but Mike was almost certain it was sneering. The confrontation was unavoidable. Accepting this, Mike drew his wand with his left hand, aimed it at the cloaked figure, while his right hand grasped the sword strapped to his back. In the next instant, Mike vanished from his position. This was another application of gravity magic. By applying reverse gravity to his heels, he could move with astonishing speed in an instant. Now positioned behind the cloaked figure, Mike drew his sword and aimed for the back of its neck, while his wand emitted a brilliant azure glow, releasing a soul arrow aimed directly at the figure's head. The iron armor spell activated, and the blade met resistance, causing Mike to stagger backward, while the soul arrow veered off, embedding itself into a nearby tree. The outcome was already apparent. Mike had not even managed to breach the figure's defenses. The cloaked figure turned to face him, wand pointed directly at Mike. As if pronouncing his doom, an arrow whisked past the figure's head, embedding itself in the trunk of a dark tree nearby. The Forbidden Forest does not welcome you. Depart at once, you filthy executioner. A band of centaurs emerged from the adjacent woods, with Firenze among them. The lead centaur, golden-haired and formidable, glared at the cloaked figure. It was no wonder the unicorns had been restless in recent days. Someone had been hunting them. The cloaked figure pivoted, aiming his wand at the centaurs. The finest warriors of the tribe, for the spirit of the Forbidden Forest, eliminate this filthy executioner. The lead centaur bellowed, and the centaurs began to charge forward, bows drawn and aimed at the cloaked figure. Firenze rushed to Mike's side, pulling him to his feet. "Thank you, Firenze," Mike said, brushing dirt from his clothes as he expressed his gratitude. "There is no need for thanks. Maintaining the balance within the Forbidden Forest is our duty." "The recent unrest of Mars indicates that something is amiss," Firenze replied, shaking his head. "In fact, we owe you our gratitude. Without those potions you provided, we would have lost several tribe members. As soon as I heard the explosion, I gathered some of our kin." At that moment, the cloaked figure clashed with the centaurs. Each centaur was a natural archer, their muscular arms drawing bows with the strength of a full moon. The arrows flew towards the cloaked figure as if guided by fate. Yet, it was evident that the adeptly magical cloaked figure held the upper hand, as he deflected the centaur's arrows with his iron armor spell, while his own spell struck several of them. The battle had reached a stalemate. "What on earth is happening here?" A rugged voice called out. Mike and Firenze turned towards the source of the voice to find a towering figure standing atop a fallen tree trunk, wielding a massive crossbow. Hagrid? From his stature, it was clear that such a physique could only belong to Hagrid at Hogwarts. With a resounding twang, the bowstring snapped, and a colossal bolt shot forth, embedding itself in the ground right beneath the cloaked figure, startling him. Upon seeing Hagrid, the cloaked figure abandoned the fight, turning to flee. After him, the golden-haired centaur commanded, and the rest of the centaurs followed suit. Suddenly, a spell glowing with crimson light surged from Hagrid's side, striking him. His massive frame tumbled from the tree trunk with a heavy thud. "Hagrid!" Mike exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom why the cloaked figure would still attack Hagrid even as he fled. Was it an act of vengeance? That seemed uncharacteristic of him. Mike understood that the cloaked figure was Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort. Although Voldemort's fragmented soul had impaired his faculties, he was not foolish enough to act out of spite. Firenze gestured for Mike to mount him, and once Mike was secure, he galloped towards the fallen tree. As they approached, he surged forward, leaping effortlessly over the trunk. Gently descending to the ground, Firenze bent down to assess Hagrid's condition. After probing Hagrid's nostrils with his fingers, Firenze let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was merely a fainting spell. A stunning charm, perhaps? It seemed so. It was evident that Voldemort had deliberately administered an additional blow to ensure Hagrid did not recognize him. Yet it also showcased Voldemort's lack of cunning, as he hadn't even attempted to cast a countercharm on Mike. Perhaps he underestimated the potential of a mere young wizard? Only Voldemort could know, for certain. Mike dismounted from Firenze's back, gazing at Hagrid with a furrowed brow. "How shall we transport Hagrid back? It seems rather perilous to leave him here." Firenze nodded in agreement. "Let us wait for my kin to return. Together, we should manage." "And what of the unicorn?" Mike inquired. "We shall return it to its habitat, where they may bury it according to their traditions." "I see." Mike felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing he could not glean anything from the unicorn after all. Before long, the golden-haired centaur returned, accompanied by his kin, though their expressions were decidedly grim. "Damn it, that wretched fellow escaped," Ronan exclaimed, the others among the centaurs murmuring their agreement. After a brief silence, Ronan turned to Firenze. "Firenze, did he give you the item?" "Not yet, Ronan. As the leader, it is your duty to present it to him." "Indeed. Hand it over to me." Mike watched their exchange, utterly perplexed. "What's going on?" What item is being given to whom? Firenze retrieved a bow and horn he had carried since their meeting that evening and handed them to Ronan. Ronan took the items and turned to present them to Mike. My friend, please accept this. We are immensely grateful for your assistance to our kin. Please accept our gift. With both hands, Mike received the bow and horn, examining them with curiosity. This is a tradition of our kind. We honor those of other races who have aided our members with the utmost respect. Presenting a bow crafted by our finest artisans and a horn symbolizing friendship, Ronan proclaimed proudly, his chest puffed out as he bowed deeply to Mike. Should you encounter trouble in the Forbidden Forest, sound the horn, and the nearest centaur will come to your aid. Firenze elaborated. I am profoundly grateful for your friendship. This is my humble return gift. Mike produced his alchemist pouch, extracting vials of healing and life restoration potions, filling another bag with them. After filling 3 bags to the brim, he paused, looking towards Ronan. Is this not excessive? Ronan was momentarily speechless, realizing that such an abundance of potions could sustain their tribe for an entire year. And with so many, do you not require any for yourself? Mike shook his head, smiling. Not at all. This is merely a small token of appreciation. Ronan was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming, let us toast to our noble and generous friend, the centaur. All the centaurs bowed deeply to Mike in unison, startling him. My goodness, just over 60 vials of healing potions and a dozen life restoration potions have earned me the highest honors of the centaur tribe. Is it truly so easy to win their favor? However, Mike's astonishment was not unfounded. Despite the centaur race's advanced herbal healing techniques, they could not compensate for their deplorable medical conditions. While they could manage minor injuries, severe wounds could cost half a life, especially given the recent unrest in the Forbidden Forest, which had led to a rapid increase in casualties. Mike's potions were a timely boon, akin to a lifeline in dire straits. We must find a way to drag Hagrid back. I cannot accompany you further, so please forgive me. Firenze expressed his regrets to Mike, who merely shrugged in response, indicating that it was of no consequence, as he watched the centaurs disappear into the woods. Bearing Hagrid and the unicorn's carcass, Mike looked up at the moon, realizing it had risen to its zenith. It is time to return. Mike set off at a run towards the direction from whence he came. Chapter 26, A Halloween Surprise of Giants. Time rushed by, bringing nothing yet taking much away. Mike could hardly believe that Halloween had arrived so swiftly. After that nocturnal excursion, Mike ventured into the Forbidden Forest once more, for Hagrid had delivered a message to him. The centaurs and unicorns wished for him to attend the funeral of that unfortunate soul. At the funeral, Mike was asked to plant a sapling of an apple tree atop the grave. The specific reasons remained unspoken by the unicorns and centaurs. Yet admiration shone in their eyes as they regarded Mike. Following that encounter, no further communication ensued, and Mike had nearly forgotten the matter. Life at Hogwarts was fulfilling and joyous. Rising at 8 and resting at 6 was a routine Mike had never dared to dream of in his previous life. The ample breaks between classes afforded Mike the opportunity to continue practicing gravity magic with Hermione, and significant progress had been made over the course of several days. Once Hermione grasped the fundamental concepts of gravity magic, her advancement was swift, now bringing her tantalizingly close to Mike, prompting him to marvel at her brilliance. She excelled in everything she pursued, unlike himself, who daily relied on the taskbook to yield some rewards, frequently being dragged away from his studies to engage in duels. As for the Mirror of Erist, Mike had long since set it aside, knowing he would eventually confront it at the end of the semester, so there was no rush. Time continued to flow, and life at Hogwarts was leisurely and enjoyable. Mike cherished this tranquility, filled with purpose yet unhurried, allowing him ample opportunity to reflect deeply. The essence of the taskbook remained his primary focus of contemplation. The taskbook was akin to the systems depicted in the novels Mike had perused before crossing over. Completing certain tasks would yield specific rewards, fundamentally violating the laws of energy conservation. Yet, the essence of such systems was merely the higher narrative imparting power to the lower narrative. But what a taskbook! Was it a whimsical fantasy born of boredom, a spark of inspiration, or an unconscious thought process? The contemplation was unsettling. He dared not delve deeper, aware that traversing from the higher narrative to the lower narrative could only be orchestrated by an even higher narrative. The narrative hierarchy primarily distinguishes the barrier between reality and storytelling. The realm we currently inhabit is the known highest narrative level, beneath which lies everything we create or observe, termed the lower narrative. So, who orchestrates all of this? He refrained from pursuing that line of thought, terrified of the implications. If everything about him were preordained, what then was his purpose? Mike felt a fleeting moment of dread, only to find solace shortly thereafter. His life was currently comfortable. Why ponder such matters? His feelings were tangible and would not change, even if a higher dimensional being manipulated everything. What of it? If indeed a higher narrative existed, perhaps he should be grateful. For in normal circumstances, it would likely lead to a favorable conclusion. Just as Mike cast aside these thoughts, a voice echoed in his mind. You are not being controlled. The future is chaotic. You exist in my mind as chaos. You will only be governed by yourself. As for the task book, you will come to understand it. The presence above revealed a faint smile, and with a grand flourish of a quill, words were conveyed into Mike's mind. Mike returned the smile, silently uttering a word of thanks in his heart. Thus, the curtain fell, with the promise of further discourse in the days to come. Note, the aforementioned events are not part of the main storyline and may be regarded as a brief epilogue. As Halloween approached, the castle was adorned with festive decorations. Hagrid's pumpkin patch bore fruit, each gourd standing at least half a man's height. Mike was certain Hagrid had employed magic to achieve such a bountiful harvest. Some pumpkins were sent to the kitchen to be transformed into dishes for the evening feast, while others were meticulously carved into jack-o'-lanterns. Mike requested Hagrid to reserve a few pumpkins for him, to which Hagrid readily acquiesced, the only cost being Mike's privilege to wander the forbidden forest at night. However, if he wasn't caught, did it truly count? Regrettably, Halloween was not a holiday, but merely a day of merriment, and classes were to continue as usual. The anticipation for the feast made time stretch infinitely for Mike, even rendering the otherwise captivating charms less and torturous. The first-year wizard's curriculum was not particularly challenging, consisting solely of the levitation charm. Yet, for those still struggling to master their magical abilities, executing such a fundamental spell was far from simple. Grouped in pairs, each table was assigned a feather by Professor Flitwick. The task was to perform the levitation charm and make the feather rise. As previously mentioned, this posed a significant challenge for young wizards who found it difficult to control their magic, despite the spell's elementary nature. However, Mike and Hermione were exceptions. Hermione successfully levitated her feather with the charm, while Mike resorted to using gravity magic to cheat, causing his feather to soar and flutter about, eliciting gasps of astonishment. While Hermione's remained solitary and still. After class, Hermione stormed over, visibly upset. You cheated, she accused. Cheated? How so? Mike replied, perplexed, arguing that gravity magic was merely an advanced extension of the levitation charm. You used gravity magic, she retorted. You could have used it too. Hermione's character had not changed. She remained stubborn and fixated on her principles, her keen intellect only amplifying this flaw. If Hermione's ire had been merely a minor annoyance, Ron's subsequent words ignited her fury. Mike, don't mind her. She's just jealous you're doing better than she is. No one can stand her, Ron exclaimed, pulling Mike aside. Tensions had flared between Ron and Hermione during class, and Ron still harbored resentment. Upon hearing this, Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Mike, who was still processing Ron's words, tears welling in her eyes. Just as Mike freed himself from Ron's grasp, Hermione turned and hurried away. Mike distinctly heard her stifled sobs. Ron, I think you may have gone too far, Harry remarked, concern lacing his voice. That's just how she is, Ron defended, though his tone had softened considerably. At lunchtime, Hermione was absent, and the entire afternoon passed without a glimpse of her. It was not until Mike was en route to the Great Hall for dinner that he overheard the conversations among the Gryffindor girls. Ron's words had reached many of the first-year Gryffindors, particularly the girls, inciting a wave of public outrage against him. Now, all the girls had united in solidarity to condemn Ron. In the midst of this collective indignation, Hermione's washroom sanctuary was soon discovered, yet the door was locked, preventing anyone from entering. Upon learning of Hermione's whereabouts, Mike forsook dinner and dashed towards the washroom, leaving Harry and Ron glancing at each other, uncertain of what to do. Should we follow? Harry inquired. No, let's wait for Mike to return, Ron replied, feigning confidence despite his own doubts. As they entered the Great Hall, the students had barely settled when a frail figure burst in, panting. It was Professor Quirrell, a troll in the dungeons. I thought you all should know, he exclaimed before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Chaos erupted in the hall, and Harry and Ron exchanged knowing glances, both thinking the same thing. Mike and Hermione. The two sprinted away, while Draco Malfoy at the Slytherin table noticed their hasty exit and smirked, seizing the opportunity to follow them. This boy had been seeking to catch them at a disadvantage, and now he would not let this chance slip away. However, it seemed he had not fully grasped what Quirrell had said. After considerable effort, the professors managed to restore order in the Great Hall, only to realize that 4 Gryffindors were missing, while Slytherin had lost one. Professor McGonagall bit her lip, her face a mix of anger and worry, while Professor Snape's expression darkened ominously. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's fine. No one will think that, Ron said, his words tumbling out clumsily. Don't take it too seriously. Mike patted Hermione's back while handing her a tissue. Hermione took the tissue, blowing her nose forcefully as she looked at Mike. Really? Absolutely. I promise, Mike assured, thumping his chest for emphasis. Seeing his earnestness, Hermione finally managed to smile through her tears. At their tender age of 11 or 12, they were still youthful and impetuous, often acting without regard for others. But as they matured, such misunderstandings would surely fade. All right, wash your face quickly. You might still catch the feast, Mike urged, pulling her to her feet and brushing off her clothes, guiding her to the wash basin. I'll step out first. Hurry up and join me. As Mike exited the washroom, he closed the door behind him, a smile gracing his face as he hummed a familiar tune. Glancing towards the corridor, suddenly his smile froze in place. A giant troll clad in armor appeared at the end of the hall, scanning the surroundings. Its enormous form nearly filled the corridor, each step shaking the ground beneath it. The only silver lining was that it wielded merely a wooden club. Otherwise, Mike would have to contemplate how to explain the situation to the Grim Reaper. Estimating the damage, Mike calculated that the troll had already destroyed at least 12 vases on its way. Wait, this was not the time for such thoughts. With his right hand, he drew the lich blade from his alchemical pouch, gripping his wand tightly in his left. Mike's gaze darted around, searching for a weak point in the troll's armor. It was apparent that the connections between the pieces of armor were not very tight, and the lower half was less fortified for mobility. Hermione, stay inside and don't come out, he called, then used gravity magic to drag a suit of armor to block the door. Mike, what is happening? Hermione frantically attempted to open the door, but it would not budge. It's nothing, just a minor issue, Mike replied, his palms beginning to sweat. The troll, having noticed him, began to swing its club menacingly. Mike swallowed hard, gripping his sword tighter. Though vast, Hogwarts now offered no retreat. Behind him lay the end of the corridor. There was but one path forward, to fight. Mike closed his eyes, calming his tumultuous heart, and when he reopened them, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his gaze. His wand in his left hand initiated the onslaught, unleashing a barrage of magical missiles aimed at the joints of the giant. Simultaneously, Mike suppressed the wave of nausea and discomfort, casting a lich barrier for his own protection. The price of casting spells beyond his current level was evident. Though he possessed only apprentice-level magic, he was attempting to wield advanced spells. He had no doubt that should he attempt a master-level incantation, he would meet with catastrophic failure. The magical missiles proved largely ineffective, as nearly all were repelled by the giant's moving armor, inflicting only negligible damage. Twilight Sphere, a flash of dark green light, erupted from the tip of his wand, sending a spell sphere hurtling toward the giant. It easily penetrated the armor, striking the flesh beneath. The giant roared in pain, its beady eyes fixating on Mike, and it began to stagger towards him. Come on, Mike thought, unwavering in his stare at the advancing behemoth. This is dire indeed. Yet, I have those to protect. His right foot was enveloped in a gravity spell, and with a determined glare, he surged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. His golden shield shimmered, poised to absorb any incoming assault. With a flick of his wand, the gravity spell coiled like a noose around the giant's neck. With a powerful tug, Mike was yanked toward the giant's head. The runes inscribed on his lich blade glowed ominously, a chilling aura enveloping it. The blade shimmered with radiant light, its sharpness releasing a fierce breath. The weapon, encircled by magical runes, became impervious to harm. The tip of the blade danced with shadows, as if numerous blades were simultaneously striking. Feel this. 99,000 forces. Mike concentrated nearly all his magical energy into this singular strike, his reserves nearly depleted. A tremendous aura burst forth, momentarily halting the giant in its tracks. Hunter of Giants. The Ash of War, Hunter of Giants, inflicts 400 damage on colossal foes, inducing force stiffness. This technique was employed by certain Forge Knights of the Furnace Knight Brigade, led by Godfrey, during the era before the Great Ring shattered. Widely disseminated during the War of Giants, and commonly used by the Knights of the Fated Ones. Crouching low to steady his stance, Mike advanced and then thrust upward into the enemy. This challenge had been discovered while perusing quest scrolls in his leisure time. Defeating the Knight Cavalry, who wielded the Hunter of Giants technique, granted him this Ash of War. Task: defeat the Knight Cavalry. Task objective: vanquish the Knight Cavalry. Rewards: Iron Sharpening Knife X1, Ash of War, Hunter of Giants X1. Transforming into a Fated One, Mike effortlessly dispatched the Knight Cavalry, and upon his return to Hogwarts, he immediately inscribed the ash onto the lich blade with the sharpening knife. Initially intended for mere utility, it unexpectedly proved invaluable. Mike infused the gravity spell entirely into the blade, seeking to augment its might. At that moment, he soared above the giant's head. Wand and lich blade united in a singular grasp, descending with boundless momentum. The helmet encasing the giant's head was cleaved asunder, as if it were not, followed by the giant's very skull. The lich blade sliced from crown to heel, cleaving the giant in two. In the next instant, blood gushed forth, painting the corridor in crimson, blooming like a sinister lotus. Mike struggled to rise, disregarding the blood staining the lich blade, stowing it within his alchemist's bag. His stamina had finally reached its limit. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. In the final moments of consciousness, he beheld several figures rushing towards him down the corridor. Thank goodness, they made it, Mike murmured before succumbing to oblivion. Chapter 27. The Aftermath of Battle. Mike? Mike, are you? Harry and Ron rushed to the fallen Mike, who lay sprawled on the ground, his body nearly drenched in blood, resembling a figure of horror, eyes tightly shut. Nearby, remnants of flesh and shattered entrails lay scattered. The giant's armor clung to its body, though the helmet and chest plate had been cleaved in two, now bloodied and rolling chaotically on the floor. Witnessing this gruesome scene, both boys crumpled to the ground in shock. From a distance, Draco peered cautiously, hoping to uncover evidence of their rule-breaking, but was left speechless. The bloody spectacle transcended his comprehension, rendering his mind paralyzed by the overwhelming information. What on earth has transpired here? At last, the professors arrived, and upon seeing the horrifying tableau, Professor McGonagall gasped in shock. Blood and gore littered the floor. Two students sat incapacitated, while one lay drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of life and death. The giant's massive corpse sprawled nearby, blood still seeping, soaking the carpet. Seeing the professors approach, Harry and Ron scrambled to their feet, hurriedly exclaiming, "Professor, please save Mike." Snape knelt beside Mike, checking for breath, and his taut expression eased somewhat. "We should count ourselves fortunate. He still lives." Confirming Mike's survival, Snape rose, ignoring Harry and Ron, and began examining the giant's body. Blood was splattered everywhere. He cast a water and fire-repelling charm to avoid contamination. The giant had been cleaved nearly in half, the wound indicative of a sharp weapon, with its innards resembling mere remnants, some even showing signs of frostbite. Furrowing his brow, Snape scrutinized the giant's injuries, picking up a piece of entrail for closer inspection. There were still traces of frost flowers clinging to it. Discarding the remains, Snape turned to Professor McGonagall. "Undoubtedly, Severus, we must promptly escort Mr. Stephen to the infirmary." Snape nodded. "I notified Madame Pomfrey upon my arrival. She should be en route." Hearing this, Harry and Ron rushed to hoist Mike, draping him over their shoulders as they sprinted toward the infirmary. Professor McGonagall watched them depart, then recalled something. "There are only 3 students here. Where are the other 2? Snape's expression darkened as he called out, "Mr. Malfoy, how long will you hide?" Receiving no reply, he approached and pulled Draco from his hiding spot against the wall. Draco, unable to stand, collapsed to the ground once more. "Mr. Malfoy, if your legs are not broken, then rise." Snape glared at Draco, who lay speechless on the floor. With a loud crash, the armor that Mike had barricaded at the washroom door finally succumbed to Hermione's relentless determination. She anxiously poked her head out, searching for Mike's figure, only to lock eyes with Professor McGonagall. "Miss Granger, what are you doing here?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Hermione. Initially, she had assumed another student was simply absent from the dinner in their dormitory, only to discover that Hermione was here and seemingly confined. "Professor, Mike is in danger." Before she could finish her sentence, Hermione caught sight of the devastation before the door and let out a piercing scream. "Professor, where's Mike? Is he all right? What has happened to him?" "Mr. Stephen is alive. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley have already taken him to the infirmary. He'll be fine," McGonagall reassured her. "However, Miss Granger, I am more curious about what transpired here." Not seeing Mike's body amidst the wreckage and receiving Professor McGonagall's affirming response, Hermione let out a sigh of relief and began to recount the events in a fragmented manner. "I read in a book about how to deal with trolls and thought I could face it alone, but I was unable to inflict even a scratch on it. If Mike hadn't arrived in time, I might have." At this, Hermione began to cry again, perhaps feeling embarrassed about hiding out of spite, or perhaps grateful for Harry and Ron's efforts in taking Mike to the infirmary. Hermione refrained from fully disclosing the details and instead made certain omissions. Professor McGonagall sighed, having pieced together the general sequence of events. Mike had locked Hermione in the washroom to ensure her safety and confronted the troll alone after barricading the door with the armor. Nevertheless, What intrigued Professor McGonagall most was how a first-year student managed to confront a troll. Although it seemed almost impossible, the troll's lifeless body forced her to accept the reality. A first-year wizard had single-handedly vanquished a troll and managed to emerge unscathed. Could it be a chosen one? Just as the thought crossed her mind, she extinguished it, setting aside the fact that the chosen one had not appeared for many years. Dumbledore had mentioned that the Stephen family was harmonious, making it inconceivable that any form of abuse could occur. Miss Granger, I believe I should deduct 15 points from Gryffindor for your recklessness. However, Mr. Stephen's valiant actions will earn Gryffindor 30 points. Now, I suggest you visit the infirmary for a checkup. With a wave of her wand, McGonagall straightened Hermione, who had been leaning against the washroom doorframe. And with a flick of her wrist, a gust of wind swept through the corridor. After the wind subsided, the corridor returned to its original state, showing no signs of the recent battle. Snape had long since taken Draco away, and after guiding Hermione to the infirmary, Professor McGonagall went off to find Dumbledore. Miss Granger, I think you should take some rest, or I may need to prepare another bed in my infirmary for you. I'll stay with him a bit longer, Madame Pomfrey. How is he? I'm not certain. His condition is quite peculiar. If he does not awaken soon, I shall have to send a letter to St. Mungo's. The healers there should know how to handle this situation. Thank you, I won't be long. Don't mention it. Feel free to stay as long as you wish. In the darkness, a voice seemed to emanate from a distant horizon. Am I dead? Every part of him ached, and as he attempted to raise his arm, he found it impossible. Slowly, he opened his eyes, fighting against the heaviness of his eyelids, and a glimmer of light appeared, gradually expanding to fill his vision. The first thing he saw was the pristine white ceiling, followed by a sensation of warmth and weight pressing against his waist. Mike? Madame Pomfrey? P.S. Awake. The voice was somewhat familiar. Mike struggled to recall its owner. Oh, my Merlin. Thank you. I'm finally awake. The voice felt strangely familiar. Mike? Mike? Can you hear me? Fleeting images from his memories danced just out of reach as Mike desperately tried to grasp them. Child, how do you feel? A strange female voice asked. Madame Pomfrey, I think he can't hear us. The figures grew clearer. It's probably an issue with his hearing. That S quite normal. As long as he is awake, that S what matters. He slightly moved his head, attempting to look towards the source of the voice, overcoming the stiffness in his neck. Mike turned his head just enough to finally see the figure. With great effort, he managed to lift his dry lips and whispered a single word. Hermione. Mike, Hermione exclaimed, her voice catching her throat. You're finally awake. Do you know how worried I was? Why were you so foolish? If you had run away, I would have been perfectly fine. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Ha! Mike chuckled, his voice hoarse, surprised by his own sound. Because I am like Stephen, a Gryffindor, and I must protect those I care for. Mike, Hermione could no longer contain herself and collapsed onto him, weeping. Please don't cry. I am fine. Madame Pomfrey's lips twitched at the scene. Fine? His central nervous system is nearly incapacitated, his muscles are dissolving, his organs have been ravaged by surging magic, and his brain has been shaken by the impact. With injuries like these, even if he survived in the Muggle world, he'd be left incapacitated for life. It is only through magic and potions that we can pull him back from the brink. Well, since Mr. Stephen is awake, Miss Granger, you should take your leave. It's best you return and rest. Mr. Stephen also needs his recuperation. Hermione, fighting back tears, looked up at Madame Pomfrey with misty eyes. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Mike, I'll be going now. Please rest well. After giving Mike a final admonition, Hermione wiped her eyes and left the infirmary, glancing back with every few steps. Madame Pomfrey regarded Mike with a complex expression. After briefly confirming his condition, she exited the infirmary. Dumbledore had specifically instructed her to inform him immediately if the boy awakened. Madame Pomfrey had a rough idea of the circumstances but chose not to elaborate. Hogwarts, is it about to witness the rise of another new star? With a long sigh, Madame Pomfrey quickened her pace towards the headmaster's office. Chapter 28, the first direct conversation with old Dumbledore. Just a little more, just a little more. Mike strained to reach for the alchemical bag on the bedside table. Damn it, how could I forget that I'm a wizard? With a flash of purple light, the gravity spell effortlessly drew the bag into his grasp. He reached into the alchemical bag, retrieved a vial of potion, and, with the aid of the gravity spell, uncorked it and poured the liquid into his mouth. The sweet taste of watermelon flooded his mouth as the healing potion coursed down his throat, restoring vitality to his battered body. After downing one vial, Mike felt significantly better. He retrieved another vial, opened it, and drank it down. A gentle energy surged throughout his body as the restorative potion's magic healed him with both grace and potency. The restorative potion was excellent for internal injuries, while the instant healing potion was a remedy for external wounds. At this moment, Mike found himself in dire need of both effects, and naturally, he consumed as much as he could. As he downed vial after vial of potions, his physical condition began to recover at an astonishing pace. Severed nerves were reconnected. Injured organs were mended, and the dissolved muscles gradually reverted to their original state. The magical energy within him began to flow anew. Just as Mike finished his 6th bottle of instant healing potion, Harry and Ron arrived. "Mike, are you all right?" Harry and Ron gazed in disbelief at the vibrant figure of Mike sitting on the bed. They had heard from Hermione that his condition was dire, yet upon arrival, they were astonished to find him in such remarkable health. "Oh, it's just the potions," Mike shrugged, gesturing to the pile of bottles beside him. He was about to swing his legs off the bed when Harry and Ron quickly restrained him. "What are you doing?" Mike exclaimed, a mix of confusion and amusement washing over him. "Just lie there, Mike. We ran into Madame Pomfrey on our way here, and she said you need a rest. She wouldn't even let us come to see you. But I really am fine," Mike protested, extending his right hand. A purple orb of light slowly coalesced in his palm before suddenly shooting forth, striking the clothes on a hanger. The wizarding robe was instantly pulled toward him, landing neatly in his grasp. Ignoring Harry and Ron's protests, he donned the robe, stretched, and leapt off the bed. "What are you waiting for? Let's go," Mike exclaimed as he reached the doorway, turning back to see Harry and Ron still frozen in place. Exchanging glances, Harry and Ron drew their wands in unison, pointing them at Mike. "You are not Mike. Where have you hidden him?" Startled by the sudden threat, Mike was momentarily taken aback, but upon grasping the situation, he burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Ron asked, his voice trembling as he anxiously eyed the almost hysterical Mike. Harry felt a twinge of uncertainty as well. But Mike was his first friend, and he could not allow anything to happen to him. "Answer our questions." At this, Mike was laughing so hard he could barely stand upright, filling the infirmary with an air of joviality. "I must say, you two are quite the fools. Ha ha ha." Wiping the tears of laughter from his eyes, Mike straightened up, looking at the tense expressions on Harry and Ron's faces. "I am Mike Stephen, just an unremarkable student. Who would impersonate me? Impossible." Mike was unconscious for so long. How could he wake up and be so lively? When Hermione visited, he could barely speak. What's impossible about it? "I am Mike. In the body of Mike Stephen, anything is possible." Mike winked and spread his arms wide. "Now let us go. I am the genuine article, a Mike of impeccable authenticity, not someone impersonated." With that, Mike pushed the door open and stepped outside, leaving Harry and Ron staring at each other in disbelief. "So that is Mike?" Ron asked incredulously. "I think it is, but this defies logic. To recover so completely after just a few potions, I cannot fathom how precious such potions must be. Even Professor Dumbledore could not procure them." Harry scratched his head, struggling to understand. "We should be cautious. It's possible that the impersonator is simply an excellent actor, and we cannot discern the truth." "True, when we go out. I'll keep him occupied while you find a professor." "Agreed." Mike pressed his ear against the infirmary door, listening to their conversation and stifling his laughter. It was no wonder Harry and Ron were suspicious. A gravely wounded person suddenly lively, unless one witnessed the formidable healing power of the MC potion firsthand. Any rational person would find it unsettling. The door swung open, and Harry and Ron peered out, their gazes locking with Mike's. The 6 eyes met in an awkward silence. In the midst of this difficult decision, Ron patted Harry on the shoulder, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, making a choice. "Ron." Harry looked at Ron's back, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Ron turned back and offered Harry an encouraging glance before following Mike out. "I must hurry to inform the professor." Harry resolutely turned around and dashed toward Professor McGonagall's office. "Ron, where is Harry?" Mike feigned ignorance, startling Ron. "Harry, he has a stomach ache." Ron stammered. "I tell you both, really." Mike draped his arm over Ron's shoulder, pulling him in close. "I am the genuine Mike. Why do you not believe me?" "I do. I absolutely believe you," Ron quickly replied, fearful that the Mike before him might retaliate if he felt exposed. "Hey now, Captain Ron, you do love a joke. I am but a student. Who could possibly impersonate me?" Just as he finished speaking, a burst of flames enveloped a letter that appeared before Mike, a golden red feather falling to the ground. Mike's expression suddenly turned grave. "What now? Have I been noticed?" Forcing a smile, Mike patted Ron's shoulder. "It seems I have matters to attend to. My apologies." The moment he grasped the envelope, flames erupted and consumed Mike. And when the fire dissipated, he was nowhere to be seen. "That scared me." "Thankfully, he is gone," Ron said, patting his chest and breathing heavily. Meanwhile, Harry hurriedly knocked on Professor McGonagall's office door. She opened it, surprised to find Harry panting on the doorstep. Mr. Potter, what seems to be the matter? Professor, Mike has been impersonated. Ron is stalling him right now. We must save him. Mr. Potter, you must be joking. No one would dare impersonate Mr. Stephen. McGonagall's face was a mask of skepticism, her gaze filled with doubt. Professor, I speak the truth. Mike was gravely injured, and now he is lively again. Someone must be impersonating him. Harry insisted, his resolute tone causing McGonagall to waver slightly. Very well then. Before she could finish, Ron came rushing in, appearing as though he had found salvation upon seeing McGonagall. The impersonator was engulfed by flames. Ron shouted before he could even draw near. Flames? Mr. Weasley, can you describe the color of the flames? McGonagall was filled with 1,000 questions. One moment, a student was being impersonated, and the next engulfed by flames. What was happening? It was that very red flame, just like a phoenix feather. Ron strained to recall, finally managing to articulate this. Phoenix feather, Phoenix feather. McGonagall furrowed her brow in thought, while Harry and Ron anxiously watched her. I believe we must head to the headmaster's office. McGonagall turned and closed the door, hastening toward the headmaster's quarters with Harry and Ron in tow. After being consumed by flames, Mike found himself at the entrance of the headmaster's office. He opened the letter and read its contents, falling into deep contemplation. I love lemon ice cream. That was the entirety of the message. One might think it was some sort of riddle, though it was not far from the truth. According to Dumbledore's peculiar nature, this was likely the password for entering the headmaster's office. The old man had a penchant for using his snacks as the key to his sanctum. Mike ascended the spiral staircase, approaching the guardian of the door, the Kneazle. Please state the password, the Kneazle inquired. Lemon Snowball. The password is correct. The Kneazle stepped aside, and Mike knocked on the door. Upon hearing a voice inviting him in, he pushed the door open. Seated behind a desk laden with an array of bizarre silverware was an elderly man with a mane of white hair and a long beard. A phoenix perched beside him on a shelf turned to gaze at Mike as he entered. Mr. Stephen, do come in. Would you care for something to drink? Or perhaps a snack? Thank you, Professor, but I think I'll pass. Mike politely declined, his eyes drawn to a box of wriggling chocolate cockroaches on the desk, which made him feel queasy. Though he recognized them as mere confectionery, the sight was enough to unsettle his stomach. Had he been from the south, perhaps he would have fared better. Alas, he hailed from the north. Dumbledore nonchalantly popped a cockroach into his mouth, chewing it thoughtfully, prompting Mike to wonder how he would react to an actual insect. I've contemplated this matter for quite some time. It may touch upon various subjects, and I'm uncertain whether to speak of it or not. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon Mike, the light reflecting off his crescent-shaped glasses, leaving Mike feeling somewhat disoriented. What I am about to say may come forth rather abruptly, and it could be perceived as rather intrusive. Nevertheless, after much deliberation, I have resolved to voice it. I trust you will forgive me. Mike, your talent is extraordinarily remarkable. Indeed, it could be considered luminescent across the ages. Equally, your opportunities align flawlessly with your gifts. The unprecedented magical systems, the astonishingly effective potions you concoct, the impressively capacious storage devices, and your rather unique pet. Dumbledore regarded Mike with a measured gaze. Forgive me, Professor. I am afraid I do not quite grasp what you are implying. Mike instinctively feigned ignorance, aware that verbosity often leads to missteps. He felt that any attempt at explanation would only exacerbate misunderstandings. While one might liken the purple spell to a combination of the levitation charm and the summoning charm, the enigmatic cerulean spell imbued with a celestial essence and the deep blue spell derived from the soul defied easy explanation. Dumbledore's probing demeanor left Mike somewhat overwhelmed, as if the man before him had transformed entirely. The potion capable of rapid recovery, the astonishingly spacious bag, the origins of your gel-like pet, all these secrets lie hidden within you, do they not? At the mention of the last phrase, alarm bells rang in Mike's mind, and he instinctively activated his mental shielding, lowering his gaze to avoid direct eye contact with Dumbledore. He understood that his defenses would fail against the kind of invasion that direct eye contact could provoke. A sensation of being scrutinized surged from the depths of his heart, as if something sought to penetrate his mind. Mike quickly concentrated, summoning all his strength to combine his soul magic and mental shielding for defense. Surprisingly, upon sensing his resistance, that force gradually receded. I apologize, child. Please forgive the concerns of an old man. I cannot allow a second one like him to arise. Dumbledore shifted his approach, fixing Mike with an intense gaze that left him perplexed. Maintain your essence, Mike. Do not be seduced by power, lest you stray from your path. Power is undeniably alluring, yet succumbing to it brings only ruin. I, too, once fervently pursued strength, but ultimately I came to my senses, The phoenix on the desk let out a cry, and Dumbledore chuckled softly at his own folly. I awoke to my folly too late. Many things are irretrievable. Yet, I wish not for you to tread the same path. You possess family, friends, and love. Mike, you are unlike those who are consumed by power. As he spoke, Dumbledore's own past echoed through his words. What sparks might ignite when two exceptionally gifted youths collide? 2 months of intoxicating chaos, a century of unspoken truths. Regrettably, those sparks never extinguished, nor did they rekindle. The course of events should have proceeded smoothly. Muggles ruled, and wizards could operate openly, engaging in fervent discussions during countless sleepless nights. Until that fateful day, when a conflict among 3 individuals cost him his sister, it was then that he finally awakened. Alas, it was too late. His sister perished, his brother departed, and that individual chose to leave as well. In time, he attained renown for his formidable power, vanquishing Grindelwald and rallying people against Voldemort, becoming the only one feared by the Dark Lord. It seemed he possessed everything. Wealth, status, and authority were all within his grasp. Yet, in truth, he was left with nothing. All his kin and loved ones had abandoned him. Ariana died because of him, Aberforth severed ties, and Gellert Grindelwald left in pursuit of his dreams. He felt a profound dread, for Mike not only reminded him of Voldemort's shadow, but also of his own reflection, the prodigious youth, akin to the former Tom Riddle and himself. In Voldemort, he had misjudged. In his past, he had chosen ignorance and indulgence. He would not permit himself a second failure. Indeed, Professor, I have everything worth protecting, my friends and my family. I will go to any lengths to shield them from harm. Mike's eyes were resolute, a test from the most formidable in the present era, yet it was also a trial of his own resolve. He recognized his current weakness, and the ensuing 7 years promised to be fraught with turmoil. His future was shrouded in uncertainty, with figures such as Little Blue, Death, and the 2 other traversers mentioned by Death signaling that this world was not the one he had known. The truth of the world lay concealed beneath the surface, and he was merely a child gazing from ashore. The world was beautiful, yet destined to be cruel. For everything he cherished, he must grow stronger, strong enough to safeguard all that he held dear. Hearing Mike's declaration, Dumbledore smiled, a lightness washing over him as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Thank you, child. Your words bring me great comfort. The sincerity in Mike's unwavering gaze dispelled all doubts from Dumbledore's mind. Professor, may I take my leave? My 2 friends believe I have been impersonated. I must clarify matters with them. Of course, but Dumbledore regarded Mike thoughtfully. Your potion-making talent is exceptional. Perhaps you could study under Severus for a while. Huh? Dumbledore chuckled, and before Mike could protest, he waved him out the door. Chapter 29. Let the Quidditch match commence. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Mike rose from his 4-poster bed, somewhat disoriented as he surveyed his surroundings. His mind was fragmented, overwhelmed by the multitude of recent events, and it took him a moment to realize he was in his dormitory rather than the infirmary. After a week of unconsciousness following the battle with the giant, he had awakened, conversed with Dumbledore, and then had to explain the potion matters to his friends. His brain was beginning to feel strained. It was clear he was still too weak. Massaging his temples, Mike donned his school robes. The hour for breakfast had long since passed, and the dormitory lay in silence, devoid of any presence. Mike rolled out of bed and retrieved his wand from beneath his pillow. With a flick of his wrist, blue light danced through the air, confirming his ability to cast spells remained intact. He then drew the sword of the Lich from his alchemist bag. Time within the alchemist bag does not flow. Even after a week, the bloodstains on the sword remained a vivid crimson, untouched by the passage of time, still slowly oozing. Directing the tip of his wand towards the blade, he gently traced it along the edge, watching as the bloodstains gradually vanished, leaving the sword immaculate once more. The sword of the Lich regained its golden gleam, its sharpness enhanced by the blood it had absorbed, exuding an aura of menace and savagery. It was not that Mike wished to leave the blood on the sword, but rather that he was acutely aware of the potential trouble he could incur if he left a mess in the dormitory. After returning the sword to the alchemist's bag, Mike pushed open the dormitory door and descended the staircase to the common room. Upon entering the empty common room, a sudden realization struck him. Oh no! Today is Harry's first Quidditch match. Suddenly aware of what he had overlooked, Mike hurriedly exited the common room and sprinted towards the pitch. Where's Mike? Harry gazed despondently at the empty seats, where he had expected to find a place reserved between Hermione and Ron. Despite their differences, both had left a spot for Mike. Aware of Mike's need to recuperate, Harry had prepared himself for the possibility of Mike's absence, yet a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. When that hope was dashed, disappointment was inevitable. Harry, it's time to mount your broom. Fred clapped Harry on the shoulder as he mounted his broom. Harry nodded and followed suit. During Mike's unconsciousness, Harry's remarkable talent for flying had been discovered by Professor McGonagall during flying lessons, leading to an exceptional inclusion on the team with the best broomstick. Just look at the advantages of having connections. The first match pitted Gryffindor against Slytherin, a clash between two rival houses that would determine supremacy and could even lead to dire consequences. As both teams took to the field, the atmosphere in the stands ignited to a fever pitch. However, this excitement was abruptly quelled by the appearance of a familiar figure. When the breathless Mike emerged into view, a hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixated upon him. Whispers began to ripple through the spectators. Is that Mike Stephen? It must be him. Just look at his dark hair and eyes. I heard he single-handedly split a troll in two. Didn't he blow the troll's head off? I thought he just cast a spell to kill it. More murmurs swelled among the crowd, drawing even more attention towards Mike, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Why was it that his mere presence drew all eyes upon him? This was a Quidditch match, after all. Why were they not focused on the game? Fortunately, Madame Hooch's whistle sounded just in time, redirecting the crowd's attention from Mike to the Quidditch teams on the field. It was not just the students who noticed Mike. The professors were also observing him. The brilliance of his triumph over the troll cast a dazzling glow, and the details Ron shared about Mike's week-long unconsciousness only amplified the significance of the event. The story had spread like wildfire throughout the school, even prompting Professor Flitwick to dedicate a lesson to teaching some minor spells for dealing with trolls. Given that nearly every young wizard in Britain attended Hogwarts, it was inevitable that word would spread beyond the castle, carried by owls to the outside world. Reporters from the Daily Prophet had arrived at Hogwarts seeking to capture Mike's likeness, but were thwarted by Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing door. Strangely enough, the next day's edition of the Daily Prophet still featured a photograph of Mike, accompanied by a plethora of nonsensical commentary. When Hermione presented the newspaper to Mike that evening, he knew at a glance that it was the work of that insufferable and animagus reporter. Such annoying characters always left a lasting impression, did they not? Returning to the present. Seizing the moment while the crowd's attention briefly shifted away, Mike navigated through the throng and took a seat between Hermione and Ron. Hermione scooted closer to Mike, while Ron threw an arm around his shoulders. Well, look at you all better just in time for Harry's first match. This is a good omen. We will surely defeat Slytherin. Ron exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Could you please remove your arm? I'd prefer not to make another trip to the hospital wing, Mike replied, straining to push Ron's arm away. The restorative potion had its limits. The rapid recovery left Mike feeling rather weak, making even the simple act of dislodging Ron's arm a challenge. Oh, my bad. Ron withdrew his arm, scratching his head sheepishly. Look, they're starting, Hermione shouted, pointing towards the pitch. By this time, Gryffindor and Slytherin had already engaged in their first round of skirmishes. The players zipped across the field, with Fred and George flanking the wings, ever vigilant against the incoming bludgers sent by Slytherin. Hey, Fred, you might want to check your back. George swung his bat, sending a rogue bludger flying without turning his head. No, I think it's you who should be watching your front, Fred replied, his gaze fixed ahead at an approaching bludger. Harry was entangled with Slytherin's Seeker, but his exceptional flying talent and the superior performance of the Nimbus 2000 allowed him to leave Slytherin's Seeker far behind, trailing in his wake. Wood made numerous saves, securing the goalpost firmly. The score quickly rose to 60-0. Under the Captain Flint's signal, Slytherin finally commenced their strategy. Desperate measures. Gryffindor's overall strength was already superior to Slytherin's, and with Harry's addition, they were akin to a mop dipped in filth, dominating Slytherin with relentless force. If Gryffindor's strength could be likened to an RTX 3080, Slytherin was merely an RTX 3060. However, as Slytherin employed their tactics, the tide began to turn. Like a modified graphics card, Slytherin forcibly elevated their 3060 power to that of a 3090, beginning to exert pressure on Gryffindor. One Slytherin beater struck a bludger, sending it in a curved arc toward Wood in the goal. Two Slytherin players collided with Angelina against the wall. They had incited public outrage. Apart from Slytherin, nearly all three other houses were denouncing them. Harry hovered overhead, his eyes darting across the field, anxious and restless. Yet as the Seeker, his task was to locate the golden snitch and secure victory for his team. As the score reached 60-50, Harry caught a glimpse of a glimmer of gold flitting across the pitch. He immediately propelled his broom, darting towards the shimmering snitch. The golden snitch was effortlessly captured. But just as Harry seized it, the broomstick beneath him began to tremble violently. Look at Harry. Mike pointed at the uncontrollable broom in the air, his expression grave. Had this moment finally come to pass? If memory served him right, Harry's survival from a fall was solely thanks to Snape's countercurse. At that moment, Quirrell was uttering a dark incantation, causing Harry's broom to spiral out of control. A cursory glance revealed Snape reciting spells while Quirrell sat behind him, his lips moving rapidly, clearly uttering some curious little incantation. With remarkable precision, Mike raised his hand, and a flash of purple light flickered by. In the next instant, Quirrell crouched down, clutching the back of his head. Manipulating the stone, composed of gravitational magic, was a trivial task for Mike. Thanks to his careful aim, the rock struck Quirrell squarely on the back of his head. Mike, Harry's broom. Hermione suddenly noticed the chaos surrounding Harry's broom. She turned to see Mike's calm demeanor, as if the situation had been resolved. Hermione was all too familiar with this expression of his. Whenever he had preemptively solved a problem, he would display such a nonchalant attitude. What's the panic? Mike shook his head, lifting his hand to point at the sky. At that moment, Harry's broom regained its stability, although Harry himself still appeared rather unsteady, clutching his neck as if about to retch. The team landed beside Harry, anxiously watching him. Cough! With all his strength, Harry managed to grasp the golden snitch, albeit with a bit of drool. Wood took the snitch from him, raising it high above his head for all the teachers and students to see. Gryffindor wins. As the three houses other than Slytherin departed the field, they were filled with laughter and chatter, while Slytherin remained eerily silent. It was only natural to feel down after a loss, ignoring the despondent Slytherins. A few of them hummed cheerful tunes as they ascended the steps to the castle. See you at dinner, Mike waved to Harry and Ron, as Hermione tugged him along. Chapter 30, The Mirror of Desire. Mike, what do you think about Harry's broom going out of control? Hermione's voice emerged from behind a stack of books. She was nearly obscured by the numerous volumes on flying broomsticks piled before her. I observed it with my own eyes. Be serious. All right. If I said it was Professor Quirrell's doing, would you believe me? Professor Quirrell? Don't be ridiculous. That's impossible. As soon as Mike spoke, Hermione refuted him. Then if I said it was Snape, would you believe that? Snape? That is plausible. Hermione pondered for a moment, a sudden realization flashing in her mind. Could it really be Professor Quirrell? Mike shrugged, indicating his reluctance to answer. He dared not recklessly alter the established course of events. The armored troll had already caused him considerable trouble. Then how did you save Harry? Seeing Mike revert to his nonchalant demeanor, Hermione couldn't help but feel irked. From the stands, I saw Snape muttering incantations, so I tossed a stone at his forehead. After careful consideration, Mike ultimately decided to let Snape take the blame. There was no better scapegoat than him. Claiming it was Quirrell would only evoke sympathy and raise doubts. But who could know that Quirrell was merely feigning innocence? So it's Snape then? Close enough. Watching Hermione fall into contemplation, Mike rose and headed toward the library exit. He had already revealed most of the critical information. Any further elaboration would risk exposing his true intentions. Mike, where are you going? To the Great Hall. No loud noises in the library. Miss Pants suddenly emerged from the side, startling both of them into silence. Night fell swiftly. The portrait at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room swung open, and a shadowy figure stealthily slipped out. Gazing down the dark corridor, Mike took a deep breath. Tonight, he must locate the Mirror of Erupts. With Christmas approaching, he felt a growing urgency. The mirror would be relocated to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone during the holiday, and Mike needed to find it beforehand. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the end of the term to complete his mission, which was simply unacceptable. In truth, had he arrived a semester earlier, he wouldn't have to search high and low for this object, as the mirror had only been moved from the room of requirement by Dumbledore this term. Navigating the corridors, Mike chose not to wander aimlessly this time. Instead, he made a beeline for the library. As time passed, fragments of memory began to coalesce in his mind. For instance, he finally recalled where Harry had discovered the Mirror of Erupts. Harry had ventured into the restricted section late at night in search of information about Nicholas Flamel, inadvertently drawing the attention of Filch and Snape. In a panic, Harry entered a room where he encountered the Mirror of Erupts. Thus, Mike could surmise that the room housing the mirror was situated near the library. Tonight appeared to be his lucky night. He saw no sign of Filch or the Fat Lady, nor did he encounter the sleepwalking Snape or an awake Professor Dumbledore. The ease of his progress was almost unbelievable. Upon pushing open a door beside a suit of armor, he immediately spotted the Mirror of Erupts positioned centrally within the room. The enormous mirror was framed in gold, with two claws supporting it, providing balance. Overall, it was a stunning piece. The precise date of the mirror's creation was lost to time, but it was certain that it had resided at Hogwarts for nearly a century. The mirror had been there since Dumbledore's own student days, and one wondered which staff member had brought it back from their travels. What was indisputable was that this mirror was a powerful alchemical artifact. The mirror remained as brilliant as ever, its frame pristine, Mike could ascertain that it had not been cleaned, whether in the room of requirement or after its relocation. The task assigned was merely to gaze into the mirror. Having found it, Mike felt no rush, opting instead to circle the mirror and examine it closely. Who knew where he might need to go next semester to find it again? It was prudent to take a good look now, lest he be left with regrets later. Inscribed at the top of the mirror were the words, "Eris Setchuri to be Kafarwaitan Wosi." Upon reading it backward and resegmenting the words based on his 12 years of English experience, Mike deciphered the message. "I show not your face, but your heart's desire." The statement was not inaccurate. The Mirror of Erist had been crafted before the late 19th century, and no one knew who had made it. It appeared to be a magical artifact crafted purely for amusement. Whether it arises from benevolence or malevolence is a matter of personal interpretation. Its ability to reveal more than an ordinary mirror provides a sense of whimsy rather than practicality. In truth, the detriments of mirrors have far outweighed their benefits over the years. Many individuals squander their time before mirrors, becoming detached from reality. They become entranced by the illusory scenes they perceive, unable or unwilling to accept that these are mere figments of fantasy. There are even those driven to madness by the reflections they behold, as those visions exist solely within the confines of a frame, unattainable in reality. After scrutinizing the mirror and finding nothing beyond the inscription, Mike shifted his gaze to the mirror's surface. As his eyes met his own reflection, the surface of the mirror began to ripple. His reflection gradually faded, and indistinct shadows and lights emerged. When the light became clearer, Mike felt a flush of embarrassment. The mirror still depicted him, albeit taller and more handsome, with Hermione, a head shorter than him, nestled in his embrace. Behind them stood their families, all smiling down upon them, while Harry and Ron beamed with joy, offering their blessings. The shadows shifted once more, but this time it was not a person that appeared, but rather a red flag adorned with a golden emblem of a sickle and hammer planted across the globe. This is not a reference to Soviet dominion, but to the radiant promise of communism illuminating the world. An inexplicable sense of loss surged within Mike. Indeed, it was only this year that it had vanished. The planet soon disappeared, enveloped by a mist that obscured the mirror, rendering it hazy. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the fog, seemingly attempting to grasp something, startling Mike. WTF? Mike instinctively recoiled, and as he stepped away from the mirror's reflective range, the hand gradually faded and tranquility returned to the surface. Placing a hand upon his chest to calm his racing heart, Mike opened his palm, and the light coalesced, forming the task scroll in his grasp. The pages rustled open, swiftly landing on the page for the task concerning the Mirror of Erist. Gaze into the Mirror of Erist. Task objective. Gaze into the Mirror of Erist completed. Task rewards. 1x Glacial Ice Block Spell Scroll. 1x Powerful Soul Arrow Spell Scroll. 1x Random Spellbook. 1x Noida Spell Editing Guide. 200 gold coins, pending collection. What this mirror reflects is not your form, but the desires of your heart. All that you yearn for is laid bare before it. The only consolation might be that only you can behold your innermost longings. Resting his palm upon the page, a halo emanated from the scroll, enveloping his hand. And soon the task scroll dissipated into a flurry of lights. At last, he had acquired this. Finding a nearby table, Mike placed his rewards upon it and picked up the thickest tome, caressing the embossed golden letters on the cover. Noida Spell Editing Guide. In comparison, the other rewards paled in significance. The ability of the editing wand from Noida was what Mike had longed for most fervently. However, judging by the book's thickness, mastering the art of spell editing would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. In Noida, this ability is directly endowed as a skill to the game characters, whereas in reality, one must learn it through diligent study. Nevertheless, Mike was not in a rush. The growth of power is a gradual accumulation, not an instant achievement. Carefully stowing the book into his alchemist bag, Mike then picked up the remaining rewards. The 2 spell scrolls, Powerful Soul Arrow and Glacial Ice Block, were both transitional spells within the game, but were immensely beneficial for Mike at this juncture. Raising his wand, a blue-violet glow coalesced at the tip, and with a swift motion, a soul arrow radiating that same hue shot forth, embedding itself into the wall before vanishing from sight. Did it possess a penetrating function? Compared to the initial soul arrow, the powerful soul arrow not only boasted greater potency and a different hue, but also came with new properties. To align with reality, it is noted that soul magic targets souls or living beings with souls. Inanimate objects devoid of souls will pass through unscathed. Drawing forth the ice wand, he pointed it towards the Glacial Ice Block spell scroll, and a bridge of shimmering light formed between the two. The bridge dissipated swiftly, and once the spell was memorized by the wand, Mike raised it once more. As the icy blue light gathered at the tip, a chilling aura began to emanate. The glacial ice block was an ice-type spell, and employing the ice wand to cast ice-type spells would provide an additional enhancement. Note, currently, the ice wand is at a novice level, granting a 15 ice-type enhancement, increasing by 15 per level, capping at master level with a 60 enhancement. A block of ice, trailing an icy blue glow, slowly launched forth, crashing against the wall and erupting into a flurry of ice flowers. Was its speed rather sluggish? Mike attempted to amplify his magical output, channeling his internal magic towards the wand. After the battle with the giant, Mike had improved his control over his magical energy, now able to direct the flow within his body with greater ease. Once more, the icy blue glow gathered, and a block of ice shot forth, colliding with the wall and exploding into another cluster of ice flowers. Perhaps I applied too much power there. Setting the wand aside, Mike finally picked up the random spellbook awarded to him. The spellbook remained in an unidentified phase, and Mike had no means of discerning its type at present. Opening the book, he pointed the wand at the pages, and a thread of light surged forth from the wand, connecting to the spellbook. With a flash, the thread snapped, and Mike aimed the wand at the wall, focusing his thoughts. A golden light enveloped him from above, imparting a sensation akin to being immersed in warm water. A healing spell, perhaps? As the glow gradually faded, the information regarding this spell materialized in Mike's mind. Light-wound healing? Mike mused to himself as he absorbed the details. Just a novice healing spell, but at least it provides an emergency means of recovery, doesn't it? Shrugging, he acknowledged that the random spellbook's outcomes depended solely on luck, which had never been particularly favorable for him. He could only leave it to fate. He wondered if the spells provided would repeat. If they did, it would be rather unfortunate. He also pondered the utility of the gold coins awarded. Having yet to encounter any shops or unlocking mechanisms, should such an opportunity arise, he hoped it would allow for the purchase of powerful spellbooks. Having achieved his objectives, there was no longer any need to linger here. After ensuring he hadn't left anything behind, Mike quietly pushed open the door and tiptoed out of the room. However, once Mike had departed, the mirror rippled once more, and a hand reached out from within, groping for something before quickly vanishing from sight. Chapter 31. Every Holy Frostbirth. Time continued to pass, with each day marked by waking, ablutions, meals, and classes. Such a routine had become the essence of Mike's daily life. As the courses progressed, Mike began to feel a tinge of monotony. His precise mastery over magic allowed him to excel in nearly all his practical assignments, while his theoretical knowledge was commendably robust, merely falling short of Hermione's. Naturally, Mike chose to spend Christmas at school, a decision his parents did not contest, merely sending him warm greetings. You'd best hope we forget about this by the time you return home, or you shall face the consequences. Despite their words, however, his father and mother still sent him Christmas gifts, a jar of Dramione and several packets of spicy strips. Upon seeing these Christmas presents, Mike was nearly brought to tears. Although the beloved Lao, Gan Ma, and Wei Long spicy strips from his previous life had yet to make an appearance, the gifts from his parents filled many of the voids he felt. If one's childhood lacked the experience of enjoying spicy strips, it would undoubtedly be rather bleak. Additionally, there was a separate small package. Upon unwrapping it, a letter and a small ornament fell out. Lifting the ornament to his eyes, Mike felt a rush of emotion as his eyes misted over. It was a design of a crossed hammer and sickle, reflecting golden light under the dormitory's illumination. He placed the ornament reverently on his bedside table and wiped his eyes before opening the letter. Dear son, I heard your sigh upon learning of the dissolution of the Soviet Union, so I thought you might appreciate this. A person's beliefs are free, and your father will always support you. Also, the Dramione and spicy strips were quite the challenge to procure. I had to rely on a Chinese exchange student at the school to obtain them. I hope they suit your taste. With love, your dad. The letter was brief, lacking any lengthy discourse, yet it carried substantial weight. He placed the letter in his drawer, sniffed back his emotions, and unwrapped his mother's gift. It was a large multi-functional pet villa. Was this for himself or for Little Blue? Speaking of which, where was Little Blue? It dawned on Mike that he hadn't seen her in quite some time, only occasionally catching a glimpse of her in the common room before bed, unaware of where she spent her days. Perhaps it was best to let her be. There weren't many things in this world that could harm slime, and the Forbidden Forest certainly lacked any fire-breathing dragons. He picked up another package, soft and seemingly substantial, tearing it open to reveal a sweater and a bag of creamy soft candy that landed on his bed. The sweater was crafted from yellow yarn, with the letters MK knitted in blue on the front. Together with the bag of creamy candy, Mike immediately understood. If memory served him correctly, Harry should have one as well. Mrs. Weasley was indeed kind, even crafting a hand-knit sweater for her son's friend. The craftsmanship was impressive, thick, and visually appealing. Mike promptly donned the sweater. Next came gifts from Harry, Ron, and Hermione, as well as Professor Dumbledore and Little Blue. The first three were unsurprising, as they were his close friends, and he had prepared gifts for them as well. However, he was puzzled as to why Dumbledore and Little Blue would send gifts. What could Dumbledore possibly give? Sweets or woolen socks? As for Little Blue, Mike couldn't fathom what a slime might offer as a present. Harry gifted Mike a rare trinket for a wizard, a slingshot. While unremarkable, Mike was curious about how Harry had acquired it. Logically, Harry shouldn't have been able to procure such an item. Had he crafted it himself? It was rather perplexing. Ron presented Mike with a wizard chess set, but Mike lacked any real talent for chess, likely destined to merely observe in silent admiration. Hermione's gift was a book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Collector's Edition. Should he mention that he had already watched the entire movie? Nevertheless, the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them differed significantly from the film, as it merely served as a guide to magical creatures rather than a narrative of Newt's adventures. As a collector's edition, the book featured a more exquisite cover, and the illustrations of the magical creatures even appeared to move. Had they somehow managed to incorporate GIFs into a PNG format for the book? If Mike recalled correctly, computers had only recently become widespread, with the first GIF emerging a mere 4 years ago. The technological advancements of wizards were indeed remarkable, with some areas far surpassing muggles, ordinary people, by centuries, while in others they lagged behind. Carefully storing the book away, Mike unwrapped Dumbledore's gift and gasped, stumbling back as he struggled to catch his breath. What had occurred? Harry and Ron rushed in at the sound, their expressions puzzled as they beheld Mike sitting on the floor. Trembling, Mike pointed at the package on the bed, rendered speechless. Harry and Ron approached, only to gag at the sight. The package was filled with a string of cockroaches. Dumbledore, you are truly ruthless. Just wait. That said, Mike, who suffered from a severe fear of insects, found himself powerless against the string of cockroaches, casting a hopeful glance at Harry and Ron. Unfortunately, they were merely bracing themselves against the wall, gagging. Clearly, he would have to rely on himself. Steeling himself, Mike struggled to his feet, trembling as he drew his wand. Closing his eyes to avoid looking directly at the horrific scene, instead directing his wand vaguely in the general direction. A wave of warmth surged forth, enveloping the string of cockroaches within the package. The chocolate cockroaches gradually melted, and Mike fervently hoped they would dissolve entirely, leaving no lively cockroaches behind, nor any peculiar appendages. Fortunately, the package was quite large, preventing any melted chocolate from staining the sheets. Mike was grateful that Dumbledore had prepared a sufficiently large bag. Mike, do you have an enemy? Ron asked cautiously, wiping his mouth as he peeked over at Mike's bed. Upon seeing that the area once crawling with cockroaches had transformed into a sizable pool of chocolate, he breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just a string of cockroaches. You gave me quite the scare. Harry patted his chest, still shaken. Little Blue might enjoy this. Let us not disclose what this chocolate originally was. Mike stepped forward, using magic to gather the now solidified chocolate together. Thankfully, there were no remaining live ones. They had all melted away. I concur. Otherwise, she might smother us in our sleep. After tidying up, Mike unwrapped the gift from Little Blue while Harry and Ron squatted nearby, watching him unwrap the packaging. How strange. I've never seen this wrapping before. Ron picked up a piece of the packaging, examining it closely. Inside the package was a brand new red scarf, somewhat familiar in appearance. Though Mike couldn't quite place it, draping the scarf around his neck, Mike stood up, brushing his hands off. All right, we should head to the Great Hall for the feast. Yes? Let us go. We've been waiting for you, they replied in unison. The trio, in an unspoken agreement, refrained from inquiring about the gifts they had given, as they all felt their offerings paled in comparison to the ones they had received. Mike had gifted Harry a partial puppet apparatus, an artifact from Minecraft dungeons that could summon an iron golem, and run a simple spider repellent. The puppet apparatus is a flawed creation, owing to Mike's lack of proficiency and experience in craftsmanship. Its sole function at present is to summon an iron puppet for a mere 30 seconds, after which it will vanish into thin air. The specific mechanism of the spider repeller involves the device autonomously extracting a small amount of the holder's magical energy to emit an ultrasonic wave that repels arachnids. Originally, it was a gift from Mr. Steve, intended to address Mike's arachnophobia. However, upon discovering the scarcity of insects at Hogwarts, Mike set about modifying it. Initially powered by electricity, the strong magical field surrounding Hogwarts interferes with all energy sources except for magical energy, prompting Mike to make minor magical adjustments to the battery. The underlying principle is quite magical. All that needs to be understood is that this device absorbs magical energy to drive away spiders. There is no need for concern regarding excessive magical depletion, as its consumption is negligible even for a first-year wizard, akin to pouring a single drop of water from a self-refilling bottle over the course of an hour. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, Mike found a place to sit, propping his chin on his hands as he awaited the commencement of the feast. Shortly thereafter, Hermione arrived, sporting a small handbag, indicating that she had just come from the library. "Mike, you always arrive so early," Neville remarked, having just greeted Mike and preparing to sit down, only to quickly shift aside upon noticing Hermione's arrival. Mike had originally intended to gift Hermione a diadem from Ravenclaw, but the powerful soul magic of the strong soul arrow proved inadequate, failing to rid the diadem of Voldemort's lingering essence, leaving Mike to devise an alternative. Thus, Hermione's little handbag was born. Mike magically connected an ender chest to the handbag, ensuring both ample capacity and security, an exquisite solution. The specific principle involves constructing a bidirectional passageway using a magical pearl as a medium. A mere touch suffices to establish the connection. Note, this is not content from a game. However, Mike's initial concept was to connect it directly to an alchemical chest, but due to insufficient materials, he was unable to create the advanced covalent powder, leading him to shelve that plan in favor of the more economical ender chest. "Mike, I truly appreciate your gift. Now I can carry my books without holding them in my hands." Upon seeing him, Hermione enveloped Mike in a warm embrace. "How about a kiss?" Mike flashed a cheeky grin, gesturing to his cheek. But there are people around." Hermione's face flushed. Neville, ever considerate, turned his head away. Once assured that no one was paying them any mind, Hermione mustered her courage and quickly pecked Mike's cheek, her face turning crimson as she cautiously settled beside him, wary of drawing attention. "Hee." Mike chuckled, feeling the lingering sensation of Hermione's hair brushing against the skin. "Hey, you." Hermione glared at Mike, her cheeks still flushed. You, she exclaimed, her face reddening even more as she turned her head away in indignation. Mike's earlier annoyance from being startled by old Dumbledore's prank had dissipated, replaced by anticipation for the upcoming Christmas holiday. Dumbledore, seated at the professor's table, observed Mike and Hermione with a smile, a glimmer of envy in his eyes. Youth is truly delightful. Chapter 32, The Dragon and the Yaki. "Huh, what? The banquet doesn't start until tonight?" Mike's expression was one of disappointment and despondency, a sentiment echoed by Harry and Ron. It felt akin to arriving at work only to find out that the schedule had changed to a grueling 996. "Indeed, Mike. Haven't you seen Hogwarts? A history? This is quite different from what we experience at home," Hermione remarked, a knowing smile playing on her lips. The last time she had witnessed Mike like this was back in elementary school during a field trip that was canceled due to extreme weather, leaving him with a similar expression of dismay. By now, it was midday, and after finishing breakfast, Mike, Harry, and Ron found themselves waiting impatiently for the feast to commence. They ultimately retreated to the common room, dejectedly settling into their chairs. "I think I need to take a solitary stroll in the corridor," Mike announced, rising and lethargically making his way to the door. Harry and Ron, observing Mike's departure, also stood up and returned to their dormitory. "Actually, I suggest you could read a book," Hermione offered, but when she looked up, the boys had already vanished, prompting her to sigh and bury her head back into her book. In the corridor, however, Mike's earlier gloom transformed into excitement, rendering him nearly unrecognizable from his former self in the common room. Off to the room of requirement. Upon entering, Mike eagerly stroked the scarf gifted to him by Little Blue. Indeed, the scarf was no ordinary accessory. It was a counterattack scarf. The counterattack scarf is a piece of equipment, accessory, obtained from the Eye of Cthulhu in the Terraria Calamity mod, granting the ability to dash and evade attacks, though it requires a certain level of skill to operate effectively. With a thought, Mike found himself 3 meters away, the force of inertia causing him to tumble to the ground. Though it stung a bit, he was overwhelmingly thrilled. This is truly the counterattack scarf. Clambering to his feet, Mike turned back to see a trail of red remnants behind him. Where he had just stood, a glowing red light was slowly dissipating. "What a treasure I've stumbled upon." Mike had contemplated various origins for Little Blue, yet he had never imagined she hailed from Terraria. Little Blue's hue was blue, perfectly aligning with the quintessential blue slime from Terraria. Moreover, possessing a counterattack scarf indicated that she was no ordinary slime. After all, she was capable of defeating the Eye of Cthulhu. Yet, she was merely a blue slime, lacking any extraordinary power, even susceptible to confinement within a cage. It was hard to fathom that a slime capable of vanquishing the Eye of Cthulhu could be trapped so easily. Nonetheless, These thoughts were of little concern to Mike at the moment, for the most pressing matter was that the next task in his quest book had been unlocked. Yes, the quest book does not unlock a new task simply upon the completion of a previous one. Rather, certain conditions must be met following the completion of the preceding task. The specific conditions remain a mystery to Mike, potentially involving a certain duration or progress. Concentrating, he summoned a blue glow in his palm, which coalesced into the shape of a book. The quest book unfurled, its pages swiftly flipping to the latest entry. The Might of the Dragon. Task objective, Dragon Blood X1, incomplete. Task rewards, Dragon Heart X3, Dragon Scales X15, Dragon Bones X5, Crystal Silver Ingots X1, Gold Coins X100. The blood of dragons flows with magical essence. Their massive forms and fierce flames wield immense power, yet they lack keen intellect. Remembering this will greatly aid you in dealing with these formidable descendants. After reading the task details, Mike felt an overwhelming urge to curse. As a first-year student at Hogwarts, where on earth am I supposed to procure dragon blood? Wait a moment. If memory serves, Hagrid raises a Norwegian Ridgeback dragon in the first year. Surely, obtaining a small vial of blood from it shouldn't be an issue, right? But when exactly does Hagrid raise it? That was the concern weighing heavily on Mike's mind. Based on his recollections, it was nearly the end of the semester by the time Hagrid's blood-drawing abilities had matured. With the final exams looming, followed closely by the confrontation with Voldemort, the time for digestion seemed rather brief. After some contemplation, Mike ultimately decided to relinquish his worries. Instead of fretting over trivial matters, he resolved to focus on his potion-making and gravity magic. He believed that when the time comes, everything would unfold naturally, and he held faith in his ability to complete the task without succumbing to Voldemort's machinations. His own soul magic was a formidable weapon against Voldemort. How could he possibly fear that bald-headed fiend? Just as he prepared to close the task book, an intense force of suction emanated from its pages. And before Mike could react, he was drawn back in. Here it came again, a trial without warning. Rubbing his head where he had just bumped it, he rose from the ground, feeling the dull throb of pain. Surveying his surroundings, Mike sensed something was amiss. Previous mandatory trials had always been steeped in twilight. Why had he been transported to an entirely different place today? Upon checking himself, he found all his belongings intact, even the retaliatory scarf still wrapped around his neck. With a sigh of relief, he realized he could finally engage in battle equipped. Not far off lay a desolate ruin, as if scorched by some unknown force. Charred marks evident on the remnants of brick structures. Just as he was about to investigate further, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the horizon. Mike looked up in the direction of the sound, spotting a colossal creature, propelled by a fierce wind, hurtling towards him. Drawing his wand, he braced himself for a tempestuous counterattack. However, reality did not always align with his desires. A wave of scorching heat surged towards him as a dragon unleashed a torrent of flames. With a flash of purple light, a stone wall erupted from the ground, shielding him from the fiery onslaught. The stone began to melt under the intense heat, yet the gravitational magic sustained its form, even fortifying the wall over time. It seemed the dragon's fiery breath was faltering. It ceased its assault and instead lunged at Mike with a powerful swipe. By now, the dragon had landed, forfeiting its aerial advantage. Frostbite. The tip of his ice wand glimmered with a cerulean sigil, and as Mike channeled his magic, a shard of ice hurtled towards the dragon, exploding upon impact and showering the beast with crystalline frost. The sudden drop in temperature was disconcerting for the fire-breathing creature, which was not particularly resistant to the cold. The dragon opened its maw, launching a fireball towards Mike's hiding spot. With a resounding explosion, a 10-meter crater formed at the impact site, and at its edge, a crimson glow began to dissipate. Sensing the dragon's intention to unleash another fiery projectile, Mike had already begun to reposition himself, although his movements were somewhat sluggish. The sprinting ability granted by the retaliatory scarf allowed him to evade the blast unharmed. To his surprise, the dragon simply lifted its head, unleashing a wave of flame in his direction. Rather than retreating, Mike charged towards the inferno, activating the scarf's sprinting effect just before the flames engulfed him. Now it's my turn. With a swift motion, he conjured a rope of gravitational magic that ensnared the dragon's neck. Yanking it forcefully, Mike arced through the air, landing atop the dragon. The Lich King's blade appeared in his grasp, infused with a surge of magic as frost began to crystallize along the blade's edge. With a powerful thrust, he pierced the dragon's flesh. The moment the blade entered, the surrounding tissue froze, emitting a sharp crackling sound. A gash opened on the dragon's back, but due to the frost infusion, no blood spilled forth. It's time to unveil my new technique. Pointing his wand at the wound, he unleashed a torrent of gravitational magic. The dragon trembled violently, panic seizing it as it flapped its wings in a futile attempt to escape. Alas, it was too late. The gravitational force brutally yanked at its insides, eliciting a wretched howl from the creature. As the agony intensified, the dragon's cries became more pitiful, yet Mike remained relentless. As time progressed, the dragon's voice gradually diminished. Seizing the moment, Mike unleashed an overwhelming surge of magic. The gravitational power escalated to unprecedented levels, causing the dragon's innards to begin spilling forth. With a sickening squelch, its insides ruptured and blood gushed from its maw as it lost balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Mike leapt off the dragon, dusting his hands. Is that all? It seemed so formidable at first, yet turned out to be quite the disappointment. Surrounded by a halo of blue light, he was soon transported back to the wish fulfillment room. The task book lay open on the table, and Mike approached to examine its contents. Dragon Akiro. Task objective: slay Dragon Akiro completed. Task rewards: Thunder Spear X1, Dragon Feast Mark X1, Akiro S Flame X1, Dragon Scale X5, pending collection. Wow, the Thunder Spear! Mike exclaimed, marveling at the first prayer, or miracle, completely overlooking the subsequent rewards. He swiftly claimed his rewards, holding the Dragon Feast Mark in hand. Its faint red glow, captivating yet insubstantial. The Thunder Spear. Golden arcs of lightning coalesced in his palm, forming a spear of pure electricity. With a mere thought, several dummies appeared on the opposite side of the wish fulfillment room. Aiming carefully, he hurled the Thunder Spear, and with a resounding explosion, the dummies were obliterated into fragments. In the game, the Thunder Spear's prowess was rather mediocre, merely a transitional prayer, with true strength reliant on the Sunlight Spear of Gwyn. However, in reality, a single strike of lightning could overpower any creature on Earth without assistance. Nature's most formidable weapon was anything but a hollow title. With a potential output of 20,000 amperes or more, a voltage of 10 billion volts, and a power of 20 billion watts, even the might of a nuclear bomb paled in comparison. Although Mike's Thunder Spear could never truly match the ferocity of natural lightning, its power was significantly amplified. The Akiro's flame was something Mike dared not experiment with lightly. He feared that igniting the wish fulfillment room could lead to catastrophic consequences. As for the dragon scales, he merely glanced at them before tossing them into his alchemist's bag. 5 scales were hardly worth his time. Stretching his back, Mike departed from the wish fulfillment room. The Christmas holiday had only just begun, and he needed to meticulously plan his upcoming endeavors. Chapter 33. With clear objectives, it feels as though the past repeats itself. As consciousness returned, Mike found himself still nestled in the warmth of his bed. Upon opening his eyes, the curtains of his 4-poster bed remained drawn, and the winter sun filtered through, casting a hazy golden glow. Enough already, he murmured, raising an arm to shield his eyes. Last night, just as Mike had drifted into slumber, he was abruptly summoned by the Grim Reaper. Is it Christmas over there these past couple of days? At that moment, Mike was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, even daring to wish Death a casual Merry Christmas. Given this, you must have taken a few days off, right? Mike was uncertain about what he was thinking at that time. He nodded twice, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Excellent, then prepare to set off tomorrow. Where to? The forests of Albania, to seek out the blood-cursed orc named Nagini. It was then that Mike began to grasp the seriousness of the matter. Are you here to exploit my holiday? We must be swift. This is our only opportunity. Unlike his usual calm demeanor, Death's tone carried an unmistakable urgency this time. Very well. Remember, you must depart by the day after tomorrow at the latest. With that, Death waved his scythe, whisking Mike away from the hazy realm of illusion. When Mike regained consciousness, he realized that an entire night had passed. It was now the second day of the Christmas holiday. Mike, the curtain was suddenly drawn aside, revealing Harry's face, startling him. Oh, what are you doing? Mike exclaimed in surprise. Thank goodness you're awake. We tried to rouse you for the party last night, but nothing worked. We thought something had happened to you again. Party? What party? Mike queried, puzzled. Yesterday, Fred and George had the house elf bring back some food from the kitchen to celebrate our 5-day holiday, as it seems Hogwarts had only 2 days off before we arrived. Huh? Death, you owe me a party. Mike's heart ached with indignation as he sprang from the bed, startling Harry. Mike, where are you going? Harry asked, bewildered as Mike began to dress. To the library to gather some information. Huh? This time, it was Harry's turn to be surprised. Forgive the child who is not fond of studying. He simply could not fathom why anyone in their right mind would head to the library right after waking up. In truth, Mike intended to examine the map to ascertain the precise location of the Albanian forests and prepare accordingly. Since Death had emphasized the urgency, Something must have gone awry, making Nagini's situation perilous. Perhaps Voldemort had acted prematurely. But that made no sense. At this moment, Voldemort was merely a fragment of a soul, entirely incapable of creating Horcruxes. Yet, he had once hidden in Albania, so it was not impossible for him to be aware of Nagini's existence. This could indeed explain why Death had stated that this was the only opportunity. If they missed it, either Voldemort would have seized control of Nagini, or Mike would lose the chance to find her. The library on Christmas was nearly deserted, the sole exception being Hermione, who seemed to spend most of her time there when not attending classes. Well, truth be told, Mike was not much different. He too spent the majority of his free time engaged in magical practice in the Room of Requirement, extracting a volume titled Magic and Geographic Maps, a Muggle and Wizard perspective on the world from the Muggle Study section. Mike pulled out a chair in front of Hermione and sat down. Oddly enough, Hermione showed no reaction. The book remained propped in front of her, obscuring her face, which struck Mike as peculiar. Hermione? He called softly, yet there was no response. Cautiously, Mike rose to peer over the book at Hermione. The little witch had her eyes closed, dark circles beneath them, nodding off repeatedly, her hands still clutching the pages. Glancing at the content Hermione was perusing, which detailed peculiar magical ailments, Mike found it rather perplexing why she would choose such a book. Normally, Hermione would be poring over textbooks and hefty spell tomes. Had she simply changed her taste? She had even fallen asleep, truly worrisome. Quietly leaving his seat, Mike drew his wand, casting a gentle gravity charm from the crystal tip, enveloping Hermione within its embrace. Gradually, she was cradled securely in his arms. With a thought, Mike manipulated the gravity magic to stack the book neatly, then carried Hermione out of the library. As he walked down the corridor, cradling Hermione, Mike couldn't help but reminisce about their days before attending Hogwarts. When the dental clinic had just opened, the Granger couple would often labor late into the night, as the English are generally fond of sweets, and little Hermione would be taken to stay overnight with the Stevens, who would then drive the two children to school the next day. This arrangement had become customary. Whenever the Grangers were busy, the Stevens would look after the children, and vice versa. However, if both families found themselves swamped, they could only rely on each other for care. Even at a young age, Mike displayed remarkable maturity, excelling in life skills and adept at caring for others. Thus, in many instances, when it was said that the two children would look after each other, it was, in fact, Mike caring for Hermione. The two families had considered enlisting relatives to help with childcare, but due to the distance and the gradual realization of Mike's exceptional talents, they had entrusted the task of looking after the children to him. Mike and Hermione often played late into the night in the living room, watching television, sneaking turns on Mr. Stevens' game console, drawing silly pictures of each other, and indulging in forbidden treats together. You know what I mean? Yes, indulging in sweets. Consequently, it was often Mike who would carry the exhausted Hermione back to her room, only to clean up the mess himself afterward. It felt just like now, as if the past was being relived. Hermione. Upon returning to the common room with Hermione, Mike found it considerably quieter than the morning's bustle, as Hogwarts had a strict policy that girls could enter boys' dormitories while boys could not enter girls'. Mike was now faced with the dilemma of either placing Hermione on his bed to rest or seeking a girl to assist in returning her. Wait a second. While it was stated that a boy could not enter a girl's dormitory, it did not specify that a boy could not bring a girl in, did it? With a spirit of experimentation, Mike ascended the spiral staircase to the girls' dormitory while carrying Hermione. Contrary to his expectations, the stairs did not transform into a slide. Instead, he simply ascended with Hermione in his arms. It appeared that he had stumbled upon a clever loophole. Fortunately, the girls' dormitory was empty at that moment, and Mike quickly spotted Hermione's bed among the many. It was quite evident, with several hefty tomes on the bedside table and a ginger cat lounging atop the covers. The cat was, of course, Crookshanks. To be honest, Mike had not seen Crookshanks much. Most of the time, he was with little Luna, leaving little opportunity for the cat to be in the spotlight. After all, cats tend to prefer soft, cozy spaces, which was perfectly reasonable. Ruffling Crookshanks' fluffy head, the cat gracefully leapt down from the bed to make room for its owner, gently placing Hermione on the bed. Mike tucked her in and kissed her forehead softly before quietly exiting the room. After Mike left, a faint smile graced the corners of Hermione's lips. As Mike descended the staircase, he stretched lazily and departed from the lounge, making his way toward the request room. Upon arriving at the request room, he retrieved a map from a nearby shelf and picked up a pen, commencing to sketch. 10 minutes later, he had created a rudimentary map detailing the route from Hogwarts to the Albanian forest. The map included simple annotations regarding the journey from Hogwarts to Albania, the modes of transportation required, and the estimated time needed to travel from one location to the next. Were he proficient in apparition, this entire endeavor would be rendered trivial. However, Mike was not foolish enough to contemplate walking, as the Albanian forest lies outside of England. Thus, he meticulously planned various means of transport. First, a flight to the Republic of Albania, followed by a local taxi to the forest. Although rudimentary, this was indeed the best method he could conceive. Yet, what truly troubled Mike was whether or not to inform old Dumbledore. Should he notify him, the travel expenses could likely be mitigated. But he was uncertain about the circumstances on the Reaper's end. Perhaps he would consult the Reaper tonight. He also needed to contemplate how to explain this matter to old Dumbledore. Furthermore, there was the issue of Nagini's accommodation, especially since Mike had yet to master the incantations for curse healing. Nevertheless, he recalled that in the MC universe, there were multiple remedies for the blood curse. The universal antidote milk from the original MC is a prime example. It could cure even the most toxic of afflictions. The blood curse, at its worst, merely posed as an indefinite debuff, so surely the milk could handle it with ease. However, this was reality, and Mike held little hope of acquiring MC milk. Yet there was another avenue, a spellbook from the realm of MC sorcery titled Curse Nullification. As the name suggests, it specializes in curses. Although he was uncertain of its efficacy against the blood curse, spells capable of countering weakening curses would undoubtedly be competent against the blood curse as well. Retrieving his belongings from the alchemist's bag, Mike extracted 2 potions and gave them a gentle shake. After ensuring the first potion had not spoiled, he carefully opened the second bottle and poured the first potion into it. One potion's effect was no longer sufficient for Mike. He sought more potent power. The combination of 2 distinctly different potions carried significant risks, and Mike could only speculate. He dared not conduct live experiments without a target. For the sake of his own safety, he chose to combine 2 potions with similar effects: life restoration and instant healing. Both were level 1. He was wary of using anything too potent, fearful of unforeseen complications. As the red and pink potions merged, the liquid began to rise slowly, and a faint mist emanated from within, turning the concoction a deep crimson hue. What on earth? Had he inadvertently concocted a cocktail? Shaking the potion, Mike's expression reflected his astonishment. Bringing the bottle to his nose, he took a gentle whiff, and a delightful cherry aroma filled his nostrils, prompting him to inhale deeply a couple more times. It smelled rather pleasant, albeit slightly alcoholic. Oddly enough, Mike was entirely certain there was no alcohol in the potion, yet he distinctly detected a scent reminiscent of cherry liqueur. But no questions needed to be asked. He had undoubtedly pilfered a sip from his father's hidden stash. Placing the potion back into his bag, Mike summoned the task scroll and unfurled it upon the table. It was time to review his next assignment. Chapter 34, The Eve of Departure. As the new task scroll page unfurled, a luminous screen hovered above it. Special task, the Reaper's Commission. Task objective, locate the blood-cursed beast, Nagini, undiscovered. Time limit, 72 hours. Task rewards, Curse Removal Spellbook X1, Magical Shield Spellbook X1, Magical Silk X32, Arcane Compendium, Novice Apprentice, X1. 400 gold coins. Commissioned by a deity, you're destined to embark on an unknown journey. Remember to prepare well, for you shall face more than just perilous paths. Upon reading the task details, Mike fell silent. Good heavens, were they in cahoots? The Reaper sends me a task, and then you immediately inscribe it into a book? What is the matter? Have you run out of work? Now, a simple commission has transformed into a mandatory quest, complete with a time constraint. 72 hours. 3 days to locate and return with Nagini, or face failure. Although he was uncertain of the consequences of failing the task, Mike had no intention of risking it. As a traveler in this nebulous world, the task scroll was his most formidable ally. It must not encounter any mishaps. The task scroll, conferred by an unknown entity. The otherworldly magic as task rewards, the inexplicable mandatory trials, and the ever-changing task details were not only mysteries of this world. This task scroll itself was saturated with enigmas, waiting for Mike to unveil its secrets. Perhaps one day, he would indeed peel away its layers, but for now, he lacked the strength to do so. Notably, among the task rewards was precisely the healing spell required to treat Nagini's blood curse, Curse Removal, which conveniently provided what he needed most. However, based on Mike's recollection, this spell appeared to be of an advanced level. This meant that even if he acquired the spellbook, there was a significant chance he would be unable to cast it. Furthermore, Mike currently possessed no healing wand, rendering his effectiveness subpar. He was uncertain of the burden that forcibly casting curse removal on Nagini would impose on himself, but he knew it would undoubtedly be substantial. While curse removal merely eradicated the curse's effects, curses vary in strength. Attempting to dispel the blood curse which had afflicted Nagini for nearly 80 years, would be no trivial undertaking without the requisite level of proficiency. The magical shield was of little use to Mike at present. Yet the arcane compendium and the 32 pieces of magical silk were undeniably enticing. With this arcane compendium, Mike could elevate one of his 2 wands, both at novice level, to apprentice status, though he had yet to decide which one to enhance. As for the magical silk, it was an essential material for crafting wizarding equipment, significantly enhancing the potency of his spells. Closing the task scroll, Mike shook his head, attempting to dispel the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. The allure of the task rewards was undeniable. Yet whether he could return alive with his current abilities was indeed a pressing concern, primarily because he might confront Voldemort, who was currently possessing Quirrell. Given Mike's present capabilities, unless he resorted to ambush tactics, he had less than a 40% chance of succeeding in a direct confrontation, and the longer he took, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. In the short term, Mike could employ gravity magic and soul magic to momentarily restrain Voldemort, or Quirrell, in a direct engagement. But as time passed, a first-year wizard like himself would be wholly incapable of contending with Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort. In terms of magical capacity, they were not even in the same league, let alone the discrepancies in skill and combat experience. In summary, the path ahead was fraught with peril. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Mike resolved to make a decision that would contravene the tenets of his ancestors. He intended to confide in Dumbledore about this matter. Do not misunderstand. It certainly was not regarding the task at hand, but rather the expedition to seek out Nagini. Should old Dumbledore be willing to assist, most of the issues would naturally be alleviated. However, the quandary lies in the possibility that he might not be inclined to do so. Given his temperament, that is indeed a conundrum. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to mention it. After all, he stood to lose nothing by informing him, and there could be no harm in keeping him apprised. If he chose to lend a hand, that would be even better. All in all, it seemed there was no downside to this approach. Quite the profitable endeavor indeed. Retrieving the Noidus spell editing guide from his bag, Mike pulled up a chair and reclined upon it, engrossed in his reading. Quirrell, when can we set off? In the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Quirrell was in a flurry, hastily packing his belongings while simultaneously attempting to pacify the peculiar absence of a nose on the back of his head. Master, I shall be ready in mere moments. Quirrell responded anxiously, his hands showing no signs of slowing down. Then do hasten. Voldemort sensed a peculiar unease recently, though he could not pinpoint its source. Previously, when such feelings arose, he could attribute the blame to Quirrell's head resting upon a pillow during slumber. Yet of late, Quirrell had not rested his head upon a pillow for quite some time, and the sensation had only intensified, heightening his vigilance. An inexplicable feeling warned him that something of great importance might soon be at stake, further exacerbating his agitation. After perusing the book for a while, Mike returned it to his bag and stood, departing from the room of requirement. Time was of the essence. Dumbledore would undoubtedly be in his office now, and they were set to embark tomorrow, so it was prudent to pay him a visit today. Ascending the staircase, he arrived at the door to the headmaster's office, where the gargoyle, as before, barred his way, demanding the password. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Mike casually provided a name of a confectionery, and, upon confirming the password, the gargoyle stepped aside. What a rather lackluster password, Mike muttered, extending his right hand to gently rap on the door. Come in, came the voice from within. Mike pushed the door open to find the same arrangement as during his last visit, with Dumbledore seated behind his desk, stuffing his mouth with some peculiar dessert. Mr. Stevens, what brings you here? Upon seeing Mike, Dumbledore appeared unfazed, his face adorned with a smile as he continued to indulge in the sweet treat. Nothing much, Professor. I merely wish to request a few days off to venture into the Albanian forest. Mike scratched his head as he articulated his request. Dumbledore's expression remained composed upon hearing of the leave, but upon mentioning the Albanian forest, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Mike, what is your purpose in the Albanian forest? The sudden change in address puzzled Mike, yet he replied, The Grim Reaper has issued me an urgent task to locate a large serpent named Nagini. At this point, Mike decided to be forthright, as the Grim Reaper had informed him the previous night that Dumbledore was aware of his existence. Thus, he chose to speak plainly, directly informing Dumbledore. The Grim Reaper has given me a mission to find a snake. If you do not grant my leave, I shall lodge a complaint. Upon hearing the term Grim Reaper, Dumbledore's countenance shifted, and he rose abruptly, drawing his wand to begin casting protective spells. To Mike's perception, a series of potent protective enchantments were being woven into the headmaster's office, including many spells he had never encountered before. After a time, Dumbledore returned to his seat, his eyes behind the crescent-shaped spectacles filled with gravity. Mike, what did he say? Nagini is in grave peril. It seems she will encounter misfortune in the coming days. Mike shrugged, revealing all that the Grim Reaper had communicated. I should have anticipated this, Tom. You truly are. The headmaster's office fell into a hushed silence, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping them, causing Mike to tug at his collar, feeling somewhat breathless. After a moment, Dumbledore spoke again. Very well, Mike. I trust you would not mind an old man accompanying you. Upon hearing this, Mike's heart soared with joy, and he nodded vigorously. I am exceedingly grateful that you do not disdain an old coot, Mike. Dumbledore winked. Now do take some time to rest. Finding a snake in such a vast forest is no small feat, so, Professor, when shall we depart? After breakfast tomorrow. Very well, Professor. That is agreeable. Mike turned and opened the door to leave. Listening to the sound of Mike's footsteps receding, Dumbledore sighed. At least death remains on our side. The common room was still rather vacant when Mike returned, discovering that Hermione had awakened and was engrossed in a book. Deeply focused, she was entirely oblivious to his presence. Mike approached silently and suddenly tapped her shoulder. Still reading? Hermione jumped, turning to find Mike's face before her, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she playfully retorted. What is it to you? Mike shrugged. You were so absorbed in your reading this morning that you fell asleep. I was the one who brought you back to the common room. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. You are doing wonderfully, and your health is paramount. Ruffling Hermione's hair, Mike stretched and added, I shall be away for a while tomorrow. Take good care of yourself and avoid a repeat of this morning's incident. There will be no one to escort you back then. Where are you going? Hermione instinctively inquired. Fear not. It is quite safe. Professor Dumbledore will accompany me, so you need not worry. With that, Mike yawned. I shall return to my dormitory for a brief rest. Tomorrow will undoubtedly be exhausting. I must prepare myself. Hermione turned back, about to say something, only to find Mike already ascending the staircase. Chapter 35. The Stalled Ariana. Have you made contact with Dumbledore? Just as Mike closed his eyes in bed, he heard that familiar tone, ethereal, cold, devoid of any emotion. Who else could it be but the Grim Reaper? Opening his eyes, everything in his nocturnal dreamscape remained unchanged. The dark liquid flowed beneath his feet. Yet unlike the previous inky night sky, this time it was adorned with twinkling stars. The Grim Reaper stood nearby, his black robe blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Yet for some reason, Mike could spot him effortlessly. Yes, he indicated he would accompany me. I hope he does not simply drop me off and vanish. Mike reclined, the dark liquid rising from the ground to form a suspended chair. My dreamscape. I shall exert some control over it. That seems reasonable, does it not? Observing Mike's demeanor, the Grim Reaper's lips twitched beneath the shroud of his robe. Very well. Having him here will significantly enhance the likelihood of success for this endeavor. Silence. So, how exactly did he come to know of your existence? After a moment, Mike finally posed his question. Surely, the Grim Reaper could not have invaded Dumbledore's dreams while he was asleep? Clues regarding my existence have frequently surfaced in your human ancient texts. Although the vast majority dismiss them as mere fairy tales or legends, a select few have come to believe in my reality. The Grim Reaper shrugged. Is it to say that the tales within the Amadou story collection are indeed true? Mike keenly seized upon the words fairy tale. And the narrative concerning the Grim Reaper surely mirrors the story of the three brothers found within the Amadou story collection. However, it is not entirely accurate. While much of it is fabricated, such as my inability to conjure a river to claim lives, nor would I manifest in the mortal realm simply because someone builds a bridge. Mike felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was he truly being criticized for his perceived pettiness? But how, then, do they become aware of your existence? The passing of loved ones, the demise of friends, these serve as their motivations to seek me out. Although few can find me, those with the means will invariably uncover traces. The descriptions of the liminal realm by those who linger have become material for their studies. Once they grasp the name and concept of the liminal realm, it is merely a matter of entering a deep slumber, infused with memories of the departed, that allows the liminal realm to connect with them. The vast majority awaken believing it to be an impractical dream, choosing to relinquish the hope of the deceased's return. Regrettably, Dumbledore does not fall into this category. You should be somewhat acquainted with his sister. Such a young life, with a pure spirit, was brought here due to an unfortunate incident. I do feel remorse for this, yet it is beyond my control, for once a soul enters the liminal realm, the path back is irrevocably severed. Mike nodded. Dumbledore had been haunted by guilt over Ariana for a lifetime. That conflict had nearly cost him everything. His brother, his sister, his beloved. This was also one of the reasons he ultimately succumbed to temptation and took up the resurrection stone. There are indeed methods to retrieve souls, yet they were not available at that time. Mike recalled one of the emergency techniques utilized in hospitals and spoke up. Restarting the heart through electric shocks, though the success rate remains low, has yielded some successful cases. At least, it was possible before I arrived. I cannot ascertain what advancements have been made since. Has the world progressed so much? Speaking of which, it has been quite some time since I conversed with anyone other than you. The last person mentioned something about constructing a zhonghua. He was quite capable, but alas, it has been too long, and I have forgotten much. A rare hint of regret lingered in the Grim Reaper's words. Constructing zhonghua? What was his surname? Mike was taken aback. He had not anticipated that individual would also come here. I have forgotten. Let us return to the subject at hand. To make a long story short, Dumbledore's sister is still present. What do you mean by that? Is Ariana's soul still here? Mike was somewhat bewildered. She, more precisely, her soul, remains within the liminal realm. But why? Her obsession prevents her from boarding the train to the afterlife. With a wave of the Grim Reaper's hand, a wisp of a soul manifested within the liminal realm. This is the reason I brought you here, due to certain circumstances. She can no longer remain in my liminal realm. You simply need to understand that she must stay with you for a while. Farewell. With that, before Mike could process the information, the Grim Reaper vanished, leaving only Ariana's soul behind. Well then, it seems I must once again perform a task for him. Mike felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. The Grim Reaper was inexplicably exploiting his labor without offering an explanation. Nevertheless, it primarily involved tasks he had already intended to undertake. So there was little to complain about. Although retrieving Ariana was not within his original plans, circumstances necessitated a revision. Shifting his focus to Ariana, Mike then noticed her ethereal form. She floated as if in slumber, gently hovering in place. Her golden, flowing hair cascaded down, and she donned a blue gown, exuding an aura of serenity, beauty, and a hint of innocence. A truly lovely young girl, a quintessential beauty. Hello, Ariana? Mike called softly. Unsurprisingly, there was no response. He took a step forward, only to find himself suddenly sprawled on the cold floor. The covers had slipped down considerably, and the moon had risen outside, coldly observing the world from the night sky. The moonlight cast a pale glow upon the clock, revealing it was past 8:30. As if aware of someone resting in the dormitory, the ruckus only faintly emanated from the common room behind the door. The only source of light in the dormitory was the cold glow filtering through the window, casting a solitary patch upon the floor. Oh, truly. Mike struggled to rise, dragging the covers back onto the bed before burrowing beneath them once more. The remaining matters could wait until tomorrow. Chapter 36. The Journey Through the Albanian Forest. Please state the password. Mike had risen unusually early today, arriving at the door of the headmaster's office. He had brewed several bottles of strength potions at the room of requirement and discreetly taken some long-lasting food from the kitchen. He believed he was well prepared. The corridor in the early morning was empty, and at 6 o'clock, Hogwarts lay in tranquil slumber, like a great beast at rest. He encountered no one on his way and soon stood before the headmaster's door, where the gargoyle blocked his path as usual, demanding the password. Well, what was it? Mike scratched his head. Old Dumbledore had seemingly shared the password for today yesterday, yet it had slipped his mind. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? Holding onto a glimmer of hope, Mike uttered the phrase. The password was correct. The gargoyle stepped aside, allowing him entrance. To Mike's surprise, the headmaster's office was unoccupied. The silver instruments on the desk operated in solitude, and Fawkes raised his head, emitting a call toward Mike while gesturing with his claw toward the piece of paper on the desk. Is this a message? Mike picked up the paper and read aloud. Please forgive my sudden absence, but do not worry about your journey to Albania. Fawkes will assist you. A glance confirmed it was penned by Dumbledore. Upon seeing that distinctive cursive handwriting, Mike realized that old Dumbledore had never intended to accompany him. The handwriting was neat, entirely uncharacteristic of something hastily written. Rather, it bore the mark of careful planning. Well, if he wishes to leave me hanging, so be it. I cannot truly hold it against him, and his absence conveniently allows me to showcase my abilities. Replacing the note on the desk, Mike turned to Fawkes with hopeful eyes. Fawkes let out an indignant squawk, turning his back to Mike, displaying his tail feathers. Gazing at Fawkes' tail, Mike was unsure how to proceed. If he recalled correctly, he should simply grasp it, right? Tentatively, he reached out to gently grasp Fawkes' tail feathers, confirming the absence of any discontent before tightening his grip. Flames began to emanate from Fawkes, gradually enveloping Mike in a warm embrace, obscuring his vision. The Phoenix's flames bore no scorching sensation, instead offering a comforting warmth, akin to soaking in perfectly tempered bathwater. In the next moment, a sensation of weightlessness washed over him, and Mike found himself uncontrollably falling backward, landing squarely upon a carpet of leaves. In an instant, he had arrived at his destination, and Mike noticed a new piece of paper in his right hand. Once you locate your target, raise this paper high, and you shall return to your starting point. Just a few succinct lines, with no further elaboration. Mike pursed his lips, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust from his clothes. As he gazed upon the seemingly endless forest, he could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. When would he find it? Wait a moment. At that moment, Mike suddenly recalled something. The crown of Ravenclaw must be nestled within a hollow tree in the Albanian forest. Why then is it found within the room of requirement? Nevertheless, the unmistakable aura of the Horcrux cannot be mistaken. Mike can assure that with his alchemist bag, that repugnant essence is undoubtedly a Horcrux. The situation has become increasingly convoluted, leaving Mike in a state of exasperation. The plot has veered into realms he could scarcely anticipate. While the overarching direction remains unchanged, the branches of events have proliferated wildly, akin to overgrown limbs, inducing a sense of helplessness in him. Alas, let us prioritize finding Nagini. Whether the crown is genuine or not is of little consequence. As long as it is indeed a Horcrux. Mike withdrew his wand and pressed it against his temple. He invoked the spell of Farsight from the ancient arts of sorcery. His vision rapidly zoomed in, but regrettably, the effect was minimal. The efficacy of Farsight is considerably enhanced in open spaces, yet within the densely wooded forest, its potency was greatly diminished. Disengaging the spell, Mike concentrated, channeling his magic into the wand to release another spell of the same ilk, Eagle's Eye, from the same source. His perspective swiftly ascended, and everything before him momentarily blurred. However, as he reached a certain altitude, the view became extraordinarily expansive. The effect of Eagle's Eye granted the caster a third-person aerial perspective, proving invaluable for surveying the environment. Gazing down, Mike observed his own body remaining still, the wand still poised at his temple. This sensation was peculiar. Although he could sense his physical presence, he could also observe himself from a godlike vantage point, engendering a feeling of disconnection. His gaze gradually ascended until it stretched to the farthest reaches of his sight, surveying the surroundings. After a minute, he finally dispelled the effect of Eagle's Eye. Unfortunately, this area revealed no sign of the basilisk. Only trees stripped bare of their leaves in the midwinter bore witness to his search, lacking any excitement. He rummaged through his bag and retrieved a vial of speed potion, preparing for a broad search. It was straightforward. The range of vision from Eagle's Eye formed a circle centered on the caster, limited by Mike's current prowess to approximately a 2-kilometer radius. With nearly 16 square kilometers of observation area, Mike need only run 4 kilometers in one direction to reach another vantage point. He first sprinted north to reach one observation point, then proceeded east from the initial point to another, and subsequently south to the west of the original point, continuing this pattern until he located Nagini. At least, this was the most effective method Mike could conceive. Had death itself provided precise coordinates, he would not be burdened so. Having determined his direction as north, Mike set off at a run. When fatigue struck, he sipped a life restoration potion. Once the effect of speed waned, he consumed another vial of speed potion. And when hunger beckoned, he munched on a sandwich he had packed. The sun traversed from the east to its zenith, and then westward. And by the time it dipped below the horizon, Mike could no longer endure, leaning against an ancient tree, gasping for air. It was already afternoon, and yet he had uncovered nothing. What if he had missed it? The Albanian forest sprawled over 8,000 square kilometers, and after a day of running, he had nearly covered all, but it was inevitable that a few blind spots would be overlooked. If fate had conspired against him in such a way, Mike's spirit would surely shatter. Summoning the task scroll, the luminous blue screen still radiated its glow, indicating 41 hours remained. The sole consolation was the ample time left. Yet the glaring red undiscovered next to the task's objective was a painful sight for Mike. Surveying the task rewards and the remaining time, he sighed heavily, his gaze descending until it fixated on a small corner of the panel. There, in cheerful white lettering, read the words, "Locate target. Me. Aminos." His efforts of an entire day suddenly felt like a cruel jest, and Mike's composure shattered completely. Just as Mike was about to vent his frustration, a green glowing curse hurtled toward him. Unfortunately, it narrowly missed him, grazing past in its diminutive margin of error. However, the tree beside him was not so fortunate, cleaved in half by the Avada curse. Watching the tree topple slowly to the ground, Mike noticed it was hollow within. Coiled inside was a vibrant green viper, blissfully asleep. Aminos, after a whole afternoon of searching, and now he learns that a mere pause could have led him to it. the shadowy figure draped in black robes, who had cast the Avada, paused, taken aback by the fact that Mike had not glanced in his direction throughout. What was happening? Why was he not fleeing? Despite witnessing the Avada, had Voldemort's years of lurking rendered him so ineffectual? At that moment, Mike finally glared at him with tear-filled eyes. It was you, the one responsible for making me squander an entire afternoon, wasn't it? A red glow ignited in his palm as the dragon's mark materialized, and golden lightning began to coalesce in his grasp. Within mere seconds, a lightning spear manifested in Mike's hand. You, give, me, spa. In a fit of rage, Mike unleashed the spear with unreserved fervor. It shot forth at an astonishing speed, the entire sequence from release to impact occurring in less than a second. Although the cloaked figure reacted in time to cast a shielding charm, the curse of the unicorn's death weighed heavily upon him, diminishing the spell's efficacy. The shielding charm crumbled like parchment under the might of Mike's lightning spear, which struck true, sending the figure hurtling back, embedded deeply into a tree. Before he could regain his bearings, another lightning spear was already on its way. With a resounding explosion, dust billowed forth, and the tree was violently uprooted. Mike dusted off his hands, scoffing dismissively. Just as he prepared to turn and retrieve Nagini, another curse pierced through the haze of dust. Shielding charm. The spell detonated dramatically. Yet the shielding charm had enveloped Mike beforehand. As the dust settled, he stood unscathed, albeit slightly disheveled with soot on his face. Little did the fool know, he still had some fight left. Realizing he stood no chance in prolonging the confrontation, Mike seized the moment while Voldemort was still preoccupied and dashed toward the hollow tree where Nagini was concealed, scooping her up and sprinting away. Curses detonated behind him, yet none inflicted harm, as the enhancement of Speed 2 allowed Mike to focus solely on his forward momentum, disregarding the spells flying in his wake. After several swift changes in direction, the onslaught of curses finally ceased. Collapsing onto the ground, he gasped for breath. Having stowed Nagini in his bag during his escape, he had accomplished his objective. Now, it was merely a matter of returning. He extracted a message from his bag, raising it triumphantly above his head, as golden red flames erupted from it, quickly enveloping him in warmth. When the flames dissipated, Mike found himself back in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Mike's gradual reappearance. The moment Mike stepped onto the carpet of the office, he pulled a chair close and collapsed into it. He opened the bag and extracted Nagini, presenting her to Dumbledore. For reasons unknown, Nagini remained in a deep slumber despite the chaos surrounding her. Dumbledore withdrew his wand and, after a meticulous examination, his delight was palpable. Indeed, it was the blood curse. Well done, Mike. Chapter 37. Aftermath of the Return. At last, success had been achieved. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Mike felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, exhaling deeply. After a day of running through the Albanian forest, constantly pursued by Voldemort, he finally felt a semblance of relaxation, though his legs trembled with exhaustion. If he were to be told that he had returned with only a real viper, he would surely contemplate his own demise. Here, try this. It will make you feel better, Dumbledore suggested, rummaging through a drawer to produce a piece of chocolate, which he offered to Mike. Mike accepted the chocolate, tearing open the wrapper and biting into it without a second glance. As the rich flavor of milk chocolate gradually spread in his mouth, he finally began to calm down. Not to mention, old Dumbledore's sweets were indeed of the highest quality. He merely wondered if the professor faced any risk of diabetes. In a matter of moments, Mike had devoured the chocolate, chewing a few times before swallowing, eliciting a slight twitch at the corner of Dumbledore's mouth. Is this how you consume chocolate? Dumbledore inquired, raising an eyebrow. And what shall we do with Nagini now? Mike mumbled, his words somewhat garbled. Now that the snake was back, the question of how to manage it arose. The Grim Reaper had not provided a solution. He certainly could not keep a snake in the dormitory, as he was a Gryffindor, not a Slytherin. Dumbledore gazed thoughtfully at the sweetly entwined python, and after a moment's contemplation, he spoke. I have a student who should be willing to care for her for a time. At Mike's puzzled expression, Dumbledore smiled and continued. He has not been seen for a while, but I believe you have heard of him. Mr. Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Mike nodded, indicating that he was indeed familiar. It seemed that Nagini had an old acquaintance in Newt. She had escaped the circus with Credence's help and had accompanied him to Grindelwald's initiation ceremony. Under the auspices of the fire god, Grindelwald had showcased his charismatic persona to the fullest, much like a certain mustachioed figure shouting, "How much for a loaf of bread?" 500,000 marks. He amassed a loyal following, including Credence. Though Nagini had astutely perceived Grindelwald's true nature, It was unfortunate that Credence was rather rebellious and disinclined to heed warnings. Coincidentally, Newt also attended the initiation ceremony, and so it was that the two, sharing an anti-Grindelwald sentiment, became acquainted. Subsequently, they sought out Dumbledore to discuss strategies, with Newt bringing Nagini along, and thus their paths intertwined. "I have no objections, Professor," Mike said, swallowing the last morsel of chocolate. "But before that, you must care for Nagini for a while." "Me?" Mike stammered, taken aback. "You mean I have to look after her? In the dormitory? That place will surely be in disarray for a time. Besides, I am not a Slytherin. Gryffindors do not keep snakes in their dorms." "Indeed, you," Dumbledore affirmed. "However, I have a splendid suggestion. The tapestry opposite the entrance to the 8th floor troll's lair would serve as an excellent location." Reluctantly, Mike acquiesced. After all, this was his responsibility, and it would not do to simply pass it off onto someone else. Dumbledore's willingness to assist with Nagini's fate was already something for which he felt grateful. After securely placing Nagini back into his bag, Mike laboriously rose from his chair, bid farewell to Dumbledore, and exited through the door. The first order of business was to find a suitable place for Nagini in the room of requirement. This posed no challenge, as he merely needed to mutter 3 times, "I need a room that can accommodate a large snake." When the door swung open, Mike was met with a space reminiscent of a seasoned snake enthusiast sanctuary. Climbing frames, feeding bowls, water troughs, a 2-tiered dwelling for the snake, and even a suspended basket from the ceiling, complete with a ladder clearly intended for serpents, adorned the room. However, it appeared that the space had not been utilized for quite some time. Although the room remained spotless due to magical preservation, the water trough had long since dried up, and the feeding bowl was devoid of contents. Gently releasing Nagini from his bag, Mike poured some healing potion into the water trough and tossed a few pieces of beef jerky into the feeding bowl before taking his leave. As for his tasks, they could wait until tomorrow. After a long day, Mike merely yearned to return to his 4-poster bed for a well-deserved rest. Upon his weary return to the common room, Mike discovered several individuals gathered there, seemingly surrounding something of interest. No one noticed his entrance, and Mike initially intended to sneak back to the dormitory. However, as he prepared to circumvent the circle, a voice emanating from the center compelled his feet to halt involuntarily. "I say, is it really necessary for everyone to crowd around me like this?" The voice had an unusual timbre, tinged with a hint of nervousness and softened by a feminine quality. Yet Mike recognized it immediately. That voice bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Chapter 38, Little Blue's Day at Hogwarts. 13 hours earlier. At 6 in the morning, Mike departed from the dormitory en route to the headmaster's office. Just as he left, a rustling sound emerged from beneath the bed. A blue gelatinous creature emerged from beneath, revealing that it was none other than Little Blue, who had been missing for several days. At last, Mike is gone. What a relief. Indeed, the reason Mike had not seen Little Blue in recent days was that the creature had been deliberately avoiding him to remain undiscovered. Little Blue glided to the foot of the bed, leaping onto the 4-poster with a gentle bounce. After a brief search, Little Blue discovered a few strands of Mike's hair upon the pillow. Although there were only a few strands, it would suffice. Obtaining Mike's genetic material was the optimal goal, albeit a challenging one. Little Blue swallowed the hairs, and its gelatinous form began to quiver uncontrollably, creating a rather comical spectacle. Soon, Little Blue transformed into a puddle of slime, gradually flowing down to the floor. Minutes later, the slime on the ground began to dissipate, revealing a humanoid figure formed of blue gelatin. As if undergoing a cleansing process, the blue hue slowly faded away. Black hair and fair skin emerged as the blue receded, with features strikingly similar to Mike's, albeit softened with a touch of femininity. With slender legs slightly crossed and arms wrapped protectively around her chest, the figure lay curled on the floor, eyes tightly shut and eyelashes fluttering. If Harry and Ron were still awake, they would undoubtedly assume Mike had rolled off the bed while sleeping. After a few moments, Little Blue gradually awakened. Struggling to her feet and adjusting to her new temporary form, she walked a couple of steps to the mirror. Upon gazing at her reflection, she was momentarily stunned. What? So, Mike is actually this handsome? Little Blue touched her face, disbelief etched across her features. In her mind, Mike had always been rather unattractive, and she had never truly scrutinized him closely. However, this time in front of the mirror revealed that he was not so bad after all. Xiaolon leaned closer to the mirror, intently observing her reflection. However, it wasn't long before a gust of cold wind rattled the windows, prompting her to realize that she had seemingly forgotten something important. She was not dressed. In a flurry, she opened Mike's wardrobe and hastily pulled on a few casual garments. After glancing around to confirm that her dormitory companions were still in deep slumber, she breathed a sigh of relief. Pushing open the dormitory door, she took one last look to ensure no one was awake before departing. The communal lounge on this winter morning was utterly deserted, save for the warmth emanating from the fireplace, still radiating residual heat. During the Christmas holiday, everyone seemed to unanimously choose to indulge in slumber, reluctant to leave the cozy confines of their soft beds to face the biting cold. Well, Mike was an exception. Seizing the opportunity of Mike's absence, Xiaolon intended to fully explore Hogwarts under his guise. Yet, as she pondered this, she found herself at a loss for direction. It felt as though a long-awaited wish had suddenly materialized, and with the initial euphoria fading, all that remained was a profound sense of emptiness and confusion. For an extended period, her existence had revolved around eating and sleeping. While she was still aimlessly passing time, at least she could justify her inactivity as a means of regaining her strength. But what was she to do now? Xiaolon was unaware of how she had exited the lounge or made her way to the library. By the time she realized it, she was already there. Ultimately, it was Mike's DNA that prevailed, as it seemed to be an instinctive directive embedded within him to visit the library whenever he had nothing to do or was uncertain of his next steps. Temporarily adopting Mike's DNA, Xiaolon unwittingly mirrored this instinct, finding herself in the library. Casually selecting a book from the shelves, she pulled up a chair and reclined, beginning to read. The library was noticeably quieter than usual during Christmas, with only the occasional appearance of Ravenclaw's own Laquenlaw, returning books or checking out others. Miss Pants, the librarian, was nowhere to be seen today. Yet, true scholars, such as Hermione, would never be absent. Just as Xiaolon was nearing the end of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, Hermione entered the library. Hermione did not notice Xiaolon, who was peeking out from between the shelves. Instead, she walked directly past. Xiaolon craned her neck and was astonished to see Hermione pulling book after book from her small shoulder bag and placing them on the shelves. "Oh dear, Mike, are you still here?" Hermione asked, puzzled, as she glanced at the figure peering from the shelves. I just came to check on a few things. I'll be out soon," Xiaolon stammered, feeling out of sorts. She could hardly remember the last time she had spoken to someone. Conversations with Mike had always been brief, often reduced to 1 or 2 sentences. While this was primarily due to Xiaolan's reluctance to engage further, it was undeniable that it was starting to affect her communication skills. Hermione tilted her head, but said nothing, continuing her task. After placing the last book back on the shelf, she looked up again, only to find that Mike had vanished. What the? Seriously? He left without even saying goodbye. Taking advantage of Hermione's preoccupation, Xiaolon seized the opportunity to slip away. If Hermione discovered that she was not truly Mike, it could lead to significant trouble. As a slime, a creature sensitive to auras, she could keenly sense the presence of several powerful beings within Hogwarts Castle, although many of them were dormant. The most formidable one remained active, frequently leaving only to return swiftly. This was the reason for Xiaolan's caution. In situations where one cannot discern friend from foe, prudence is a wise course, as a friend once advised her. Indeed, Hogwarts Castle was vast, and Xiaolon quickly lost her way after leaving the library, spending nearly the remainder of the day wandering up and downstairs in search of the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. The Christmas atmosphere in Hogwarts was notably subdued, as many students opted to return home for the holidays, leaving only a small fraction behind. Among those remaining, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw had the highest numbers, with 7 from Gryffindor and 9 from Ravenclaw. As Xiaolon passed the door handle of the Ravenclaw common room, it posed her question: is the you that others perceive truly the real you? At that moment, Xiaolon was too eager to find the way to the Gryffindor common room to engage in a conversation with the door. Naturally, she ignored the inquiry. Upon finally returning to the common room, she was met with some scrutiny from her peers. Xiaolan's mimicry of another's body could only last for 12 hours, and by the 11th hour after Mike's departure, some of his features began to fade. For instance, Mike's originally black pupils had reverted to the blue of her slime form. Truth be told, if it weren't for Hermione's keen observation and her familiarity with Mike, Xiaolon might have successfully roamed Hogwarts undetected in his guise. Alas, she was ultimately discovered upon her return. As her companions slowly encircled her, Xiaolon sensed that something was amiss. "I say, there's really no need to crowd around me like this, is there?" She spoke, her tone betraying a hint of unease. "You're not Mike. Who are you?" Harry demanded loudly, while Ron prepared to inform a professor. Neville, trembling slightly, stood beside Harry, partaking in the encirclement of Xiaolon. Hermione's expression darkened, and her wand was in hand, its tip glowing faintly with blue fire. "Where's Mike?" "In here." Everyone turned to see Mike, looking exhausted, slumped in a chair. "And what about him?" When they turned back, there was no sign of Mike, nor even his clothing. Meanwhile, the Mike seated in the chair felt something bouncy crawling up his leg, prompting him to smile wryly. Damn it, I have to clean up after this slime again. Chapter 39. The New Generation of Wizard Robes, 1 Ensemble Superior to 6. With only 1 day remaining until the end of the Christmas holiday, a workbench stood in the center of the room of requirement, upon which lay a book marked with a blue ribbon. As the pages turned, a blue light emerged. Special task, the Reaper's Commission. Task objective, capture the blood-cursed beast, Nagini, already captured. Time limit, 72 hours. Task rewards, curse removal spellbook X1, magical shield spellbook X1, 32 yards of enchanted silk X1, arcane compendium, novice apprentice X1, 400 gold coins, awaiting collection. A commission from a deity. You are destined to embark on an unknown journey. Prepare yourself, for what lies ahead is fraught with peril. Mike glanced at the still sleeping Nagini beside him and pressed his hand against the glowing screen. The interplay of light and shadow danced about as the luminous veil transformed into scattered starlight, dissipating into the ether. The task scroll snapped shut automatically, and beside it, a reward materialized, shrouded in mystery. A magnificent bolt of shimmering satin lay neatly piled, while 3 tomes languished scattered nearby. Mike gazed at the grand satin, a frown creasing his brow. How was he to utilize these items? Though they were materials for crafting a mage's ensemble, he remained utterly oblivious to the crafting process. It was not as if he had forgotten the recipes. After all, the myriad crafting formulas within MC were so uniform that they could never be erased from memory. Yet, he pondered, what sort of crafting procedure would manifest when these recipes were brought to fruition? His gaze shifted to the arcane workbench positioned in the center of the request room. This apparatus had been bestowed upon him upon the completion of his task at Hogwarts, yet it had remained dormant until now. Perhaps its time had finally come? The special workbench from Mystical Ages 6, in addition to the original crafting capabilities, could facilitate unique synthesis processes within that realm. Recalling his memories, Mike noted that the synthesis seemed rather complicated, often requiring an environmental variable known as spirit energy, along with an array of assorted elemental crystals, not to mention a mastery of pertinent knowledge. He found himself questioning whether the creator of the task scroll truly comprehended this mod, as it currently contained no references to the mod's content. While the special functionalities might be of no use to him, the original workbench's capabilities should still be intact. However, until now, Mike had found little need to craft anything, allowing this tool to fade into obscurity within his alchemist's satchel. He arranged the magical satin upon the workbench according to the immutable synthesis procedure etched in his memory, and took several steps back, awaiting the arrival of a miracle. Had the miracle arrived? Indeed. Could it be that the miracle had truly come? Indeed. Was the miracle truly present? Indeed. In a moment of desperation, Mike withdrew his wand and tentatively tapped the workbench. This was the universal remedy for all troubles. Should any issue arise, a simple tap would suffice. Yet, at the moment the magical crystal at the wand's tip made contact with the workbench, a wisp of arcane light surged from the wand and enveloped the workbench. The previously inert satin began to flutter wildly upon the workbench, illuminated by the arcane light that wove through it like an enchanted needle, seamlessly stitching the scattered satin pieces together. With each pass of the light, a single thread was drawn away. Thus, the satin danced, and as the threads gradually drew closer, a robe began to take shape amidst the radiant display. Mike rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had it been completed? The seamstress's performance upon the workbench was nearing its conclusion. As the final touches were applied, the wisp of magical light melded into the now-stitched wizard's robe, vanishing into nothingness. The robe lay draped upon the workbench, and Mike approached, carefully lifting it to inspect it closely. Every thread had been meticulously sewn together, yielding a smooth, supple texture. The hem of the robe was nearly flawless, devoid of any stray threads, appearing as though it had been polished to perfection. The collar and cuffs were equally impeccable, truly deserving of the phrase a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Mike did not hastily don the wizard's robe. He understood that wearing only a single piece of the wizard's armor would not unleash its full potential. He must equip the entire set to awaken its true power. Now that he grasped how to proceed, he set about crafting further. Next in line were the wizard's hat, trousers, and boots. Just like the initial creation of the robe, a wisp of light flitted about, sewing the garments in succession before merging with them and disappearing. Once all the pieces had been crafted, only 10 bolts of magical satin remained. Mike shed his outer coat and donned the complete set of attire. This ensemble, true to its crafting materials, bore inherent magical properties, such as automatic fitting. Additionally, the full set conferred a 10 increase in casting speed and a 5 boost in spell strength. The moment Mike placed the wizard's hat upon his head, The previously loose garments tightened, transforming into the most fitting style for him. Hogwarts imposed no strict requirements for uniforms. Merely dark robes and pointed hats sufficed, with the latter often being optional. In most cases, a dark robe adorned only with the school emblem would be acceptable. Mike's ensemble bore a color scheme strikingly similar to the school uniform, merely accented with some pronounced golden stripes, theoretically posing no risk of violating school regulations. However, to avoid being caught by any overly observant professors seeking to penalize him, Mike employed a transfiguration charm to discreetly modify the robe, ensuring it bore no flaws and even affixed a Gryffindor emblem to the chest. With a flick of his wand, he stowed the remaining materials within his alchemist's satchel and finally turned his attention to the two less-than-prominent spellbooks and a tome of arcane knowledge. Gazing at the obscure and perplexing magical runes inscribed upon the arcane tome, Mike sighed, relegating the advancement of his wand to a later time. In the original game content, the procedure for wand advancement was to be executed at the arcane workbench, yet the task scroll had not provided that apparatus. Note, the arcane workbench in Mystical Ages 6 and the one in Witchcraft share the same name, yet their functionalities diverge. The former is for item synthesis, while the latter is for binding spells, upgrading and advancing wands, and charging wands. Though they share a name, their purposes are entirely distinct. Do not confuse them. The spell for removing curses could only be cast with an advanced wand, and with Mike's current capabilities, he was far from qualified, forcing him to defer to Nagini as assistance. Stowing the arcane workbench back into his satchel, Mike offered Nagini several chicken drumsticks before pushing open the door and departing the request room. For now, he would await his next task. Yet before that, Mike resolved to indulge in a well-deserved rest. Chapter 40, Ariana's Heiress Mirror. Harry, why did you wake me up so late? Mike mumbled, rubbing his bleary eyes and stifling a long yawn as he sank into the plush velvet sofa of the common room. The clock indicated it was nearing midnight, and the only source of light in the room emanated from the flickering flames of the fireplace. Mike curled up slightly, striving to minimize contact with the cold air. Mike, I'm taking you to see something incredibly fascinating. You're going to love it. In stark contrast to Mike's drowsy demeanor, Harry radiated enthusiasm. What is it? Why didn't you wake me earlier? It's already 12. And we have classes in the morning. Mike yawned once more, jesting that he had no desire to leave the warmth of his bed to face the winter's chill in the corridor. I was merely concerned about being discovered. Come on, you'll definitely enjoy it. Fine, just wait a moment while I change. To avoid the special cold remedy concocted by Madame Pomfrey the following day, he needed to dress warmly, according to those who had fallen ill due to insufficient attire during Christmas. The experience was likened to drinking a potion composed of troll toenails steeped in Snape shampoo, mixed with filched foot bath water. Mike had no idea what that tasted like, but he would wager his alchemist's satchel that it was utterly dreadful. Wait, does Snape use shampoo? That is not the point. In any case, the taste is utterly dreadful. Mike has no desire to risk sacrificing his taste buds for that concoction. Once back in the dormitory, he pulled a windbreaker from the wardrobe and, after confirming that everyone was still sound asleep, he stepped outside. Upon reaching the common room, he found it deserted, the only sound being the crackling of wood in the fireplace. Harry? Mike wondered, slightly perplexed. Wasn't he just here? Where could he possibly be? Such a large presence. Suddenly, Harry's head popped up out of nowhere, startling Mike. In the dimly lit common room, Mike found himself face to face with a floating head, a scene that was indeed bizarre. My apologies, Mike. I completely forgot you were unaware of this. An arm materialized, revealing something in the air. Harry's body gradually appeared beneath his head, leaving Mike astonished. Is this an invisibility cloak? The question formed in Mike's mind, and Harry's subsequent words confirmed the answer. This was given to me during Christmas, supposedly left by my father. I hadn't had the chance to mention it to you since you were away. Harry extended the cloak toward Mike, inviting him to take a look. Mike reached out and accepted the cloak. It felt soft and smooth to the touch, and in the darkness, it shimmered with ripples reminiscent of water. He shook the cloak. It was remarkably weightless. When he first read about this extraordinary alchemical creation, Mike had yearned to touch it, and now that dream had come true, filling him with indescribable excitement. Although the cloak merely offered simple invisibility, as one of the 3 deathly hallows alongside the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone, its significance was far more profound. Invisibility might be easily achieved through spells or cloaks woven from the hair of invisibility beasts, yet they all came with time constraints. Whereas this cloak bore no such limitations. As long as one wore it, true invisibility could be maintained indefinitely. Perhaps this was why the third brother in the tale of the 3 brothers had never been found. Unlike the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone, which were passed down strictly within their respective families. The invisibility cloak was the only artifact to survive all the way to the present. The resurrection stone was destroyed as a Horcrux by Voldemort, while the Elder Wand was carelessly discarded by Harry after repairing his Phoenix Feather Wand. Moreover, the invisibility cloak was the most frequently utilized of the 3 Deathly Hallows. From first year to 7th, whenever Harry needed to sneak around, he would invariably don the cloak, proving its immense practicality. Why don't you try it on? Mike draped the cloak over himself, feeling no special sensation, yet his vision remained unaffected, truly a remarkable alchemical product. With a rustling sound, Harry also slipped under the cloak, signaling Mike that it was time to set off. They traversed the dark corridors, evading the watchful gaze of Filch and the wandering Mrs. Norris, passed through the library doors, and pushed open another door, revealing, as Mike had anticipated, the mirror of Ariste. Removing the cloak, Harry gestured for Mike to stand before the mirror. Ron has already been here. You were sleeping too soundly last night, so I only called you today, Harry chuckled, curious about what Mike would see. Initially, after Dumbledore's persuasion, he had planned not to return, but remembering Mike had yet to experience it, he decided to visit once more. Has Hermione never been? She refuses to wander at night, fearing capture, Harry shrugged. Mike's lips twitched. The issue was he had already been here. To avoid dampening Harry's enthusiasm, Mike stood before the mirror, gazing into its surface. The glass rippled like water, but to Mike's surprise, the scene displayed was not what he had seen previously. A handsome man stood beside a beautiful woman, both smiling, with 2 boys who appeared to be brothers flanking a girl who looked like their sister, standing before the man and woman. The man placed his hands on the shoulders of the 2 boys, while the woman gently stroked the head of the girl in the center. Mike, what do you see? Harry inquired eagerly. I'm wearing the prefect's badge, holding the house cup. Mike fabricated a small lie, perplexed as to why the mirror displayed this scene. Aside from the brother who seemed to be the eldest, who looked somewhat familiar, he had no knowledge of the others. This is what I wish to see. A soft voice resonated in Mike's mind, startling him. Ariana? Has the Grim Reaper's sister introduced herself to you? Yes, I am Ariana. Just call me Anna. That is what the Grim Reaper's sister usually calls me. Harry, why don't you head back? I'd like to observe a little longer, Mike suggested to Harry. All right, just remember to return soon. Harry showed no objection, having spent entire nights here in the past, naturally assuming Mike would do the same. Once Harry departed, Mike continued his inquiry. Wait, you refer to her as the Grim Reaper's sister? Chapter 41, Mike's Trial. The Grim Reaper's sister? Mike exclaimed, utterly astonished and at a loss for words. While he had suspected the Grim Reaper might possess a non-binary or asexual nature, he had never imagined the Grim Reaper would be female. He had considered asking directly, but the Grim Reaper often wielded her gleaming scythe, and he had no desire for a close encounter with its blade. Oh, you didn't know? The Grim Reaper's sister is quite beautiful. Her hair is as white as the snow that falls in winter. Her eyes are as stunning as rubies. She often brings me sweets. They are delicious. Ariana's voice chimed again, this time tinged with longing. Perhaps the sweets the Grim Reaper provided were indeed exquisite. Mike could easily envision Ariana drooling over the candy in his dreamlike reverie. But why would the Grim Reaper have white hair and red eyes? That seemed rather peculiar. Moreover, regarding the Grim Reaper's height, Mike recalled that he had only reached her chest. Only to her chest. He was currently around 1.60 meters. This implied the Grim Reaper must be at least 1.80 meters or 1.90 meters. A striking figure with white hair and red eyes. Ariana, how can you be certain she is the Grim Reaper and not someone else? The Grim Reaper has never removed her hood. Mike questioned again, perhaps still unwilling to accept that a seemingly cold and imposing Grim Reaper could transform into a striking figure with white hair and red eyes. But she took off her hood. Didn't she? Haven't you seen it? Ariana's puzzled voice echoed in Mike's mind, causing his mouth to twitch. How could one not say that children speak without guile? Mike felt a profound sense of injury within his heart. However, he had no intention of lifting the Grim Reaper's hood merely to catch a glimpse of the white-haired, red-eyed beauty. He was willing to bet that if he dared to do so, the Grim Reaper would surely sever his hand. After some contemplation, Mike found himself at peace. Though the allure of a white-haired, red-eyed figure was tempting to him as a person from Huaxiao in his past life, he had Hermione. The tangible and touchable Hermione was far superior to that cold and distant Grim Reaper. By the way, Mike, I'd like to see them again. Mike's head had unconsciously lowered, his gaze no longer fixed on the mirror. Unable to continue watching the reflection, Ariana could not help but remind him. Oh, my apologies. Mike understood how significant it was for Ariana to see her family gathered together. Naturally, he would not refuse. as he too was eager to witness what the Dumbledore family was like. However, when Mike lifted his head, he was taken aback. The image displayed in the mirror of Erist was not that of the Dumbledore family, but rather his own reflection. Mike rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he opened them again, the mirror still showed him. If there was any mirror least likely to reflect his image, it would certainly be the mirror of Erist, which reveals the deepest desires of one's heart while forsaking its fundamental role as a mirror. The sight of himself in the mirror filled him with an inexplicable sense of unease, as he summoned the courage to meet his own gaze. He was once more struck dumb. In the dimness of the empty classroom, a pair of golden eyes flickered, captivating his very soul. Yet Mike possessed black eyes. "Ariana, what do you see?" he stammered. "My mom and dad and 2 brothers, you know that, right?" "It's so strange," came Ariana's voice, her cheerful tone tightening Mike's heart. A trickle of cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, and a chill crept into his core. What Ariana beheld was different from him. Just as Mike intended to step away, he found that his body was utterly unresponsive, his feet seemingly glued to the ground, as if under a permanent sticking charm. "Ariana! Ariana!" Mike cried out desperately in his mind. Yet, nothing transpired. The mirror rippled with concentric waves, and Mike felt a dizzying sensation wash over him as he struggled with all his might. But still, nothing occurred. Darkness spread across his vision. He was still capable of thought and still felt the existence of his body, yet he could do nothing. When he finally regained control of his body and his sight cleared, he discovered he was no longer in the empty classroom that housed the mirror of Erist, but in a dim corridor. As his gaze extended to the end of the corridor, he saw another version of himself with golden eyes, observing him with keen interest. "Who are you?" Mike stepped back, his right hand slipping into his pocket. Thankfully, his wand was still there. "Me? You can call me Mike." The other Mike tilted his head. "You're Mike, then who am I?" Mike inquired again, gripping his wand tighter, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. "Ha ha ha. Don't be so tense. Don't show me that look as if you're prepared to cast a spell at any moment." The golden-eyed Mike suddenly broke into laughter, as if he had witnessed something amusing. "Answer my question." "All right, you're Mike Stephen, and I am merely Mike. Those 2 points are not in conflict," he replied. "Do you think I would believe your nonsense?" Mike chuckled, pulling his wand from his pocket and pointing it at the golden-eyed Mike. "Honestly, go ahead and try if you dare." The golden-eyed Mike shrugged, seemingly unfazed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a powerful soul arrow surged toward him. But he merely tilted his head slightly, causing the soul arrow to spiral away into the darkness of the corridor, not even grazing a hair on him. Still a bit too slow, the golden-eyed Mike shook his head slightly and raised his left hand. "Let me show you what I've got." A vibrant blue-purple light ignited in his palm, and in an instant, a beam of blue-purple energy zipped past Mike's left cheek, making the hairs on his neck stand on end. Is that a powerful soul arrow? He would believe it if told it was a powerful soul beam. Mike's expression grew grave. The strength of his golden-eyed counterpart was unfathomable, and he must summon every ounce of his power to confront it. Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, having taken the first step towards battle, he resolved to proceed. For Mike was one who believed in seeing things through to completion. A soft red glow emanated from his left hand as the dragon mark instantly shifted to his left hand, and in the darkness he pressed down. Strands of golden lightning converging in his palm, gradually forming a lightning spear. Not bad. You've learned to give your all when facing an opponent. His right hand's wand glimmered with purple light, and 4 floating stone spheres formed around Mike, hovering behind him, poised for action. The golden-eyed Mike clapped his hands, then extended his left hand into the air, summoning a golden longsword from the void. The golden light shimmered around the blade, as if it were tangible, causing Mike to squint. Lowering his body slightly, he propelled himself forward with a mighty thrust of his left foot. Mike smiled faintly as he merged his wand with the lightning spear, the icy blue glow radiating from the spear. As he closed the distance to the golden-eyed Mike, the spear transformed from golden to icy blue. Separating his right and left hands, Mike raised his left hand high, channeling all his strength to thrust the icy blue lightning spear into the ground. With a resounding crack, the icy blue lightning surged as the spear embedded itself into the earth, swiftly encompassing the space within 5 meters before him. Prayer. Icy Thunder Spear. A prayer that manifests the power of dragon warriors, capable of summoning the icy thunder spear to pierce the ground, with the spear releasing icy blue lightning upon rebounding. Dragon warriors are born from the Eternal City. They have never seen the true sky or lightning, thus adopting icy thunder as their weapon. The golden-eyed Mike's momentum remained unabated as he charged toward Mike without a hint of hesitation. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. As the icy blue lightning erupted the moment his foot landed, columns of cold lightning cascaded from above, engulfing the entire area in an instant, and his figure vanished amidst a dozen lightning pillars. Mike's expression remained tense as he traced a semicircle in front of him with his wand. A faint blue light flickering as a luminous arc shot forward, sealing off any avenues for evasion. Boom! A magnificent golden sword aura emerged among the lightning pillars, shattering the columns in its wake, while the azure luminous arc disintegrated upon contact, scattering into shimmering fragments. Mike's countenance shifted dramatically, and he frantically waved his wand, casting iron armor and magic shield upon himself, while simultaneously conjuring another lightning spear in his left hand, ready to unleash. The stone spheres behind him seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, shifting slightly before launching toward a specific target. Found you. Mike thrust the lightning spear in that direction. Another golden sword aura sliced through the air, yet this time it was considerably smaller than the last. Not even half its size. Nevertheless, its power remained undiminished, cleaving the stone sphere cleanly in two, which then shattered into countless shards of purple light. While the lightning spear detonated upon contact, the immense recoil left Mike's left side numb, and he lost his balance before he could regain his footing, only to feel a strong hand grasp his left shoulder. The golden blade sliced through Mike's defenses as effortlessly as one would cut through tofu. The iron armor spell shattered into fragments the moment the blade pierced through, and the magical shield collapsed in an instant. With a soft hiss, the sword effortlessly penetrated Mike's abdomen. Your weapon. Goodbye. In that exhilarating moment, Mike finally seized his opportunity, and a crimson lightning bolt erupted from the tip of his staff, striking the golden-eyed Mike directly. He was violently propelled backward, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Mike shook himself several times, struggling to remain upright. All right, I take back what I said earlier. You truly astonish me. The golden-eyed Mike coughed a few times and slowly rose from the ground. You lured me into your meticulously arranged trap, turning your disadvantage into an advantage. Ultimately, you went all in, but alas, your spell's power was still too weak. At this moment, Mike could no longer withstand the strain, collapsing to one knee and grasping the hilt of the sword embedded in his abdomen, gasping for breath. The blade's passage had not spilled any blood, yet Mike felt his consciousness fading into obscurity. Mike let out a furious roar, and with a sudden surge of strength, he yanked the sword from his belly. To his surprise, the anticipated agonizing pain did not follow. It seemed he had felt little upon its insertion, likely due to his body's instinctive protective mechanism against such excruciating discomfort. His awareness dimmed further. He felt a ringing in his ears, a chill enveloping him, and darkness began to encroach upon his vision. As he succumbed to oblivion, a voice echoed faintly in the distance. Still too weak. I could hardly bear my own power, and yet I fainted. My strength requires enhancement. Well, I suppose a portion of power has been liberated this time. Once I integrate this newfound strength, my abilities will rise significantly, sufficient for an extended period. The golden-eyed Mike approached him, observing the gradually dissipating Mike with a faint smile, oblivious to his own fading existence. When consciousness finally returned, darkness still enveloped him. Yet Mike perceived voices drifting from afar, somewhat indistinct. Mike? Chapter 42, The Outsiders, Steve and Alex. A man with brown hair drew the blade from a monstrous corpse, foul black blood gushing forth, tainting the remaining fresh air with its stench. Lise, are you not done yet? The orange-haired girl, named Lise, sighed, raising an unfamiliar instrument as she stood from before a thoroughly lifeless creature. Her ample bosom swayed with her movements, still evident beneath the white lab coat. But the black blood splattered across her face lent an unsettling and eerie quality to an otherwise exquisite scene. Artie, don't be so hasty. The energy intensity of the monsters here is significantly greater than back home, and the sequence analyzer requires time to complete its work. We likely cannot return until then. I see. I suppose dinner will be a makeshift affair again. To be honest, I'm suddenly longing for Mike's snake meat burgers. They are plentiful, delicious, and portable. The brown-haired boy, Artie, flicked the sword in his hand, igniting purple flames that swiftly consumed the black blood. You shouldn't have said that, as I too missed the meals that got prepared. Honestly, Lise shook her head and crouched down to operate the instrument. Do you think little Blue is doing all right? Seemingly bored, the brown-haired boy leaned closer to the girl, assisting her with the device while engaging in casual conversation. Not quite sure. She hasn't written in a month. She's probably thriving since there are few creatures in this world capable of harming her kind. Lise shook her head slightly, her hands remaining busy as she swept the instrument across the monster's remains. Do you remember the wyverns? The ones we saw when we arrived? The boy suddenly interjected, catching Lisa's attention. You don't mean to suggest you want to hunt one or two, do you? Well, a bit. Their meat, though tough, makes for excellent jerky. And seasoned with chili powder, it's incredibly fragrant, he exclaimed, abruptly halting his work with a gleam in his eyes and a hint of moisture at the corners of his mouth. You mustn't. Those dragons have owners. Be cautious of the so-called Ministry of Magic here. It could lead to complications. Lee sighed, rising from the ground. We've nearly completed the sampling of this one. We have just one left. ISN T10 sufficient. The boy expressed a look of despair, leaning back and sitting upon the ground, gesturing around at the numerous massive corpses sprawled about, each in varied poses, clearly deceased for some time. Strangely, the wounds on their bodies were minimal and appeared insufficient to cause death, yet the black blood pool beneath them alongside their rigid forms unmistakably confirmed their demise. Their internal energy sequences vary greatly, making it difficult to find a unified sample to narrow down our search. Lee shrugged. All right, I hope we can finish soon. I'm really hungry. I want to eat burgers, fish and chips, and fried chicken. The boy raised his hands high, exclaiming. His voice echoed through the cavern, creating a series of reverberations. All right, but we must first return home to wash up. We cannot go out smelling like this. Okay, stop being so agreeable and come help. We need to finish up quickly to get home. I'm coming. 20 minutes later, the two emerged from a concealed cave, brushing off the dust that clung to them, exchanging smiles as they simultaneously withdrew their wands. Apparate, the space warped, and their forms vanished from the spot, leaving behind faint traces of their teleportation. As light and shadow shifted with a resounding bang, the two materialized in the living room of house number 12 on Yew Tree Road. Already it's time to wash up. The moment they returned home, the girl lunged at the boy, wrapping her arms around his neck, her smooth, fair legs entwining around his waist, ensnaring him like an octopus. Caught off guard, the boy fell onto the carpet, and they tumbled together. Alex, let go of me. No, you carry me to wash. Alex stubbornly clung to him, refusing to release her grip. I'm Steve, not a rickshaw puller. You're too heavy for me to carry. You think I'm heavy? I only gained weight for you. And now I'm heavy and inconvenient. How can you complain? Alex retorted, her tone laced with irritation. No, how could I dare? Steve immediately put on a smiling face, tightening his embrace around Alex, and with a slight exertion, he sprang to his feet, carrying her into the bathroom. With a resounding thud, the bathroom door slammed shut, yet through the heavy wooden barrier, the sounds of splashing water, laughter, and playful banter could still be discerned. Occasionally, the sharp sound of bodies colliding and the startled exclamations of women punctuated the air, evoking a vivid tapestry of imagination. Time flowed languidly, and unbeknownst to anyone, the night had draped its dark cloak over the sky, gradually enveloping it in an inky hue. Beneath this shroud of darkness, certain entities remained undeterred, still stirring with restless energy. Chapter 43. The Warm Sun of Winter. Harry? Mike struggled to open his eyes, his green gaze filled with concern as he regarded his friend, seemingly ensuring that all was well. When did you return? I didn't hear you. I forgot, Mike replied, laboriously propping himself up, a sharp headache eliciting an involuntary groan. What time is it? Let me check, Harry said, glancing at the wall clock. It's just past 8. Breakfast hasn't started yet. That's good. Are you all right? I shouldn't have woken you last night. It's my fault, Harry said, a hint of regret shadowing his features, as if lamenting their nocturnal escapade. What's wrong? I'm not angry with you, Mike reassured him. I should actually thank you for taking me to see that mirror. Do you remember how you got back last night? I don't recall. Why? Really? Indeed. Let me summarize it for you then. In the early hours, as the clock struck 3, Mike, weary and drowsy, nearly crawled back to the common room. The chill and fatigue rendered his brain almost incapable of coherent thought. Upon awakening on the frigid floor of the classroom where the mirror was stored, he found himself struggling to think. Driven by instinct, he pushed open the door, making his way step by step toward the direction he had come from. The corridor, shrouded in darkness, was devoid of torches, and even the specters had vanished at this late hour. Filch and his cat were certainly nowhere to be found. At that moment, Hogwarts seemed to harbor only Mike. Wandering the corridor alone, his head throbbed painfully, and the cold constantly reminded him to hasten his pace back to the dormitory. Yet his numb mind, dulled by pain, could offer no effective guidance, compelling him to shuffle his stiff body instinctively toward the portrait of the fat lady. As the clock told 3, just before Mike succumbed to unconsciousness, he finally returned to the common room. Compared to the bone-chilling corridor, even a not-so-warm common room felt remarkably inviting. Mike nearly collapsed onto the carpet before the fireplace, seeking the residual warmth to thaw his frozen body. As he lay there, he unwittingly drifted into slumber. Who on earth is still in the common room at this hour? Ron, bleary-eyed from sleep, rubbed his eyes and vaguely discerned a figure by the fireplace. Mike hasn't returned yet? Could that be him? With that thought, Ron's drowsiness vanished in an instant, prompting him to rush over and crouch down to confirm the identity of the sprawled figure. Once he realized it was indeed Mike, Ron hurried back to the dormitory, dragging a half-awake Harry along to help lift Mike onto his bed. And that was how it transpired. After Harry had provided a brief overview of the situation, he turned to Mike. "I'm really sorry for waking you up in the middle of the night. Apologies for that," Mike responded, his tone filled with regret. "You might want to direct that apology to Ron. He nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw you." "Ha!" Mike managed a weak chuckle, which soon turned into a cough, prompting him to instinctively sniffle. "Mike, have you caught a cold?" Harry asked incredulously, though he had known Mike for only a few months. He recalled Mike's robust health, with the only exception being that incident with the troll. Yet, this only underscored Mike's resilience, having survived that encounter unscathed, a feat that many adult wizards might not accomplish. No, it's just a slight chill." Mike quickly waved his hand, insisting on his good health. He simply didn't want to endure Madame Pomfrey's notorious cold potion, as he was reluctant to lose his sense of taste for a time. According to a descendant of Longbottom who had the misfortune of sampling the concoction, consuming it meant you could forget about savoring food for several days thereafter. As the throbbing in his head began to subside, Mike sat up again, pulled a wizarding robe from the bedside table, and threw it over himself. After searching for a while, he finally found his shoes, which had been upside down beneath the nightstand. He slipped them on, retrieved his wand from under his pillow, and stretched, feeling more like his usual self. "I'm off to breakfast. Hurry up." Mike waved goodbye to Harry before pushing the door open and departing. Harry watched the door close, bemused. This guy, he is always so eager when it comes to meals. To Mike's surprise, the weekend followed immediately after Christmas. Yes, the great nation of England had no holiday adjustment system. He could enjoy the festive Christmas holiday as well as the weekend he deserved. This must be what Fred and George referred to as a 5-day Christmas break. Mike had previously wondered if there were classes on Saturday and Sunday, only to discover that indeed there were none. After breakfast, he spent the morning practicing gravity magic in the room of requirement. When the rare warm sun of winter appeared in the sky, Mike felt a primal urge calling from deep within to step outside and bask in the sunlight. By this time of year, the weather in the gloomy Scottish Highlands was typically overcast, making this sunny day quite extraordinary. As Mike peered out the window, he noticed the lawn outside the school teeming with Hogwarts students dressed in casual attire. As he stepped out of Hogwarts Castle, the warm, brilliant sunlight enveloped him, prompting an involuntary exclamation of delight. "Mike!" Just as he raised his arms in praise of the glorious sun, a familiar voice called out from the nearby lawn. Before he could react, a soft body collided with him, sending him sprawling. Catching a whiff of a familiar shampoo scent, one that seemed to belong to Hermione, he lost his balance and tumbled onto the grass with her. When Mike and Hermione finally disentangled themselves and stood up, they found themselves covered in grass clippings, their hair in disarray. They exchanged amused glances, each chuckling at their disheveled appearance. Finding a comfortable spot, they sat side by side on the ground. With a touch of magic, Mike produced a delicate wooden comb from his pocket and began to carefully groom Hermione's hair. The comb bore an inscription of letters that seemed to spell out a name: Hermione Jean Granger. The gentle sun bathed them in warmth, and everything felt utterly perfect. Mike meticulously combed Hermione's hair with a wooden brush, carefully untangling the knots and smoothing it down. He delicately removed the blades of grass and fragments of leaves that had clung to her hair after their playful romp on the lawn, treating them as if they were rare treasures. Perhaps, to Mike, Hermione was indeed a precious gem. As she basked in the warm sunlight and relished the gentle ministrations of his hands, Hermione slowly closed her eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep. Upon noticing that her breathing had become steady, a subtle smile graced Mike's lips. His hands continued their soothing rhythm, transforming her once unruly locks into a sleek cascade. No one, save for Mike, could tame Hermione's hair with such finesse. It was as if he wielded magic. Mike had been astonished the first time he combed her hair, for he had never engaged in such an activity before. The brush in his hand had been a gift from Hermione on his 10th birthday. When he had inquired about her choice, she simply smiled sweetly without offering an explanation. Since then, whenever Mrs. Granger was preoccupied, it was Mike who tended to Hermione's hair. Over time, even when Mrs. Granger was available, she often preferred Mike to take on the task. Even hair that would challenge a professional stylist fell obediently under Mike's skilled hands, as though he were born for this role, despite his lack of experience. Though Mike had never styled another woman's hair, he felt that he could not match the ease with which he groomed Hermione. It was a remarkable phenomenon. Henceforth, Whenever Mike found himself in her presence, under suitable conditions, and if Hermione desired it, he would meticulously comb her hair. Gradually, her hair became smooth beneath his touch, and as he paused, he put away the brush. Sensing the cessation of his movements, Hermione opened her eyes and turned to him, bestowing a sweet smile reminiscent of the one she had given him on his birthday. In the sunlight, she appeared so gentle and endearing. Mike smiled back, his dark eyes meeting her warm brown ones, and in that moment, they could see each other's reflections within their gaze. Time seemed to stand still as their reflections magnified, and Mike wished fervently for this moment to last forever. The distance between them diminished, drawing closer and closer, until just as their lips were on the brink of merging, a loud shout broke the tranquility. "Mike, there you are." The two, who were on the verge of sharing a kiss, instantly recoiled at the interruption. Hermione suddenly realized how close she had been to Mike, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hurriedly shifted to the side, distancing herself from him. Mike stiffened, turning his head to see the two unwelcome intruders, Harry and Ron, running towards them. Just a moment more. If only they had arrived a few seconds later, Mike thought, feeling a surge of irritation directed at his friends. "What are you two doing over there?" Ron's loud voice echoed before they even reached them. Hermione turned her head away, her ears burning with embarrassment. "Nothing. What brings you here?" Mike replied through gritted teeth, his tone decidedly unwelcoming. "Just wanted to ask you to help with something," Ron said. But as he spoke, he stumbled over an unseen obstacle, sending him tumbling forward, his face meeting the ground. Harry, beside him, fell as well, and Mike felt a wave of vindication wash over him. Serves you right, but they were still his friends, and, as he watched them crash to the earth, concern filled him. Thus, he used a gravity spell to lift them gently, brushing off the dirt from their clothes. However, to teach them a lesson about being mindful while running, he left some dirt tucked away in their clothing and even in their mouths. How thoughtful of me, right? Harry and Ron, helped up by Mike's magic, promptly began spitting out dirt and grass, scrambling to clean themselves for what felt like an eternity. "Let me show you this." Ron wiped the sweat from his brow, gesturing for Harry to reveal what he had brought. After a moment of uncomfortable silence, Ron turned to see Harry still brushing off dirt. "Harry!" The shout startled Harry, who suddenly remembered the purpose of their gathering and raised his hand to reveal a broomstick. More precisely, it was a flying broomstick, Harry's Nimbus 2000, gifted by Professor McGonagall. "We thought the weather was splendid today, so we wanted to take a flight on Harry's broom. You haven't had the chance to ride one yet, so we thought you might like to try," Ron explained with a grin, scratching his head. "I remember you haven't attended a flying lesson yet, though. Isn't that a bit risky?" Hermione's voice chimed in from behind, prompting Mike to realize that nearly half a school year had passed since he arrived at Hogwarts, and he had yet to partake in an actual flying lesson. During the first flying lesson, Madame Hooch had instructed everyone to try to control their brooms, but in a moment of distraction, Neville had caused his broom to go awry and ended up soaring into the sky, necessitating Mike to employ a gravity spell to prevent him from plummeting to the ground. However, due to Neville's weight, Mike had struggled to maintain control, resulting in some minor injuries. Madame Hooch had to halt the lesson, taking Neville to the hospital wing. Although she had warned everyone not to ride brooms without her supervision, some reckless students, eager for attention, had ignored her caution. When Neville's memory ball fell to the ground during his exit, chaos ensued. Draco, seizing the opportunity, snatched the ball and took to the skies on his broom, prompting Harry to chase after him to reclaim it. The two engaged in a dramatic aerial duel over the memory ball until Mike, finally reacting, had to intervene with his gravity magic, leaving Draco dangling from a tree until a certain bat-like professor rescued him. The flying lessons were merely meant to allow young witches and wizards a taste of riding broomsticks, but since they were limited to 3 sessions in the first year, Mike had inadvertently missed all but one due to unforeseen circumstances, leaving him without the experience of soaring through the skies on a broomstick. For first-year students, flying brooms were considered controlled items, and Harry's possession of a high-performance broom at such a young age was indeed a rare occurrence. Aside from competitions and training, Harry would never openly soar through the skies on his broomstick. It was only upon noticing the splendid weather that he decided to take it out, wishing to let Mike experience the joy of flight. Mike gazed at Harry, who was holding the broom with a sense of astonishment, feeling a warm current swell within him. Harry held his Nimbus 2000 in high regard. Ron had likely never even ridden it for a moment. The fact that they chose to let Mike ride first speaks volumes about the significance of their friendship. "Don't just stand there, let's go to the Quidditch pitch," Ron exclaimed, tugging Mike's hand as he hurried towards the Quidditch grounds, with Harry following closely behind, broom in hand, leaving Hermione in place, grappling with her thoughts. Just a moment ago, she had been on the verge of. This thought caused her cheeks to flush again, resembling a delicate crimson cloud, making her appear particularly bashful and endearing. She did not harbor any aversion towards Mike. Rather, her youthful shyness and timidity instinctively drew her away from him. The hazy emotions made it difficult for her to confront her feelings for him, a phase that every adolescent girl inevitably experiences. Surely Mike doesn't think I dislike him? A wave of inexplicable panic surged in Hermione's heart at this thought. Mike's importance to her was second only to that of her parents. Ever since their encounter at the dental clinic, she had developed a fondness for this extroverted, sunny boy. At that time, she felt almost devoid of any merit beyond her academic achievements. She struggled to communicate and connect with her classmates, having no friends in her class, and often faced bullying and isolation from her peers due to her exceptional grades. During that period, the Granger's dental practice was in its infancy, and her busy parents inadvertently overlooked Hermione's social struggles, leading her to become increasingly reclusive, creating a vicious cycle. Hermione had not lacked the desire to foster good relationships with her classmates. However, her insecurities regarding her appearance, stemming from her prominent front teeth, hindered her from speaking up. Rumors about her teeth circulated within her class, further dissuading her from engaging in conversation. Coincidentally, Mike transferred to the same primary school as Hermione due to his parents' job relocation, thus transforming their fleeting encounter at the dental clinic into a student relationship. Perhaps it was fate that Mike ended up in Hermione's class. At that time, she had no desk partner, and in an effort to ameliorate the socially awkward girl's predicament, the teacher seated the cheerful Mike beside her. Mike quickly established a positive rapport within the class. Everyone adored this intelligent and mature boy, and his insights often left the teachers astonished. Simultaneously, he was the only person, apart from the teachers, who willingly initiated conversations with Hermione. Their shared intellect forged a strong bond between them. As their exchanges increased, Hermione realized that her peers were not as concerned about her distinctive front teeth as she had previously thought, which encouraged her to speak more freely. Mike had transferred in the second grade, and they had been desk partners for 4 years. Over this time, their relationship blossomed from a mere acquaintance to classmates, then to friends, and ultimately to an even deeper bond, each playing an indispensable role in the other's growth. No one can confront the departure of a cherished friend, especially when that friend is her only and closest companion. Hermione simply wasn't ready to face her feelings for Mike. She was only 12, after all, at the precipice of understanding her emotions. However, after much deliberation, Hermione finally made up her mind, rising to her feet and sprinting towards the pitch. "Mike, wait for me." Mike, bewildered by Ron's tugging, turned at the sound of Hermione's call, flashing a smile and waving. "See you at the Quidditch pitch." Chapter 45. The unicorn's invitation time flowed like water, ceaseless and relentless. December vanished in the blink of an eye, swiftly followed by January and February. Hogwarts did not observe a winter break, nor did it celebrate the spring festival, which left Mike, a soul of Chinese heritage in this life, feeling somewhat frustrated. He lamented for a while and resolved to ensure that Hogwarts students would experience the Chinese New Year in the next academic year. Yet life at Hogwarts was, in comparison to his previous middle school experience, unbelievably relaxed. Classes commenced at 9 in the morning. Lunch was served at 11:30, followed by a break until 2 in the afternoon, and classes concluded after just 1 more hour, leaving the rest of the day free for students to pursue their own interests. Upon his arrival, Mike was astounded. The beautiful schedule was even more lenient than that of a university, inspiring him to burst into song. In contrast, the winter break seemed less significant. In such a relaxed environment, some students even complained about heavy workloads. Truly, they were oblivious to their fortune. Indeed, Ron was currently lamenting about the lack of break time and the abundance of homework. Snape had assigned 2 parchment pages of potion homework, which Mike could complete in less than half an hour. However, due to Ron's continual procrastination and inattentiveness in class, the clock now read 9 o'clock, and he still had a page and a half remaining. It was merely a paper on the potion of life and death, which Snape referred to as an essay. To Mike, it was simply an expository piece with ample materials available for reference. "Ron, if you keep this up, we'll have to leave without you," Harry remarked, observing Ron, who was sweating profusely yet still unable to produce anything. "Do you remember the dead unicorn Mike found?" At the request of the unicorns, Mike planted an apple tree at that unicorn's grave, and now Hagrid has written to say they've invited us to see the tree bear fruit. Mike found it incomprehensible that the apple tree could bear fruit in less than half a year since it was planted. It defied all the knowledge he had acquired in his 2 lifetimes. Yet, the reality stood before him, compelling him to accept it. Even though he seemed to be the only one expressing doubt, the others appeared unfazed. Hagrid was exceedingly excited, His enthusiasm was palpable in the letter he had written. However, Mike could not fathom what was so thrilling about witnessing a tree at a grave bearing fruit. If it weren't for the unicorn's strong request, he would have had no intention of going. Time had slipped to nearly 9:30, and with the assistance of the three who had completed their homework, Ron finally managed to scrape together 2 pages of parchment. It wasn't that Mike and the others didn't want to help Ron directly. Rather, they feared the consequences should Snape catch them. Don't ask. Mike had learned the hard way after helping Harry, resulting in a 10-point deduction for Gryffindor. By now, curfew had set in, and most students had returned to their 4-poster beds, but Mike and his companions had no intention of doing so tonight. Although Hermione had some reservations about breaking school rules, Mike argued that rules existed to be broken, and with Hagrid backing them up, she had little choice but to acquiesce to his decision. With the aid of Harry's invisibility cloak and Mike's invisibility potion, the 4 of them stealthily traversed the corridors where Filch roamed and passed through the hall where Peeves was causing chaos, finally arriving at the castle's entrance. Hagrid, the key-keeper, awaited them outside, and under his cover, Mike and the others slipped out into the night. The moonlight shone brilliantly, casting an ethereal glow over the Forbidden Forest, which appeared so serene from distance. Harry and his companions removed the invisibility cloak, exhaling a collective sigh of relief. "All right, children, I swear tonight will be the most unforgettable evening of your lives. We are about to witness the birth of a miracle." Hagrid's gravelly voice resonated, muffled yet brimming with excitement. Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he cleared his throat and continued. "You will understand once we reach the unicorn's habitat. Remember, do not display any hostility, as it may frighten them." With a grand gesture, he beckoned them to follow him. Beneath the luminous moonlight, a colossal figure led the way, with 4 small ones trailing closely behind. They traversed the meadows, circumvented the Quidditch pitch, and finally arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The atmosphere shifted dramatically upon reaching the forest perimeter. What should have been a delightful early spring night turned ominous. A chilling wind swept through, occasionally punctuated by the eerie howls of unknown creatures, peering into the depths of the forest. The dense shadows of the trees and the bare branches lent an air of desolation, causing Harry and Ron, apart from Hagrid, to feel a surge of trepidation. "I say, can't we come back tomorrow afternoon?" Ron stammered, his voice trembling slightly. The centaurs conveyed that tonight was the night. "There's nothing I can do about it." Hagrid shrugged, illuminating the lantern in his hand and taking the lead into the forest. The glow flickered. Mike drew his wand, softly uttering an incantation as a beam of light ignited at the tip, gently flicking it to let the light hover above his head. With a sudden tug, he grasped Hermione's hand and sprinted in Hagrid's direction, leaving Harry and Ron staring in astonishment. "Stop dawdling, hurry up." Mike's voice echoed back as both boys exchanged glances, acutely aware of the sounds of their own gulping breaths. The Forbidden Forest was as familiar to Mike as his own home, having often ventured there at night to gather herbs. However, for Harry and Ron, it was an entirely new realm. The legends surrounding the forest as monstrous creatures circulated widely among students, rendering it nearly a forbidden zone. Both younger and older students shuddered at the mere mention of it, with only a handful of skeptics daring to approach, fearful of being seized by the beasts within. As they hesitated, a sudden surge of purple light ensnared their wrists, yanking them into the forest amidst their startled cries. Having already reunited with Hagrid, Mike waved his hand, the purple light vanishing in a flash, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "If you're too slow, don't blame me, heh heh." Hermione remained silent, clutching Mike's hand tightly, drawing closer to him. The early spring night still held a chill, and they sought warmth in each other's proximity. After a moment, Harry and Ron finally emerged from a bend, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, appearing as though they had been pursued by some unseen terror. Hagrid rushed to help them up, brushing off the dirt from their clothes. Once they had regained their composure, Harry, wide-eyed with fear, exclaimed, "The Grim." It was the Grim. Chapter 46, A Change of Plans. The Grim, a legendary creature said to roam the Forbidden Forest at night, indiscriminately pursuing any creature that dared to run within its dark confines. Upon catching its prey, it would eviscerate them with its razor-sharp claws, feasting on their blood and devouring their entrails, leaving behind naught but its skeletal remains. Due to the Grim's astonishing speed, it eluded the human eye, appearing only as a fleeting shadow. According to 2 unnamed red-haired twins from Gryffindor, they once encountered the Grim during a nighttime excursion in the forest. In a moment of dire peril, they narrowly escaped before being caught, avoiding becoming the Grim's dinner. In response, Mike declared, that is a fabrication. He often visited the Forbidden Forest once or twice a week, hunting acromantulas, or gathering herb for potion making. Running was nearly unavoidable. Yet he had never encountered this so-called Grim. In fact, he had even attempted to lure it out by running in circles, but to no avail. He had even consulted Forenza, who refuted the existence of such a creature. According to Forenza, the fastest thing running in the forest at night was Mike himself. Having never heard of the Grim, Forenza also advised Mike not to harvest the herbs so ruthlessly, as the centaurs were struggling to find sufficient supplies at their designated gathering spots. If this continued, they would have to consider sending patrols to ensure Mike's aggressive harvesting did not disrupt the ecological balance of the forest. Mike felt a sense of helplessness. Although the success rate of his potion making had significantly increased with the brewing station, he required more ingredients for his experiments, hoping to concoct entirely new potions. With the material loss being exceedingly high, to enhance his efficiency, he often employed gravity magic to uproot nearby plants, selecting only the herbs he needed while burying the rest in a pit. The forest was vast, and a small patch should not disrupt its balance, or so he reasoned. However, after that, Mike moderated his actions, refraining from excessive gathering, fearing the centaurs would sever their amicable relations with him. Returning to the main narrative, after numerous failed attempts, Mike concluded that the Grim was merely a fabrication spun by some for amusement, not an actual creature within the forest. Yet one fateful night, after slaying an acromantula and sprinting back to the castle under the influence of a speed potion, a sudden flash of light revealed something was amiss. The following afternoon, as he watched the Weasley twins selling a pamphlet titled The Grim Defense Guide for 3 Sickles in the Great Hall, a revelation struck him like a bolt of lightning. He was the Grim. Thus, when Harry spoke of the Grim, Mike initially felt perplexed, but soon, alarm bells rang in his mind. If he was the Grim, what had Harry seen? Harry, what did you see that Grim? What did it look like? As Mike opened his mouth to inquire, Hagrid's booming voice interrupted, forcing him to close it once more. When Mike used magic to pull us over here, I saw a shadow in the trees over there. Harry pointed, his expression grave. Hagrid's countenance turned serious. Children, we must alter our plans. I need to investigate what that Grim truly is. He retrieved his crossbow from behind, stringing it with care, and loaded it with a bolt that was the length of an arrow. What do we do? Head back to the castle? The sighting of such a terrifying creature had already shaken Ron's courage. Fear not, Mike will guide you, Hagrid assured, shoving a piece of parchment into Mike's hand and patting his shoulder. Mike, bewildered by the unexpected assignment, found himself in a state of confusion. However, there was no cause for alarm. The Forbidden Forest was not as perilous as one might imagine. Mike was more than capable of handling it, though he wished you could have witnessed his valiant confrontation with several acromantulas. I shall recount that tale to you at another time, chuckled Hagrid. Noticing the perplexed expression on Mike's face, Hagrid lowered his voice and said, Forenza told me you would manage just fine. With that, he gave Mike a thumbs up, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hagrid then sprinted off in the direction indicated by Harry, leaving a few others behind, gazing at Hagrid's towering silhouette as he departed, utterly baffled. After a minute, Hermione was the first to gather her wits. She gently extracted the parchment from Mike's hands and began to scrutinize it closely. The remaining 3 men, rather useless in this regard, crowded around, peering at the parchment illuminated by the glowing orb above Mike's head. Their initial curiosity quickly transformed into furrowed brows as they realized that the parchment contained not a map, but rather a haphazardly scrawled summary of directions. At that moment, they felt an itch in their minds, as if their brains were about to atrophy. It was a mystery how Hagrid managed to decipher such a convoluted message. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. At long last, Hermione managed to decipher the hidden information beneath the messy handwriting. Proceed north until you encounter the first fork in the path, then veer left. Continue to the end and walk approximately 300 meters northeast until you reach a marked tree. From there, head west for about 100 meters, and upon discovering a clearing, you will know you have arrived at the correct location. Upon realizing the distance they had to cover, Mike retrieved his alchemist bag and produced several vials of swiftness potion, offering them to the group. Mike, what is this? Ron inquired, lifting a bottle to scrutinize the pale blue liquid within. It's an energy drink, mint-flavored. You could think of it as a minty juice that will help you run faster, Mike replied, concealing a tiny fib and promptly downed a vial of the potion. The refreshing minty essence filled his mouth, rendering his body incredibly light, as if he could sprint 5 kilometers in a single breath. The pale blue particles swirled around him, signifying the 8-minute duration of the speed eye effect. The others followed suit, drinking the potion and marveling as the pale blue particles rose from beneath their feet and spiraled around them. Mike, I don't recall energy drinks causing blue bubbles to appear around you. Hermione crossed her arms, questioning him skeptically. Oh, let's not dwell on that. We should head to the designated location first. Mike hastily redirected the conversation. Having a girlfriend who was too astute was not always advantageous, as some things were simply impossible to conceal. He wished she were as easily deceived as Harry and Ron. Observing Mike's flustered demeanor, Hermione felt an inexplicable urge to unearth the secrets he was harboring. Since arriving at Hogwarts, it seemed as though Mike had been concealing something from her, creating an uncomfortable distance between them. She loathed this feeling. Despite her own considerable abilities, Mike continued to treat her like the little girl she had been years ago. Although she didn't entirely resent this treatment, she longed for Mike to acknowledge her as an equal, someone capable of assisting him, rather than shouldering burdens alone without seeking help. Hermione understood that such a solitary existence was exhausting, which only solidified her resolve to share his burdens. Determined, Hermione resolved that the next time Mike left the dormitory alone, she would discreetly follow him to uncover what he was truly hiding from her. As their figures faded into the distance, no one heard the dull thud of a heavy object falling in the direction they had come from. The moon hung high above the forbidden forest, generously casting its pure, silvery light upon the Scottish Highlands in this early spring night. As the beams of moonlight filtered through the intertwining branches above, they fragmented into delicate shards, dotting the tender green shoots and the remnants of last year's dead grass, creating a breathtaking path of moonlight. The serene sounds emanating from the forest added to the tranquility of the scene. The starlight from the celestial stone spell illuminated the area above Mike's head, casting a gentle blue glow that enveloped the three companions around him and brightened their path. This was the basic application of the celestial stone spell, which allowed the mage to conjure starlight suspended above their head, guiding their way with its azure luminescence. How much farther to our destination, Hermione? Mike inquired, glancing at her. The coolness of the early spring night was accentuated by the occasional gust of wind that sent shivers through them. Hermione examined the parchment in her hands and considered their approximate location before responding. If we continue in this direction for about 300 meters, then head east for another 100 meters, we should reach our destination. Understood, Mike nodded. While the Centaur's letter had provided a detailed outline of their route, the departure of Hagrid necessitated some adjustments for practical reasons. More specifically, it was Hermione and Mike who revised the path. Upon realizing that certain areas were impassable without Hagrid, such as the territory of the acromantulas or thorny thickets that a half-giant could traverse but ordinary folk could not, Mike and Hermione recharted their course. Hermione initially sketched a rough outline of the route to their destination, which Mike, being more familiar with the forest environment, refined to create the map they now followed. As for Ron and Harry, one was busy concocting foolish ideas, while the other aimlessly gazed around in confusion. Mike, I believe there might be something interesting if we veer in this direction. Shall we replan? Ron suggested, his eyes gleaming with innocent foolishness, prompting Mike to consider leaving him behind as a snack for the acromantulas. While it was understandable that Harry, a muggle-born child unfamiliar with the wizarding world, had not seen much, Mike was increasingly weary of dragging him away from the dangerous devil snare plants. He couldn't fathom what Harry was doing in herbology class. Perhaps a brief encounter with the devil snare might teach him a lesson. For now, Mike was content to stroll alongside Hermione rather than struggle with the unbookish lad, as the two fools behind him chattered away, oblivious to the perilous surroundings. However, ever since Mike ventured into the forbidden forest this evening, an ominous foreboding had lingered in his heart. It had already been over half an hour since Hagrid had parted ways with them, and his prolonged absence intensified Mike's unease. He could only hope that Hagrid had simply forgotten the way and returned, or perhaps had already reached their destination and was waiting for them. The alternative was a thought Mike was reluctant to entertain. Yet, as they drew nearer to their goal, the anticipated mishap had yet to materialize, allowing Mike to momentarily ease his heightened vigilance caused by Hagrid's absence. With approximately 400 meters left to traverse, the likelihood of encountering trouble was exceedingly slim. After all, the centaurs were surely awaiting them at the destination, rendering the situation relatively safe. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from behind Mike, shattering the tranquility of the night within the forest. The resting birds took flight, and Mike jolted from his reverie. There are spiders. There are spiders. He turned to see Ron nearly leaping on a Harry, his face a mask of terror, trembling as he pointed toward a nearby thicket. However, when Mike glanced in the direction Ron indicated, he found nothing but emptiness. After painstakingly prying Ron off him, Harry looked over, perplexed. Ron, you're being overly suspicious. There's clearly nothing there. Impossible. Ron insisted vehemently. There was definitely a giant spider right there, about this high. He bent down to demonstrate the height. gesturing between his knee and the ground. Is there really such a large spider? Could it be that you misidentified it? Hermione inquired, her brow furrowed in doubt. We need to hurry. Ron may not have been mistaken. The acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest can indeed reach that size. Mike mentally cursed his luck. 400 meters, and trouble had still found them. He should have consulted the almanac before venturing out tonight. Such ill fortune. Due to his oversight in replenishing his stock of Swift Potion, the 4 vials he had distributed were the last in his alchemist's bag. Without the aid of the potion, he could only pray that his 2 legs could outrun the 8 legs of the approaching spiders. What are you waiting for? Run! Mike shouted, seeing that the trio remained frozen in place. He seized Hermione and bolted forward, simultaneously casting a gravity charm to give Harry and Ron a nudge, urging them to move. Fortuitously, the remaining distance of 400 meters proved to be a blessing. Within a minute of their frantic dash, a swarm of acromantulas enveloped the spot where Ron had seen the spider, nearly causing Ron to retch at the sight. They were running with all their might. At such a moment, the disparity between 2 legs and 8 legs became glaringly evident. The acromantulas relentlessly closed the distance, leaving the quartet in a state of desperation. It wasn't he that Mike was unwilling to confront the creatures. He believed he could easily transform the 8-eyed beasts into mere materials. However, should a confrontation arise, the acromantulas would fight without restraint, and he had 3 companions to protect. They couldn't be considered entirely defenseless, but it was evident that in a one-on-one scenario, they might struggle against even a single acromantula. They lacked any offensive spells. Should a battle ensue, Mike would have to divide his attention to shield them, risking their lives as potential prey for the ravenous spiders. Fortunately, their head start paid off. Just as the foremost acromantula reached for Ron's pant leg, they finally arrived at their destination. An invisible barrier separated them from the spiders, which could only watch in frustration as the 4 were safely ensconced behind the air wall. "You've finally arrived," a voice called out, startling the 4 who were catching their breath. A golden-haired centaur stood nearby, observing them. "Hello, Ronan." Ronan nodded at Mike, scanning the group, but not spotting the towering figure of Hagrid, causing him to pause. Hagrid didn't come? If Mike remembered correctly, Hagrid had been invited in the letter. What? Hagrid hasn't arrived? The unsettling feeling that had subsided in Mike's heart surged once more. If Hagrid had not reached them first, eliminating the possibility of him being lost left only one dreadful scenario. Hagrid had encountered misfortune. Though Mike was unwilling to accept such a notion, the situation had escalated to a point where disbelief could no longer alter reality. "You all go ahead to participate in the ceremony. I will go check on him," Ronan stated before trotting away. "Is Hagrid in trouble? Could be the swift beasts." Harry's voice was tinged with worry. After all, Hagrid was his first friend in the magical world, and the prospect of him being in danger was unsettling. "Don't worry. Hagrid is likely so large that a swift beast would only swat him away. He has probably just lost," Mike reassured, though he held no certainty himself. However, maintaining morale left him with little choice. "All right, if we don't get moving soon, we'll definitely be late." Mike rose, brushing dirt from his clothes, and helped Hermione to her feet. "Harry, could you lend me a hand? My legs are still a bit shaky," Ron stammered, having developed a fear of spiders from childhood, and being chased by such large creatures would unnerve anyone. Mike himself had a fear of bugs, but his lack of fear towards acromantulas stemmed solely from their commercial value. In comparison to the substantial rewards, his trepidation seemed trivial. "Come on, Ron, that's weak. It's just a bunch of oversized spiders making you act like this," Harry teased, pulling Ron upright, his laughter echoing. Having spent most of his time at the Dursleys confined to a cupboard beneath the stairs, Harry had become quite familiar with spiders and had grown indifferent to them over the years. To him, the acromantulas were merely larger versions of the spiders he had encountered before. However, Mike pondered that had Harry known they were classified as a level 5 dangerous magical creature, perhaps his bravado would have faltered. Turning his gaze towards the lingering acromantulas near the barrier, Mike swallowed hard. That's a fortune in galleons. Under normal circumstances, he would have plunged into the swarm to reap a bountiful harvest, but if not for the presence of his companions, he was certain he could ensure not a single spider would escape alive. Shaking his head to dispel the impractical thoughts, Mike reignited the dimming starlight of his spell, ensuring the other 3 were by his side before leading the way forward. Just 50 more meters, and they would truly arrive at their destination. In stark contrast to the harrowing journey thus far, the final 50 meters felt deceptively easy. They simply had to navigate through low shrubs, overgrown weeds, and dodge a few drooping branches before reaching their ultimate destination. The silvery moonlight bathed the clearing before them, illuminating everything in a shimmering glow. In the center of the clearing stood a solitary young tree, approximately 15 meters tall, with a plump fruit hanging from one of its branches, causing it to bend slightly. Wow! A collective gasp of awe escaped the lips of several individuals, deeply touched by the breathtaking and sacred scene before them. Greetings, a voice, ethereal and delicate, resonated through their minds. The group turned towards the source of the sound, where a unicorn with a blue mane stood, gazing at them. Mike recognized this unicorn. It had guided him during his previous visit, prompting him to plant the sapling. If you are prepared, the ritual may commence. Though the unicorn did not move its lips, its voice echoed in everyone's minds. The others appeared incredulous, but Mike accepted it with calm composure, having witnessed the unicorn's unique magic before. This was a different kind of soul magic, not merely a variation of Mike's combat-oriented soul magic, but entirely distinct in its nature. The two forms of magic belonged to separate realms, serving vastly different purposes. However, as both were indeed forms of soul magic, they shared a commonality. They directly influenced the soul itself. The unicorn's magic resembled the establishment of a connection between souls, enabling two or more individuals to communicate without uttering a single word. In contrast, Mike's magic was straightforward and brutal, inflicting harm upon the soul. "I am ready," Mike declared. Although he spoke of being prepared, he was uncertain of what exactly needed preparation. Was he to stack buffs, drink potions, or perform some kind of circus act? This was no boss battle. "Excellent. Now, please step back 10 paces from the designated area." The voice once again resonated in their minds, guiding them to their next action. Harry and the others cautiously retreated, counting their steps in silence until they halted 10 paces away. "Now, Mike, proceed to pluck the fruit from that tree," the unicorn instructed, its gaze fixed upon Mike as it used its magic to guide him. Mike nodded, taking a step forward into the realm enveloped by the silvery moonlight. In the next instant, questions emanating from the depths of his soul surged towards him, pressing down so heavily that he could scarcely move forward. "Have you committed evil acts? Have I committed evil acts?" Mike shook his head. The definition of evil was far too broad, but he felt confident in his negative response. The moment he answered, the pressure suddenly eased, allowing him to take another step. "So, this is what they call a ritual," Mike murmured to himself. The journey to harvest the fruit was a test of the spirit, a series of questions designed to ascertain whether one possessed a soul worthy of the unicorn's recognition. Mike was certain that a single incorrect answer would spell disaster. The unicorns only acknowledged the pure-hearted, a trait inherent to their kind, a natural affinity for the sacred. As his foot touched the ground, another question pressed down upon him. "Have you performed acts of kindness?" "I have performed acts of kindness." This time, Mike did not need to question himself. He answered with a clear conscience. Slaying trolls, rescuing unicorns, seeking Nagini, and sheltering Ariana. While some of these actions were not part of his original plan, they were nonetheless virtuous deeds. The pressure lessened again, and Mike took his third step. The questions continued to come, as anticipated, and he responded with poise, advancing to his fourth, fifth, and sixth steps. He was now 4 steps away from the fruit. However, the next question caused Mike to falter. "Are you loyal to those you love?" The previous question had inquired if he had loved anyone, which meant this question would adjust based on his earlier response. Mike surmised that had he answered negatively before, this query would have morphed into something else entirely. Without hesitation, he answered affirmatively. The pressure dissipated, allowing him to take another step forward. At this point, a minute had elapsed since Mike had taken his first step. Was he moving too slowly? The distance appeared short. Harry looked at Mike, who was methodically progressing, and inquired of Hermione. "Does it seem like Mike is pondering as he walks? He pauses with each step." "I cannot say," Hermione replied. "It appears as though he is contemplating with each movement." "Such a clever little fellow," the unicorn remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Hermione, its voice echoing within her mind. Startled, Hermione glanced back at the unicorn, realizing it was observing her with a look of admiration. Thank you." Being praised by a non-human creature left Hermione momentarily flustered. "Look, is that a shadow over there?" Ron suddenly shouted, pointing towards the opposite side of the clearing in alarm. The tree cast heavy shadows, and the other two, along with the unicorn, followed Ron's finger to see a figure peeking from behind the tree. At that moment, Mike had just completed his final step and was reaching out to pluck the fruit. "Mike, wait!" Hermione cried out in desperation, but it was too late. Mike had already grasped the fruit. In the next instant, the fruit slipped from his hand, soaring towards the shadowy figure. Mike froze, glancing at his empty hand, then at the retreating silhouette, and quickly realized what had transpired. With gravity magic rapidly coalescing around him, Mike propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning, chasing after the fleeing figure. The unicorn's expression turned grave, its voice resonating in the minds of the three. "You three, follow me." "What about Mike?" Ron asked anxiously. The unicorn gazed at him intently. Though this was not part of the original test, the unforeseen event had become an integral aspect of it. If others intervened, the trial would fail. Mike would have to rely solely on himself. Meanwhile, Mike darted through the forbidden forest like a violet streak, closing the distance between himself and the fleeing shadow. Stop right there. Chapter 49. Hesitation leads to defeat. The shadow seemed to be under some enchantment, fleeing with a speed rivaling that of a creature drawn to a glimmering object. Despite Mike's velocity, enhanced by the gravity magic, he found it challenging to catch up, only managing to gradually shorten the gap. Suddenly, the shadow whirled around, brandishing a wand and conjuring an invisible wall of magic that spanned across Mike's path. At that moment, with his speed increasing, Mike could neither halt nor veer aside to evade. He could only charge straight ahead. There was no time to draw his wand to shatter the barrier conjured by the spell. Instead, Mike aligned his fingers, forming a blade-like shape with his palm, which glowed with vibrant purple energy, and thrust it forward. Once more, the gravity magic condensed around him, and with a resounding boom, Mike accelerated further. At that moment, he resembled a purple meteor, hurtling forward with unstoppable momentum, with the acceleration nearing 10 meters per second. The gravity-infused hand chop, enchanted by Mike, sliced through the intangible barrier as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, causing it to collapse into nothingness upon contact. The shadow was not far from Mike, but their similar velocities allowed the distance to remain relatively constant as it gradually diminished. However, with Mike's almost frenzied acceleration and the shadow's decelerating speed, the gap between them rapidly closed. Were it not for the dense trees of the forbidden forest, which made Mike wary of damaging public property, and potentially himself, he could have surely increased his speed even further. At that moment, the shadow ahead abruptly halted. Mike pivoted, pushing off a nearby tree with his right leg, executing a perfect 180-degree spin in midair and simultaneously using this momentum to decelerate. As he landed, his wand had already manifested in his hand. "Hand over what you have," he commanded, his wand aimed directly at the cloaked figure. The starlight above him had mysteriously vanished. But thanks to the moonlight filtering through the branches, Mike could vaguely discern that the figure's right hand clutched a fruit. One couldn't help but wonder why the figure wouldn't change the color of their robe. Donning all black seemed rather ominous. And it was no surprise that misfortune seemed to follow them. "If you desire it, come and take it yourself. You understand the rules," the cloaked figure replied coldly, summoning a wand to their left hand, which also pointed menacingly at Mike. Mike chuckled softly, and in the next instant, a powerful blue-purple soul arrow zipped past the figure's hood. "If I could seize a massive nogginy, how could I not claim a unicorn's apple?" he exclaimed. Avada Kedavra! A green curse shot toward Mike at high speed. He narrowly evaded it by tilting his body, barely escaping the lethal spell. His wand emitted a violet glow, and a gravity sphere shot forth, aimed directly at the fruit in the shadowy figure's hand. The figure swiftly waved their wand, conjuring a silvery shield that intercepted the gravity sphere, halting it in its tracks. Mike, undeterred, waved his wand repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of glowing crystal projectiles that traced azure arcs through the air, all directed at the cloaked figure. With a swift motion, the figure cast another barrier spell, which shattered the incoming projectiles upon impact, scattering them into countless shards. Raising his wand high, a brilliant purple light erupted from the magical crystal at its tip. Dozens of enormous rock spheres were summoned from the void and launched like cannonballs toward the cloaked figure. The invisible barrier held against the initial projectiles, but fractured dramatically after blocking a few, leaving the remaining rock spheres to hurtle towards their target. A protective light shield enveloped the figure just in time. The spheres collided with it, producing a series of dull thuds before exploding into a shower of debris. A flash of yellow light erupted as an explosive curse shot forth from the figure's wand. Mike, realizing the imminent danger, had no time to dodge and could only hastily conjure a magical shield for defense. The explosion created a significant blast where Mike had stood, sending waves of dust and debris into the air. Seizing the opportunity, as the figure turned to flee, several purple orbs suddenly emerged from the haze, accurately ensnaring the figure's limbs and yanking them back. Star Shatter. The gravity spell, Star Shatter, could release multiple gravity spheres, pulling the target towards oneself, with its potency enhanced through charging. This was a gravity technique mastered by Star Shatter Latine in his youth. As the dust began to settle, Mike's form transitioned from a mere silhouette to a clearer image, while the cloaked figure turned in astonishment, realizing that he remained unscathed, albeit covered in dust and somewhat disheveled. It must be said that the magical shield's defensive capabilities were formidable. Its specialization in this realm offered greater resistance to magic than even the ironclad charm of those who practiced both physical and magical arts. Had he employed the ironclad charm during that encounter, he would likely have been obliterated by now. A faint red glow flickered in his left hand as golden lightning coalesced in the air, intertwining into a slender lightning spear. With a flick of his wrist, the spear shot forth with a whistling sound, striking the fleeing, cloaked figure. A tingling sensation spread from the figure's back, causing their movements to slow involuntarily. Seizing the moment, Mike dashed forward, aiming to reclaim the fruit from their grasp. Just as he was about to grasp it, the shadows twisted, and the cloaked figure vanished entirely, leaving Mike to tumble forward and land unceremoniously on the ground. Damn it! How could he have used apparition to escape? He thought, frustrated by his oversight. He had meticulously planned, yet he had never anticipated that the figure would resort to such a tactic. Rising from the ground, Mike brushed off the dirt from his clothes and leaned against a nearby tree, catching his breath. How infuriating! I should have unleashed more lightning spears. Hesitation leads to defeat, while decisiveness results in loss. After a brief respite, Mike gradually stood up, gazing into the direction from which he had come, feeling somewhat lost. Had he failed the trial for not retrieving the fruit? The trial is not yet over. A voice suddenly cut through the silence, startling Mike. Turning around, he beheld a unicorn standing between two trees, its gaze piercing. Chapter 50, Side Story, Winter Solstice Special. Mike, what is this? Hermione inquired, observing the boiling water in the pot, then glancing at the bag filled with an assortment of unfamiliar foods. Mike had departed early that morning, claiming he was out to procure something, only to return near noon with a bag containing peculiar ear-shaped dumplings, piquing Hermione's curiosity. Today is the winter solstice. We must have dumplings, Mike exclaimed, struggling to articulate the term winter solstice, a phrase seldom used in English conversational contexts. Winter solstice? Hermione tilted her head in confusion, recalling that it was one of the 24 solar terms taught in elementary school, specifically the 22nd term. Exactly. You're quite clever, Hermione, Mike praised, gently ruffling her hair. I've already written to Ron and Harry. They'll be here shortly. It's a pity that Mom and Dad, along with Uncle and Aunt, are all busy with work and won't make it back. Winter solstice is meant for family reunions. As he spoke, Mike continued his tasks, stirring the boiling water with one hand while scooping a small spoonful of salt from the salt container with the other, evenly sprinkling it into the pot. Why are you adding salt to the water? Will that make the dumplings salty? Hermione asked, puzzled by Mike's actions. This way, the dumplings won't stick together while boiling. Mike chuckled, lifting the bag and beginning to pour the dumplings into the pot. After adding about half, he paused, covered the pot, and increased the gas flame. The azure flames began to caress the bottom of the pot as the dumplings within danced in the boiling water, their movements accompanied by rising steam that swirled upwards, only to be ensnared by the pot's lid, resulting in a playful diffusion of moisture that formed droplets upon its surface. Hermione gazed at the delightful little wonders frolicking inside the pot, a peculiar sensation blossoming within her, a sense that they were, indeed, delectable. Hermione, do you prefer them boiled or steamed? Mike inquired, holding the remaining half-bag of dumplings. Is there a significant difference? She asked. Oh, there's indeed a substantial difference. You might say that boiled ones are. Mike paused, realizing that British cuisine offered scant examples to illustrate his point. He racked his brain, desperately searching through the sparse culinary repertoire of England for a fitting comparison. Forget it. Once they're ready, you'll understand, Mike ultimately conceded, abandoning his attempt to elucidate the distinction between steamed and boiled dumplings. When traditional Chinese fare encountered the barren landscape of British cuisine, the former found itself at a loss, as it could not identify any similar dishes within. The kitchen on the first floor contained but a single pot. Mike ascended to the second floor, where in the small kitchen adjacent to his bedroom, he commenced cooking the remainder of the dumplings. Unlike the earlier half-bag that he had cast into boiling water, this time Mike opted for a steamer. After laying a necessary silicone mat at the bottom, he meticulously arranged the dumplings within the steamer. Adding some cold water to the steamer, he covered it with the lid and activated it, setting the timer for 15 minutes before descending back to the first floor. Upon his return, he found Hermione clutching a small, white ball glistening with frost, her eyes alight with curiosity. This is tang yuan, which also needs to be boiled. We'll cook it after the dumplings are done, Mike explained with a smile. Tang yuan? What is that? Hermione inquired, placing the glutinous rice ball back into the bag, her confusion deepening. It's another traditional Chinese delicacy, typically enjoyed during the winter solstice, sweet dumplings, if you will. Mike provided a somewhat inadequate analogy, acknowledging that while both tang yuan and dumplings are encased in dough, they differ vastly in the eyes of a Chinese person. Nevertheless, for the sake of Hermione's understanding, He felt compelled to explain it in such a manner. Hermione pondered, contemplating the difference between sweet dumplings and regular dumplings. Aren't tea dumplings sweet? She queried. This was a result of the long-standing English tradition of sweet-filled pastries, leading most Britons to assume that any stuffed food is a dessert. Never mind, you'll see soon enough. To delve into the intricacies of Chinese traditional culture would take 3 days and nights, and experiencing it firsthand is far superior to mere explanation. Returning to the kitchen, Mike noted that 7 minutes had elapsed since the dumplings were placed in the pot, with 3 minutes remaining before they would be ready. He seized the opportunity to showcase his exclusive culinary skill, crafting a sauce. To eat dumplings with only soy sauce or vinegar is heretical. To consume them without any condiment at all is the gravest of blasphemies. As a devotee of the authentic culinary arts, Mike naturally opted for a medley of seasonings, skillfully blending them in precise proportions to concoct an exquisite and unique sauce. Half a spoon of salt, half a bowl of aged vinegar, a spoonful of chili oil, a spoonful of soy sauce, a dash of sesame oil, pepper, minced garlic, oyster sauce, mustard, and more. Nearly all the condiments in the kitchen found their way into a large bowl, which Mike then began to stir. While the concoction appeared rather daunting, Mike possessed an uncanny ability to achieve a delicate balance among all the ingredients, rendering it irresistibly flavorful, at least from his perspective. Hermione observed as Mike combined various condiments into a single bowl, his peculiar cackles adding an eerie ambience to the scene, leading her to momentarily entertain the notion that consuming Mike's sauce might be akin to imbibing a potion of life and death. Mike, Hermione, are you home? A knock at the door interrupted their culinary escapades, prompting Hermione to hastily flee from Mike's alarming laboratory, opening the door to reveal a shivering Harry and Ron. Bundled up against the cold, snowflakes danced in the air as the temperature plummeted to 6 degrees, with Ron and Harry resembling 2 bears in their overcoats. Dramione. What's Mike doing? Why do I smell something odd? Ron's keen nose detected a peculiar sour aroma wafting through the house, inducing a sense of unease within him. Mike is cooking. Yes, making traditional Chinese food, though I'm not entirely sure what it entails. You'll find out soon enough, Hermione replied. Dumplings? Harry queried, a hint of surprise in his voice. Harry, how did you know? Hermione exclaimed, turning to him with astonishment. Oh, Mike mentioned wanting to eat dumplings and asked if I could take him to the kitchen to see if the house elf could make them, Harry replied, rubbing his reddened nose. Hermione, come help. Mike called. I'm on my way, she responded, dashing toward the kitchen, leaving Harry and Ron seated on the sofa. Harry, did you notice a burnt smell? Ron asked, wrinkling his nose. Harry sniffed the air, seemingly in agreement. Mike, Hermione, is something burning? Ron shouted toward the kitchen. Just then, as Mike and Hermione were scooping dumplings into a bowl, Mike suddenly recalled something and froze in realization. My steamed dumplings. What? Hermione paused, looking quizzically at the suddenly immobilized Mike. You keep scooping the dumplings into the bowl, and remember to add some broth. I must check on my steamed dumplings, he instructed, shoving the slotted spoon into Hermione's hands before bolting out of the room. Honestly, Hermione mused, shaking her head at Mike's frantic departure while she gently scooped the dumplings floating to the surface with the slotted spoon. When Mike lifted the lid of the steamer, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his dumplings had escaped serious calamity, save for a slight char at the edges. Turning off the gas, he retrieved a large bowl from the cupboard, employing gravity magic to elevate the steamer and pour the dumplings directly into the bowl. Thankfully, he had laid down the silicone mat. Otherwise, the dumplings would have stuck to the bottom of the steamer. As he descended with a large bowl of steamed dumplings, he discovered that the 3 were already seated around the dining table, for bowls of steaming dumplings awaiting his arrival. Ah, the steamed dumplings are here, Mike proclaimed, placing the bowl onto the table without a glance, immediately taking a seat. Oh, we're still missing one. Just as he settled down, he suddenly remembered something, rising to return to the kitchen, swiftly emerging with a large bowl of sauce. Sauce? What is that? Ron asked, eyeing the enticing liquid in the bowl, his mouth watering in anticipation. It's for dipping the dumplings. It's traditional, Mike explained, gesturing toward the dumplings before mimicking a dipping motion to indicate that Ron should place a dumpling into the sauce and sample it. As Ron reached for a dumpling with a fork, Mike stopped him. You need to use chopsticks. Mike handed Ron a pair of chopsticks. Ron hesitated momentarily, but ultimately accepted them, though he struggled to figure out how to use them, resorting to grasping one in each hand in an attempt to lift a dumpling. Oh, Hermione, show them how it's done. Observing Ron's clumsy demeanor, Mike rested his forehead against his hand, urging Hermione to demonstrate the proper use of chopsticks. Long ago, Mike had imparted the technique of using chopsticks to Hermione, and through continuous practice in daily life, her proficiency had become utterly comparable to his own. With a resigned sigh, Hermione lifted the chopsticks and showcased their use to Ron, who struggled to grasp the dumplings, leaving both him and Harry momentarily dumbfounded. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Mike realized it would be futile to teach them how to pick up dumplings with chopsticks in a short span of time. He thus retrieved 2 spoons from the side utensil rack and handed them to the duo. Upon seeing the spoons, Harry and Ron appeared as if they had spotted a beacon of hope, promptly discarding the chopsticks in favor of the utensils Mike offered. Pouring some dipping sauce in his bowl, Mike deftly picked up a dumpling, dipped it, and brought it to his mouth, a look of sheer ecstasy illuminating his face. The pungency of garlic burst upon his tongue, while the tanginess of vinegar and the saltiness of soy sauce danced across his palate. The perfectly balanced spiciness of chili oil, pepper, and mustard elevated the flavor to exhilarating new heights. Enveloped in this delightful sensation, Mike found himself lost in culinary bliss. Observing Mike's rapturous expression, the other 3 exchanged skeptical glances, but after a moment's contemplation, they dipped their own dumplings into the sauce and tasted. The exquisite flavors blossomed in their mouths, delivering an unparalleled experience that ignited their eagerness to try more. When Mike finally emerged from his gastronomic reverie, he noticed the trio ravenously dipping dumplings into his sauce, devouring them with gusto. "Don't overindulge. We still have Tangyuan to enjoy later," Mike chuckled, warmth swelling in his heart. In the heart of winter, gathering with friends at the table to relish dumplings was the epitome of happiness. Wiping a tear from the corner of his eye, Mike raised his chopsticks and joined in the feast. Chapter 51. The Awakening of Ariana. "Is the trial not yet concluded?" Mike inquired, gazing at the unicorn as he reiterated her words. The unicorn nodded slightly, asserting that those burdened by grave sins could never truly possess a pure soul. The loss of the fruit was merely superficial, as he could not harness its power for himself. "Will the trial come to an end?" Mike pressed. "If the loss of the fruit does not signify failure, what then constitutes a failed trial?" "When you lose your true self," the unicorn replied, casting a deep gaze at Mike before turning away, leaving him with only the vision of her pristine silhouette. "Lost my true self?" Mike stood frozen in place, murmuring to himself as he pondered the meaning of her words. The trial would only fail upon losing one's essence. Yet what precisely did the unicorn mean by true self? This was the vexing nature of riddles. Mike found himself unable to decipher the underlying message, relegating it to the recesses of his memory to be unraveled with the passage of time. Drawing a vial of instant healing potion from his alchemist bag, he drank it to alleviate the fatigue he had accrued from extensive spellcasting. Slowly rising, Mike began retracing his steps. Fortuitously, the path he had blazed through the foliage made it relatively easy to find his way back, sparing him from becoming lost in the forbidden forest. As he walked beneath the twinkling stars, Mike's thoughts meandered towards breakthroughs in gravity magic. His gravity magic was not a reward bestowed upon him after completing a task or trial. In fact, thus far, no task rewards had been related to gravity magic, leaving Mike utterly perplexed. So, who had imparted this gravity magic to him? The answer lay in self-education. Mike had developed his gravity magic through a thorough understanding of Newton's 3 laws, as taught by his physics professor father. Strictly speaking, it was not even a form of otherworldly magic, but rather his own unique skill. However, the gravity magic was ultimately inspired by the gravity spells he had encountered in the game Elden Ring, and in essence, both were the same ilk. He was acutely aware of the long journey that lay ahead on the path of gravity magic. At present, he found himself stuck at the stage of the stone sphere and gravity sphere, unable to break through the confounded bottleneck that hindered the advancement of his gravity magic, which was a source of considerable frustration. It was not that he had not attempted to induce qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. Rather, all magic had its limits. For instance, no matter how much magical power he expended, he could not surpass the might of a large piece of gravestone, only enhancing aspects like flight speed. Though this limitation was partly due to his still developing magical prowess, the inherent cap on spells remained an undeniable fact. Whenever his magical output reached the threshold of gravity magic, Mike always sensed an invisible barrier obstructing his progress. This sensation was profoundly disheartening. What felt like a gossamer barrier to him seemed as solid as bedrock, and he found himself unable to make the slightest advance at the critical moment. He loathed this feeling. It felt as though his gravity magic was missing a crucial piece, and that very piece was the key to breaking through the bottleneck, which was one reason his gravity magic remained stagnant. Yet he had no inkling of which piece was missing. He even mused that had he managed to break through the bottleneck sooner, perhaps the fruit would not have been seized. "Mike," a melodious voice echoed in Mike's mind, jolting him from his reverie. Ariana? Who else could speak within his thoughts but Ariana? Since the incident with the heiress mirror, Ariana had fallen into a prolonged silence, seemingly in slumber. Although she lingered in her ethereal realm, Mike had felt no trace of her and had nearly forgotten her existence until her voice emerged unexpectedly. Indeed, Mike, it has been quite some time. Ariana's voice brimmed with joy and excitement that invigorated Mike, who had been feeling somewhat disheartened due to mental fatigue. Setting aside his burdensome thoughts, Mike estimated the duration of Ariana's slumber and inquired, "What happened last time? Why did you suddenly fall silent for so long?" After returning home, he had attempted to summon Ariana, only to be met with complete silence, which had worried him greatly. After all, if something went awry with the entity under the Death God's guardianship, it would be he who bore the brunt of the consequences. Well, I'm not quite sure. I felt drowsy after gazing into the mirror for a while, and then I slowly drifted off to sleep. It felt like a long, long slumber. I just woke up. Mike, do you have something on your mind? Mike shook his head slightly, indicating there was nothing troubling him. Was this inexplicable descent into slumber indicative of his soul's instability? Mike pondered, but Ariana's next words pulled him from his musings. If you're not unhappy, then smile. Don't keep that long face. Sister Death once told me that as long as one smiles more often, everything will eventually improve. Ariana said, her innocent and carefree tone imbued with the joy that only a child can possess, which elicited an involuntary smile from Mike. Indeed, moping about will resolve nothing. It only serves to deepen one's sorrow. It is far more pragmatic to embrace a smile. Though circumstances may not improve, at least they shall not worsen, right? Thus, Mike and Ariana strolled along, engaging in delightful conversation about life at Hogwarts, her brother who was at least 80 years her senior, and the world beyond that Ariana longed to explore. Sharing stories is indeed a marvelous experience. Mike suddenly found himself resonating with the sentiments of storytellers, especially when listeners are rapt with attention, a profound sense of satisfaction and accomplishment blossoming from within. Mike, someone is coming. While he was narrating tales to Ariana, she suddenly interjected and then abruptly fell silent. Someone? Mike, puzzled, glanced around. The sound of hooves approached, growing louder alongside the rustling of foliage. Suddenly, a centaur with flowing silver hair burst forth from the underbrush, halting before Mike. By the stars above, I have finally found you, Mike. Forenza appeared as though he had galloped furiously, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as his chest heaved with exertion. Forenza, what has happened? Mike inquired, concern etching his features. There has been a grave incident. Hagrid has been attacked. Chapter 52, the conclusion of the adventure. Mike gazed at Hagrid, who lay unconscious upon the bed, relief flooding his heart. Thankfully, it was merely a standard sleeping curse. Evidently, the perpetrator was not foolish enough to strike at Dumbledore's own under his very nose. Extracting a vial of healing potion from his alchemist's bag, Mike carefully administered it to Hagrid, struggling to tuck the blanket, almost double his height, around him. After brushing off the dust accumulated from dragging Hagrid back, he confirmed everything was in order before turning to close the door behind him as he exited the small cottage. Is Hagrid all right? Harry asked, worry evident in his eyes. It's not serious, Mike shrugged. He just took a few hits from the sleeping curse. He'll likely be out for a while. Hagrid's giant blood endowed him with remarkable magical resistance and strength, which explained why what would incapacitate an ordinary wizard might require multiple hits to affect him. Truly, he was a half-giant wizard, effortlessly achieving what others could not. On another note, regarding the Forbidden Forest post-theft of the fruit, mere moments after the precious gift was stolen, the leader of the Unicorn clan received the news. Their magic enabled her to instantly alert all her kin, and within 5 minutes, the Forbidden Forest was under lockdown. Simultaneously, centaurs and unicorns alike mobilized, nearly half of them investigating the shadow that had snatched the gift, while the remainder patrolled the woods. After returning Mike, Forenza joined the search. It appeared the Forbidden Forest would not enjoy peace for some time. Indeed, the fruit was aptly named the gift, as Forenza had informed him upon his return. It was the Unicorn clan's most treasured possession, manifesting only when a unicorn died unnaturally and another life safeguarded its body. Furthermore, only the individual that preserved the unicorn's body would be recognized by the gift and possess the ability to consume it. Quirrell, having stolen the gift, would naturally find it impossible to partake of it. Upon learning this, Mike felt an immediate sense of reassurance regarding the gift's fate. However, it must be noted that the search conducted by the centaurs and unicorns, along with the so-called lockdown, proved largely ineffectual. The traces left behind by the apparition escaping the Forbidden Forest were nearly impossible to trace, even with the unicorn's exceptional magic, not to mention the centaur's cryptic stargazing techniques, which ultimately led back to the flickering Mars. How vexing. So, Could it truly be that a rogue wizard attacked Hagrid and seized that purple fruit? On the way back to the castle, Ron yawned and posed a question. I don't believe a rogue wizard would cast spells glowing with red and yellow light to assault someone. Mike shook his head, fully aware of the true culprit. Yet knowing that revealing this fact would likely be met with disbelief, he chose silence instead. Who would suspect the poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell, right? Harry's expression remained one of concern, likely still troubled by Hagrid's plight. After all, Hagrid was Harry's first elder in the magical realm, and if Mike were in Harry's shoes, he would undoubtedly share the same worries. The early spring night retained a hint of chill, the cool moonlight mingling with a biting breeze that caressed the earth. The group quickened their pace, all eager to return to the warmth of the common room. Mike pushed the door open just wide enough for them to enter in succession, and after they had all passed through, he cast one last glance at the night-shrouded grounds before closing the door. At that moment, Hogwarts had fully succumbed to slumber. There was no Filch, no Madame Pants, no sleepwalking Professor Snape, nor the old headmaster wandering at night. Even the ghosts were absent, resting in some corner. They returned to the common room with ease. Harry and Ron, yawning, ascended the staircase. This night had proven excessively thrilling for them, necessitating a restorative sleep to soothe their startled spirits. Just as Mike was preparing to follow, Hermione suddenly called out to him. Mike, tell me the truth. How many secrets are you hiding from me? Hermione crossed her arms, the moonlight filtering through the window, illuminating her brown eyes, which sparkled with intensity, utterly devoid of drowsiness. Mike regarded Hermione with confusion, eventually breaking into a smile. Curiosity killed the cat, you know. If anyone is to be harmed, it should be you first. Your curiosity far outweighs mine. True. I can't keep you all in the dark forever. Harry and Ron might remain oblivious a bit longer, but keeping the most astute little witch in the dark is no easy feat. Let us not digress. Hermione interjected, interrupting Mike's banter. Fine, but you must at least tell me what suddenly piqued your interest in my affairs. I've always been interested in your matters. It's just that you've never been willing to share. Bearing everything alone is terrible. I know that feeling. Hermione's emotions seemed to erupt suddenly, her tone shifting sharply, startling Mike. There are some things I can handle alone. It's unnecessary. Mike began, but Hermione promptly interrupted him. Have you considered my feelings? Do you know how worried I become when you are on your own? Did you think about what would happen if you didn't return after chasing that mysterious shadow? If it weren't for the unicorn saying you would be fine and advised us not to follow and complicate matters, I would have pursued you the moment you vanished from my sight. By the end, Hermione's voice trembled with emotion. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I truly didn't consider those things when I went after it. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Mike realized how reckless and impulsive his actions in the Forbidden Forest had been. Had it not been for Quirrell being weakened by the unicorn's death curse, he might not have returned from the Albanian forest unscathed. Do not bear everything alone. It worries me, all right? We can face it together, just as we used to. Hermione extended her arms and embraced Mike tightly. She barely reached his nose, allowing him to catch a faint whiff of her favorite shampoo. Mike gently wrapped his arms around Hermione and sighed softly before replying, I promise you, Hermione. Hermione looked up, her eyes sparkling with hope. Really? You mustn't deceive me. Their gazes locked, and the glimmer in her eyes made Mike feel a twinge of guilt, though he was at a loss for how to apologize. I wouldn't lie to you. Once a promise is made, it is not easily retracted. It's getting late. We should hurry back to rest. All right, good night, sweet dreams. MHM, good night. Chapter 53. Mike's magical training. The midday sun streamed through the clouds, bestowing its warmth upon the earth. That radiant star, suspended amid the endless darkness and brilliance, cast its light and heat upon the land, a gift forged from the fusion within its core, nurturing all living beings. The students of Hogwarts had just concluded their morning lessons and were tidying their desks, preparing to head to the Great Hall for lunch. Perhaps due to their eagerness for the meal, some seemed rather impatient, hastily shoving their books into their bags without regard for the chaos they created, such as Harry and Ron, whose methods of packing were surprisingly identical. They stuffed everything haphazardly into their bags. Conversely, others like Neville took their time, carefully placing each book into their bag, double-checking the desk to ensure no book was left behind. While most students organized their belongings in a relatively normal manner, Mike and Hermione stood out as exceptions. Hermione, amidst her classmates' astonished gazes, methodically packed the mountain of books from her desk into her small satchel, seemingly unconcerned about whether they would fit. Yet even more astonishing was that after clearing her desk, her satchel remained as flat as ever, betraying no sign of the numerous items it contained. On the other hand, Mike garnered envious glances from his peers as purple magic enveloped each book. arranging them neatly by type and size before they floated gracefully around him. "I want to be joining you for lunch. Please inform Harry and the others to meet me at the 8th floor staircase after they finish," he instructed. "What? You're not going to eat? Aren't you hungry?" Hermione inquired, bewildered, for she had never witnessed Mike miss a meal. He always prioritized eating, regardless of the importance of the task at hand. "I need to prepare some things. And I have snacks. I won't go hungry, so there's no need for concern." Mike shrugged. He had been planning this for quite some time, and for him, skipping lunch was just the beginning. Sometimes, he barely had time for dinner, often resorting to the house elves in the kitchen for a late-night snack. Having said that, before Hermione could press further, Mike swiftly departed, leaving her with the daunting task of notifying Harry and Ron, who were solely focused on their meal. What was Mike truly preparing? At that moment, Mike had entered the room of requirement on the 8th floor. After feeding Nagini, he approached the table positioned centrally in the room and casually pulled out a chair to sit. The heavy oak table bore an open book, half blank, yet filled with meticulously penned words. If the writing continued onto the current page, this once blank book had already been half completed. Indeed, this was the undertaking Mike had been diligently pursuing, crafting a book that elucidated the essence of otherworldly magic in a manner easily comprehensible. Although by Mike's own standards, his writing was merely a precursor to a defense, it served some basic purpose, such as functioning as an introductory textbook for teaching interdimensional magic. Despite the time since his harrowing adventure in the Forbidden Forest, the thought of empowering his friends lingered in Mike's mind. Honestly, he had no desire to drag them into his escapades, yet they seemed unwilling to let him venture alone, particularly Hermione. Thus, he devoted himself to enhancing their abilities. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, accompanied by the soft scratching of Mike's quill against parchment. Time flowed as if propelled by a timepiece. And when the clock chimed 1 o'clock, Mike jolted from his writing. 1 o'clock? Goodness, I'm going to be late. He glanced at the clock, realizing he was nearly half an hour overdue. How dreadful it was to have arranged a meeting only to stand them up. He could already envision Hermione's frustration and Harry and Ron's dismay. To his surprise, upon reaching the staircase, he heard their voices echoing from below. "We're already half an hour late. What on earth have you all been doing?" Hermione's indignant voice reached him, and Mike's heart relaxed. It seemed he wasn't the only one tardy. Coming. Honestly, you could have said something sooner." Ron's voice chimed in, his tone revealing dissatisfaction, seemingly blaming Hermione for the delay in notification. "I could have said something sooner. I told you before lunch, and what did you do? You vanished the moment you finished eating. Mike has been waiting for half an hour, and you all are his friends. How could you leave him hanging?" Mike rubbed his temples, bemused by the escalating tension. He had hoped for a moment of reconciliation between Hermione and Ron. Poor Harry stood by, watching his friends bicker, wishing to intervene, but unable to find the right moment, feeling increasingly anxious. All right, enough of the squabbling. I just arrived too. It's not like anyone is on time. If we're all late, it's as if no one is late at all, right?" Mike interjected, attempting to mediate, for he did not want their argument to persist. Otherwise, all his efforts on that book would be in vain. TCH. They both turned their heads in unison, pouting as though they had sworn off speaking to one another. Mike found their discord amusing yet exasperating. Under normal circumstances, Hermione would have been saved by the two of them during the encounter with the troll, forging their friendship and establishing the famed Gryffindor trio. However, since Mike had single-handedly vanquished the troll, Harry and Ron's assistance had played a minimal role, resulting in a lingering tension, particularly between Ron and Hermione. Without Mike as a common friend, their relationship would likely have fared even worse. "All right, let's head out. Arguing is rather pointless. ISNT it?" Mike waved his hand, signaling them to hurry up, and then set off in the direction they had come from. Upon witnessing the scene, the three individuals on the staircase hastened to ascend as well. Upon reaching the 8th floor, they encircled Mike, with Hermione occupying the right flank and Ron guiding Harry to the left. Mike led them to the entrance of the room of requirement, instructing the trio to turn around. With a flicker of thought, the door to the room of requirement gradually materialized upon the wall. "All right, you may turn around now," Mike announced, clapping his hands to signal the trio. As they turned, the sudden appearance of a door on the wall left them in a state of astonishment. "Am I seeing things?" Harry exclaimed, removing his glasses to rub his eyes before donning them once more, only to find the door still standing resolutely before him. "I doubt you are," Hermione interjected. The Hogwarts, a history subtly mentioned a magical room within the castle that manifests according to one's needs. I had initially thought it to be mere folklore. Fred and George seemed to have mentioned that they occasionally stumbled upon a broom closet while evading Filch, and when they sought it afterward, they could never locate it again. Ron added, "Enough of that. Let us hurry inside. I've prepared a grand surprise for you all," Mike urged, pushing the door open and beckoning the trio to follow. They entered sequentially, and as Harry crossed the threshold, the door to the room of requirement closed gently behind them. Excellent. Now that we are all gathered, it is time for me to speak frankly, Mike began, clearing his throat before adopting a fervent tone. Are you all interested in learning the magic I employ? The abrupt shift in Mike's demeanor momentarily stunned the trio, but they quickly regained their composure. Absolutely. I am eager. Hermione was the first to respond, with Harry and Ron promptly echoing her enthusiasm. Their curiosity about Mike's magic had long been piqued, as it was an arcane art not found in any book. Hermione had refrained from expressing her desire to learn out of respect for Mike, while Harry and Ron were simply captivated by the allure of such seemingly extraordinary magic. Mike nodded with satisfaction, his hands aglow with a purple luminescence as the nearly completed tutorial on interdimensional magic floated before the trio. This is the textbook I authored. It should be of assistance to you. Take a look. Though the handwriting appeared somewhat chaotic, each spell was described in meticulous detail, complete with illustrations of the casting techniques, revealing the author's dedication and understanding of magic. The initial pages contained text, but as they turned further, they encountered vast expanses of blank space. Hermione flipped to the first page, scrutinizing it alongside Harry and Ron. Meanwhile, Mike utilized this time to arrange the equipment within the room of requirement, preparing for future magical training. Several dummies were conjured, accompanied by an abundance of soft mats for practicing gravity spells. By the time Mike completed the setup, the trio had finished their reading. So, can you comprehend it? Mike inquired. Fairly well. I can understand the basics, Hermione nodded. Although some concepts were challenging, they remained within her grasp. I can't make heads or tails of it, Ron admitted, while Harry echoed his sentiment, both surrendering to the complexity of the new material. The magic employed by Mike stemmed from his past life in video games such as Dark Souls, Elden Ring, and Minecraft, with even the oldest of these, Dark Souls, not set to release for nearly 2 decades. Thus, in a sense, Mike's magic was ahead of its time. In an era where desktop computers had only recently become common, it was indeed a tall order for wizards, largely unacquainted with technology, to readily grasp magic from the future. What? You're saying Hermione? There's simply no comparison. A top student is a top student, Ron remarked. Don't worry. It's perfectly normal not to understand, Mike reassured them. He recognized that the magic he wielded was still rather novel for contemporary wizards, but that was inconsequential. They only needed to learn how to cast the spells. Their efficacy might be lacking initially, but they could gradually improve through practice. The more proficient one became with a spell, the greater their understanding, and, consequently, the more potent the magic. This principle applied universally, even to the otherworldly magic of luminescence and soul manipulation, which still required continuous use and comprehension to refine. For them, the transformation from quantitative to qualitative change was still somewhat premature, and all they could do was familiarize themselves with the feel of it. Follow the casting techniques in the book, wave your wands, and envision the spell you wish to cast. Give it a try, Mike instructed, producing his wand, and with a gentle flick, sent a shard of luminescent magic soaring toward a nearby dummy. Upon impact, it erupted in a shower of azure sparks. See? Quite simple, isn't it? Who would like to go first? Just as Hermione raised her hand to volunteer, Ron stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Hermione, as if to say, "Why are you so slow this time? You're usually so eager to answer in class." Mike, observing Ron's bravado, sighed in exasperation, hoping he wouldn't be too thoroughly bested by Hermione during their practice, lest it lead to an argument. Despite his thoughts, Ron's initiative was commendable, and Mike was more than willing to impart the magic he had mastered. Of course, whether Ron could learn it remained to be seen. Thus commenced Mike's specialized magical training. Chapter 54, Prelude to the Second Quidditch Match. With a resounding crack, a dummy's head was obliterated by a precisely aimed magical projectile, with splinters scattering through the air as the dummy itself was reduced to mere fragments by subsequent spells. Well done, Harry. Your accuracy is indeed commendable. Harry lowered his wand, breathing slightly heavier. My accuracy is just as good, Ron chimed in, prompting Mike to glance at the dummy that was missing most of its structure, except for its head, offering a polite yet awkward smile. I believe practicing the luminescent magic would suit you better, Mike suggested, noting that the spell requiring precision did not seem well suited for Ron at that moment. The task was to shatter the dummy's head, and the current state of Ron's target illustrated this point quite clearly. What about me? What about me? Hermione implored, her eyes hopeful as she looked to Mike for affirmation. Mike had initially assigned identical targets to the trio, but at Hermione's earnest request, he had fortified her dummy's resilience. Now, however, that dummy lay in ruins, its head completely shattered, with only the broken neck standing defiantly. Seeing the eager expectation in Hermione's gaze, Mike exaggeratedly exclaimed, "My goodness, Hermione, you are simply a genius." Hee hee. "It's nothing extraordinary," she replied, feeling a touch bashful as she scratched her head, her cheeks tinged with pink. "Let us conclude today's training. We have a Quidditch match this afternoon. Harry, hurry back and prepare to lead us to victory against Hufflepuff," Mike announced, signaling the end of their session. The group exited the room of requirement in succession, and after attending to Nagini's feeding, Mike closed the door behind him. However, upon returning to the common room, several individuals found the atmosphere steeped in sorrow, and the lounge, which was typically bustling on weekends, was noticeably bereft of familiar faces. Witnessing the scene, an inexplicable sense of foreboding arose within Mike. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was seated in a chair, sighing heavily. "What has transpired?" Harry inquired, bewildered. In the past, the eve of a Quidditch match would have been filled with laughter and exuberance, with the captain exuding unshakable confidence as he rallied his team. Yet now, the morale was dismal. Even the captain, who was once fervently passionate about Quidditch, appeared despondent, casting doubts on what had occurred. "Alas, Fred, you should explain the situation to Harry," Wood lamented, passing the burden of narration to the equally dejected Fred. Once inseparable, Fred and George were now left with only Fred, intensifying Mike's ominous feeling. "We consumed a jar of red sauce inscribed with incomprehensible text, and nearly everyone who partook is now afflicted with stomach distress. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have allowed anyone to eat that." Fred expressed his profound dismay. "Red sauce?" Mike suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "My chili sauce." He then dashed into the dormitory at an incomprehensible speed, leaving the others exchanging puzzled glances. Did Mike just say chili? Impossible. That was definitely not the taste of chili. Fred shook his head, adamantly asserting that salty, spicy, and somewhat sour flavor bears no relation to chili. "I've eaten chili before." Upon entering the dormitory, Mike beheld his bedside cabinet, where a spoonful of chili sauce had been excavated, and he fell into deep thought. Hearing the gravity of the situation, Mike had assumed his sauce was nearly depleted, only to discover it had merely been scooped out a spoonful. Stuffing the chili sauce into his alchemist bag and ensuring no other food lay exposed, Mike exited the dormitory. Descending to the common room, he found Wood still moping. Wood, who was currently absent from the Quidditch team, Mike inquired, reasoning that only a spoonful of sauce could not have affected too many individuals. "George is indisposed. The entire Gryffindor house is afflicted. I've asked around, and we cannot find a substitute," Wood replied, his tone steeped in despair. "How about I give it a try?" Mike tentatively suggested, uncertain of what to do, yet feeling a sense of responsibility since the chili sauce was his. Additionally, he was eager to experience playing Quidditch. He was curious to see how gravity magic would affect the bludger and how swiftly it would soar away. "You? Absolutely. A first year who can single-handedly challenge a troll certainly possesses remarkable strength. I'll inform Professor McGonagall immediately." Wood's expression transformed dramatically, shifting from gloom to elation. Watching him rush off in excitement, Mike was uncertain whether to reattach his jaw. Harry, is your captain always like this?" Mike quietly asked Harry, who stood nearby. "He only behaves this way when discussing Quidditch." Harry hesitated, still acclimating to Wood's personality after merely half a term in the team. Indeed, Wood has a profound love for Quidditch and Mike. "I can hardly believe we are teammates now. A first-year genius alongside the legendary hero who single-handedly saved the day from a troll." Fred extended the final phrase dramatically, causing Mike to maintain a composed demeanor while Hermione's face turned crimson. "Let us shake on it as a sort of initiation. If you perform well, Wood will undoubtedly consider you as a substitute," Fred said, amused by Mike's surprised expression. "Yes, he absolutely will. He never overlooks any exceptional talent." He extended his hand, and Mike grasped it firmly. Soon, an awkward sound erupted in the common room. "Ha! A classic prank with a whoopee cushion concealed in the palm. I just learned this trick, and it's foolproof." Fred chuckled heartily, prompting laughter from the others in the common room. Mike, taken aback for a moment, soon found himself doubled over in laughter, unable to stop as he rolled on the floor, clutching his stomach. After some time, he managed to rise unsteadily, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes and patting Fred on the back. "What a splendid prank. I haven't seen such a clever trick in ages." The last time he encountered this was with a rotund skeleton in the underworld, which felt like a lifetime ago. He never anticipated encountering it again in this life. How wonderfully amusing and enchanting. "All right, the jesting must cease. We ought to conduct an urgent training session to prepare Mike for his upcoming role as a batter," Wood's voice rang out. Professor McGonagall had readily approved Wood's request for Mike to participate in the match, much to Wood's astonishment, who had expected a debate with her. Wood, this is fantastic. Now we will have the two youngest players in Quidditch history. Fred clapped Wood on the shoulder, while Wood shot him a glare. If you hadn't encouraged George to eat that dreadful sauce, I wouldn't have needed to seek out Professor McGonagall. Haha, yes, Mike, follow it for training. We'll meet at the Quidditch pitch shortly. Fred patted Mike on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Before Mike could fully comprehend the situation, Wood already yanked him out of the common room. Would drag Mike through the corridor at breakneck speed, unwilling to squander a moment of the precious training time before the match. Upon arriving at the field, they commenced the straightforward yet exhilarating batting practice, and Mike, naturally, did not disappoint Wood's expectations as he demonstrated what it meant to have immense strength. The bat, imbued with gravity magic, effortlessly sent the approaching bludger soaring into the unknown. What? How do we address the purple glow of the gravity magic? You might ask. Well, it simply requires a straightforward adjustment, such as concentrating the gravity magic internally rather than broadly encompassing it, which was a trivial task for Mike. However, considering this might be somewhat unsporting, and out of curiosity regarding the true extent of his strength, he decided to attempt striking the bludger without the aid of gravity magic. The result was as he anticipated. Without the enhancement of gravity magic, the bludger was sent flying only a short distance, far less than when he had employed the gravity magic. As for that bludger, it had yet to return. The marvels of the magical realm were highlighted here. Unlike the mundane world, where one must retrieve a ball manually, in the magical world, the balls returned on their own, saving considerable effort. Truly, one must express gratitude to the wizard who had endowed the balls with such a remarkable feature. Their contributions would resonate through the ages. Returning to the matter at hand, Wood's eyes lit up upon witnessing Mike send the bludger soaring far, oblivious to the unremarkable distance of Mike's second strike. Mike, you are undoubtedly a prodigy destined for the role of a batter, Wood exclaimed, showering Mike with praise, which caused him to blush. Utilizing magic during a Quidditch match is considered a foul, and Mike regarded the use of gravity magic on the bat as cheating. It's nothing much. Certainly not on par with George's level. Mike scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward, but in order to spare Wood any disappointment during his exuberant moment, he decided to temporarily keep his thoughts to himself. As they conversed, the bludger that Mike had hit away suddenly came hurtling back, striking him with a resounding thud and sending him tumbling to the ground. Wood quickly caught the rogue bludger and stowed it back in its box, while Mike, rubbing the sore spot on his head, looked up at Wood, inquiring about their next course of action. Perhaps we should familiarize ourselves with the high-speed capabilities of the broomstick. We are not far from the match, and I would rather not see you lose control and take a tumble, Wood jested. However, Mike's gaze was drawn to a letter descending from the sky, plunging him into contemplation. Had this letter just emerged from a conflagration? Chapter 55, A Quidditch Match Blitz. Receiving the floating envelope, Mike cautiously opened it and scrutinized its contents. He soon realized that such meticulous examination was unnecessary, as the message was succinct, comprising only a few words. Stay true to your heart. Cheating is disgraceful. Excellent. It appeared he had been under surveillance all along, though Mike was not particularly surprised. But who informed you of my intent to cheat? I merely wished to test the strength of gravity magic. I'm merely experimenting with my own boundaries. Folding the letter and placing it in his pocket, Mike took a deep breath and turned to Wood. Wood, when does the match commence? Mike inquired, feeling the weight of Dumbledore's letter pressing upon him. He needed to demonstrate to the venerable headmaster that he was not the sort of person who would resort to magical cheating in Quidditch, lest he receive more letters admonishing him for this or that. Probably in about half an hour. It will be here before you know it. In the meantime, try riding the broomstick to ensure you won't fall off during high-speed flight. That experience is certainly unpleasant, Wood replied, handing Mike an older broomstick that belonged to George. For now, you'll be temporarily taking George's place. I suggest you purchase your own broom when the holidays arrive. A clean sweep would be an excellent choice, offering quality at a reasonable price. Mike nodded, realizing that his modest savings had accumulated to a considerable sum, with over 10,000 galleons, all thanks to the extraordinary sales of his potions in the black market. Despite the advent of vending machines in the 1960s and their popularization in the 1980s, the magical community, with its insularity, had yet to embrace this innovation, thus presenting Mike with an excellent opportunity. He had his father procure an empty vending machine, which was then transported via the ender chest to the room of requirement, where Mike performed minor magical modifications. The mechanism was designed such that should anyone attempt to forcibly acquire items, the vending machine would automatically substitute all consumable potions with splattering damage potions, launching them at the would-be thief. Additionally, the machine boasted an automatic restocking feature and a savings function, fortified by protective charms to minimize the risk of damage. Initially, a few dim-witted individuals attempted to pilfer potions, but when onlookers witnessed these fools dissolving in a crimson potion, such attempts became exceedingly rare. Moreover, aside from certain particularly challenging potions, the prices of Mike's offerings were remarkably accessible. Even the most expensive Life Restoration 2 potion was a mere 20 galleons, and the demand often exceeded supply. It was worth noting that this potion could regenerate a severed limb within seconds and was quite effective in healing damage caused by dark magic, making it a favorite among those who lived on the edge. In critical moments, they would never complain about having too much of a life-saving elixir, especially considering the paltry cost relative to their earnings. Furthermore, the potions Mike sold possessed considerable versatility. Consequently, the sales of his other potions also soared, filling Mike's coffers to the brim. To maintain the exclusivity of his potions, Mike limited their availability each day, operating on a first-come, first-served basis. Remarkably, he found that occasionally raising prices still led to robust sales, further swelling his treasury. He had even begun contemplating opening another vault at Gringotts to accommodate his burgeoning wealth. Of course, with great earnings came envy, yet thus far, no one had dared to target the vending machine. The few who had met their demise at its hands had issued quite the lament before their unfortunate end, and Mike was grateful to them for saving him considerable trouble. However, not daring to attack the vending machine did not imply they lacked alternative methods to vex Mike. Currently, the prices of magical ingredients had at least doubled, leaving Mike astounded when he learned of this news. This move was akin to inflicting a wound on oneself while attempting to harm an adversary, revealing their foolishness. It would be an entirely different scenario had Mike been purchasing traditional potions, but the potion capitalist could never have fathomed that he was not dealing in standard potions. The cost of MC potions was absurdly low. Common ingredients such as spider eyes, rabbit feet, and dragon claw powder, a substitute for fire powder, were not prohibitively expensive. These were precisely the materials Mike required for his potion making, producing potions of commendable efficacy, rendering their price-hiking tactics ineffective against his business. In fact, with the surge in prices for potion ingredients, the market cost of potions had risen correspondingly, making Mike's prices appear exceedingly reasonable in comparison, with effects that rivaled or even surpassed those of traditional potions. Their actions had inadvertently allowed Mike to profit even more. Mike was genuinely curious about how long they could sustain this trend. At this rate, he could soon open a shop in Diagon Alley, where profits would undoubtedly soar. He envisioned introducing a cutting-edge claw machine to the magical realm, albeit with potions replacing the toys, capitalizing on the deeply rooted gambling tendencies of human nature. Mike speculated that he could earn even more than by simply selling potions. After all, the allure of a small gamble for a potentially grand reward, even if only a fleeting opportunity, would undoubtedly attract many, a testament to the greed that is part and parcel of human nature. Time flew by during training, and although Mike had mentally prepared himself, he still felt a pang of trepidation as he stood at the entrance to the lounge. "Relax, Mike. I felt the same way during my first match. You'll gradually acclimate," Harry reassured him, giving Mike's shoulder a pat before pushing the door open and stepping out. One by one, the other teammates followed suit, leaving Mike alone at the threshold, pacing restlessly. "Where's Mike?" Hermione anxiously scanned the entrance to the team's lounge from the stands, her teammates already on the field, while Mike remained conspicuously absent, causing her concern. Fortunately, her wait was not prolonged, as Mike finally took that fateful step and entered the arena. All beginnings are fraught with difficulty. However, as Mike crossed that initial threshold, it felt as though a heavy weight had lifted from his chest. With renewed vigor, he found his place among his teammates, standing together in anticipation as Madame Hooch, the referee, prepared to announce the commencement of the match. With the sound of the whistle, the match commenced. Both teams soaring into the air on their broomsticks as the Quaffle, Bludgers, and Golden Snitch were simultaneously released from their box, ascending into the heavens alongside the Quidditch players. Mike, too, mounted his broom and took flight. Just as he steadied himself in the air, a bludger came hurtling towards him. Seizing the opportunity, Mike swung his bat, executing a flawless arc that sent the approaching bludger flying away. Even if Mike had not enchanted the bat, the counterforce combined with his powerful strike sent the Quaffle soaring far and wide, much to Mike's satisfaction. It seemed his training was indeed yielding results. Daily perseverance in performing 10 push-ups, just to the point of fatigue, had evidently borne fruit. However, as Mike scanned the vicinity for the Quaffle that posed a threat to his teammates, Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air. A jolt of surprise coursed through Mike as fragments of memory began to resurface, reminding him of certain intricate details from the original text, such as the fact that this match would conclude with remarkable swiftness as Harry would soon locate the golden snitch. Yet he had not anticipated it would end so swiftly. He had scarcely had his fill of play. "Refund, in Geneva," Harry proclaimed, raising the golden snitch aloft, signaling the end of the match and Gryffindor's victory. The players descended around Harry, celebrating their rapid triumph, while the stands erupted in cheers, save for the Slytherin section, which offered only sparse applause. Mike landed beside Harry, a tinge of discontent clouding his thoughts. "Mike, what's the matter? Aren't you happy? We won." Mike gazed at the jubilant Harry, sighed, and replied, "Could you not have taken your time? I wanted to play with the quaffle a bit longer." Chapter 56, A Late Mission. "Hey, Ron, you're bleeding." Mike observed Ron, whose nose was streaming crimson, utterly perplexed as to why he could still be so exuberant while bleeding profusely. "Huh, I'm bleeding." Ron finally registered, hastily retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to staunch the flow. The match had concluded, although he hadn't savored the thrill of competition. There was still a final against Ravenclaw at the semester's end, where he could seek that excitement. As dusk fell, the sunset stretched the shadows of Ron, Mike, and Hermione Long, the golden red light filtering through the clouds, casting a radiant glow upon the castle windows. They stood there, gazing at the broom shed in the distance, awaiting Harry to return the broom to its rightful place before joining them back to the castle. Seizing the moment while Harry dawdled, Mike plopped down onto the grass, beginning to reflect on the match. Naturally, Mike was not revisiting the details of the game itself, but rather recalling the atmosphere in the stands. It was noteworthy that the referee for this match was Professor Snape. Logically, his voluntary assumption of the role was to safeguard Harry from Quirrell's potential malice. However, with Dumbledore present, even Voldemort himself would think twice before acting, let alone the pitiful Quirrell. Moreover, due to the match's premature conclusion, Snape had not yet found an opportunity to penalize Gryffindor, rendering his efforts somewhat futile, a pity indeed. As for Quirrell in his current state, Mike genuinely admired his cunning. He had never exhibited the pain of being cursed during class, even managing to convey lessons with occasional vigor. Mike harbored serious doubts that this was unrelated to the fruit of the unicorn he had stolen. Although the unicorns claimed he could not consume that fruit, it surely possessed other uses, being a product of a unicorn soul. Mike suspected that even steeping the fruit in water would yield significant benefits. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a hooded figure making its way toward the forbidden forest, but he paid it no mind. That hooded figure was none other than Professor Snape, preparing to confront Quirrell. As Mike's fragmented memories began to coalesce, he recalled this vividly. After waiting a while longer, as the light dimmed and night descended, he finally caught sight of Harry, sprinting towards him from the direction of the forbidden forest. "Harry, your speed is remarkable. It's not even midnight yet. Not the time for that, come on." Harry disregarded Mike's jest, pulling him towards the castle. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances at Mike being dragged away, but they quickly caught on and hurried to follow. "Harry, what is happening?" Mike asked, though he had already pieced together most of the situation. Most likely, Harry had witnessed a confrontation between Quirrell and Snape in the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, how could one explain their immediate departure towards it after the match concluded? "Wait, this is it." Harry located an empty classroom, shoving Mike inside. Once Ron and Hermione arrived, Harry scanned the area, ensuring no prying eyes were present, and then closed the door. "I'll get straight to the point. Snape is threatening Quirrell, trying to extract information from him. I am certain it pertains to how to navigate the challenges Quirrell has set up. So, as long as Quirrell can withstand Snape's pressure, the Philosopher's Stone will remain safe?" Ron asked, his voice betraying a hint of trepidation. "Mike, what do you think?" Harry inquired, as both he and Ron could not formulate any useful strategies and thus turned their hopes towards Mike, who was seemingly capable of anything. "I believe perhaps you should shift your focus elsewhere, away from the Philosopher's Stone." "Why do you echo Hagrid's words?" Harry questioned, puzzled. They had previously sought Hagrid's assistance, hoping for information regarding the stone, but Hagrid had politely ushered them out of his hut, expressing sentiments similar to Mike's. "I think you must divert your attention to other matters. This is not something for students to concern themselves with." No, I mean, even if you keep your eyes on the Philosopher's Stone, what can you truly do?" Mike sighed, continuing, regardless of who desires the stone. "Why do you think you can stop them? Are we to confront professors? Snape or Quirrell? Don't be ridiculous. But we can't just stand by." Harry seemed ready to protest, but Mike impatiently interrupted. "Yes, I understand, but we are merely first-year students. Recklessly involving ourselves could lead to numerous dangers. I doubt your parents wish for you to encounter such peril, do they?" Mike's gaze swept across the three of them before settling on Harry's face, where he noticed the faint scar beneath his dark hair, prompting a sudden realization. "Oh, I apologize, Harry. It's not directed at you." "It's all right. I'm used to it." Harry sighed, slowly turning away, casting one last glance at Mike before exiting the classroom, his expression tinged with melancholy. Mike watched as Harry left, shaking his head with a sigh. Given Quirrell's demeanor, he was undoubtedly seeking methods of utilizing the fruit of the unicorn beyond mere consumption. When the time came, they might not be contending with the diminished Quirrell, but rather a fully restored Quirrell with Voldemort's assistance. At that point, Harry's close combat might prove futile. He could easily fall victim to a killing curse, leaving Dumbledore to seek vengeance. Harry was his friend, and Mike certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. "Mike, I must say your words are somewhat hurtful," Ron hesitantly remarked, while Hermione gazed at Mike with concern. I understand. You two should go ahead and have dinner. I prefer to be alone for a while." Mike turned around, facing the wall, his gaze meeting the eyes that held no concern for them. Only after the door clicked shut did Mike turn back again. "Mike, remember to come for dinner. I'll be waiting for you." Hermione's voice floated in from behind the door. Mike responded with a murmur, and once the sound of her departing footsteps reverberated through the crevice of the door, he pulled out a chair and sat down. This was truly dreadful. Everything seemed to be as usual, yet the vigor that Quirrell had exhibited had long since sown seeds of anxiety within him. When Quirrell, having shed his previously sickly demeanor, appeared in the classroom, Mike initially reassured himself that it was merely a fleeting moment of recovery. However, when he saw Quirrell in this state consistently, self-deception became impossible. Now, the seed of anxiety had burgeoned into a flourishing plant, and only then did Mike realize its suffocating presence. His mastery of gravity magic had hit a bottleneck, making any progress exceedingly difficult. If the true final examination were to arrive while he remained in this state, what then? Wait, the task book. How could he have forgotten about that? How long had it been since he last perused it? Mike could not recall the last time he had flipped through the task book. It seemed an eternity had passed. With a flicker of thought, the task book materialized in his palm, emanating a soft blue glow. The pages, seemingly aware of Mike's troubles, automatically turned to the updated task. Task: bottling dragon blood. Task objective: bottle the blood of a Norwegian ridgeback dragon, 250 milliliters or more. X1. Task rewards: crystal silver ingot X1, arcane workbench X1, arcane anvil X1, arcane compendium apprentice X1, spell scroll, arcane radiant blade X1, spellbook, radiant blade array X1, spellbook, radiant meteor X1. Learning to harness the power coursing through the veins of that ancient creature is the first step on your journey, and perhaps applying it to weaponry would be a commendable choice. That is the blood of the dragon Hagrid acquired. Mike pondered, suddenly realizing something. If this matter had not been influenced by his butterfly effect, then Hagrid would soon receive that dragon egg. Indeed, this was confirmed when Mike arrived at the Great Hall, where Harry's letter corroborated the information. "Hey Mike, are you going to visit Hagrid after class tomorrow?" Chapter 57, The Little Dragon Norbert. "Hey Mike, are you going to visit Hagrid after class tomorrow?" Harry cautiously inquired after Mike had taken a seat beside Hermione. "Of course, I will," Mike nodded in response. Compared to this, he was more concerned about whether Harry was angry with him, but it seemed that his worries were unfounded. For a considerable time thereafter, their dining table was enveloped in an unusual silence. Everyone focused intently on their plates, with no one displaying any intent to converse, a rarity for them. Usually, mealtime was filled with chatter. Once, while Mike was talking and eating a chicken leg, a chunk of meat lodged in his throat, and had it not been for Hermione sitting right next to him, the story might have ended prematurely. Today's events had caused Mike to uncharacteristically lose his temper. Though he appeared calm now, no one dared to provoke him, as only he knew whether he had truly calmed down. They finished their meal in silence, quietly arranged their utensils for the house elf to collect, and departed from the Great Hall. The temperature around Mike seemed to plummet to freezing, with the three companions feeling as if the very air had solidified, making it difficult to breathe. Why aren't these three speaking? Are they angry with me? This was what occupied Mike's mind. Is Mike still upset? He hasn't said a word, was the concern of the other three. This strange and chilling atmosphere persisted until they reached the entrance to the common room, where Mike gazed at the portrait of the fat lady, deep in thought. What was the password again? Mike glanced awkwardly at the three behind him, hesitating before speaking up. Oh, what was it? Harry answered first, but unfortunately, he too had forgotten the password. He cast a pleading look at Ron, who shook his head sadly, indicating his inability to help. Damn it, that blasted bug, Hermione muttered, and as her words fell, the fat lady's portrait swung open, revealing the staircase leading to the common room. Yay, Hermione is the best, Mike exclaimed, raising his arms in jubilation. This relieved Hermione, who had previously worried that Mike's anger might extend to her as well. Clearly, her concerns were unfounded. The four of them entered in single file, with Hermione going first, followed by Ron, leaving Harry and Mike together in the corridor. Just as Harry was about to step inside, Mike called out to him. What I said before dinner was a bit harsh. I apologize for my behavior, Harry, and I hope you can forgive me. Mike gazed earnestly into Harry's emerald eyes. Harry exhaled, feeling relieved, and shook his head. It's all right, Mike. I don't hold it against you. They shared a smile and stepped through the hole behind the fat lady's portrait. Luckily, the fat lady was absent from her painting at that moment, so she wouldn't bombard Harry and Mike with her usual cliché advice. As the portrait closed behind them, silence reclaimed the corridor, yet unbeknownst to them, a shadowy figure clad in black flitted past the corner of the hallway, vanishing from sight. Harry, what did Hagrid say you should visit him? Back in the dormitory, Mike slumped onto the couch, receiving Hagrid's letter from Harry while casually inquiring. Tomorrow afternoon, after class. We're going to his hut to see him. So what's the occasion? Mike thought to himself, fully aware of Hagrid's intentions. The hatching of the little dragon was certainly a reason for invitation. However, Mike remembered he had not participated in the preceding events, and appearing to know everything would be rather implausible. Hagrid must have acquired a dragon egg and wants us to see it hatch, Ron exclaimed excitedly, though Hermione appeared less than interested. Raising dragons is illegal. That was established by a law passed during the 1709 Wizarding Conference. Moreover, the end-of-term exams are approaching, and researching Nicholas Flamel has already consumed half of our semester. We cannot afford to waste more time on other matters. You don't want to fail your exams, do you? Oh, by the way, did you ever find out who Nicholas Flamel is? Mike asked, suddenly recalling that Ron had previously asked him if he knew anything about Flamel, but he had brushed it off. He certainly knew who Flamel was. Yet to avoid an unnecessary butterfly effect, he decided to remain tight-lipped. We found out. He is an alchemist, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, over 600 years old. Living in Devon, Harry replied. They had toiled to uncover this information, only to find that it was all within reach. How wondrous. Indeed, how unpredictable life can be. By the way, Mike, you don't plan to join them, do you? Will you be studying in the library? Come along with me. Hermione suddenly turned to Mike, her tone almost questioning. I want to go see them, Mike stammered, flustered by Hermione's unexpected inquiry. I knew it, Hermione huffed, turning away to indicate her disinterest in him. Mike looked at Hermione's demeanor with a mix of amusement and exasperation, yet felt powerless to change it. He could only shake his head in resignation and redirect his focus to the letter before him. The little dragon is about to hatch. Come to my hut tomorrow afternoon, and feel free to bring your friends. The message, penned in large, sprawling handwriting, was exceedingly brief. Mike exerted some effort to grasp its gist. Accustomed as he was to Chinese characters in his previous life, he found it challenging to shake off the habits formed over 12 years of English, which could be considered a peculiar form of nostalgia. After a cursory read, Mike folded the letter and returned it to Harry. Everyone should prepare for bed. We have classes tomorrow. Okay. Ascending the staircase, they pushed open the door to their dormitory and collapsed onto the soft, comfortable four-poster beds. After a fulfilling Sunday, they soon drifted into their own private dreams. As the chilly moonlight of the vernal equinox swept across the windowsill, illuminating the interior, it gradually shifted with the movement of the celestial body suspended in the heavens, as if to convey a fleeting, dreamlike night. From the moment the full moon rose to the descending sun, from the first toll of the bell to the midday hour, time flowed with both haste and languor. Regardless of how one might articulate it, time inevitably ebbed away, arriving at this very moment. Harry, Ron, and Mike were traversing the corridor, elated to have been invited to Hagrid's hut to witness the rare spectacle of a baby dragon hatching. However, just as they reached the entrance of Hogwarts, Mike suddenly recalled something. Leaving Harry and Ron with a quick, "I'll be right back," he hurriedly dashed away. The two remained behind, unable to abandon their good friend, as that would be too disheartening. Fortunately, Mike kept his word and soon returned. But was there someone following him? Let us rewind time 5 minutes. Mike rushed into the library and seized Hermione, who was absent-mindedly reviewing her studies, then bolted away. Hey, Mike, what are you doing? I still need to study. Oh, come on. Witnessing a baby dragon hatch is something most people will never experience in their lifetime. You can study at any time, but such beautiful memories can only be made now. Mike tugged at Hermione's hand, not glancing back as he dismissed her academic excuses. What studying? She was merely daydreaming there, and Mike was far too familiar with this side of Hermione. Despite having things she wished to pursue, she often remained silent due to her nature or various reasons, allowing herself to be swept along, engaging in activities she did not particularly enjoy while missing out on significant experiences. In the end, it always fell to Mike to intervene, which was rather bothersome. As Harry and Ron grew increasingly anxious waiting, Mike appeared at the top of the stairs, dragging Hermione along, which irked Ron slightly. Granger, didn't you say you're going to study and not go see the baby dragon? Mike insisted on dragging me along. It's not my fault. As their quarrel threatened to escalate, Mike quickly raised a hand to halt them. He understood that if Hermione truly did not wish to come, he would not be able to pull her along. Ron, too, did not genuinely dislike Hermione. It was merely that their personalities clashed. Such disputes were meaningless, failing to resolve their differences while wasting precious time. Thus, Mike interposed himself between them, taking hold of Hermione's hand with one hand and resting a hand on Ron's shoulder with the other, forcibly leading them both away. The warm sunlight bathed the land, casting a delicate golden hue over the lawn in front of the castle. On this warm, almost sweltering afternoon, the four of them crossed the field and knocked on the door of the solitary hut standing at the edge of the forbidden forest. The door creaked open, but only slightly. Hagrid peered out through a narrow gap, his large, beetle-like eye assessing the visitors. Once he confirmed that they were indeed the ones he had invited, he sighed in relief and opened the door wider to let them in. Inside the hut, the heat was stifling. On such a warm and sunny afternoon, the curtains were drawn tightly, with illumination relying solely on the scant sunlight filtering through. The fireplace blazed with a roaring fire, and Mike was certain he would relish spending winter days in this very place, though regrettably, it was not winter now. Blimey, it's just as hot here as when I last visited, Ron whispered to Mike, with Harry nodding in agreement. However, not everyone seemed affected by the oppressive heat. Hagrid appeared completely unfazed, bustling about. He brewed them cups of scalding hot tea and presented his exclusive white ferret sandwiches and rock cakes, which they politely declined. Nonetheless, Mike discreetly pocketed a few rock cakes for future experiments. "I'm so glad you could come. The little dragon is about to hatch," Hagrid exclaimed, turning to retrieve a beautifully patterned egg from the fire, placing it on the table. Mike's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never seen anyone retrieve something directly from the fire with their bare hands. Was this the unique ability bestowed by Hagrid's giant blood? Truly an iron grip. As a series of cracking sounds resonated, everyone's attention was drawn to the dragon egg on the table, which had developed a fissure and emitted intriguing, clicking noises. They all watched with keen interest, imagining what the hatchling would look like moments later. As the cracking sounds intensified, they instinctively held their breath, closely observing the dragon egg. Suddenly, with a sound reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard, the shell shattered, revealing a small, pitch-black dragon struggling to rise amidst the fragments. It wobbled unsteadily before collapsing again, repeating this clumsy performance until it managed to maintain a semblance of balance, bringing the comical scene to an end. In accordance with its rather dinner-like mannerisms, it was not particularly pleasing to Mike's aesthetic, resembling a shriveled and lumpy black mushroom. The spikes on its wings were irregular, and once unfurled, its crumpled wings were nearly twice the size of its body. Its pale nostrils and protruding orange-yellow eyes further detracted from its appearance, not to mention the unsightly bumps sprouting from its head. "Isn't it beautiful?" Hagrid was utterly captivated, his voice so gentle it sent shivers down the spines of those present. He extended a hand, softly stroking the hatchling's head. The little dragon promptly bit Hagrid's finger, though its newborn teeth could not pierce the tough skin of the half-giant. "Merlin, look, it recognizes me. It thinks I'm its mother." "Male mother?" Hagrid suddenly leaped up, rushing to tightly draw the curtains. We turned back around. They were alarmed to see his face as pale as parchment. "Hagrid, what has happened?" Mike inquired hastily, knowing that any mishap with the little dragon could jeopardize his mission. A boy was peeking through the curtains. As soon as he realized I had spotted him, he ran towards the school. Mike dashed to the door, flung it open, and immediately recognized the figure as Draco Malfoy. After all, his golden hair glinting in the sunlight was unmistakable. Without a moment's hesitation, Mike drew his wand, unleashing a torrent of purple gravity magic that swiftly ensnared Malfoy, who was now less than 100 meters from the castle. With a tug of his wand, Draco was yanked back, utterly helpless against the sheer force of the gravity spell, regardless of his futile struggles. "You would do well to act as if nothing has occurred. Or else," Mike warned with a menacing smile. Malfoy, utterly dazed, realized that had he known Mike was present, he would never have dared to engage in such spying. What was intended as a means to gather incriminating evidence against Harry Potter had now turned into a precarious situation for himself. "If I hear anything about dragons while at school, you know what will follow, don't you, Mr. Malfoy?" Mike threatened, indifferent to the myriad thoughts racing through Malfoy's mind. It was no jest. If anything were to happen to the little dragon, his mission would be in jeopardy, and such a potential disaster must be nipped in the bud. As the gravity magic released the now trembling Malfoy, Mike nonchalantly cleared his ears and turned to re-enter the cottage, only to pivot back and smile at Draco, who was brandishing his wand. "Mr. Malfoy, your wand appears to be quivering." With that, he re-entered the cottage, leaving the unfortunate Draco shouting that he would inform his father as he sprinted towards the castle. Upon returning to the cottage, all eyes immediately turned to Mike, making him feel somewhat awkward. Hagrid appeared considerably anxious. "Mike, what is the situation?" "Oh, haha, fear not. He likely lacks the audacity to spread word of a Norwegian ridgeback within the castle," Mike reassured him. "That is splendid news. However, Hagrid, I must remind you that Norbert is a fire-breathing dragon," Hermione said earnestly. "Oh, you even named him my absence?" Mike asked curiously, tentatively calling out Norbert. The little dragon immediately turned, its orange eyes darting about, attempting to locate the source of its name. Mother dragons have a unique call for their hatchlings. Each one possesses a distinct sound, so I suggested that Hagrid name him, Hermione stated proudly, seemingly awaiting Mike's praise. "Truly commendable, Hermione. Your breadth of knowledge is remarkable." "Oh, it's nothing special." Chapter 58, The Power of Dragon Food. "Ron, stop wailing. You were merely bitten. It's not as if you have contracted a terminal illness." Ron lay on the hospital bed, while Mike sat beside him, wearing an expression of exasperation. 2 weeks had elapsed since the hatching of the little dragon, during which Hagrid had devoted his entire focus to it, neglecting his duties as the gamekeeper, even enlisting Mike and the others to feed the dragon. Mike, however, had no objections to the feeding. He could take this opportunity to enhance the dragon's diet, facilitating its growth. Do not entertain any misguided notions. It is certainly not any unethical growth hormone. What I add is of the highest quality, derived from the dragon food of the A Song of Ice and Fire mod in MC, which serves as the finest catalyst for dragon growth. Pure, untainted, delectable, and nutritious. Crafted from 4 bones and 4 pieces of any kind of raw meat at the crafting table, dragon food is the ultimate delicacy on your dragon's journey to maturity. Of course, this was not an advertisement. The little dragon was indeed growing at an astonishing rate, at least twice as fast as the normal pace described in the books. All thanks to Mike's dragon magic. However, the dragon had not yet grown large enough for Mike to extract 250 milliliters of blood in one go. And he desired more than that. If he had to draw blood in multiple sessions, he worried Hagrid might catch on, so he had to bide his time. The increasingly troublesome little dragon was perpetually creating chaos. Today it had chewed on some mysterious fur products from Hagrid's hut, and tomorrow it had bitten Ron. No, Ron had been bitten today. In any case, the little dragon was tirelessly wreaking havoc, seemingly reveling in it. Notably, the dragon had now reached a quarter of the length of Hagrid's hut, making it exceedingly easy for them to step on its tail or its wings, which could occupy half the floor space after spreading out. Despite their utmost caution, they occasionally found themselves inadvertently stepping on it. Ron's arm bore the mark of this mischief. The wound was beginning to show signs of darkening, a constant reminder of the pain inflicted by the toxin that urged Ron to seek immediate treatment for his injury. That dragon has grown nearly half the size of the hut. I can hardly believe Hagrid let us feed it. He still thinks it's a baby dragon. Ridiculous. The book never mentioned that Norwegian ridgebacks could grow this quickly. Ron continued to grumble, and Mike could only respond with an awkward chuckle. He dared not reveal to Ron that it was his influence that caused the dragon's rapid growth, or Ron would surely want to throttle him, pain and all. All right. Look on the bright side. At least you don't have to do homework for the next few days, right? I brought you a bottle of milk. Remember to drink it. It will help you recover quickly. Mike placed the bottle of milk he had prepared for Ron on the bedside table. I can't hold a quill for at least a week. This is dreadful. Ron rolled over on the bed, preventing Mike from seeing his face. Yet curiously, though Ron's lamentations were clearly expressing sorrow and regret, Mike discerned an unmistakable undercurrent of delight in his words. What could this mean? Indeed, how curious. Of course, Mike would not divulge to Ron that his dream of evading homework would soon be shattered. The milk he had brought him was the MC milk given by the mission, a panacea that conceptually nullified all debuffs. This also implied that Ron could not use his bedridden state as an excuse to escape the mounting pressure of homework leading up to the impending exams. Rather, Mike had cleverly ensured that Ron would avoid the dire fate of failing due to inadequate revision. What a splendid friendship. Wouldn't you agree, Ron? Imagining Ron's astonished expression when he discovered his arm had healed by morning, Mike stifled a laugh, positioning the milk prominently on the bedside table before rising to leave the infirmary. However, upon exiting the infirmary, Mike chose not to head to the 8th floor room of requirement, but instead made his way directly back to the common room. Mike, how's Ron doing? Harry approached him as soon as he entered through the portrait of the fat lady, concern etched on his face. Yes, all right. Nothing serious, just a bite. You should be back by tomorrow, Mike shrugged. The teeth of a Norwegian ridgeback contain venom. A bite is more than a mere flesh wound. I suspect Madame Pomfrey will have her doubts. Hermione closed the book in her hands and turned to Mike, saying You needn't speculate. Ron's ability to lie is utterly dismal. He told Madame Pomfrey that it was a dog bite. What kind of dog has venomous fangs? Nevertheless, I brought Ron some medicine. It should expedite his recovery and hopefully alleviate Madame Pomfrey's suspicions. She then glanced at Harry and added, "By the way, tomorrow you have to feed Norbert. The little dragon has grown quite a bit. Today it nearly set Hagrid's hut ablaze." Time flowed slowly, and since it was not a day of respite, they could only toil away in the common room, wrestling with the mountain of homework that had accumulated. Completing one sheet of parchment merely led to another awaiting their attention, and it was only when the final word was inscribed that their assignments were deemed finished. Rubbing his tired eyes from staring at the work for too long, Mike waved goodbye to Hermione and, slinging an arm around Harry's shoulder, they returned to their dormitory. With the click of the closing door, the common room returned to its serene quietude. The next day, Mike awoke as usual at 7, yawning as he emerged from the soft embrace of his blankets. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, made his way to the great hall for breakfast, and then attended his classes. Days passed, the date of the exams drawing ever closer, and the weight of academic pressure intensified, causing Mike to even suspend their magical training. Yet, they still persisted in feeding the little dragon daily, as it had become their sole means of relaxation amidst their studies. Whenever they were in Hagrid's hut, all their worries seemed to be kept at bay. Of course, the little dragon did not disappoint them for their daily efforts. It grew stronger by the day, now spreading its wings to fill half of the small hut. However, a new dilemma presented itself: the fate of the little dragon. "Hagrid, I do not wish to bring this up, but you must confront reality. If you continue to raise the dragon in your hut, something will inevitably go awry." Mike added a bowl of meat paste for Norbert and stood to face Hagrid. Today, it was Mike's turn to feed the dragon, and he finally seized the opportunity to discuss this matter with Hagrid. It was not solely his decision, but a consensus reached with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Hagrid had completely neglected his duties as the keeper of keys and grounds, devoting his entire being to the little dragon. The floor of the hut was strewn with feathers and empty bottles of fire whiskey, the place dim and disorderly. Not a single chair stood upright. The table was askew and piled high with brandy, and one of its legs was charred. Mike was certain it had been normal the last time he visited. "Mike, I've decided to name the dragon Norbert. It already recognizes me." Hagrid seemed not to hear Mike's words, gazing mistily at the dragon. "Norbert, Norbert, look, where's Mama?" "Hagrid." Mike had to raise his voice to convey the gravity of the situation. "Soon, within a week, Norbert will grow as large as your hut. I assure you, no one will speak of this, but I cannot silence the professors. But what shall we do? I cannot release him. He is too small. He wouldn't survive long in the Forbidden Forest. He would perish." Mike paced the hut, desperately trying to recall how the plot unfolded in the original story. But regrettably, his memory had yet to recover sufficiently for him to recall this particular narrative arc. "How about this? I will return and consult with Harry and the others. We will come back together tomorrow and thoroughly deliberate on Norbert's situation." Ultimately, Mike abandoned his futile contemplation. For the time being, he could not devise a solution to the little dragon's dilemma, and he resolved to discuss it further with his friends later. Citing the need to return and complete his homework, Mike politely declined Hagrid's invitation to stay for tea and sample the weasel sandwiches. However, he accepted a few slabs of rock cakes that Hagrid offered him, curious about the magical resilience of these treats. As he departed, he tucked a few pieces into his robes, intending to investigate them later. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Mike left the hut, closing the door behind him. As he walked to a sunlit patch of grass, he finally spoke. "I say, when are you planning to stop hiding from me?" With a flick of his right hand, he summoned his gravity magic to ensnare the gelatinous creature concealed in the underbrush, forcibly dragging it into view. As for this gelatinous creature, who else in all Hogwarts could it be but the blue slime? "Let me go. This is outrageous." The blue slime squirmed in midair, contorting its shape in a futile attempt to escape the grip of Mike's gravity magic. However, Mike's control had significantly strengthened since the beginning of the term. Capturing a slime was well within his capabilities. "You think I should just let you go? That would be quite embarrassing for me. You must return with me. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions." Mike had suspected her motives since he saw her at Hagrid's hut. Although he did not understand why she risked being discovered by following him, now that she was out in the open, he had no intention of letting her go. Why not simply bind her and demand some clarity? Ignoring the blue slime's frantic struggles and protests, Mike reinforced the efficacy of his gravity magic, effectively eliminating any chance she had of escaping his hold while he was distracted. Yet, despite his efforts, Mike had underestimated her. As he stepped onto the castle's front steps, he turned to check on the blue slime, only to find the cage utterly empty. Truth be told, Mike still did not comprehend how she had managed to slip past his gravity magic with just a few squirming motions. Perhaps it was due to his still developing skills. But it was certainly not the whole story. The blue slime was notoriously tight-lipped and adept at evasion, making it nearly impossible for him to capture her and interrogate her thoroughly, which was immensely frustrating. Now she had escaped again? What could Mike do about it? He felt equally helpless. Taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions, Mike waved his hand to dissipate the gravity magic and cast a final glance at the castle grounds before returning inside. In a nearby thicket, the blue slime cautiously peeked out, and after confirming that Mike had indeed returned to the castle, she sighed in relief, turned her jelly-like body, and bounced off toward Hagrid's hut. Chapter 59. Dragons and Departures. Finding a suitable new home for the little dragon was not a challenging task. As one of Ron's family members, Charlie Weasley, worked at a dragon reserve in Romania. The discussions among Mike and his friends quickly yielded a decision. They would send the little dragon to Charlie for care, with the intention of releasing it into the wild once it reached maturity. As Mike watched Hedwig disappear into the night with the letter for Charlie, the task of acquiring dragon blood was finally placed at the top of their priority list. If all went smoothly, and if Mike's crossing into this world had not altered events significantly, Hedwig would soon return with news of Charlie's approval. This matter was, of course, relayed to Hagrid the following afternoon. Despite Hagrid's deep attachment to Norbert, he had no choice but to acquiesce to the pressing circumstances. The news was quickly brought back by Hedwig. When the window of the common room was rapped upon at noon on Wednesday, only a drowsy Harry, a sleeping Mike, and Hermione remained. Ron, unable to keep his eyes open any longer, had already retreated to the dormitory for a rest, and Harry had long since succumbed to fatigue. His only distinction from his two slumbering friends being that his eyes were still open. The rapping sound emanating from the window jolted Harry from his drowsy state. After opening the window to allow Hedwig to enter, he immediately shook awake the two who had unwittingly leaned against each other as they slept. What happened? Mike murmured, struggling to lift his heavy eyelids, the weight of sleeplessness pressing down upon him as he endeavored to grasp the situation at hand. Ugh, Hermione groaned, rubbing her eyes and reluctantly lifting her head from Mike's shoulder, dampened by her drool, to gaze at Harry with a yawn. Hedwig has returned with the letter. Harry almost shouted, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. This momentous news signified that they were finally freed from the nightly vigil of waiting to open the window for the possibly returning Hedwig. Since sending off their inquiring letter on Saturday, they had taken turns keeping watch, staying in the common room until midnight before succumbing to slumber. With no knowledge of when Hedwig might return and the necessity of keeping the common room window closed at night, an obscure rule unknown to most, they had resorted to this rather simplistic yet cumbersome method to ensure Hedwig would not be locked out for the entire night. Mike and Hermione initially stared at each other in disbelief upon hearing this news, but in the next moment, they sprang from the sofa in unison, turning to Harry with eager inquiries. Really? This was particularly due to Harry's earlier antics on Monday, when he had playfully deceived them with false news to rouse them from sleep, and he had repeated the trick on Tuesday. By Wednesday, they were prepared for a potential ruse. Should Harry be lying, they would promptly return to their slumber. Of course it's true. Harry scratched his head sheepishly as he unfurled the scroll of parchment from Hedwig's talons and spread it out upon the common room table. Dear Ron, how are you? Thank you for your letter. I am thrilled about adopting the Norwegian Ridgeback, but transporting it here is quite the challenge. I believe the best course of action is to send it to a few of my friends first, who will come to visit me next week. The trouble is, we must ensure that no one sees them smuggling a fire dragon. Could you take the Ridgeback to the highest tower at midnight on Saturday? They can meet you there and take the dragon away under cover of darkness. Please respond at your earliest convenience. Love you. Your dear brother, Charlie. After reading the letter, the trio exchanged glances. The highest tower's observatory? Mike pondered, furrowing his brow. His first thought was the roof of the Ravenclaw common room, but that seemed absurd, and he quickly dismissed it, considering a more plausible alternative. Although first-year students did not have astronomy class, Mike had once sneaked up there in the dead of night to study the starry sky's magical properties. Standing atop the tower, he had gazed upon the forbidden forest, the expansive grounds, the brightly lit Hogsmeade, and the surrounding mountains of Hogwarts, all under a canopy of stars. He would never forget the sensation that had momentarily shaken his very soul, which was why he promptly proposed his second idea after dismissing the first. Now the question arises, how do we ascend without being detected? The observatory is off limits to students except during class hours, Hermione inquired, but Harry's next words resolved the dilemma. Not to worry. I still possess the invisibility cloak. It's large enough to conceal all three of us, although Ron probably wouldn't want to encounter Norbert. Thus, the matter was resolved with ease. The following morning, they shared the splendid news with Ron, who naturally erupted with joy. He harbored a considerable disdain for the Norwegian Ridgeback, whether due to its bite or its failure to grant him his dream vacation. However, when they arrived at Hagrid's hut to share this good news, no one noticed the fleeting glimpse of golden hair outside the window. The plan to send Norbert off was set for midnight on Saturday, and over the next 3 days, everything proceeded smoothly. When it was Mike's turn to feed Norbert, he seized the opportunity to draw 6 vials of blood while Hagrid's attention was diverted, successfully completing the task at hand. Soon enough, Saturday night arrived, and they executed their plan. Mike and Harry would transport Norbert from the hut to the castle, after which Harry, Mike, and Hermione would carry Norbert up to the tower. Due to the limited coverage of the invisibility cloak and considering Ron's relatively tall stature, they opted not to bring him along to avoid any mishaps should the cloak slip. Hagrid had prepared a large crate for Norbert, filled with several bottles of brandy and a handful of dead mice. As Hagrid tearfully stuffed Norbert into the crate, Harry and Mike could only watch in silence, unsure of how to comfort Hagrid, who was grappling with the pain of parting from the little dragon. "I've packed plenty of brandy and mice for him. He'll have enough to eat and drink on the journey," Hagrid said, his eyes brimming with tears as he closed the crate. "To keep him company on the way. I've also included his teddy bear. He'll surely be delighted." A faint tearing sound reached Mike's ears through the cracks of the crate, the vibrations traveling through his auditory bones and conveying a message to his brain. A part of the teddy bear had been torn off. Hagrid assisted them in moving the crate out of the hut, his gaze fixed on the invisibility cloak that shrouded them and the crate, tears streaming down his beard. Unable to bear the sight of his little dragon departing, he let out a heart-wrenching cry and slammed the door shut, startling Fawn, who had been dozing in his doghouse at the entrance, into a frenzy of barking. Hagrid was undoubtedly heartbroken, but Mike and Harry felt a sense of relief, as this meant they could finally escape the burdensome task of feeding the little dragon. Harry strained to lift the crate, feeling an abundance of energy, though he seemed oblivious to the faint purple glow emanating from the crate. They traversed the grounds without incident, successfully maneuvering the crate to the steps before the castle. The night was devoid of stars, the moon absent, and dark clouds blanketed the sky, conveniently facilitating their movements. Hermione had long been waiting in the entrance hall. Mike lifted a corner of the invisibility cloak, signaling for Hermione to hurry inside, transforming their group into 3, though it seemed Mike could manage alone. Fortunately, they encountered neither Filch nor any wandering professors with flowing hair, and Peeves was nowhere to be found. Aside from Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, who was prowling about, they faced minimal obstacles along their route. Regrettably, Mike's stomach seemed to betray him at that moment. A sharp pain shot through his abdomen, momentarily distracting him and causing a flicker in his gravity charm. This slight misstep nearly resulted in Harry and Hermione losing their balance, but thankfully, just before they would have toppled to the ground, Mike's gravity charm activated just in time, averting disaster. Of course, Mike's gastrointestinal distress remained unresolved. It was likely due to the chilled pumpkin juice consumed at dinner, and he now found himself in excruciating pain, desperate for a restroom. "Mike, what's wrong?" Hermione looked at him with concern, her voice low. "I'm not feeling well," Mike managed to utter, trembling as he spoke. The pain in his abdomen surged anew, assaulting his nerves, and it wouldn't be long before he could no longer endure it. "Listen, I must make a quick trip to the restroom, but fret not. I shall leave behind a touch of magic to ease your burden in moving those boxes. We will reconvene in the common room," Mike hastily instructed, before lifting the invisibility cloak and darting toward the nearest lavatory, as recalled from memory, leaving Harry and Hermione to watch him vanish with a mix of exasperation and resignation. Although only one of their number was absent, the effort required to transport the boxes had increased significantly. Fortunately, Mike had cast a gravity-reducing charm on the boxes prior to his departure, making their task somewhat more manageable, albeit not as easy as it would have been with his presence. However, that evening, events were destined to unfold unfavorably. Upon resolving his gastrointestinal predicament and returning to the common room, feeling refreshed, Mike found himself waiting in vain for his companions. It suddenly dawned on him. Oh no, they must have left the invisibility cloak at the observatory. Mike bolted from the common room, the gravity charm swirling around his feet, and in an instant, a purple shadow streaked down the corridor. Please let me catch up. Chapter 60, A Correction of Fate. Mike had never entertained the notion of acquiescing to that cursed fate. The war against Voldemort would drag on intermittently for 7 long years, and even before that, it had already ravaged countless days and nights. Wizards and muggles alike, regardless of their moral standings, each possessed their own families, their own lives. Many might have toiled for the better part of their lives, merely to maintain a modest bookstore or to nurture a complete, warm home. Yet, this war would mercilessly obliterate everything they held dear. Mike could never forget the bridge that collapsed with a thunderous roar on that pitch-black, rain-soaked night, as countless vehicles traversed its span. Among them might have been a family returning from a journey, or a weary worker finally heading home after a long day, blissfully unaware of the impending doom that awaited them. Their deaths would not alter the predetermined outcome in the slightest. Those in power reveled in their comforts, while the ordinary folk languished by the bridge's edge. The collapse of that bridge, the deaths of innumerable citizens, yet the Prime Minister's concern lay solely with his electoral prospects. The loss of these lives bore no consequence for those in high office. Mike also could not forget the so-called hurricane that struck Western England, uprooting mighty trees, tearing off rooftops, with dismembered limbs buried beneath the rubble, while anguished cries echoed in the ruins. The innocent populace bore the brunt of the suffering. In his previous life, as he read the original text, aside from the departures of a few pivotal characters, these harrowing realities struck him most profoundly. Mike was resolute in preventing such tragedies from recurring. Why should these ordinary souls perish, and why must it be the innocent who suffered? To effect change, he knew he must alter the fate of the story's protagonist from the very beginning. This was the endeavor he was currently engaged in and would continue to pursue. Yet, like the burly man who lamented that 5 seconds were too brief while marching toward his demise, Mike ultimately found himself at a disadvantage. On his way to the observatory, he encountered neither Harry nor Hermione, and upon reaching the highest tower, he was met only with the solitary invisibility cloak lying on the stone floor, staring back at him. Damn it! Frustrated, Mike stamped his foot. Now that they had left, and given that he had not crossed paths with them on his way, 2 possibilities remained. Either he had missed them, or they had been captured. He earnestly hoped for the former. However, as if fate were conspiring against him, upon returning to the common room, he did not find the familiar figures he had wished to see. Thus, one possibility had been eliminated, leaving only the outcome he dreaded most. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. He longed to take action, yet felt utterly powerless. He had little choice but to resort to the most cowardly yet safest course of action, to go to bed. Lying supine on his bed, he gazed at the curtains of the 4-poster, unable to find tranquility. In the dormitory that night, 5 beds were present, with 2 of them revealing pulled-back covers. The following day, as all Gryffindor students, save Mike, passed the enormous hourglass representing their house points, they could scarcely believe their eyes. The red gem, which had recently filled a substantial portion of the hourglass, now contained only a meager fragment at the bottom. They were convinced a mistake had been made. However, as whispers from Slytherin began to circulate throughout the campus, the truth unfurled in the minds of all. Harry Potter, the illustrious Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the subject of tales fit for tomes, along with 2 foolish first-year students, were to blame for the significant loss of points. The situation was dire. Mike fell into a deep spiral of self-reproach, berating himself for not recalling this matter sooner, for having consumed so much chilled pumpkin juice that fateful afternoon, and for neglecting to attend to his physiological needs before their venture. Now his 2 friends, along with the innocent Neville, had become the unwitting casualties of his momentary lapse in vigilance and were the targets of a student's wrath. Though no one explicitly blamed him for the incident, Hermione and Harry were somewhat relieved that he had been in the restroom at that critical moment. Had he been caught, he would not only have faced an additional 50-point deduction, but would also have shared in their misfortune. Harry's life seemed to plummet from heights of admiration to depths of despair. Once one of the most prominent figures in the school, he now bore the weight of a heavy burden, the scapegoat for Gryffindor's loss of contention for the House Cup. Not just Gryffindor, but indeed all houses except Slytherin regarded him with disdain. No student wished to see Slytherin triumph, and Gryffindor, once the strongest contender after 2 consecutive Quidditch victories, now found their points trailing even behind the unnoticed Hufflepuff. Hermione, too, felt the strain, while her circumstances were not as dire as Harry's. The relationships she had painstakingly built were on the verge of collapse. Although Hermione seemed indifferent, Mike dedicated nearly all his time outside of classes to reviewing lessons with her, hoping to offer some small measure of recompense. Harry and Ron often joined them in their studies, reciting lengthy potion formulas, a task that always reminded Mike of his own middle school days memorizing chemical equations, along with spells and the complex, verbose history of magic. Until the clock chimed the late hour, Harry had resolved to cease contemplating anything related to the Philosopher's Stone, rare as it was for him to immerse himself entirely in diligent study, for only through his studies could he momentarily escape the grim reality. 2 days before the exams, Harry and Hermione received notes informing them of their detention tasks, and Neville received one as well, each note containing but a single line. Detention begins at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Report to Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. After dinner, Ron and Mike stood in the entrance hall, bidding farewell to their friends as they followed Filch away, exchanging glances before returning to their studies. However, to their astonishment, by 5 o'clock, they found themselves back in the common room, where Harry and Hermione appeared to be in high spirits, and Neville, too, was flushed with joy. What a splendid afternoon we spent with Hagrid in the fields. He showed us how to cultivate enormous pumpkins, demonstrated the process of crushing leaves from the biting cabbage borrowed from the herbology classroom, and we even had some fun with Fawn. Hagrid, of course, was well aware of the reasons behind Harry, Hermione, and Neville's detention. The day after they were caught, Mike informed Hagrid of the incident, and naturally, Hagrid felt a profound sense of guilt, as it was he who had requested them to undertake that task. Had it not been for him, the nocturnal escapade that led to their capture might never have occurred. After enduring the recent torment of social ostracism and the exhaustion of studying, that delightful afternoon served as a balm, allowing them to restore their spirits far more effectively than continuing their revisions. That night, they fell asleep with troubled hearts, anticipating the final exams awaiting them the next day. However, completing the imminent final exam was merely a prelude. A far greater challenge loomed on the horizon. Quirrell's abilities had undoubtedly surpassed the near-helpless state he exhibited during his confrontation with Harry in the original narrative. Mike was uncertain whether he could prevail in a duel, but all he needed to do was touch the Philosopher's Stone. The rest would entail protecting Harry until Dumbledore arrived, thus fulfilling his mission. Speaking of missions, he had claimed the reward from the task book after retrieving the dragon blood. That evening, he utilized the arcane workbench to upgrade his wand with the arcane grimoire. To be frank, the wand's appearance had significantly improved post-upgrade. Originally crafted from oak and walnut, the wand's body bore a dark brown hue, though not unappealing. The upgrade introduced a rich crimson tint between the stark black and brown, imparting an ancient yet majestic beauty to the wand. Additionally, whether it was merely Mike's illusion or not, it seemed as though the wood surrounding the magical crystal at the tip had partially grown around it. Several tendrils sprouted from the wand, entwining the crystal, creating the impression that it had organically emerged from the wand itself. A stark contrast to the previous solitary crystal perched atop it, now appearing far more natural and aesthetically pleasing. The power of the magic unleashed was also considerably greater than before. Mike attempted to cast a spell of luminous stone shards at a training dummy, and with a single strike, he shattered the dummy's head into countless pieces. The subsequent cast of luminous shards resulted in a tremendous explosion, sending splinters flying everywhere, a truly catastrophic scene. He also received 3 new spellbooks: the glimmering sword array that could automatically lock onto enemies, the magical glimmering sword that could charge and delay its release, and the powerful tracking and self-navigating luminous meteor. The arrival of these materials perfectly resolved his pressing needs. He recalled the Noida spell editing guide. Despite its esoteric nature, through relentless study, Mike had managed to grasp some rudimentary aspects of the enigmatic technique of spell editing. By merely rearranging the incantations, one could conjure entirely new spells. Moreover, by arranging the incantations of 2 different spells in specific ways, one could combine their effects, enhancing their efficacy. For instance, merging the highly tracking, low-range luminous meteor with the weakly tracking, high-range luminous stone shards resulted in a luminous meteor that possessed strong tracking capabilities over an extended distance. Similarly, combining the glimmering sword array with a magical glimmering sword or any spell that launched projectiles would allow the magic to hover above and release after a delay. Alternatively, one could apply the effects of gravity magic to another spell, endowing it with physical damage. In essence, the potential of this technique was nearly limitless with proper combinations. Even mundane spells could yield cataclysmic results, while terrifying spells could be tempered into something more benign. However, Mike could currently only combine 2 spells at a time. Mastering a new arrangement to combine more spells was beyond his current abilities, requiring further arduous study. As for the new task from a task book, it was immediately revealed after Mike claimed his rewards. Task: another appellation for the Philosopher's Stone. Objective: touch the Philosopher's Stone. Rewards: Philosopher's Stone X1, Obsidian X4, Stone X4. Random Spellbook X2, Spell Range Upgrade X2, Store Function Unlocked. This marks the beginning of your alchemical journey, although the rewards appeared less bountiful compared to previous tasks. And the Philosopher's Stone lacked the capacity to create gold or elixirs of immortality, merely a diluted version that could transform similar items and be used for synthesis. The focus lay in the materials provided, which would enable Mike to craft a transmutation table. With a transmutation table, Mike's progression would experience a qualitative leap. However, before that could happen, he He needed to devise a strategy to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 61. The Illusory Finals and the True Exam. The day of the exam arrived far sooner than anticipated. In the blink of an eye, the days of revision dissipated like fleeting clouds, and the examination day was upon them. It was now the summer solstice, and the weather had transitioned from merely warm to oppressively sultry. Mike found it incomprehensible that within the vast realm of magic, there existed no device akin to an air conditioner for relief from the heat. He could only wonder how wizards managed to survive during an LNIO phenomenon. In the realm of ordinary society, households with middle-class incomes typically equipped every room with an air conditioning unit, ensuring comfort year-round. While winters in a magical world were indeed mild, summers were undeniably sweltering, particularly during the examinations. The already stifling heat was exacerbated by the presence of dozens of students crowded in a single classroom, creating an unbearable atmosphere. Mike even had to resort to his long-unused frost wand, utilizing the chill emanating from its crystalline tip to cool his overheated mind, allowing him to think more clearly. Upon glancing around, he noticed that most of the young wizards in the classroom were equally drenched in sweat, with a few exceptions, such as Hermione. Despite the oppressive heat, Hermione managed to produce flawless answers, and Mike could not help but admire her. He simply could not fathom how she maintained her composure and focus while writing diligently in such sweltering conditions. In contrast, not far away, Harry and Ron were visibly restless, frequently wiping the sweat from their brows to prevent it from dripping onto their papers and smudging the ink of their quills. Mike's situation could be considered fortunate, for not every young wizard had a frost wand at their disposal for cooling. In fact, it was likely that even Dumbledore would not possess such an item. After all, it was an artifact from a mod of a game originating from another world. Acquiring it would be utterly absurd. The subject of their examination was the history of magic. But regrettably, based on the current circumstances, it seemed that aside from Mike, Hermione, and a handful of others, few could calm themselves enough to thoughtfully consider and answer the questions on the paper. Even as the next examination approached, the lengthy formulas for potion brewing left one feeling dizzy and disoriented. Although the venue had been relocated to the relatively cooler underground classroom, the initial comfort dissipated with the passing of time, replaced by the uncomfortable sensation of sweat trickling down one's skin, akin to the crawling of maggots. Particularly unnerving was the presence of a stern-faced professor in black robes patrolling the area. Mike genuinely worried about Professor Snape suffering from heatstroke. Of course, the examinations at Hogwarts were far more diverse than those at ordinary schools. To prevent students from succumbing to heat-induced ailments while answering questions in stifling environments, the faculty kindly arranged several practical tests to stave off collective unrest. For instance, during the charms examination, students were tested in a relatively spacious and well-ventilated setting. Professor Flitwick even provided boxes of ice, which, as they melted, transformed the classroom from a dry and oppressive space into a realm of exquisite coolness. Mike lingered long after completing his test, reluctant to leave until the session concluded. Then there was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration exam, where, through some unknown magic, several statues within the testing room fanned the air, rendering the space wonderfully refreshing. Though this Transfiguration test was meant to be the final hurdle before students could exit the classroom, not a single individual opted to step out of the range of the statue's cooling breeze until the examination's end, a rather amusing sight, was it not? However, during the defense against the Dark Arts exam, Mike did not see Professor Quirrell. Instead, an elderly wizard he did not recognize was proctoring the test. It was unclear what new task his noseless master had assigned him. In any case, the exams concluded in a manner that was both torturous and enjoyable, and Mike vowed never to forget the agonizing experience, planning to write to old Dumbledore with suggestions to modernize the school's facilities, ensuring they did not fall behind the times. On the day following the final examination, Mike, Hermione, Ron, and Harry strolled through the corridors with lighthearted steps, arriving at a sunlit area bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Though the day was somewhat muggy, it was a significant improvement over the previous days. Mike produced his frost wand, and a few shards of ice flew toward the clear sky, bursting in midair to shower down delicate snowflakes, providing a gentle, refreshing coolness upon them. "Wow, Mike, when will you teach us that trick?" Ron exclaimed, his eyes brimming with envy as he watched the snowflakes descend. If only he could perform such magic, he wouldn't have to worry about the sweltering heat. "Patience, my friends. We'll tackle that once you've mastered controlling the crystal shards," Mike replied, noting that their magical training was progressing at a rather slow pace. At best, they could manage to aim and launch the crystal shards, but they struggled even with minor adjustments for angle corrections, indicating that the foreign magic remained quite elusive to them. Hermione rested her head on Mike's shoulder, quietly gazing at the sun as it dipped behind the mountains, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Harry's forehead, akin to a needle thrusting into his brain. He instinctively grasped his forehead and groaned loudly, startling his friends, who looked at him with concern. "Harry, what's wrong?" "I don't know, my scar. It suddenly hurts a lot," Harry replied, pressing his hand against his forehead. Mike's expression turned grave. "This could mean trouble with the Philosopher's Stone." "Why?" Ron asked, puzzled. "Do you remember how Hagrid acquired the dragon egg?" Mike inquired, but the others appeared bewildered by the question. "All right, I'll summarize. Hagrid obtained the dragon egg from a mysterious figure in a leaky cauldron in exchange for information on how to get past a three-headed dog." "You mean the one at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor?" Hermione suddenly realized. The only place in Hogwarts that could possibly harbor a three-headed dog was behind that peculiar door on the 4th floor. During her early days at school, she had overheard students discussing it, but the topic had gradually lost its excitement. She had thought it merely a myth to frighten newcomers. Indeed, you may not be aware, but there's a three-headed dog behind that door on the 4th floor. According to the original storyline, they would later confront Draco Malfoy and, in a panic, stumble upon the three-headed dog, Fluffy. Mike's presence had altered the course of events, rendering many occurrences moot. It was understandable that they were unaware of Fluffy's existence. "Harry, your scar is intricately tied to Voldemort. If it pains you, it may serve as a warning," Mike explained, and Harry nodded in agreement, sharing the same concern. "Don't say that name," Ron interjected, though his pleas seemed to go unheeded. "We must seek out Professor Dumbledore immediately. If he is still here, all will be well. For Voldemort would not dare act in his presence. But if he is gone," Mike left the thought hanging, the implication clear. If Dumbledore was absent, Voldemort would likely make his move today. And indeed, as they made their way to the headmaster's office, they encountered Professor McGonagall, who was laden with a pile of documents. From her lips came the confirmation that Dumbledore had gone to London. "Professor Dumbledore will return tomorrow," she concluded. "I don't know how you learned about the Philosopher's Stone, but rest assured, it is under the most stringent protection. Protection you cannot even begin to imagine, utterly fail-safe." "But Professor..." Their conversation abruptly ended on a sour note. As they passed through the 4th floor corridor en route to the Room of Requirement, they bizarrely encountered McGonagall once again. "I presume you think yourselves more formidable than a plethora of spells, do you?" Clearly, Professor McGonagall suspected they had ulterior motives and greeted them with an unfriendly demeanor. "Enough. Stop this nonsense. If I hear you've been here again, I shall deduct 50 points from Gryffindor. Yes, 50 points from my own house." With their spirits dampened, they scurried away, abandoning their original plan to discuss strategies in the Room of Requirement, retreating instead to the common room to have a cautious discussion in a secluded corner. "I plan to sneak out tonight to secure the Philosopher's Stone first," Ron declared. "Are you mad?" Ron protested. "You can't do that," Hermione exclaimed. "Didn't you hear what Professor McGonagall said? We've already lost enough points." "What does that matter?" Harry shouted, relieved that the common room was mostly empty. "Don't you understand? If Snape gets his hands on the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort will return. You all know what it was like when he ruled. Who cares about losing points then? Just think about it. This school could be reduced to rubble, and everyone who opposed him would perish. Can we escape that fate? Remember the shadow in the Forbidden Forest. If I'm captured before I can get the stone, I'll be sent back to the Dursleys and wait for Voldemort to come after me, just delaying my death. Am I supposed to seek refuge with them? Don't be absurd. I have to go tonight. You three can't stop me. Voldemort killed my parents. I possess an invisibility cloak that is sufficient to ensure my safe passage to that large dog. I must go." Mike observed the excited Harry, calmly sipped water, and then swiftly drew his wand, ensnaring Harry in a gravity spell that bound him tightly to the chair. "First of all, Harry, you seem to have misunderstood. You are not the only one going to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. I am coming too." Mike fixed his gaze upon Harry's green eyes, the seriousness reflected in his dark pupils momentarily causing Harry to pause, rendering him significantly calmer. "Indeed, mate, how could you be foolish enough to think you would go alone?" "I am coming as well," Hermione chimed in softly. But if we get caught, we will all be expelled," Harry exclaimed. "Oh, it's no great concern. I can always return to complete my Muggle studies." "Goodness, I truly despise the term Muggle." "I feel the same way as Mike," he added. "What about me?" Ron asked, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he realized he seemed to have no way out. "That was merely a jest, so far. Unless one commits a truly grievous act, no student will be expelled from Hogwarts," Mike reassured him, which eased Ron's anxiety. However, despite his words, the true power of Voldemort and Quirrell remained an uncertainty. If Voldemort were as weak as he was in the original story, the three of them might manage to brush past him with relative ease. Yet now, it seemed that only a united front of professors could contain Voldemort within Hogwarts. Nevertheless, while they might not be able to defeat Voldemort head-on, it was still feasible to retreat under Mike's cover. After all, Mike's goal was merely to touch the Philosopher's Stone. Once he accomplished that, his mission would be deemed complete. If Voldemort still desired that wretched stone, so be it. Mike did not believe old Dumbledore would allow Voldemort to swagger out of Hogwarts with the stone in hand. After a tense dinner and cautiously avoiding the crowds, though it seemed no one was particularly inclined to converse with them, this was for the first time in days an occasion where Harry did not feel sorrow over their predicament. As time passed, classmates gradually retired to bed, and when Lee Jordan, the last to yawn, headed toward the dormitory, Harry hurried upstairs to rummage for the invisibility cloak that Mike had brought him. Alongside the cloak, he unearthed the incomplete puppet-making kit Mike had gifted him for Christmas. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to tuck the puppet kit into his pocket. It might prove useful. Upon returning to the common room, Harry unfurled the invisibility cloak. We should don a cloak now and see if it can conceal us all. If anyone spots a solitary foot running across the floor, we will surely be caught. What are you planning to do? Before Harry could finish, Neville suddenly emerged from nowhere, standing before them, clutching his toad Trevor, who appeared to have just attempted an escape but had been caught by Neville. Oh, nothing. Harry quickly shoved the invisibility cloak behind him, but Neville was not easily deceived. Are you planning to sneak out again? He inquired. Certainly not. Sleeping is far too comfortable. Why don't you go to bed? Hermione replied, yet Neville remained unmoved. You can't go out again. If Gryffindor loses any more points, it may be impossible to recover them next term. But this is truly important, Harry insisted, yet Neville was resolutely determined to thwart their plans. Absolutely not. You shan't leave unless you defeat me. Neville, step aside. I do not wish to harm you. Mike interjected, eager to test the rumored power of the dueling elbow. If Neville insisted on blocking their way, it seemed he would have to incapacitate him first. Bring it on. I am ready. The proceedings unfolded smoothly. With a swift application of gravity magic, Mike elbowed Neville, causing him to faint. They dragged him to a secluded corner, covering him with a blanket to ensure he would not catch a chill before being discovered. Although Mike believed he was more likely to suffer from heat stroke in such a manner, they felt compelled to take these precautions to avoid any lingering complications. Harry, Hermione, and Ron donned the invisibility cloak, while Mike consumed a bottle of long-lasting invisibility potion. They navigated past the fat lady, frightened off the mischievous Peeves, and finally reached the end of the corridor on the 4th floor without incident. The door stood ajar, evidently having been entered by someone prior, and the foul stench wafting from the darkness instilled in them an unprecedented sense of dread, sharpening their awareness of the peril that lay ahead. All right, this is where we stop. If you wish to retreat, I have no objections, but I must enter, Harry declared, glancing at the two inside the cloak. While Mike listened from outside, you can take the invisibility cloak with you. I doubt I will need it any longer. What are you wasting time with such foolish remarks for? Let's go. Mike kicked the door open with such force that it startled those concealed within the cloak. Cautiously entering the room, the low growl of the three-headed dog erupted immediately. Fluffy, the three-headed canine, could not see them. It had effortlessly detected their presence thanks to its keen sense of smell. Mike recalled that to pass through this chamber, he must play music for the dog. You all go ahead. I must serenade this dog to lull it to sleep, Mike instructed the trio hidden beneath the cloak, gesturing for them to move toward the nearby trapdoor, even though he was uncertain of their exact location. Nevertheless, they would surely hear him. Standing before the massive dog, an uncontrollable impulse surged through Mike, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to dance. Baby, you're so beautiful. Baby, you're so beautiful. He sang, lost in the rhythm. This feeling was unprecedented. 'Cause I got a crush on you. Who are you? You are mine, and I am yours. Just one more glance, and I might explode. Come a little closer. I'm almost melting. The effects of the invisibility potion had worn off, and, at that moment, Mike seemed bewitched by some enigmatic force, dancing with abandon, singing incomprehensible lyrics that possessed a peculiar charm, igniting a fervor within the three concealed figures, compelling them to join in his revelry. Fluffy soon succumbed to Mike's mesmerizing dance and enchanting lyrics, and as the three-headed dog finally succumbed to slumber, its eyelids drooping heavily, Mike's performance reached its climax. All right, enough of that. I know my dancing is captivating, but we have important matters to attend to, so let's move quickly, lest the dog awaken. Mike was the first to leap over Fluffy, opening the trapdoor and applying gravity magic to ensure he would not fall and injure himself upon landing. He jumped down, leaving the others peering into the opening. The ground is soft and safe, aside from the devil's snare, but fear not. I've already dealt with that. The moment he landed, Mike used gravity magic to firmly press down on the devil's snare, creating a stable and safe cushion for the others above, ensuring their secure descent. One by one, the three above jumped down, and Mike pointed toward the stone corridor to the side, indicating it was the only viable path. Let's proceed this way. As they traversed the corridor, aided by Mike's gravitational magic and Harry's remarkable flying skills, they effortlessly captured the erratically flitting large key, akin to a bird in flight. They then proceeded through the giant chessboard set by Professor McGonagall. With Mike's presence enhancing the team, alongside Ron's exceptional chess prowess, victory was easily attained. After passing a chamber where a comatose troll lay sprawled, they finally reached the most daunting challenge. The moment the four crossed the threshold, a surge of purple magical flames erupted behind them, while a wall of black flames rose before the door at the opposite end, effectively trapping them. The room contained nothing but a solitary table, yet was devoid of the 7 vials that should have been present. Rather, they appeared in a different form upon the floor. Most had shattered, leaving only shards of glass and potions of various hues scattered about. Apart from the parchment and the table, not a single potion remained for their consumption. Mike stepped forward to tug at the parchment, a bitter smile crossing his face. This was supposed to be a riddle grounded in logic. Yet it was evident that those who had passed this way before had no intention of allowing them to follow suit. He gestured toward the spilled potions on the ground and shook the parchment in his hand, realizing that the potions they were meant to drink had all been overturned, while the parchment remained intact, likely due to an unbreakable enchantment. None of them had anticipated that it was not a fearsome beast or an insurmountable labyrinth that barred their passage, but rather a few toppled potions. However, there remained another course of action. Mike paused, retrieving his alchemist's pouch, from which he extracted several vials of orange potion and handed them to his companions. The fire-resistant potion, once consumed, would grant immunity to flame damage, tasting rather like overly chilled orange juice, a minor inconvenience, perhaps, with the sole side effect of potential gastrointestinal distress. Mike distributed the potions, and after a moment's contemplation, spoke again. Someone must relay our situation. Ron, Hermione, you must leave. Harry and I will confront the individual behind this door. He pointed toward the entrance, down the fire-resistant potion, and declared, Harry, it's time to go. Harry nodded and, after consuming the potion, advanced toward the threshold engulfed in black flames. Just as they were about to step through, Hermione called out to Mike, her voice laced with concern. Mike, return safely. I shall await your return. She implored, but Mike did not turn back, merely waving his hand, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth before he and Harry stepped through the black flames. Watching their figures dissolve within the fire, Hermione rubbed her reddened eyes and, turning away, took a small sip of her own fire-resistant potion before dragging the trembling Ron, who had just drained an entire vial, through the purple flames to exit the room. Chapter 62, The Unconquerable Foe. Upon crossing the black flames, they found themselves in another corridor, where Mike and Harry walked side by side in silence. The door at the end of the corridor, although appearing distant, seemed to close the gap in an instant, leaving them incredulous. A peculiar feeling stirred within Mike, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest as if yearning to break free. He fished out 2 vials of strength potion from his alchemist's pouch, shared one with Harry, and then produced 2 vials of swiftness potion, which they both consumed. Harry, he said, drawing his wand and casting protective spells upon them both. He then retrieved the dragon's mark from his pouch, inhaled deeply, and together with Harry, pushed open the door. As anticipated, the spacious room housed an exquisite mirror at its center, while a figure clad in black robes circled it. Sensing their entrance, the robed figure halted his pacing, unleashing a chilling laugh. The master was indeed correct. It was Quirrell's voice. Mike was entirely unsurprised, but Harry was not. He had previously believed it was Snape who sought the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Quirrell? The robed figure removed his hood, revealing the familiar face that Mike and Harry had seen countless times in defense against the dark arts class, albeit this time devoid of his garlic-scented turban. Of course, my dear Harry Potter, Quirrell sneered ominously, drawing his wand from his sleeve with deliberate slowness. Before Mike could react, he found himself pinned to the ground by the purple magic emanating from Quirrell's left hand. Gravitational magic. Mike gazed incredulously at Quirrell, for this was his original creation. Understanding Newton's 3 laws was essential to grasp the magic's composition. After all, this was the realm of magic. Not everyone had a physics professor for a father to enlighten them. How had Quirrell acquired this knowledge? Mike's mind brimmed with endless questions. Professor Quirrell. But why? I thought it was Snape, Harry exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Quirrell, struggling to reconcile the seemingly timid and stuttering professor with the formidable presence now before him. capable of effortlessly pinning Mike to the ground. He, indeed, that Snape fellow flits about like a large bat, which has saved me quite a bit of trouble. Speaking of this so-called gravitational magic, Stephen, you have made my task considerably easier. With that, Quirrell denied Harry the chance to respond. The purple glow intensified, and Harry, too, was immobilized upon the ground. How peculiar. Dumbledore must have hidden the Philosopher's Stone within this mirror. But how am I to obtain it? Quirrell murmured, suddenly appearing to have an epiphany as his gaze fixated on Harry. Then, if I'm not mistaken, it must be you, Potter. Quirrell chuckled again, a laugh akin to that of someone high on a thrill, forcing Mike to suppress a smile, lest he provoke Quirrell's wrath. Though he remained puzzled by Quirrell's mastery of gravitational magic, he found solace in the notion that Quirrell either underestimated this magic derived from so-called Muggle theories or had yet to master it fully. Mike could feel the gravitational magic pressing upon him was surprisingly loose, evidently reliant on sheer magical output rather than true control, allowing him to easily break free. Initially, Mike had considered lying low to observe Quirrell's intentions, but upon witnessing Quirrell's gaze swiftly lock onto Harry, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared Quirrell would dally, failing to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone and prolonging the encounter until Dumbledore arrived, leaving him no opportunity to grasp the stone himself. That would indeed be tragic. The ensuing events unfolded as anticipated. Quirrell bound Harry and led him before the mirror of Ariste, and Mike watched as Harry's pocket suddenly bulged, as if a stone had been stuffed inside. Oh no, it wasn't just like. It truly was as if a stone had been crammed within. Upon witnessing Quirrell using gravitational magic to firmly restrain the struggling Harry and reach into his pocket for the Philosopher's Stone, Mike knew it was time to act. The gravitational magic binding him shattered in an instant, and his wand tip glowed a brilliant blue-violet as a powerful soul arrow surged towards the unsuspecting Quirrell. At the same moment, a golden electric light coalesced in Mike's left hand, and a lightning spear materialized in an instant. With a powerful thrust of his legs, enhanced by gravity magic, Mike leaped forcefully backward, the spear closely following the trajectory of a powerful soul arrow aimed at Chilo. Perhaps alerted by Voldemort, Chilo almost instantaneously reacted, conjuring a silver shield that manifested just as the two attacks were a hair's breadth away, successfully deflecting them. The magic stone he had only just grasped was firmly held in his hand amidst the sudden onslaught, and Mike couldn't help but admire the depth of Chilo's loyalty to Voldemort. Indeed, the magic birthed from the foolish laws of Muggles was feeble. Chilo slowly rose, his face now shrouded in an ominous pallor. With a flick of his wand, a spell radiating a sickly green light surged toward Mike. He sidestepped just in time, his wand glowing with a brilliant azure hue as 3 shards of luminous magic were unleashed, instantaneously locking onto Chilo, who remained stationary after casting his spell. The distinction between edited spells and ordinary magic became evident here. The meteor shard could launch 3 fiercely tracking projectiles at once, a feat unattainable with mere meteor shards or shard alone. Unfortunately, despite the enhancement from spell editing, the 3 shards failed to inflict any harm on Chilo. An iron armor charm materialized, and the shards collided violently against it, merely exploding into specks of starlight, the thin protective barrier remaining unscathed, devoid of even the slightest crack. Is that all you've got? Now it's my turn. Chilo sneered, his wand flicking with fervor as an explosive curse, radiating a fierce red light, hurtled directly toward Mike. The curse's area of effect left Mike with no avenue for evasion. He could only dart to the side while reinforcing his protective spells, hoping to withstand the impending blast without losing his ability to fight back. With a thunderous explosion, Mike was hurled backward by the violent shockwave, crashing heavily against the stone wall before sliding to the ground. Although he had distanced himself as far from the epicenter of the blast as possible, his protective spells shattered completely, and the left arm that bore the brunt of the residual explosion was now a gruesome mess. His school uniform torn to shreds by the ferocity of the blast. An intense wave of pain radiated through his nerves, sharply stimulating his brain and eliciting a groan from him. Harry had witnessed the entire sequence of Mike's confrontation with Chilo, culminating in the explosion that sent him flying. He frantically attempted to break free from the gravity magic that bound him, but unlike Mike, he was utterly ignorant of its intricacies, unable to discern any weaknesses, rendered helpless in his struggles. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Excellent. Master, the nuisance has been dealt with, and I now present this magic stone to you. Chilo cackled madly, moving with the erratic energy of a lunatic as he communicated with his unseen master. Despite Chilo's apparent lack of defenses against Harry, the latter was too consumed by his own torment to pay attention. He felt as if his scars were being cut open, the excruciating pain overwhelming him to the point where his struggles diminished, or rather, he was rendered incapable of resisting. Cough. Who said I was eliminated? Mike's voice suddenly drew the attention of both Harry and the deranged Chilo. Under the mix of Harry's astonished yet apprehensive gaze and Chilo's furious glare, Mike coughed as he slowly rose from the ground, his right arm still intact and wielding his wand, pointing it accusingly at Chilo. How repulsive. It pierces to the bone. A sudden wave of immense agony engulfed Mike's entire being, as if thousands of steel needles were simultaneously piercing his flesh, causing him to collapse once more. Yet, in that moment, his mind was astonishingly alert. He felt his heart laboring valiantly, as though something was propelling it to persist. There was a warmth there. There was a brightness there. There was an intensity there. The heart-piercing curse showed no signs of abating, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Mike, the torment unyielding. His body had activated its self-protection mechanism, and while the pain became somewhat dulled, it was clear that magic directly affecting the body could not be simply shielded from sensory perception. Gradually, the sensations in his body began to lose significance. His physical form ceased its struggle, and Mike's consciousness blurred, while the warmth in his chest grew increasingly fervent. What an indomitable tick! Chilo seethed, shaking his wrist, only to turn and realize that Harry, previously ensnared by gravity magic, had somehow managed to free himself and was now cowering in the corner of the room, cheeks puffed out as if desperately swallowing something. Wait, what is he eating? Chilo suddenly realized, and upon touching his pocket, discovered that the magic stone he had stashed away was now missing. Chilo, you imbecile! A roar erupted, and Chilo's body began to tremble uncontrollably as he slapped himself across the face. I take a moment to rest, thinking you would handle things, and yet here you are still playing games with these fools. Tell me, where's the magic stone? Chilo's body shook violently, a trembling finger pointing at Harry in the corner. Repulsive. Voldemort spat, his gaze turning cruel as he addressed Harry. So, Harry, do you believe that even if you consume the magic stone, I won't kill you and then extract it, just as I did with your pitiful parents? They begged me for mercy. With a cry, Harry expelled the magic stone from his mouth, rising abruptly to glare at Chilo, or rather, Voldemort. Liar. If you dare, come try. At that moment, no one noticed that the saliva-coated magic stone had rolled to rest beside the fallen Mike. Chapter 63. Dawn approaches. As the pain gradually subsided and Mike's blurred vision began to clear, he found a blood-red stone quietly lying beside him, smeared with a crystalline and viscous liquid. Without concern for the nature of the liquid, Mike summoned gravity magic with his right hand, drawing the magic stone directly into his grasp. A whimsical melody of do-do-da played in his mind, signaling that he had completed his task. But what of it? His left arm was nearly incapacitated, and the weakness from enduring the heart-piercing curse left him without the strength to even stand. Yet, the worst part was not this. The most dire consequence was that his alchemist bag had been blown away. This meant he had lost all means of recovery and self-rescue. Now, that pale blue bag lay silently at the far end of the room, unheeded. Given Mike's current condition, even if he could crawl over, he would surely be detected by Voldemort, and that would spell certain doom. In his present state, he could not evade even a single curse, lacking the blood protection that Harry possessed. If he were to be struck, he would meet death itself. Yet, the reality was that without retrieving the bag, there was no possibility of comeback. Mike's potions and weapons were contained within that alchemist bag. His trump card had never been some wondrous, otherworldly magic, but rather the most formidable potion reserves known in the magical realm. Just as Mike teetered on the brink of indecision, two unexpected figures burst through the door, storming in. A newcomer with a mane of tousled brown hair, adorned with a pendant that shimmered with an emerald glow at the collar, and a small green bag slung at the waist. Who else could it be but Hermione? Even Voldemort was momentarily drawn to the unexpected intrusion of these two individuals, though this fleeting attention proved sufficient for a multitude of actions. Seizing the opportunity while Voldemort was distracted, Harry retrieved the peculiar doll that Mike had gifted him last Christmas from his pocket and hurled it towards Voldemort's nape. According to Mike's earlier description, this oddity would shatter upon striking a solid object with sufficient force, simultaneously summoning an iron golem that would battle alongside its wielder for 30 seconds. At that moment, Harry could hardly fathom the usefulness of this item, as its brief duration was an undeniable drawback, far too short indeed. Yet, this flawed version of a battle companion manifested tremendous efficacy, as it collided with Voldemort's hardened skull and shattered. A colossal white entity, nearly as tall as Hagrid, appeared out of thin air. It then unleashed a punch that sent the unprepared Voldemort hurtling away. The metallic body of the iron golem, glistening with a sheen of metal, coupled with its elongated nose, instilled a profound sense of security. Iron Golem, the valiant champion, had made its grand entrance. Amidst the ensuing chaos, while Voldemort grappled with the Iron Golem, Hermione hurriedly assisted the fallen Mike to his feet. Upon noticing the grievous wound on his left arm, her eyes brimmed with tears. "Now is not the time for tears, Hermione. Quickly, fetch that bag for me," Mike implored, a smile flickering across his face as he gestured with his still-functioning right hand towards the bag. It was not that he wished to forego the gravity magic. It was merely that he had expended all his strength, the wound on his left arm continuing to bleed profusely, leaving him lightheaded from blood loss. Hermione drew her wand, directing its tip towards the alchemist's bag. Big, comme fort. The bag of alchemy swiftly soared into Hermione's grasp, and she promptly raised it before Mike, allowing him to reach inside for the items he desperately needed. As he retrieved a vial of crimson potion and downed it with haste, his injuries began to heal at an astonishing pace. Within 10 seconds, the wound on Mike's arm had completely mended, though his clothing remained tattered, leaving his left arm somewhat chilled. Observing the battlefield, the standoff had reverted to its initial stalemate. Voldemort had swiftly recovered from the surprise assault by the Iron Golem, and, dragging Quirrell's body, re-engaged in combat. However, as the Iron Golem was not a true life form, Voldemort's spells, capable of inflicting severe injury or even death upon humans, were rendered ineffective against it, akin to mere scratches. Nevertheless, having grown increasingly familiar with the golem's attack patterns, Voldemort found that the Iron Golem could not inflict meaningful damage either. After all, the golem's singular method of attack was its fist, which was consistently thwarted by Voldemort's timely defensive spells. Only the force of the punches, as they struck, could momentarily force Voldemort to retreat a few steps. Time ticked by, and the golem's 30 seconds were nearing their conclusion. Yet, with only 8 seconds remaining, a figure enveloped in a kaleidoscope of particles surged onto the battlefield with thunderous ferocity. Empowered by the potion's effects, Mike brandished the golden lich blade, descending upon Voldemort like a deity from the heavens, his parameters finely tuned. The blade shimmered with an array of magical runes, its enchantments reaching their zenith through Mike's concentrated magical infusion. The air crackled with an overwhelming sense of pressure as an absolute sharpness and biting frost emanated from the golden blade. Through the influence of gravity magic, Mike closed the distance to Voldemort in an instant, the blade poised to strike. At that moment, Voldemort remained fixated on the Iron Golem, utterly unaware of Mike's approach from behind. Had this strike landed, Voldemort would find himself in dire straits. However, the winds of fate shifted at that instant. Instead of countering the golem's assault with a protective spell, Voldemort sidestepped. Mike's sword missed its intended target, and the golem's fist instead struck Mike, sending him hurtling away with a resounding thud, rolling several meters before finally coming to a stop. "How foolish!" Voldemort scoffed, now having noticed Mike, and with a derisive sneer, he turned to re-engage the Iron Golem. "You are the foolish one," Mike grumbled as he unsteadily rose, retrieving a healing potion from his waist and swiftly consuming it. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he remarked, "If you don't make haste to seize the Philosopher's Stone and flee, you'll find yourself trapped here with us. Won't you?" "Indeed, you'll be doomed once Professor Dumbledore returns." Harry chimed in, his resolute tone eliciting an inward chuckle from Mike. Voldemort was merely an experience for Dumbledore to hone his skills against. Until Voldemort was dealt with, Dumbledore would likely not return. At this juncture, Harry and Hermione had reunited, and he was now retrieving a potion of dubious appearance from Hermione's small bag, preparing to hurl it at Voldemort. "It would take mere moments to eliminate you, yet I would lose the pleasure of savoring your fear of death," Voldemort proclaimed ominously. As the Iron Golem's duration came to an end, white particles dissipated from its form, vanishing into thin air. In but a second, it was as if the golem had never existed. Upon witnessing its disappearance, Voldemort initially froze in surprise, but quickly regained his composure, turning to glare at the trio, standing together. With a sinister chuckle, he intoned, "Is it the dread of failing to seize the Philosopher's Stone that haunts you?" Mike retorted sharply, and Voldemort, with a disdainful snort, flicked his wand, sending Mike sprawling. A noisy little worm, Voldemort sneered, but instead of Mike's retort, he was met with a vial of instant damage 2 potion. Mike sprang to his feet, gripping his sword firmly with both hands, and mockingly smiled at Voldemort as he narrowly evaded the potion. "Don't hold back on the potions. Unleash your fury." With this rallying cry, Mike activated gravity magic, charging towards Voldemort like an arrow released from its bow. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione frantically extracted potions from Hermione's small bag, each containing various debuffs: slow, instant damage, poison, nausea, blindness. Glass vials filled with vividly colored liquids shattered around Voldemort, sending shards and toxic mixtures flying, creating a scene of utter chaos. Had Mike not enveloped himself in a repelling field of gravity magic, he too would likely have been afflicted by a myriad of lingering effects, or even dissolved by the instant damage to potion. In stark contrast to Mike, Voldemort now appeared considerably more beleaguered. The onslaught of potions showed no sign of abating, and in a display of arrogance and folly, he chose to stand his ground, failing to evade or defend himself against the incoming vials, which did not contain the dissolving potion he had anticipated. The outcome was as expected. He was immediately afflicted by multiple negative effects. Dizziness, lethargy, and the sensation of darkness creeping in had enveloped him entirely. As Mike approached, he was already burdened by 9 different debuffs, the myriad colors of particles emanating from him momentarily, leaving Mike unsure of where to strike. Nevertheless, Mike determinedly selected a spot that appeared most fitting for a decisive blow, and with a swift arc of his sword, the blood that stained the blade confirmed he had struck his target. Enough is enough. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Voldemort's waist as he let out a furious roar. Ever since that young girl had arrived and these 3 little imps had united, he had been led by the nose. The coveted Philosopher's Stone had rolled away from him, and now he was inexplicably afflicted by a multitude of debuffs, compounded by Mike's attack. His fury reached a boiling point, and he directed his wrath at Hermione, the one who had orchestrated their alliance. Die, you insufferable little brat. A green spell struck Hermione like a bolt of lightning, and with a sharp crack, Mike barely had time to react before witnessing her silhouette being hit and falling backward. Hermione! Hermione! Mike and Harry shouted in unison, while Voldemort merely sneered, declaring, "Now it's just the 2 of you left." Chapter 64. Dawn approaches, judgment arrives. With a flick of Quirrell's wand, just as he prepared to strike again, Mike felt an almost insurmountable force barreling toward him. The blade that had been aimed for a horizontal slash abruptly halted, repositioning itself to serve as a makeshift barrier. However, the potency of the curse unleashed by Voldemort was far beyond what Mike could withstand at that moment. In mere breaths, he transitioned from a defensive stance to being hurled against the wall, the lich blade similarly sent flying. It spun through the air several times before succumbing to gravity, embedding itself into the floor. The hilt firmly lodged, extracting it would require considerable effort. Mike found himself nearly embedded in the stone wall, having struck the back of his head first. Under the relentless might of Voldemort's curse, he lost consciousness. Hee, it's finally just you and me, Harry Potter. Voldemort's smile, albeit twisted through Quirrell's visage, felt hauntingly foreign to Harry, sending a chill through his heart. The one-on-one confrontation he had longed for now appeared to be a cruel jest. His youthful bravado was shattered by the stark reality. He realized that without Mike and Hermione's assistance, he might not have survived even a single round against Voldemort. Mike's valiance at the onset of battle, the aid he had provided when Harry was cornered, and Hermione's timely arrival with potions to bolster their spirits, all seemed to have overshadowed Harry's contributions. Even the puppet tools they used would yield the same results regardless of the wielder. What was his purpose here? Now, with Hermione and Mike's fates hanging in the balance, Harry pondered if his reckless decision to confront Voldemort had doomed them all. They should have been nestled in the comfort of their beds, yet instead lay upon the cold floor, embedded in the unyielding brick wall. Harry grasped the final vial of potion tightly in his hand. Its color indicated it was a potion of enhancement, though its specific effects eluded him. Initially intended for Mike, it was now rendered unnecessary. Potter, if you kneel before me now and beg for my forgiveness, then retrieve the Philosopher's Stone with your mouth. I might just spare your life. Perhaps I will even show mercy to your friends and rescue them as well. Voldemort's voice dripped with temptation and amusement, causing Harry's heart to twist painfully. Should he kneel? Would submission truly guarantee the safety of himself and his friends? How long had it been since they set out? Was Professor Dumbledore still absent? Harry tightened his grip on the potion, his knuckles whitening under the strain. He was at a loss, torn between placing his trust in Voldemort's words to secure a glimmer of hope for them or abandoning their chance of survival. What would Mike and Hermione choose? What would his parents have chosen? The thought of his parents brought fresh anguish to Harry's heart. Would they be utterly disappointed if they knew his recklessness had led his friends to the brink of doom? Why have you not knelt yet? I may change my mind soon. Voldemort's voice echoed again, this time laced with impatience. Harry's knees felt weak, as if a tremendous weight pressed down upon him, compelling him to submit before the figure before him. To kneel? To forsake his dignity? To abandon the honor of being a Gryffindor? To prostrate himself like a beaten dog? If the founder of Gryffindor were to witness one of his students reduced to such cowardice, what would he say? Yet, if this act could grant his friends a chance at life, perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable. Kneel, kneel, kneel. The voices swirled within Harry's mind, entwining around him, coaxing him to submit. If I kneel, will you spare my friends? Harry's voice trembled as he spoke. Of course. The great Lord Voldemort would not deceive a mere first-year child. Voldemort sneered in response, intensifying his mental influence to shatter Harry's psychological defenses. Harry shut his eyes, inhaling deeply, and began to slowly lower himself. Yes, just like that. Voldemort grinned as he watched Harry descend, the humiliation of his defeat 12 years prior about to be avenged. Excitement coursing through him. But when the sound of the glass vial shattering against the floor reached his ears, he suddenly recognized something was amiss. Gryffindor will only die standing. Gryffindor knows no cowards. With a furious yell, a small yet remarkably powerful fist became a blur, striking Voldemort's jaw with force. Voldemort staggered back, clutching his jaw in disbelief as he stared at Harry, who was now slightly panting and glaring at him with fierce determination. Have you lost your mind? Don't you want your friends to live? If they were in my position now, they would make the same choice as I. Harry shouted in defiance and charged at Voldemort, raising his fist once more, intent on delivering several more blows. But this act of rebellion was merely a desperate struggle. Voldemort flicked his wand, and Harry was abruptly immobilized, unable to move. Oh, dear Potter, how could you make decisions for them? No one enjoys the prospect of death. Voldemort's sudden shift to a gentle tone sent chills down Harry's spine. He attempted to resist, but Voldemort was not inclined to grant him that opportunity. Since he refused to submit, then you shall die alongside your foolish friends. With a malevolent grin, Voldemort raised his wand and uttered the incantation for the killing curse. At last, you have arrived. As Mike's body was propelled by Voldemort's magic and embedded in the wall, his vision and consciousness transitioned from a haze to an overwhelming darkness. What felt like an eternity in his subjective experience was merely a few minutes in reality when a voice echoed in his ears. It may not have been an extensive wait, but I too have endured considerable time. The voice continued to speak to itself, seemingly indifferent to Mike's condition. However, it did allow me to bide my time. These days have been arduous. It has been so long since I beheld the dawn I so dearly miss. The scene where the first light breaks through the darkness, a sight I long to relive. Now, it is time for you to embrace that power. A brilliant golden light emerged from the depths of darkness, coalescing into a human form. In that fleeting moment of clarity, Mike glimpsed a figure, a person with white hair, whose presence heralded the dawn, slowly turning around. So what is the price? Summoning all his strength, Mike extracted this question from the boundless mire of his mind. Mike Lanswell J. Stephen, that power has always belonged to you. What talk of price is there? A light chuckle reached Mike's ears, followed by a blinding golden radiance. Harry had already closed his eyes, preparing to welcome his own death, hoping it would be devoid of sensation, as if he were simply drifting into an ordinary sleep. Yet, when the anticipated death failed to arrive, Harry opened his eyes. Instead of the distorted face of Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, he beheld a glimmering golden light in the darkened room. Though the golden glow was enveloped in darkness, it was not harsh. It resembled the gentle light of dawn, bright and warm. Within Mike's eyes burned a flame of gold. Why are you still alive? Voldemort roared. But Mike merely responded with a derisive smile. What significance does it hold for the dead to know so much? His formerly black pupils were now entirely filled with gold. With a heavy stomp of his left foot, the power of gravity erupted, enveloping the area in an immense gravitational field. Before Voldemort could exert his magical resistance, he was suddenly lifted into the air. As for Harry and Hermione, they had been transferred to safety by Mike. Fortunately, Hermione was still alive, although her breathing was weak. She was out of danger. With a clenched left fist, Mike forcefully swung it to the left, sending Voldemort crashing against the wall. In the next instant, Mike raised his left hand again, bringing Voldemort's head into intimate contact with the ceiling. Simultaneously, Mike's right hand reached out, and the hilt of the lich blade, previously embedded in the floor, began to tremble violently, kicking up clouds of dust as it returned to Mike's grasp. The resplendent golden light enveloped the lich blade, causing the original blade to dissolve under the golden radiance, transforming into shimmering golden particles. The gravitational control from Mike's left hand remained unyielding, as Voldemort was relentlessly slammed against the walls and ceiling, his face now smeared with crimson, leaving streaks of blood upon the surfaces. The wand had fallen to the ground, silently observing its master being tossed about like a tattered sack. Let me go, Voldemort growled, and one could not deny that, as a villain, he was indeed formidable. Even in such circumstances, he began to struggle, his magical power surging forth like a breached dam. breaking free from Mike's control. The great Voldemort will not be vanquished by a mere newcomer. Voldemort roared, and in an instant his wand was summoned back to his hand through his wandless magic. Its tip aimed at Mike, who stood like an iron tower, channeling all his power into the wand. Avada Kedavra! At that moment, the last fragment of the Lich Blade's hilt transformed into motes of light, merging into the now sword-shaped golden radiance. From this moment on, the Lich Blade ceased to exist, replaced by the dawn. In the next instant, a thick green beam erupted from the tip of Voldemort's wand, a torrent of death rushing towards Mike. Yet, Mike appeared oblivious, still regarding the dawn taking shape in his hand. Harry watched from a distance, wishing to warn Mike to dodge, but his hoarse, bloodied throat betrayed him, leaving him only able to cough as he witnessed the beam barreling towards Mike. How nostalgic it was, those days when we fought side by side, Dawn. Even if you are not yet whole. The dawn flickered gently, as if responding to Mike. It is time to conclude this. Mike caressed the blade, golden light emanating from it as he softly intoned, Dawn, once more bloom in the darkness. The brilliant golden light erupted from the blade, and Mike stepped back, raising the blade high, gazing upon the rushing green torrent. The blade was lifted high, the golden glow reaching its zenith, and in the next moment, dawn cleaved downward with tremendous force. The golden sword chi that once blossomed in the mirror of Arist, now re-emerging. Call my name, you marauder. The green torrent of death melted away beneath the golden light, and with Voldemort's furious roar, he was split asunder. My name is Dawn's Judgment. Chapter 65. The Aftermath of the Great Battle. When Mike awoke, he found himself lying on the pristine bed in the infirmary, the air thick with the somewhat pungent scent of potions. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting green shadows upon the floor, leading Mike to ponder that the infirmary had indeed changed its drapes. The bedside table was cluttered with various packages, their origins a mystery. Clearly, Harry could not have purchased such an abundance, and Ron lacked the financial means to do so. Indeed, after cleaving Quirrell in half with the sword known as Dawn, as that consciousness faded, control of his body returned to Mike. True to expectations, he promptly succumbed to darkness once more. This was hardly his fault. The burden of wielding such power, capable of decisively subduing or even slaying a formidable adult wizard in a single blow, was immense for him, given his still lacking physical constitution. To forcibly bear and control such strength for those 3 minutes was a miracle, although during that time, he had not retained dominance over his own body. Though he found himself once again in the infirmary, Mike felt no discomfort. He experienced none of the usual ailments, headaches, fevers, or runny noses. Rather, he felt an abundance of vitality coursing through him, as if he were in peak health. Although Madame Pomfrey was not present at the moment. Adhering to the principle of being cautious, Mike refrained from making any loud noises. He gently lifted the covers and quietly swung his legs over the side of the bed. Slipping his feet into the shoes by the bedside, he slowly sat up, stretching and surveying his surroundings, only to notice that one of the beds was surrounded by curtains. A mere glance was all he afforded it before shifting his gaze. The room felt somewhat dim, prompting him to walk toward the window, drawing back the curtains. He gazed through the glass, where the sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays enveloping him instantly. He had no choice but to pull the curtains closed once more. It seemed that opening the curtains at noon in summer was indeed ill-advised. Having confirmed Madame Pomfrey's absence, Mike prepared to stealthily exit the infirmary. After all, should Madame Pomfrey discover him, he would undoubtedly be compelled to consume some peculiar potion and undergo a thorough examination before he could leave. However, before pushing open the door, he turned back to cast a glance at the bed shrouded by curtains. Who could it be? Thanks to his intervention, Harry had neither succumbed to unconsciousness nor sustained any serious injuries. The infirmary should have contained only him at this juncture. Thus, the additional bed piqued his curiosity. Who could it be? Suddenly, Mike entertained a troubling possibility. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately resolved to peep through the gap in the curtains. Gently pulling aside a corner of the drape, the sight before him confirmed Mike's dismal speculation. Lying on the bed was Hermione. Although Mike had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback upon seeing her condition. It was not that Hermione appeared gravely unwell. Rather, aside from her slightly pallid complexion, she exhibited no other alarming symptoms. Her steady breathing caused the thin blanket covering her to rise and fall gently, yet her once brown hair was now interspersed with hues of green. Mike, I'm glad to see you awake. Good afternoon, a voice rang out from behind him. Mike hastily drew the curtain shut and turned around to find Dumbledore smiling at him, having appeared in the infirmary without his notice. Professor, this is... Do not worry, Mike. Miss Granger is perfectly fine, and that is largely due to your bravery, Dumbledore replied with a smile. adjusting his glasses while receiving a peculiar look from Mike. And her hair? Oh, that. I'm pleased to see your keen sense of observation. This, too, is a consequence of your actions, Mike. Do you remember this? Dumbledore produced a golden pendant from his pocket. Mike gazed at the shattered emerald gemstone embedded within, feeling an unsettling familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had seen it before. You gave it to Miss Granger at the start of the term. Stop, Professor. I remember now. Mike interjected hastily, fearing how mortifying it would be if Dumbledore were to utter the subsequent words. Well, this pendant shielded Miss Granger from the killing curse. And it is also the reason part of her hair has turned green, Dumbledore explained, which plunged Mike into deep thought. Within the Naga pendant, a soul is sealed? But how could that be? As a reward for his mission of defeating the Naga in Twilight Grove. Mike had presumed it merely to be a trinket from the accessory module, albeit modified by the system. Yet the information conveyed by Dumbledore shattered that notion. However, recalling the pendant's abilities, Mike suddenly felt that the idea of it containing a soul wasn't entirely outlandish. Note, the Naga pendant's capability is to summon Naga scales for defense. Even though the soul within had established a connection with Hermione, what if it were malicious? Possession, control, enslavement, brainwashing, various dreadful thoughts surged through Mike's mind, inducing a sense of panic. Do not fret, Mike. To be precise, this soul has fused with Miss Granger's soul. At least for now, it shows no malice. Furthermore, even if it did harbor ill intentions, I believe your magic could handle it, Dumbledore stated cheerfully, his nonchalance easing Mike's anxiety. If Dumbledore said there was no issue, then there was none. Despite the old man often concealing matters, he remained reliable when it truly mattered. As for the your magic Dumbledore mentioned, Mike understood it referred to his own soul magic, given that he possessed the capability to address such issues independently. There was no immediate cause for concern. After all, the old man had assured him that Hermione was all right, so worrying was futile. At this point, Dumbledore had approached Mike's bedside table, beginning to unravel the various packages there. By the time Mike noticed, Dumbledore had already procured a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and begun to indulge. By the way, Professor, how long was I unconscious? Mike suddenly recalled something and inquired. For days. If you were to awaken Miss Granger now, you would surely make it to the end-of-year feast. Mr. Ron Weasley and Harry have visited almost thrice daily. They came this morning while Miss Granger was awake, but you were still in a stupor. After conversing with her for a while, they left. Wait, Hermione was not unconscious. Mike suddenly realized something and quickly asked. Miss Granger was unconscious for 2 days. She is currently under Madame Pomfrey's care for observation, Dumbledore explained while munching, his gaze never leaving the box in his hands. Mike watched as he selected a brown bean from the box and consumed it. Yuck, it tastes like dog food. Huh, that's the fate of eating someone else's snacks. Chapter 66, the start of summer vacation. Speaking of which, Mike, remember to visit the headmaster's office after the end-of-year feast. I have some matters to discuss with you. Once Dumbledore finally cleared the taste of the dog food from his mouth, he grabbed another handful of Bertie Bott's beans. Just as he was about to cast a spell with his wand to leave, he paused mid-swing and turned to Mike. Huh, all right, but before Mike could voice his question as to why, Dumbledore vanished with a shift of light and shadow. The old man has started with his riddles again. Who knows what nonsense this is about? Mike grumbled in exasperation and began tidying up the wrappers left behind by Dumbledore's bean unpacking. Madame Pomfrey preferred a pristine infirmary, and Mike was not confident in persuading her that this litter was the headmaster's doing. After all, sometimes the truth is just too hard to believe. Mr. Stephen had told Mike this when he was quite young, and back then, Mike had been somewhat skeptical. However, when Mr. Stephen directly consumed Mike's homework, he became utterly convinced. The next day, when he arrived at school and informed his teacher that his father had eaten his assignment, the entire class erupted in laughter. Even Hermione, who had just arrived and was still silent, laughed heartily. As for the price Mr. Stephen paid, upon Mrs. Stephen's return from her business trip, he was obliged to write Mike a week's worth of homework to compensate for the loss incurred, thus averting the fate of sleeping on the sofa for a week. What loss are you speaking of? The teacher would rather believe Mike fed his homework to the dog than accept that Professor Stephen, a physicist, ate his son's assignment. This severely wounded Mike's pride. Although feeding homework to a dog and Mr. Stephen eating it are essentially similar, Mike, whether it was the sound of his grumbling that roused Hermione or the noise of his tidying up that filtered through the curtains, or perhaps Hermione had already awakened. In any case, just as Mike's gaze followed the last piece of wrapping paper softly floating into the trash can, Hermione's voice resonated. I'm here. The reassuring sound of Hermione's voice dispelled all the worries that had accumulated over the past few days in an instant upon hearing Mike's response. Mike was fine. That was the best news of all. If one were to contemplate what terrifies Hermione the most at Hogwarts, it would undoubtedly be the thought of Mike never awakening again after his fainting spell. Alas, during Mike's first semester at Hogwarts, Hermione was aware that he had succumbed to unconsciousness at least 3 times, all following perilous encounters, which naturally filled her with trepidation. Have you seen my hair? Hermione's hesitant voice emerged, seemingly concerned about Mike's opinion on her newly dyed locks. Yes, it looks splendid. I adore it just as much as I did your previous color. Mike replied. Upon hearing this, Hermione cautiously drew back the curtain, revealing her chestnut tresses interspersed with vibrant emerald green, which appeared even more profound and easily distinguishable in the dimly lit room. Do not be so timid. Hermione, you are not usually like this. Hurry up. We cannot afford to miss the end-of-year feast, Mike exclaimed as he swept aside the curtain, his gravity charm activating, pulling the garments hanging on the rack directly into his grasp, and he thrust them into the still-dazed Hermione's hands before gliding out of the room like oil on water. Following Mike's retreating figure until he vanished behind the door, Hermione then turned her attention to her clothes, beginning to change out of her hospital gown while a sweet smile graced her lips. In the corridor, Mike hummed a catchy tune from Past Life, with sunlight streaming through the windows, illuminating the space. Under that radiant glow, Mike raised his right hand, watching the crimson hue reflected in the light, reflecting on the power he had wielded, though the origin of that power remained a mystery, and the words spoken by the shadowy figure were cryptic. The sensations it imparted felt intimately familiar, as if, indeed, the power belonged to him, as suggested by the figure. Contemplating the essence of that power and the enigmatic words of his past self, Mike pondered that the riddles he had encountered might conceal significant truths, undoubtedly pertaining to his own existence. For reasons unknown, Mike's memories of his previous life were limited to the various elements contained within the games he had played. As for his life experiences, aside from the manner of his demise, he was entirely oblivious. The cause of this amnesia was a mystery, which he could only attribute to the passage of time, erasing the painful recollections. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Hermione emerged from the room. Despite Mike's assurance that he did not mind her green hair, she still tucked the vibrant strands behind her chestnut locks to avoid drawing attention later. Moreover, Mike suddenly noticed that Hermione's hair appeared to have improved in quality. What had once been dull and frizzy from moisture loss now seemed remarkably smooth. Perhaps due to the lighting in the common room, a detail Mike had previously overlooked. Let's go. Harry and Ron must be waiting. Possibly eager for us to appear at the entrance, Mike said, flashing a smile at Hermione as he stepped forward, walking ahead of her. Hermione paused for a moment before hastily quickening her pace to catch up with him. The two walked in tandem, and as they neared the entrance to the Great Hall, Hermione intentionally accelerated her steps, aligning herself with Mike while discreetly grasping the hem of his clothing. Upon entering the Great Hall, as they appeared at the doorway, nearly every gaze in the room instantly converged upon them. The previously boisterous atmosphere abruptly hushed, only to erupt into a cacophony of chatter again, albeit focused entirely on the newcomers, arriving at the Gryffindor table and securing her customary seat amidst the admiring glances of her peers. Harry and Ron almost instantaneously leapt from their previous spots to join them, their excitement palpable. Mike, you finally made it. I was worried you wouldn't awaken in time for the feast, Ron exclaimed joyfully, to which Mike merely shrugged, as if to say that not even the most powerful being could prevent him from attending the end-of-year celebration. Sitting as he usually did, propping his head on one arm, he awaited Dumbledore's arrival. Fortunately, the wait was not overly lengthy. Approximately 5 minutes after their arrival, Dumbledore appeared at the entrance, and the din gradually subsided. Ascending to the podium under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Dumbledore cleared his throat and began, "Another year has passed," he said with exuberance. "Before we indulge in these delectable dishes, I must apologize for subjecting you to the cliché of an old man. I trust that throughout this year, you have all acquired a wealth of marvelous knowledge, enriching your minds, and now, the beautiful and enchanting summer holiday awaits you. This heralds 2 months of joyful respite, providing ample opportunity for you to digest all that you have learned and to continue your growth before the onset of the next term. Now, as I understand it, we must first conduct the awarding of the House Cup. The scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. Ravenclaw, with 426 points, and Slytherin, with 472 points. The scores were entirely unsurprising. Maintaining their position after a deduction of 150 points would indeed be a miracle. However, Mike was acutely aware that the real spectacle was yet to commence, and soon the Slytherins would learn the true meaning of an official advantage. As Dumbledore's voice resonated through the hall, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, accompanied by stomping feet. Mike suspected their enthusiasm might very well upend the table. Yes, commendable performance, Slytherins, Dumbledore remarked, yet a few recent occurrences must also be taken into account. The hall fell silent, and the Slytherin smiles dimmed slightly. Ahem. Dumbledore tactically cleared his throat. I will now allocate new points. Let's see. First, Mr. Ron Weasley. For winning one of the most exhilarating chess games in Hogwarts history and rescuing his friends, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Ron's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, and the Gryffindors erupted into ecstatic cheers, their exuberance nearly capable of shaking the enchanted ceiling. Even the stars above seemed to tremble at the raucous noise. From the prefects' table, Percy could be heard exclaiming to the other prefects, "That's my brother, you know, my youngest brother." He successfully navigated Professor McGonagall's giant chess set and rode back on that marble horse with Potter and the others. Once the jubilant uproar had somewhat subsided, Dumbledore's voice rang out again. Secondly, Miss Hermione Granger, who, knowing the peril she faced, still chose to return and assist her friends. Her selflessness and bravery are qualities we should all aspire to emulate. For this, I also award Gryffindor 50 points. Mike glanced at Hermione and found her face aglow with happiness. Indeed, had it not been for Hermione's timely intervention, they might not have withstood until Mike's outburst, leading to a different outcome in that battle. The Gryffindor students were elated, jumping around the table as their score rose by another 100 points. Thirdly, Harry Potter, who displayed remarkable courage and valor, shall also earn Gryffindor 50 points. The ensuing uproar was deafening. Those who were hoarse from cheering yet still calculated the scores in their minds realized that Gryffindor now matched Slytherin's total of 472 points. Edging ever closer to clinching the House Cup, Dumbledore raised a hand. The auditorium gradually fell silent once more. For the fourth item, Mike Stephen provided his friends with unimaginable assistance and support, paying a significant price until their complete triumph was secured. Therefore, I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. Before the crowd could commence their cheers, Dumbledore's voice resonated again, declaring, "Courage manifests in myriad forms," he smiled, "whether confronting foes or steadfastly maintaining one's stance among friends. Both require extraordinary resolve and perseverance. Thus, I shall additionally award Mr. Neville Longbottom 10 points. Had there been any uninitiated souls standing outside the auditorium at that moment, they would have surely believed a grand catastrophe had befallen within, for the tumultuous cheers erupted to such an extent that it elicited exclamations of "What can I say?" The waves of jubilation from the Gryffindor table surged one over the other, threatening to shatter the ancient windows that had withstood the test of time. As Harry cheered exuberantly, he nudged Mike and Ron with his elbow, gesturing for them to behold Malfoy's expression, which resembled that of a creature forced to consume the foot skin of a troll. This necessitated Dumbledore to raise his voice considerably to be heard above the thunderous applause, as even the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined in celebrating Slytherin's unexpected downfall. "We must make some minor adjustments to the decorations here." He clapped his hands, and an immense wave of magical energy swept through the hall. Instantly, the green streamers transformed into a vibrant crimson, the silver morphed into gold. The imposing Slytherin serpent vanished, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. There was one more matter to address. Once the auditorium was entirely quiet, Dumbledore spoke again, announcing then the upcoming academic year. Hogwarts would introduce 1 to 2 new courses, with 2 new professors arriving at the commencement of the next term. I hope everyone is filled with curiosity about these new offerings. The delightful feast soon came to a close. While Mike picked turkey from his teeth, he bid farewell to Harry and the others. Dumbledore specifically reminded him to visit the headmaster's office. He could not afford to forget this matter. Upon uttering the name of Dumbledore's favorite sweet to the stone gargoyle, the stillness parted, allowing Mike to knock upon the door of the headmaster's chamber. With a voice inviting him in, Mike entered. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, peculiar silver instruments buzzing for reasons unknown, while Fawkes perched on a stand. Turning his head upon hearing Mike enter, was the feast enjoyable? Indeed, it was quite delightful. Mike nodded appreciatively. The reason for your visit today is to convey some important information. Dumbledore gestured for Mike to come closer, revealing a crystalline apple. What is this? Yes, the unicorns have informed me of the situation. During your unconsciousness, I discovered this in Quirrell's office. Dumbledore smiled, placing the apple upon the desk. This is linked to Voldemort's resurgence. According to my investigations, he frequently uses it to brew his potions. Mike felt a wave of embarrassment. The mere act of brewing with this apple could restore Voldemort's power to such an extent. Had it not been for the fact that only the most wretched could not directly utilize it, he could scarcely imagine the magnitude of Voldemort's regained strength. However, with Quirrell now deceased and Voldemort fled, this fruit ought to return to your possession. In a sense, it is yours by right. Dumbledore winked at Mike, nudging the fruit forward, indicating for him to take it. Thank you, Professor. There was no need for false modesty. After all, this fruit rightfully belonged to him. Yet out of courtesy, he felt compelled to express gratitude to Dumbledore for retrieving it. By the way, I have resolved the matter regarding Nagini. You need only continue to keep her in her current position, and I shall handle the rest shortly. Professor, I have a question. After a moment's contemplation, Mike chose to voice his lingering uncertainty. As long as it remains within reason, I shall do my utmost to provide an answer, Dumbledore replied with a smile. About the Philosopher's Stone, in the end, I am pleased you remember it. However, it has now been destroyed. Oh, thank you, Professor. The conclusion was hardly surprising. The destruction of the Philosopher's Stone was anticipated, and Mike merely sought to confirm the fate of that powerful artifact. Speaking of which, my friend Nicholas Flamel is quite eager to meet you. The creator of the Philosopher's Stone, the most powerful alchemist of our time, Nicholas Flamel. Oh, how delightful that you are aware of him. So, of course, it would be an honor to meet that esteemed alchemist. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, nodding approvingly. Then it is settled. I shall visit you in August. Do remember to inform your parents and prepare accordingly. Certainly, thank you, Professor. It was as if, in an instant, their wardrobes were emptied and their suitcases were neatly packed. The first-year students' inaugural term at Hogwarts had officially concluded. Notifications were dispatched to each student, warning them against the use of magic during the holidays. However, Mike paid little heed to this. He typically employed his own otherworldly magic, which the Ministry could not detect. So what was there to fear? Hagrid once again led them to the small boats across the lake, guiding them onto the train. Soon enough, they were sipping chilled juices, marveling at the rapidly changing scenery outside their windows. As the trees transitioned from sparse to lush and the villages grew denser, they shed their wizarding robes, donning ordinary attire. As the steam-spewing train gradually came to a halt, the moment of parting had finally arrived, and everyone waved their farewells. Mike clapped Harry on the shoulder, saying, "If your uncle and aunt give you any trouble, you're always welcome in my home, number 11, Privet Drive." Mike winked at Harry, not allowing him a moment to respond before he grabbed Hermione's hand and dashed towards the brick wall. Unsurprisingly, the Grangers and the Stevens were already there, smiling and waiting for them. Dad, Mom. Chapter 67, The Essence of the Soul. To be frank, the sleeping blue gel mass in Mike's suitcase was likely the last thing he wished to see. He had thought that little Blue would surely miss the train, allowing him to enjoy a summer devoid of this creature. As for little Blue, she could remain at Hogwarts, allowing that Temple of Knowledge to help her gain some wisdom. Bringing her to Hogwarts had only resulted in chaos, failing to yield any of the positive contributions a pet should ideally provide. Even if she did not regard herself as a pet, she could at least behave herself and create less trouble. Couldn't she? Yet, what was the outcome? The Hogwarts kitchens frequently reported missing ingredients. The herbology classroom was on high alert to prevent peculiar creatures from pilfering seedlings and seeds. And Snape's cauldron occasionally contained transparent gel droplets that only deepened his already dark demeanor in potions class. The incident of Snape's potion demonstration resulting in an explosion could have become a timeless classroom anecdote, passed down to the next cohort of first years. However, fortune favored them when Snape, after a stroke of luck, managed to capture Little Blue. How would Little Blue retaliate? Naturally, by splattering gel all over Snape's face and then scurrying back to her nest. And where was her nest? Under Mike's bed. Consequently, Mike was duly punished, having to write 3 rolls of parchment detailing his reflections, entitled How to Properly Care for a Pet, with Snape allocating half a lesson for him to read it aloud. With the conclusion of that potions class, not only did the incident spread throughout Hogwarts, but Mike also became the subject of ridicule among the Slytherins, particularly the older students. The reason for this mockery stemmed from an incident where a third-year Slytherin publicly derided Mike as a mudblood incapable of even caring for a pet. Mike dealt with that individual decisively in front of all the present students, quite literally pinning him to the ground. The confrontation was halted only when Severus Snape arrived to witness Mike forcing the boy to bow with gravity magic. Snape promptly deducted 30 points from Mike and subsequently sentenced him to 2 weeks of detention. Mike was genuinely grateful for the testimonies of his fellow students. Otherwise, he might have faced a more severe punishment. Following the incident, the little blue creature also apologized to him. But she vanished the next day, just as Mike was not in the mood to see her. Unexpectedly, their next encounter occurred when Mike discovered her sleeping inside his alchemical bag. Due to the bag's properties, he had stuffed all his belongings inside without checking the contents of the containers, inadvertently bringing back the little blue creature. It was only when he began to unpack that he realized her presence. With a forceful snap, he closed the bag, secured the latch, and hurled it into the corner of the room. He truly had no desire to deal with the bothersome gelatinous creature, even if she possessed knowledge he lacked. The bag made no protest. She remained asleep inside as Mike chose to ignore her, letting things unfold as they may. After organizing the miscellaneous items from the alchemical bag, Mike lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply. Although over a week had passed since the battle, the memories lingered vividly in his mind, as if they had transpired just yesterday. Whether it was Hermione bringing him the potion he had prepared for her defense, or Ron riding back on the giant knight from the chess match, or even the serendipitous encounter with Dumbledore as they sought a way up, Mike found it difficult to articulate the peculiar feelings swirling within him, akin to awakening from a grand dream. In the darkness behind his closed eyelids, a glimmer of golden light began to flicker, yet every time Mike attempted to focus on it, it vanished. The first appearance of this golden light had been on the night after the year-end feast when he closed his eyes to sleep. He tried to grasp the light, but regardless of his efforts, it always eluded him the moment he concentrated, only to reappear after a long wait, teasing him with its presence. Consequently, in the following days, he found himself unknowingly drifting into slumber while chasing the golden light, and today was no exception. After playing a game of hide-and-seek with the light, he succumbed to sleep once more. As the sun dipped below the horizon, twilight cast a warm glow into Mike's bedroom, illuminating the floor with soft silhouettes and rendering the room in a hazy amber hue. The air conditioning hummed softly, and passers-by strolled outside, their faint conversations filtering through the window, only to be drowned out by Mike's steady breathing. With the Stevens away for an engagement, Mike surrendered to the warmth of the summer evening and fell asleep. He was unaware of how long he had been asleep, but upon awakening, he found himself still within a dream. Long time no see, Mike. A figure clad in a black robe materialized before him, her tone as unwavering as ever, reminiscent of a still well untouched by time. It was none other than the long-absent Grim Reaper. "Hello, Mr. Mike, hee." A light and airy greeting followed, accompanied by a tinkling laugh as Ariana suddenly emerged from behind the Grim Reaper, waving enthusiastically at Mike. "So, what brings you back to me this time?" Mike asked, raising his hands in resignation. The Grim Reaper, who had lived for an unknown number of years, always appeared without good reason. The last time she sought him out was to have him assist her, and he had gained nothing from it. Nothing in particular, but I wanted to inform you that I have concluded my business, and Ariana no longer needs to worry about the tethering issue. However, it seems she quite enjoys being here and has no intention of returning with me. The Grim Reaper mirrored Mike's gesture of exasperation, though her tone betrayed no hint of such sentiment. "Can I stay, Big Brother Mike?" Ariana puffed up her cheeks, her wide eyes sparkling with anticipation, her hands clasped together in a pleading gesture. "Of course, that's perfectly fine," Mike readily agreed. Although she was not particularly lively, having a little companion to converse with was rather delightful. After receiving Mike's approval, Ariana cheered and floated off in a particular direction, her intentions unknown. The Grim Reaper, watching Ariana's ethereal form drift away, turned back to face Mike and spoke. "I imagine you are quite curious about my hasty departure last time, are you not?" Her characteristic calm tone unexpectedly diminished Mike's curiosity. To be honest, he could not recall why she had left Ariana with him at that time. However, since she had brought it up, Mike decided to provide the somewhat daft Reaper with an opportunity to elaborate. "Indeed, I'm very curious about what matter could compel the great Grim Reaper to leave someone in my care." Mike crossed his arms, adopting a teasing tone. "Take a look at this, and you will understand." The Grim Reaper disregarded Mike's playful tone and raised her hand, where a small cluster of azure blue, unknown substance coalesced into a heart shape, gently hovering above her palm. "Is this a soul?" Lightning seemed to strike in Mike's mind as old memories surged forth, clear as day. He recognized this manifestation as another form of a soul. The colors represented various attributes: blue for patience, orange for courage, blue for honesty, purple for perseverance, green for kindness, yellow for justice, and red for determination. 7 souls, representing 7 distinct elements of human goodness. Naturally, this also suggested the existence of 7 fallen humans in another realm. So, did this mean there were also 7 souls here? Not entirely. This represents the purest positive aspects of human souls, known as essence. The Grim Reaper explained that every human soul comprises a myriad of components, and in some individuals, certain aspects are more pronounced, giving rise to this essence. "And how does this relate to the matter you wish to resolve? Do you know how many essences there are?" "I do not." 7. "So what?" Mike still failed to grasp the profound implications the Grim Reaper was hinting at. Her words were often cryptic and sparse, making it nearly impossible to draw straightforward conclusions. Do you know what the aggregate of the 7 soul essences represents? If you ask me, who am I to tell? Seeing that Mike remained silent, the Grim Reaper took it upon himself to elaborate. The essence of existence is comprised of 6 distinct qualities, which, when identified by their colors, can be classified into 6 hues: azure, orange, blue, purple, green, and yellow. However, when these 6 essences converge, they give birth to a 7th essence, the red essence. Mike felt a stir of astonishment. The colors of the 7 essences perfectly aligned with the 7 souls from his memory, an occurrence that seemed strikingly coincidental. The pulling force of the afterlife train emanates from this principle, as souls possessing similar essences are naturally drawn to one another. And the train itself is constructed from the 7 essences, thus explaining its gravitational nature. Ariana's essence is azure, a color often associated with those who remain untroubled by the passage of time, which accounts for her prolonged sojourn in the bewildering illusions. Is this the essence of Ariana that you hold? Mike inquired, astonished. The Grim Reaper had mentioned that Ariana need not concern herself with the matter of attraction. Could it be that her essence had been severed by the Grim Reaper? To be precise, it is but a fragment of the essence she separated. I have bestowed upon her the ability to govern her own essence, enabling her to manipulate its state and render it impervious to attraction. But how does this relate to your dealings? Mike suddenly realized that the Grim Reaper had meandered without addressing the crux of the matter. Among the souls that traverse from the mortal realm, some possess the ability to control their own essences. The color of the essence wielded by such a soul is red. The red essence is a composite of the other 6 essences, and its possessor inherits the characteristics and qualities of the other essences. As the essence is the source of a soul's power, it endows the individual with formidable strength that surpasses that of other souls. Each person harbors their own unfinished business, and he too sought to challenge the bewildering illusions, aiming to shatter the cycle of reincarnation and return to the mortal realm to fulfill his own desires. He yearned to return, and naturally, others shared his sentiments. Thus, he gathered many souls who had unresolved matters from their past lives, imparting to those with essences the knowledge to control their essences, which incited a rebellion. However, this was merely a fleeting dream. The rules of the bewildering illusions have existed for eons, and since my tenure as the Grim Reaper, countless such rebellions have transpired. Ultimately, they were forcibly suppressed by the illusions, their souls scattered, with the remnants of their essences incorporated into the train. Yet, the rebellion had a significant impact on other souls, and the violent repression of the illusions harmed the innocent, necessitating my intervention. At that time, I could not attend to Ariana, nor could I allow her to be subjected to attraction. Thus, I entrusted her to your realm, which explains my departure. Can I learn the method of controlling soul essences? Mike queried abruptly. You? The Grim Reaper responded with a hint of confusion. You cannot control essences? I cannot. How could I possibly control essences? Mike replied candidly. The golden power you wield is your manifestation of essence control. What nonsense are you speaking? Well then, let us conclude our idle chat. The apple bestowed upon you by the unicorn is a rare treasure. Be sure to utilize it promptly. That will suffice. In an instant, the Grim Reaper dissipated into a cloud of darkness, leaving Mike in a state of bewilderment. The power I wield originates from my soul? He pondered in disbelief, gazing at his hands. Yet in the next moment, he lost consciousness. He lacked the ability to enter his own bewildering illusions. And with the Grim Reaper's departure, severing the attraction, he naturally retreated from it. When Mike abruptly sat up in bed, the moonlight cascaded through the window, illuminating his room and casting a radiant glow upon the peculiar fruit resting on his desk. Chapter 68. The Initial Transformation. Essence. The golden power he wielded stemmed for his own soul. As he sat up, Mike began to contemplate the Grim Reaper's words. The Grim Reaper's summons always bore purpose, without exception, yet this time did not assign him a task, but rather expounded upon soul essences. Did this signify something of importance? This remained unclear to Mike. However, he understood the urgency behind the Grim Reaper's mention of a unicorn's fruit, which should be consumed promptly. This item, born of pure unicorn essence, surely held benefits that the Grim Reaper was aware of. Otherwise, her nature would not have compelled her to emphasize it. Perhaps this was connected to the essences she had spoken of? Mike swung his legs off the bed, retrieving the fruit from the desk beneath the moonlight. After a moment's hesitation, he placed it in his mouth. The initial sensation was crisp, reminiscent of an apple, as Mike savored the fruit. Before he realized it, he had consumed it entirely. Lacking the characteristics of a typical fruit, there were no seeds left behind. Yet, with the final bite, Mike distinctly felt a connection form between him and something else. As warmth radiated from his abdomen, his eyelids grew heavy, and his previously lucid thoughts became clouded. Struggling to maintain consciousness, he staggered to the edge of the bed. In the next moment, sleep enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the bed, surrendering to a profound slumber. Bathed in moonlight, the room witnessed flickers of blue and golden light coalescing around Mike, gradually merging with his being, leaving behind only ethereal shadows. The following morning, as a ray of sunlight pierced the room, Mike awoke from his slumber. It felt invigorating, truly refreshing. He had not experienced such a restorative sleep in ages. The sensation was akin to collapsing into a soft bed after a day of toil, drifting into a deep sleep until noon the next day. The events of the previous night remained vivid in his mind, yet the feeling of consuming that fruit had mysteriously slipped away. No matter how hard Mike tried to recall it, the sensation eluded him, a curious enigma. Rubbing his empty stomach, he glanced at the clock on the wall and sighed. Rolling out of bed, it was already 9 o'clock. His parents should have long returned, but their absence signified they had not come home last night. Consequently, Mike realized he would not be able to enjoy his mother's breakfast. Time to fend for myself, he mused, opening the door to his bedroom and descending the stairs to the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator, which was stocked with an array of ingredients, including flour. A rarity in a British kitchen. An abundance of fruits and vegetables filled the shelves, sufficient to sustain a typical family for a week. This remarkable storage capacity was undoubtedly thanks to his father's handiwork in crafting the refrigerator. The refrigerator currently in use was a creation from his parents' 3rd wedding anniversary, constructed by his father along with a cadre of professors from school. At least 10 professors had participated in its making, including, but not limited to, professors of engineering, biology, mathematics, and art. Mike was dumbfounded as he listened to his father's recounting of this legendary tale. The notion of gifting a handcrafted refrigerator to his wife was indeed unfathomable, and they even fashioned the refrigerator door in the style of the Hammurabi Code stone pillars. When this one-of-a-kind refrigerator was presented to Mrs. Stephen, she stood in stunned silence for several seconds before squealing and leaping into the open arms of Mr. Stephen, who awaited her embrace. Come on, which historian would turn down a double-door, oversized refrigerator engraved with the Hammurabi Code? That was undeniably cool. Returning to the matter at hand, Mike meticulously pushed aside the heaps of fruits, vegetables, and ingredients, retrieving a dozen small steamed buns wrapped in cling film from their depths. For reasons unbeknownst to many, his family indulged in Chinese cuisine at nearly every meal, a circumstance that inevitably ties back to the incident involving the stargazing pie. When 10-year-old Mike discarded the stargazing pie from his plate into the trash and turned to the kitchen, it took him less than 20 minutes to present a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, leaving Stephen and his wife utterly astonished. Upon tasting Mike's culinary creation, they promptly discarded all the food on their plates into the garbage and began to relish Mike's tomato and egg noodles with great delight. Ultimately, Mike found himself compelled to prepare 4 bowls to satiate their appetites, and from that point forward, British cuisine rarely graced their dining table. Breakfast sandwiches and similar fare were swiftly replaced by buns and fried dough sticks, while soy milk and congee naturally ousted milk from the table. It was a pity that Chinese dishes could not be packed as bento for school. Otherwise, Mike and Hermione would not have had to rely on sandwiches for their lunches daily. Placing the small steam buns in the second tier of the steamer, Mike poured some water into the bottom of the pot, closed the lid, and, as the steamer came to life, leisurely began to prepare the dipping sauce. The buns were soon ready, and breakfast concluded in a whirlwind of activity. Mike wiped his mouth with a napkin, stood up, and began to clean up. Approximately 10 minutes later, Mike ventured into the basement, locking the door behind him to prevent any unwelcome slimes from causing a ruckus. He emptied the contents of the alchemist's bag and downed a potion of swiftness, allowing the invigorating mint flavor to fill his mouth while enhancing his work efficiency. Having received a task reward at school, he was too preoccupied with the holiday hustle to craft a transformation table. But now he finally had the opportunity to create this magnificent object that would set him on the path to rapid empowerment. The Crimson Philosopher's Stone was placed at the center of the arcane workbench, with obsidian blocks in each corner of the 9-square grid, while stones filled the remaining 4 slots. Mike drew his wand and gently tapped the workbench, which instantly emitted a blinding light, consuming the items atop it. The obsidian blocks and stones were disassembled into granular form, swirling into the air around the Philosopher's Stone, which became the center of a captivating rotation. Mike watched with eager anticipation, envisioning himself clad in a suit of crimson material, subduing Voldemort with ease. After roughly 2 minutes, as the final stone particles settled into place, the transformation table was officially synthesized. as it gently descended onto the workbench. Mike was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. The obsidian frame glowed with a soft purple luminescence under the illumination of the Philosopher's Stone, while the stones forming the table's surface were tinged with a delicate rosy hue. Mike reached out and delicately touched the Philosopher's Stone at the center of the transformation table. In that moment of contact, Mike's mind seemed to connect to an ethereal realm. It was boundless, and within his perception, a blood-red gem existed as the absolute center of this space, tethering his spirit to it. Returning to reality, Mike withdrew his hand from the Philosopher's Stone, severing the connection. The sensation he had just experienced left him in a daze, making it difficult to articulate what it truly felt like. Was it the EMC space? Both the transformation table and the portable version merely served as interfaces to access the EMC space. And as long as all things in the world possess value, an EMC value must also exist, perhaps explaining the near-infinite nature of that realm. With this thought in mind, Mike retrieved a gold galleon from the alchemist's bag and tossed it towards the transformation table. It vanished without a sound, and upon reaching out once more to touch the stone, he indeed found a solitary gold galleon suspended in that space. The blood-red gem at the center displayed a number, 792. A single galleon valued at 792 EMC, Mike was not particularly surprised by the low worth of the galleon, considering that a gold ingot was worth over 2,000 EMC, and a galleon could barely be equated to a single gold nugget, adding up to about 796. By this calculation, he could potentially earn an additional 4,000 EMC. Of course, the high EMC value of the galleon likely stemmed from the magical essence of the fairies contained within it. But Mike was unconcerned with that. For him, possessing EMC value equated to having everything. Thus, throughout the morning, Mike busied himself with filling the transformation table with items. And when he finally tossed the last unlearned item from his alchemist bag into the table, the task was successfully completed. Now, copies of those items existed within the EMC space. Anything Mike required could be retrieved by placing the transformation table, albeit at a corresponding EMC cost. After tidying up the basement, Mike summoned the task book and began to flip through its pages with eager anticipation. What would the next task entail? His curiosity was piqued. However, when the green bookmark on the side of the task book glimmered, he realized that he would temporarily be unable to discern the contents of the task. Indeed, the trial of the Twilight Forest had arrived at this very moment. Chapter 69, The Secrets of the Dungeon. As the light and shadow shifted, Mike found himself transported to a dark and damp unknown realm before he could even register what was happening. Damn it. He cursed the ill-timed task book, lamenting the choice to initiate a trial challenge at such an opportune moment. Yet, no amount of complaint would reverse the situation. The task book would not send him back simply because he wished it. He could only check his equipment and contemplate how to navigate the trial successfully. Let us see. Diamond sword, shield, ironwood armor, twilight staff, torches, stake, bow, and arrows, emerald pickaxe. The sight of the pickaxe in his inventory conjured a classic scene in his mind. Wow. Wow, wow. My review. Sound of hands slapping the table. It all stemmed from a chain that had not been severed, culminating in the downfall of a legendary reviewer and birthing a well-known meme within the MC community. How tragic and lamentable. However, Mike had no chains to mine with now, so he need not worry about the pickaxe breaking and trapping him in this wretched place. This could be considered good news, based on his surroundings. If Mike's conjecture was correct, he had likely arrived at the Minotaur Maze, a locale most players would first venture to after defeating the Lich. The entire maze was divided into 2 levels, with walls constructed from the incredibly durable maze stone bricks. To forcibly destroy them would not only be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but would also severely damage one's tools. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, no one would choose to demolish the walls. Countless Minotaurs lurked within, ever ready to wield their golden axes and deliver a lethal charge to any intruder who dared to steal their treasures and secrets. Additionally, numerous slime beetles, fire beetles, and mighty beetles occupied the area, lying in wait in the shadows, prepared to spring forth and end the lives of any trespassers. Cave spiders, maze slimes, and the zombies. Skeletons and creepers spawned by the darkness lay in ambush, eagerly thirsting for the blood and flesh of adventurers. It truly was a gathering of the most formidable beings. When Mike first ventured into this place in his previous life, he was still clad in iron armor. At that time, the Minotaur wreaked havoc, leaving him no choice but to first acquire a set of diamond armor before daring to challenge this realm again. Yet, even with his newfound gear, he could not escape the fate of being soundly beaten. In a moment of desperation, Mike resorted to Game Mode 1, unleashing a nuclear barrage that left not a single brick standing. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that the rewards here are exceedingly generous. arguably making this the most affluent ruin within the Twilight Forest. Diamonds, steel leaves, ironwood ingots, labyrinth map cores, and a labyrinth destroyer concealed within a secret chamber are rewards that stand in stark contrast to those found in other ruins of the Twilight. Thus, to satisfy his collecting obsession, he typically opts to explore all 4 labyrinths until he locates the labyrinth destroyer. However, for this trial, Mike resolved not to pursue such endeavors. Searching for that item is a time-consuming and laborious task, and since it cannot be brought back to reality, it is a venture no one would willingly undertake. With a torch in his offhand and wielding a diamond sword in his dominant hand, Mike stepped into the darkness, guided by the flickering light of his torch. The sound of a bovine roar reached his ears, and turning around, he spotted a minotaur brandishing a golden axe, charging towards him. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the attack, the beast's axe and horns crashing violently against the wall. Seizing the moment while it was still disoriented, Mike plunged his diamond sword from behind, piercing the minotaur's body. There was no resistance, nor was there any blood spattering. The minotaur dissipated into a wisp of smoke, leaving nothing behind. Having dispatched the minotaur with such efficiency, Mike retrieved a torch from his backpack. After confirming that no other entities lurked in the shadows, he continued onward. His strategy of placing torches along the way spared him much trouble, alleviating the worry of monsters lurking in the dark. Although he had to be cautious of the occasional flying slime balls, they posed little threat to him. Aside from the nauseating slime dribbling down his armor, Mike felt rather content. With 2 strikes of his pickaxe, he broke through the iron bars surrounding a treasure chest. Opening it, he extracted a potion of instant healing, and stowed it in his inventory. Taking a hearty bite of the labyrinth pie, he relished its unique flavor, suddenly finding that this place wasn't so bad after all. After slaying another minotaur that had approached from behind with 3 swift strikes, Mike turned and exited the chamber, plunging back into the darkness to continue his exploration. The exit of the first level was not particularly elusive. After wandering for a few minutes post-departure, he discovered the exit ensconced in iron bars. With 2 strikes of his pickaxe, he created an opening wide enough for passage and leaped down, executing a superhero landing. Just before touching the ground, gravity magic activated, nullifying all potential energy from his descent. He stood up slowly, planted a torch in the ground, and pressed deeper into the labyrinth. With his mastery of gravity magic, even in an environment devoid of wands and with scarce magical energy, Mike could still wield his power. While its efficacy in combat was significantly diminished, it sufficed for mitigating fall damage. Over the next half hour, Mike aimlessly wandered through the labyrinth. The pitch-black corridors imposed a profound sense of oppression, especially when his torch count dwindled to a single flickering flame. Before long, he stumbled upon a torch room, replenishing his supply before once again venturing into the darkness. After placing a few torches along his return path, he realized he had inadvertently bypassed the boss chamber in his reckless exploration. After dispatching a few oblivious zombies that approached, Mike affixed a torch to the nearby wall. Upon dismantling the wooden barricade sealing the boss chamber, he found the Monogro, immersed in a wild growth of fungi, blissfully unaware of the intruder. Meanwhile, Mike readied his bowstring, poised to strike. With a swift twang, an arrow sliced through the air, striking the sleeping Monogro. With an enraged bellow, the creature awoke, nostrils flaring as it searched for the audacious assailant daring to disturb its slumber. Before it could locate him, another arrow struck its back, inciting further fury within the Monogro. Instinctually, it spun around, charging towards the direction from whence the arrow had come. Mike, taken aback by the swiftness of the retaliation, hastily dodged to the side, barely escaping as a red blur passed where he had just stood. With a resounding crash, Mike turned to witness the Monogro barreling through the indestructible stone bricks, shattering them effortlessly, testament to the destroyer's immense power. Seizing the opportunity while the Monogro was still disoriented, Mike swiftly pulled back his bowstring, unleashing several more arrows at the still immobile behemoth. However, the Monogro was not inclined to allow him the luxury of continued shooting. A diamond battle axe whizzed past his cheek and embedded itself in the stone wall. Before Mike could reach for the axe to extricate it, the Monogro charged again, forcing him into a desperate roll to evade its onslaught. Before he could regain his footing, the enraged Monogro collided with him, and in that moment, Mike felt as though he had been struck by a runaway truck, pain radiating throughout his body. As his eyes fluttered open due to the agony, the glinting edge of the diamond axe was already descending upon him. Realizing he had no means of escape, Mike drew his diamond sword, bracing himself for the impending blow. Yet, just as the axe met his blade, a flash of inspiration struck him. In that instant, he enveloped the block in gravity magic, forcefully pushing the sword forward. The immense recoil caused the Monogro to stagger, and in that fleeting moment of imbalance, Mike surged forward, thrusting his sword deep into its soft abdomen. With his left hand, he swiftly retrieved an emerald pickaxe, and in the next heartbeat, the pickaxe's head smashed into the Monogro's skull. The heavy, unyielding tool pierced through its cranium as if it were mere stone, directly breaching its brain. It was over. Gasping for breath, Mike withdrew his diamond sword. The Monogro, now devoid of life, collapsed to the ground, dissipating into wisps of smoke. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Mike sank to the floor, closing his eyes and awaiting the automatic teleportation back to reality. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer in the cold, dark labyrinth, but in the basement of his home. The task book sprawled across the workbench, its pages radiating a bright blue light. Chapter 70, the most crucial piece of gravity magic. Placing his palm on the task book, Mike silently recited the words to claim his reward. As the blue light erupted from the book, coalescing upon the workbench, it transformed into the rewards bestowed for his completed task. Flame, Marsh Minotaur Labyrinth. Task objective, defeat the Monogro, completed. Task rewards, Minotaur Battle Axe X1, Minotaur Salad Sauce X4. Spellbook, Summon Slime Beetle X1 claimed. With the exploration of the underground palace drawing to a close, one wonders what ancient civilization constructed this subterranean labyrinth and to what end. These mysteries remain unsolved. Adventurer, your next battle awaits against the nine-headed serpent deep within the marsh. Prepare yourself, for it shall not be a simple fight. Disregarding the lengthy text on the mission scroll, Mike lifted the Minotaur's battle axe, inspecting it intently. The diamond blade glimmered in the light, brazenly showcasing its sharpness. Mike harbored no doubts about its formidable power. Fortunately, during his confrontation with the Minotaur, it had merely charged at him without employing other skills or attempting to cleave him in two. Had it done so, his survival would have been questionable. Although Mike was not particularly fond of wielding heavier weapons like axes, the availability of such a lethal tool undoubtedly alleviated many of his combat concerns, especially given the unfortunate sacrifice of the Lich's blade. His current magical damage left much to be desired, which was indeed a significant issue. While adequate for a student, Mike was acutely aware that he was up against challenges far beyond the scope of a mere apprentice. Gently setting the axe down, Mike's gaze shifted to a nearby quartet of jars filled with meat. The flavor of the Minotaur's salad meat did not pique his interest, so he simply gathered it up and stowed it alongside the battle axe in his alchemist's bag. At last, Mike's attention fell upon the spellbook. The Summoning Slime Beetle spellbook, though of advanced quality, was currently beyond Mike's capability to use. Nevertheless, as his first acquired summoning spell, it held profound significance for him. With a summoned ally, Mike would not have to endure enemy fire alone during battles, nor would he need to fret over the safety of his friends. A mere command could send the summoned creature to absorb damage, draw fire, or protect his companions. Its utility was unparalleled. Moreover, with no limit on the number of summons, as long as Mike's magical energy sufficed, he could swiftly assemble a legion willing to sacrifice themselves for him. Of course, for the time being, Mike could not indulge in such lofty aspirations. He would have to await the arrival of his own advanced quality wand. Otherwise, all these thoughts were merely castles in the air. Utterly futile. After briefly perusing the book, Mike tucked it into his alchemist bag and redirected his gaze to the mission scroll. With a thought, the pages of the scroll began to flutter autonomously, almost instantaneously flipping to the latest task page. The Herald of Starlight. Task objective, ensure that 3 or more individuals master the glimmering stone magic. Progress, 23. Task reward. Academy Scroll grants the ability to learn Glimmering Great Stone, Glimmering Swift Stone. Regardless of where you are, learners of Glimmering Stone, do not forget to proclaim the brilliance of the stars. One day, we shall become the shining children of the stars. Mike exhaled a sigh of relief after thoroughly reviewing the task details. This mission objective was not particularly challenging, and the reward was precisely what he needed to address his current inadequacy in magical power. This could very well be the most satisfying task yet presented to him. Last semester, at the Wish Grantayers abode, Mike had already instructed the trio in glimmering and gravity magic, but due to various factors, their levels of understanding of these spells varied considerably. Unlike local magic, both glimmering and gravity magic placed greater emphasis on the caster's comprehension of the magic rather than merely testing the technique and proficiency of casting, which resulted in a lack of direct and rapid progress through mere practice. This was the reason for the disparities in their abilities with these foreign magics. Among the three, Hermione was most adept at gravity magic, while her grasp on glimmering magic was less proficient, rendering her unable to master it as of yet. Harry, on the other hand, was well versed in both gravity and glimmering magic. Ron excelled in glimmering magic, but his understanding of gravity magic could be described as utterly lacking. Just as there are 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet, each individual's understanding of magic is unique. While this prevents a universal standard for measuring magic, it also fosters a plethora of possibilities, which can be seen as a distinctive advantage of foreign magic. It possesses greater vitality. After casting one last glance at the mission scroll, Mike transformed it into specks of blue light and recalled it. As he contemplated how to provide Hermione with supplementary instruction in glimmering magic, he set about tidying up the basement. Returning to his room, he drew his wand and gave it a light flick. Under the influence of gravity magic, a middle school physics textbook soared from the bookshelf. Mike caught it deftly and then set his wand aside, delving into the study of physics. Although his proficiency in glimmering magic was steadily improving thanks to the rewards from the mission scroll, his own exclusive gravity magic had long stagnated, making no further progress, which was related to his still weak understanding of physics. Gravity magic was inherently a magic of physics. Thus, if there were no advancements in his grasp of physics, it was hardly surprising for gravity magic to remain stagnant. As Mike flipped through the pages, his mind incessantly pondered new directions for gravity magic. Currently, his understanding of gravity magic had stalled at the mechanics aspect, and the prolonged lack of progress indicated to him that it was time to try shifting his perspective. Carefully rifling through the book, he sought to uncover insights hidden within the text. As moments ticked away, the wall clock ticked rhythmically, and the futility of his efforts began to irritate him. The esoteric physics terminology proved challenging for his relatively shallow knowledge, even though this book was the simplest one that Mr. Stephen had unearthed from his collection. As he rifled through the pages, attempting to find comprehensible knowledge, he remained at an impasse until the corner of his eye caught sight of an illustration printed in the upper left corner of the page. Wait a moment. The illustration depicted lines with arrows indicating direction, traversing a circle from north to south, drawn symmetrically about the intersection point. Reminiscent of a diagram of the Earth's magnetic field lines, this sparked a memory in Mike's mind: the magnetic field emblem. Or more precisely, the magnetic field emblem that represented gravity magic in Elden Ring. Without glancing at the lengthy text below the illustration, Mike focused solely on the image. A purple light emanated from his hand as gravity magic began to follow the trajectory of the magnetic lines, gradually forming a purple magnetic field pattern in midair. When the last two magnetic lines connected, the originally purple gravity magic underwent a sudden transformation. Strands of purple arcs began to swirl around the magnetic lines formed by his gravity magic, and the previously soft lavender glow of his magic intensified, gradually shifting toward a deep purple hue under the influence of the arcs. It turned out that this was the key he had been missing. Mike had long severed his magical supply and was now intensely fixated on the magnetic field pattern above his desk, murmuring. The deep purple light and arcs flickered alternately on the emblem, gradually refining the previously somewhat rough lines into a delicate design. At this moment, Mike had focused all his attention on the magnetic field emblem before him, oblivious to even the sound of the bedroom door lock being turned. He felt as though the final piece of the puzzle regarding his understanding of gravity magic was falling into place, and the framework of gravity magic was gradually taking shape in his mind, being completed. Even the future construction of gravity magic was slowly beginning to manifest. As the magnetic field emblem reached its ultimate perfection, Mike felt a clarity of mind wash over him. The fog that had clouded the path of gravity magic dissipating entirely, rendering everything remarkably lucid and clear. As the magnetic field emblem transformed into purple specks of light, gradually dispersing into the air, Mike raised his palm, and the purple magnetic field emblem illuminated his hand, with deep purple arcs and light entwining around it and extending beneath, enveloping his forearm as it began to rotate slowly around him. With a gentle lift of his arm, the room was enveloped in a shimmering glow of violet arcs, slowly ascending under Mike's manipulation. "Mike, what are you doing?" As the door swung open with a sudden force, the control over the gravity spell abruptly ceased, causing objects within the room to crash to the floor, startling the person outside. "I hope I haven't caused any trouble." Chapter 71. Hermione and Mike. "Hermione? How did you get in? Where are Uncle and Aunt?" Mike was astonished yet perplexed as he saw Hermione, who had pushed open the door but hesitated at the threshold. He distinctly remembered locking the house. Aunt Stephen told me before that the spare key is hidden in the third tree hole from the bottom of that tree in the yard." Fearful of Mike's potential displeasure regarding her unexpected intrusion, Hermione continued, "I knocked, but there was no response. Your window was still glowing with purple light, so I thought I would check on you." Mike rubbed his brow, not the least surprised that his mother had disclosed the location of the spare key to Hermione without informing him, given his propensity to misplace keys. It was indeed unwise to share that information with him. In his mother's eyes, Hermione had likely become akin to family. In fact, when Mike's talent for losing keys first manifested, his parents were still willing to reveal the location of the spare key. It was only after the third spare key was lost that they recognized his extraordinary aptitude for misplacing them, leading to a cessation of any key handovers to him. The crux of the matter was that the keys were not truly lost. They simply inexplicably found their way into the most absurd nooks and crannies, or appeared in equally ludicrous locations, such as the refrigerator. Yes, it may sound unbelievable at first, but this was indeed one of the frequent locations where Mike's keys would vanish, with other refresh points including, but not limited to the bathroom, beneath the sofa, between table crevices, and behind the television. No one could fathom how the keys ended up in those places, as if they would leap from his pocket the moment he returned home. Thus, it was only natural that after Mr. Stephen retrieved a set of keys from a clogged sink for the 12th time, he imposed a ban on Mike taking keys. However, to prevent Mike from losing access to his home, Mr. Stephen acquired a rather novel contraption, a fingerprint door lock, in the late 1980s. Such technology was still in the experimental phase of commercialization. Yet Mr. Stephen, leveraging his connections as the head of the physics department at King's College, easily procured one. Consequently, Mike no longer needed to carry keys home. He simply had to ensure his fingers were intact. Of course, the Stephen still had to carry keys, as the device was only a half-finished product, capable of registering only Mike's fingerprint for now, allowing him to enjoy this convenience alone. All right, there's nothing wrong. I was merely experimenting with a new spell. Noticing Hermione preparing to lecture him, Mike swiftly interjected, "It's my gravity magic. It won't be detected by the Ministry of Magic. Nor does it violate school rules. I won't be expelled or imprisoned, so rest assured." Hermione was always anxious about him getting into trouble with the Ministry of Magic, knowing he was the type who would dare to crumple a notice forbidding the use of magic outside school and toss it into the trash the moment it was issued. While Mike deemed her concerns excessive, he refrained from saying anything that might hurt her feelings, considering her genuine worry. Do you have something else to say?" Mike inquired, noticing Hermione hesitating as if she wanted to speak. "We're planning to travel to France for a while, probably for 2 or 3 weeks. We have a flight tonight. So I came to find you to see if do you have time to take a walk with me?" Hermione quickly blurted out, her cheeks flushing a visible shade of pink as she covered her face and turned away to face the wall of the upstairs corridor, avoiding Mike's gaze. "All right, since you're about to leave, I'll accompany you for a stroll, but before that." Mike slowly rose from his chair, purple arcs of electricity swirling around his palm. And in an instant, Hermione, standing at the doorway, was drawn before him. Did Aunt Granger never tell you that it's quite dangerous for a girl to visit a boy's room alone? Wrapping his left arm around Hermione's slender waist, he turned her to face him directly, his dark eyes meeting her brown ones. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, suspended in the air. After being interrupted by those two at school, "It's just the two of us now, little Hermione." The tone of his voice, laced with mischief, combined with the playful actions of his hands, caused Hermione's face to shift from pink to a deep crimson, nearly as if it were about to bleed. She felt herself weaken, unable to summon the strength to break free, as if bound by the strongest of ropes. Her heart raced wildly, leaving her utterly unprepared for whatever might come next. Inhaling the faint scent of youthful femininity from Hermione's hair, Mike toyed with a strand, winding it around his fingers. The brown interspersed with strands of dark green resembled beautiful ribbons, captivating him utterly. "I must ponder how to indulge in you, Hermione." By this point, Hermione's face had flushed from her nose to the roots of her ears. Mike, transformed from the person he once was unrecognizable to her. Even after nearly 8 years of friendship. What should I do? If Mike really intends to do something, how should I respond? Feeling the contact of her right cheek against the boy's chest and inhaling the scent of his masculine aura, the budding young woman found herself incapable of rational thought. Her mind blank. Hermione felt shy, but Mike was another matter entirely. Despite being reincarnated, he had adhered to traditional values in his previous life, never having held a girl's hand before marriage and not having married at all, resulting in an unimaginable lack of experience in this domain. He was akin to a vast number of individuals who boast extensive theoretical knowledge but possess zero practical experience. He could only speak confidently without knowing the next step to take. Should he kiss her, carry her to the bed, or maintain the current state? Mike found himself at a loss, but after a few seconds, he no longer needed to choose. Hermione took the initiative. Perhaps Hermione had sensed Mike's innocence. The clever girl, recognizing the boy's naivety, smiled sweetly, burying her shyness deep within her heart. Closing her eyes, she relied solely on her sense of touch to find the right spot. And in the next moment, her soft lips pressed against his slightly parted, smooth ones. Her time with Mike had indeed transformed her, yet deep within, the strong-willed girl had never truly vanished. She simply refrained from expressing it in front of the one she cherished. Guided in the right direction, Mike immediately broke free from his passive stance, unleashing everything he had learned throughout his life, entwining himself with the girl before him. Their lips danced together, and although Mike only possessed theoretical knowledge, it was still far superior to Hermione's complete lack of experience. Quickly gaining the upper hand in their passionate exchange, Mike commenced a more fervent pursuit of conquest. At this moment, the two were ensnared in the exchange of saliva. Mike's insatiable desire for more had never ceased, while Hermione remained in a state of passive yearning. Their battleground had shifted from the desk to the edge of Mike's bed, where Hermione found herself enveloped in his embrace, already rendered weak and flustered from his fervent kisses, leaving her with no strength to resist his reckless advances. "Please, Mike, stop." No longer satisfied with Hermione's delicate lips, Mike ventured lower, his hands deftly unfastening her clothing while his lips explored the smooth, alabaster curve of her neck, greedily savoring her breath. The gentle gasps and soft whispers from the girl only served to ignite the primal desire to conquer that lay deep within Mike's masculine psyche. Hermione had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Mike's unexpected greed had gradually pushed their innocent kissing into perilous territory. Yet, feeling utterly powerless, she could do nothing but succumb to his whims. "Stop," she began to sob. At this juncture, Mike had undone Hermione's outer garment and was poised to reach for the most intimate piece of her attire when her sobs pierced through his fervor, causing him to freeze momentarily. In Mike's mind, the battle between reason and primal instinct had already tipped in favor of the latter, with no hope of reversal. However, at the sound of her weeping, the momentary lapse of his animalistic urges allowed reason to surge forth with a thunderous might, swiftly altering the balance of power. Redirecting his gaze from her clothing back to the girl before him, he realized Hermione was nearly bare. Her outer garment had become a tangled mess due to their movements, and her short sleeves had been pushed above her chest, exposing her fair abdomen and partially revealed shoulder to the cool air, appearing irresistibly endearing. Rising from Hermione, who was now tear-streaked and vulnerable, a flicker of violet arc danced at his fingertips, and her garments were instantly restored to their proper state under the influence of gravity magic. "I'm sorry, I truly am," Mike stammered, his apology spilling forth before he could contemplate its appropriateness. He sought to articulate further, yet the multitude of words collided in his throat, leaving only fragmented utterances. "I'm a terrible person." A voice dripping with disdain echoed from the corner of the room, startling Mike. Following the sound, he beheld the insufferable blue gelatinous creature perched upon the nightstand, writhing and mocking him. It seemed to have flawlessly absorbed Mike's previous words, yet he displayed no anger, merely nodding in reluctant acknowledgement of its claim. "Indeed, I am a terrible person. At least I possess a clear self-awareness." With a jubilant leap, the small blue creature hopped to Hermione's side and gradually climbed onto her shoulder, proclaiming loudly, "Little Hermione, let us depart. Leave this wretched man to reflect on his actions alone. I shall regale you with tales." In an instant, Mike comprehended the creature's intent. Just as Hermione opened her mouth to voice a protest, a flash of purple electricity enveloped them, swiftly transporting both her and the slime out of the bedroom, shutting the door behind them and locking it, thwarting Hermione's attempts to open it. Faced with the immovable barrier of Mike's locked door, Hermione reluctantly acquiesced to the blue creature's suggestion and descended the stairs. As the sound of her footsteps echoed down the staircase, it reached Mike's ears, allowing him to exhale in relief as he collapsed back onto his disheveled bed. What a bizarre turn of events. Chapter 72. An inquiry from another world according to your letters of application. You are here to apply for the positions of teaching assistant for defense against the dark arts and instructor for practical magic applications? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. Indeed, headmaster. Given the perilous nature of the defense against the dark arts position, I believe it essential to divide the responsibilities into two roles. However, the practical magic applications course was merged with the charms course long ago, which already has an appointed professor. I'm aware of this, which is why I propose to incorporate elements pertaining to defense against the dark arts into this course, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on the professor of defense against the dark arts. It seems you possess a thorough understanding of the challenges faced by Hogwarts, Mr. Steve and Ms. Alex. Naturally, replied the young man named Steve, his expression unyielding. We are aware that the recent professors of defense against the dark arts have faced considerable difficulties, with various unforeseen events preventing any professor from serving a tenure exceeding 2 years. It is imperative to divide the responsibilities of the defense against the dark arts curriculum to ensure that student attendance is not compromised due to faculty issues. That is a valid point. I shall discuss this matter with the Board of Governors, and you will receive further information via owl post shortly. Thank you very much, Headmaster. We appreciate your time and shall not impose further. After standing to bid farewell, Steve and Alex exited the headmaster's office. Dumbledore sighed lightly, glancing at Fawkes, who was feigning sleep on a nearby perch. He retrieved a pre-prepared letter from his drawer. Fawkes, I entrust this matter to you. The phoenix, having been discovered, emitted an indignant squawk, grasped the envelope with its talons, and transformed into a plume of gold and crimson flames, vanishing from the office. Alex, do you believe that if I were to engage in combat with that headmaster, relying solely on magic, I would stand a chance? None whatsoever. The auburn-haired girl, now donning a pair of black-framed glasses adorned with red engravings, had been scrutinizing the readings displayed on her device. She lifted her gaze to regard Steve after his inquiry, then promptly returned her focus to the instrument. Is the disparity truly that vast? What if I were to use sheer strength? Hard to say. The headmaster conceals his true capabilities well. The detector cannot ascertain them. Very well. After a moment of silence, Alex, her attention fixed on the instrument screen, seemed to have made a discovery. She tapped Steve on the shoulder, urging him to look. Signs of slime activity. Indeed, Little Blue is undoubtedly within this academy, or rather, was here 2 weeks prior. Alex removed her glasses, preparing to stow them alongside her device, when a new message popped up on the instrument, causing her to fixate on the screen. Energy fluctuations from the dawn? What on earth? Upon hearing Alex's exclamation, Steve's composure faltered. Such phenomena were utterly implausible in this context. Recognizing this, Alex immediately began checking the device's settings to ascertain whether an error had skewed the experiment's results. If my device is functioning correctly and all improbable outcomes have been ruled out, then the final conclusion, however absurd, is indeed the truth. Exchanging a knowing glance, Alex and Steve turned in unison, heading back toward the recently vacated office of the headmaster. At that moment, Dumbledore was adding a sugar cube to his tea when the sudden crash of the office door being flung open startled him, sending the sugar cube cascading to the floor. Oh, Steve and Ms. Alex, is there something more you wish to discuss? Dumbledore adjusted his slightly askew glasses, peering at the two standing at the entrance. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore, there is a matter we wish to inquire about. Please, it is of great importance. Steve began. To my utmost delight, however, dear sirs, your method of entering is rather too boisterous for an elderly gentleman, Dumbledore remarked with a smile, gently waving his hand to close the door, while summoning 2 chairs to spare the newly arrived guests from standing. I sincerely apologize, Professor. Alex expressed regret to Dumbledore, while Steve, unable to contain his impatience, eagerly inquired. Dumbledore, is there someone named Mike at Hogwarts? I must apologize, Mr. Steve, but as the headmaster, I am bound to maintain the confidentiality of my students' information, and thus, I cannot disclose anything, Dumbledore replied courteously to Steve's inquiry. But, Professor, this is of utmost importance to us. We hope you can provide us with the truth. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, fulfilling my responsibilities is also paramount. I regret that I cannot assist you, Dumbledore asserted firmly, leaving both Steve and Alex in a somewhat awkward position. However, upon reflection, it was clear that Dumbledore had no obligation to them, and their direct approach was indeed rather presumptuous. I apologize, Professor Dumbledore. It was our impertinence, Steve said, rising to bow respectfully to Dumbledore before taking Alex's arm to leave. Take care, and safe travels. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses, watching the two depart, and sighed heavily as he retrieved a piece of parchment and a quill from his drawer to begin composing a letter. Notably, the quill was a Christmas gift for Mike. Alex, are you certain the apparatus is functioning correctly? Steve asked hesitantly, observing the continuously flashing data on the instrument screen. Are you doubting my redstone machine? Alex shot a disgruntled glare at Steve before resuming his tinkering with the device. Well, you know, even the most sophisticated instruments can occasionally encounter minor glitches. And, given the exceptionally potent magical field here, it might just be the case. Perhaps you should double-check? You are truly infuriating. Disabling the apparatus. Alex placed his hand on the back of the screen and gave it a gentle tap, causing the rear cover to pop off. Let me examine the redstone crystal detection unit. No issues there. The redstone relay is intact. The gold harmonizer, flawless. Alex squinted, scrutinizing the minuscule components within the device, muttering incantations, while Steve waved his wand, illuminating Alex's face and the intricate details of the apparatus. After inspecting the last component and confirming its accuracy, Alex closed the back cover. and Steve extinguished the glowing light with a flick of his wand. Everything is functioning normally. Alex beamed at Steve, who awkwardly scratched his head and offered a sheepish grin. Dumbledore's insistence on confidentiality regarding the headmaster's role suggests that there is indeed someone named Mike here. We shall discover the truth when we commence our duties in September. For now, let us set this matter aside. Continuing to investigate will yield no results. Alex stowed the device in his pocket, shrugging as he addressed Steve. Indeed, Steve sighed softly, retracting his wand, then draping an arm over Alex's shoulder. So, what shall we do now, Miss Alex? Let us indulge in some KFC. For I am rather famished. Very well. Chapter 73, Nicole May. Covering his head with a pillow, Mike felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Hermione had come all the way to his home to invite him out, yet he had the audacity to pin her down on the bed and behave inappropriately, truly beneath contempt. The very essence of a beast, despite the fact that his relationship with Hermione had reached a point where they could be entirely candid with one another. His actions had been excessively hasty. Fortunately, Little Blue had intervened just in time. Otherwise, the situation would have been difficult to resolve. After much contemplation, Mike finally resolved to act. Removing the pillow from his head, he sat up from the bed, approached the door, and descended the stairs. To his surprise, the living room was occupied solely by Little Blue, the slime. "Where's Hermione?" he inquired. "I sent her home. You two should maintain some distance for now." Little Blue turned to face Mike, her tone sharp. "Really now, a girl comes all the way to invite you for a stroll, and you choose this moment to lose your composure? You brought this upon yourself." Facing Little Blue's admonition, Mike lowered his gaze, remaining silent. He yearned to retort, yet he knew she was right. Thank you," he finally managed to say after a moment. "No need for thanks," Little Blue replied, curtly before leaping down from the couch. "I can only assist you this far. The rest is up to your wit and fortune. And I can't intervene. I'm not your mother." Watching Little Blue hop toward the kitchen, Mike hesitated before asking, "Why are you helping me?" "Why?" Little Blue paused, turning to look at Mike. "Perhaps it is because you brought me home, or because you've provided for me for nearly a year. Perhaps it is because you've never truly abandoned me, regardless of my mischief. Or perhaps it is because you remind me of an old friend, who also bore the name Mike." With that, Little Blue leaped into the kitchen, leaving Mike momentarily stunned. He had always believed Little Blue's slime brain was occupied solely with thoughts of eating, sleeping, and causing trouble. It was clearly now the appointed day for his meeting with Dumbledore. Mrs. Stephen had already prepared Mike's belongings, despite his repeated insistence that he did not require a suitcase. As his alchemist bag could sufficiently contain his essentials, the mountain of luggage piled against the living room wall made it evident that his words had fallen on deaf ears. "Son, do you think mastering alchemy could resurrect the dead or allow for time travel? Dad, you're a physicist. You know that time is merely a construct defined by humanity, and the existence of the world itself is questionable. Moreover, the dead cannot be revived. Alchemy is incapable of such feats. While this may not pertain to physics, it is common knowledge, is it not? Furthermore, you've posed similar questions several times over the past few days." Mike responded with a hint of irritation. Mr. Stephen had been incessantly asking him such queries. Today it was about resurrection and time travel. Yesterday it was about spatial traversal and consciousness migration. And the day before was about spatial folding and bodily modification. He simply could not comprehend why his father was so fixated on such fictional concepts. The essence of alchemy was to alter the properties of matter. Combining alchemy with other techniques could yield various results, but in Mr. Stephen's concepts, only bodily modification had any relevance. Relying on alchemy for the rest was akin to hoping for miracles from physics. "Do not be so impatient. I am merely inquiring, Mr." Stephen chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Thankfully, his wife was occupied at school today. Otherwise, asking such questions might have irked her. Mike sighed. "Dad, I understand your fascination. But for an ordinary person like you to exhibit excessive interest in the magical world is rather perilous." Mike paused for a moment, swallowed hard, and then spoke. "According to the regulations of the confidentiality laws, should an ordinary person gain excessive knowledge of the magical world upon discovery, a designated wizard will arrive to perform memory modification. The incantations used for such erasure invariably exert negative effects on the brain, given that your livelihood depends on your intellect. What if something were to go amiss?" Just as Mr. Stephen was about to respond, a knock at the door interrupted him. It must be Professor Dumbledore. "Dad, I'll take my leave now. I shall see you in a few days." With a wave of his hand to his father, Mike summoned the heavy load of luggage piled against the wall into his alchemist bag with a gravity charm and rushed to open the door. An elderly man with a head of white hair and half-moon spectacles stood at the threshold, smiling as he gazed at Mike. "Good day, Professor." Mike greeted Professor Dumbledore with utmost respect. Have you bid farewell to your parents? Are you prepared? Noticing Mike's nod, Dumbledore raised his wand. Take hold of my arm. The experience may be somewhat uncomfortable, but it is nothing serious. Mike swallowed again and stepped forward to grasp Dumbledore's arm. Ready? 3, 2, 1. In an instant, everything around them twisted, and Mike felt as though his stomach was being tugged from behind his eyes, his body seemingly compressed into a narrow tube. The sensation of pressure surrounding him was almost suffocating. Fortunately, this feeling lasted only a fleeting moment. Before Mike could truly feel any pain, they materialized in an open space. Mike surveyed his surroundings, only to find them engulfed in a thick white mist, obscuring any clear view of the landscape, which instilled an inexplicable sense of panic within him. They were still some distance from Nicholas's house, and he did not wish to be disturbed by inquisitive visitors, so he had cast spells around the vicinity to deter any approach. Dumbledore explained to Mike, whose face was marked with confusion and apprehension. As he spoke, Dumbledore began to walk forward, prompting Mike to hastily follow, fearful of being left alone in the fog. After walking alongside Dumbledore through the mist for about 5 minutes, the fog gradually thinned, revealing an unassuming little cottage. We have arrived. Dumbledore approached and knocked on the door. Before long, it swung open, revealing a figure who appeared to be several centuries older than Dumbledore, who waved at the two. Nicholas, I have some matters to attend to at the ministry. I'll leave this child in your care. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Nicholas Flamel, Dumbledore patted Mike on the shoulder, and before Mike could utter a word, he turned and vanished into the white mist. Young man, do come inside. The elderly man beckoned Mike to enter. Thank you. Chapter 74. The door is not red. To be perfectly honest, when Mike first laid eyes on Nicholas Flamel, he assumed he was merely an ordinary, benevolent elder rather than a master alchemist who had lived for centuries. It was truly astonishing, but then again, given his age, he undeniably was an elder, was he not? That joke was rather poor. Hesitantly stepping into the house, Mike was met not with the wondrous alchemical devices he had read about in books, nor with any high-end tools. The place appeared to be an ordinary home in the English countryside, and to Mike's astonishment, it even featured electric lights and air conditioning, conveniences that did not exist in the magical realm. Oh, I believe having such amenities makes life considerably easier. So I had them installed. One must admit, muggles have made unimaginable advancements in recent decades. Noticing Mike's gaze remained fixated on the electric lights and air conditioning, Nicholas Flamel smiled and explained. Nicholas, has the child arrived? A voice, old yet robust, called from the kitchen. Ah, that is my wife, Perenelle. Knowing you were coming, she insisted on cooking something special. However, as Nicholas hesitated, Mike felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Nicholas, are you there? I am. The child has indeed arrived. After responding to his wife, Nicholas leaned closer to Mike and whispered, the last time she cooked was in 1889. So you ought not to hold high expectations for this meal. Nicholas paused, ensuring his wife had not overheard, before letting out a sigh of relief. However, he soon noticed something rather peculiar. Mike, where's your luggage? It's here. Mike awkwardly produced a light blue bag, indicating that all his belongings were contained within. Undetectable extension charm? Albus is indeed generous. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Nicholas's eyes. You misunderstand. This bag is an alchemical creation. Ah, I see. As Nicholas took the bag from Mike's hands, he opened it to inspect its capacity, only to be met with a vast expanse of white space. Each person's storage space is independent, Mike added. The expression of shock on Nicholas's face was unmistakable. Such a high-level alchemical item was something he himself might struggle to create. Yet here was a student, younger than he by several decades, possessing such a marvel. How could he not be astounded? Crafting a bag with a storage compartment was a simple task for him, achievable through either magic or alchemy. But creating one with individual spaces for each person was a feat of tremendous difficulty, almost impossible. Such an item would stir great commotion wherever it appeared. Countless wealthy individuals would pay exorbitant sums for it, and wizards would vie for its possession. Nicholas, Mike, dinner's ready. The voice called out, and Nicholas gave Mike a lingering glance before returning the bag and heading toward the kitchen. At that moment, Mike regretted revealing the nature of his alchemist's bag to Nicholas Flamel. Though uncertain of his current opinion, it was surely not favorable. But what could he do? He couldn't simply turn and leave now, especially since he had come all this way. He might as well learn something from this experience, provided Nicholas was willing to teach him. Mike, why are you still standing there? Come join us for dinner. Nicholas Flamel's voice echoed, startling Mike, who quickly made his way into the kitchen. Before him lay a table laden with an abundance of dishes, looking nothing like the fare of someone who hadn't cooked in over a century. Each dish was vibrant and tantalizing, some of which Mike could scarcely recognize. Likely remnants of recipes long lost to time. Please, sit down. I prepared all these dishes myself. The elderly woman seated at the table spoke, her tone revealing her to be the owner of that commanding voice from earlier. Yet, in stark contrast to her voice, her demeanor was exceedingly kind and gentle. And like Nicholas, she appeared quite aged. Mike cautiously took a seat, and the elderly woman warmly urged him to help himself to the food. Unable to refuse her hospitality, he served himself generous portions of beef. However, as soon as the meat touched his tongue, he regretted his choice. A symphony of sweetness and spiciness erupted on his palate, sending a jolt of sensation through his nervous system, causing his features to contort in a manner reminiscent of a wilting flower. In essence, it was akin to the expression one might wear after tasting a lemon. Mike swiftly adjusted his expression, endeavoring to convey that the food was delectable. After all, it had been over a century since anyone in the household had stepped into the kitchen, so a little understanding and leniency were in order. "How is it? Tasty?" Perennially inquired eagerly, oblivious to the fleeting grimace that crossed Mike's face. "Exceedingly delicious. Thank you for your hospitality," Mike replied, making every effort to appear as though he relished the meal, despite his conscience incessantly chastising him for uttering what he deemed the most disingenuous words he had ever spoken. While Perennially did not witness his contorted expression, Nicolaim, seated beside her, clearly observed the momentary distortion on Mike's face. Mike noticed he was becoming increasingly restless, and he could even see the cold sweat glistening on Nicolaim's forehead under the light's glow. "Nicol, you should take a bite as well." The ominous voice finally broke the silence. The poor elder gazed at the meal before him, his face a portrait of despair, teetering on the brink of resignation. Perhaps it was the unwillingness to see his wife's disappointment, or perhaps it was the weight of familial duty that forbade him from refusing. Mike surmised it was the latter. In any case, his trembling fork speared a piece of what appeared to be succulent beef, and, in a moment of desperation, he hastily consumed it, hoping to mitigate the inevitable agony it would bring. Unfortunately, the flavor clung to Nicolaim's tongue, triggering spasms in his aged mouth that had endured centuries, reflecting the same pained expression that had graced Mike's face. He even began to roll his eyes. Is it too late to call an ambulance?" Mike thought anxiously, closely monitoring the elder's expression to ensure he could intervene in time, rather than witnessing the demise of the greatest alchemist at the hands of his wife's cooking. Perhaps having developed a resilience from years of enduring such meals, Nicolaim ultimately managed to survive the ordeal. Only when he saw the elder was unharmed did Mike's anxious heart settle back into his chest. "What is that expression? Is my food truly so terrible?" Perennially remarked with displeasure, taking a piece of beef for herself, only to spit it out moments later, her expression turning sour. "Well, a century of culinary skills inevitably declines." Perennially waved her hand dismissively, and the food on the table vanished in an instant, replaced by a house elf that appeared, bowing respectfully to Perennially. "Mistress, what are your commands?" "Prepare some home-cooked meals, please." "Thank you." The house elf began to proficiently prepare the food, and Mike surmised that it was likely the house elf that usually cooked. Or else, they would have starved long ago after over 100 years of neglect. "Never mind. I'll accompany Mike to see my workshop. Call me when the meal is ready," Nicolaim announced, rising and beckoning Mike to follow him out of the kitchen. Following Nicolaim, they arrived at a door in the corridor, with the magical symbols etched upon it illuminated. After some manipulation by the elder, a magnificent alchemical workshop filled with wonder unfolded before Mike's eyes. "This is where I conduct my alchemical research, and it will also serve as your classroom for the foreseeable future, so you may wish to familiarize yourself with it in advance. By the way, do not casually disclose the matter of the bag to others. If it is inconvenient to discuss, you need not mention it to me either. Everyone has their secrets," Nicolaim whispered to Mike. Chapter 75, Nicolaim's Workshop. "So, do you wish to know?" Mike inquired. "Naturally. The relentless pursuit of knowledge and truth is an essential quality that every alchemist must possess," Nicolaim replied with enthusiasm. "In fact, I acquired this item from a flea market." "Really? Is that true?" "Indeed, you can trust me," Mike lied nonchalantly, unable to explain the item's origins. He certainly could not divulge that it was given to him as part of a mission, nor could he clarify the mission itself. "Oh, and there's this as well, which I discovered in the bag after purchasing it." Mike reached into the alchemist's bag, rummaging around before extracting the transmutation table and placing on the desk. "What is this?" "A transmutation table. Following the principle of equivalent exchange in alchemy, all items placed within it will be converted into EMC, equivalent marginal cost, equivalent to their value, which is then stored within. Additionally, items transformed into EMC will be remembered by the transmutation table, allowing one to withdraw them as long as there is sufficient EMC available, Mike explained to Nicolaim. At this moment, Nicolaim's eyes widened in astonishment. The alchemical items Mike presented surpassed his wildest expectations. Concepts that had been envisioned by countless esteemed alchemists now materialized before him. And even Nicolaim struggled to maintain his composure. Regardless, the existence of these items must remain a secret from all but those I trust most. Nicolaim's expression grew exceedingly serious, as the surprises brought forth by this young man exceeded his initial expectations. He had originally regarded Mike as merely a promising young mage, but it was evident now that he needed to re-evaluate his perspective. "Albus, you have truly surprised me," Nicolaim murmured, fully aware that in an increasingly tumultuous magical world, this young man before him could very well be the key to change, yet everything he possessed also placed him in constant peril. Despite his reclusive nature as an alchemist, he remained one of the most formidable in contemporary times, and understanding the state of the magical world was as effortless for him as breathing. Centuries of witnessing the ebb and flow of history had honed his observational skills to perfection. He understood deeply that the magical community desperately needed a variable capable of overturning the entire old order through sheer will. The establishment of confidentiality laws had rendered the magical world increasingly insular. If this continued for another few centuries, wizards would only grow weaker until they were discovered and obliterated by muggles. Thus, the old order must be dismantled, and a new order must be established. Although he would undoubtedly be long gone by then, this did not diminish his resolve. Centuries had granted him the perspective of numerous transformations, and he knew that only change could alter the current state of affairs. Gazing at the somewhat bewildered Mike, Nicolaim's eyes were filled with gravity, instilling a sense of trepidation within Mike. "In any case, protect yourself." Nicolaim patted Mike's shoulder before shifting his gaze back to the transmutation table on a desk. "Can this device convert items into EMC?" The EMC value represents a relative measure of worth between two goods or services during the process of equivalent exchange. It aids us in selecting optimal exchange options among various goods and services. This is the essence of equivalent exchange. Every item possesses a perfect value to measure its worth. However, some items cannot be quantified in this manner, which is why certain objects do not adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. If that is indeed the case, then this device, capable of directly facilitating equivalent exchange, is the pinnacle of alchemical achievement. If memory serves, the relationship between alchemy and equivalent exchange seems to have originated from Fullmetal Alchemist, right? "Mike, do you know what the goal of alchemy is?" Nicolaim suddenly asked. After a moment of contemplation, Mike replied, "To transform base metals into precious ones, and to concoct the elixir of life." Nicolaim nodded, affirming that the original purpose of alchemy was indeed to transmute base metals into gold, as its very name suggests. However, as generations of alchemists evolved the practice, myriad other ambitions emerged, such as the ancient Azotha's dream of a universal elixir, or the fabled philosopher's stone and its promise of creating artificial beings. From seemingly nowhere, Nicolaim produced a magazine, flipping to a page to reveal it to Mike. Artificial gold, achieved through high-energy particle collisions that bombard bismuth atomic nuclei, causing their protons to detach, thereby facilitating the creation of gold. In 1980, researchers at the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory in the United States transformed bismuth, element 83, into gold, element 79, by utilizing a high-energy particle accelerator to strike bismuth nuclei with particles traveling at nearly the speed of light. Under such conditions, 4 protons escaped the bismuth nucleus, leaving it with only 79 protons. Consequently, the structure of the bismuth atom lost stability and underwent a rapid mutation, instantly transforming into a gold atom. Mike took the magazine, scrutinizing its contents. Muggle science and alchemy, it seemed, were ultimately pursuing the same goal, the empowerment of mortals striving to achieve the seemingly impossible. The distinction lay in their methodologies. Muggles harnessed the laws of the universe through observation of the world, while alchemists invoked the arcane arts to fulfill their desires. For instance, mercury, known to Muggles as quicksilver, would require vastly divergent approaches to transmute into gold. As early as 1941, a Muggle scientist named Banbridge succeeded in converting mercury into gold through slow neutron technology by bombarding a mercury atom to eliminate a proton. However, this method proved energetically prohibitive, with the resultant gold's value falling far short of the energy expended, relegating it to mere laboratory experimentation. Alchemy, on the other hand, employed the philosopher's stone, which could also be referred to as the sorcerer's stone or other regional names, though the terminology mattered little. What was paramount was its extraordinary ability to recombine matter, transforming the utterly worthless into resplendent gold. This delved into the very essence of magic. One need only comprehend that magic could alter the number of protons within an atom. Mike found himself momentarily stunned by Nicoleme's eloquent exposition. Yet he managed to follow his train of thought. After a moment of contemplation, an epiphany struck him. The role of a catalyst. Indeed, it is the catalyst. Are you familiar with Muggle chemistry? That is what underpins alchemy. Thus, one could interpret alchemy as a more mysterious and elusive form of chemistry. The Philosopher's Stone serves as an immensely powerful catalyst, and the creation of the elixir of life is predicated upon this principle. Alas, mine has been destroyed. Otherwise, I would gladly demonstrate it for you. As a legendary alchemist with over 6 centuries of existence, Nicoleme had delved deeply into both Muggle science and wizarding knowledge. After all, knowledge in this world knows no boundaries. Whether scientific or magical, they are ultimately interconnected. As he spoke, Nicoleme pressed a button, and in that instant, a section of what should have been a wall fissured open, revealing a glowing green panel behind it. Do you recognize this? Nicoleme removed the panel and handed it to Mike. The emerald tablet. Mike gasped, astonished. The artifact, which had long since faded into the annals of time, re-emerged before him, leaving any onlooker utterly shocked. Yes, I am surprised you know so much. Unfortunately, this is not the original, but rather a replica. The weighty tablet, reflecting light within the room, emitted a shimmering green glow. Though Mike could not decipher the inscriptions upon it, he felt an ineffable sense of the profound truths they conveyed. Nicole, Mike, dinner is ready. At the sound of Peregrine's voice, Mike reluctantly set the tablet down and turned to Nicoleme, despite his inability to comprehend its significance. The object's undeniable elegance and mystery evoked a remarkable sense of longing within him. Let's pause for today. Rest well tonight. For tomorrow your journey of learning shall officially commence. You truly have surprised me, my boy. Nicoleme ruffled Mike's hair, casting a look of approval before departing the room. Mike stowed the transmutation table back into his alchemist bag and hurriedly followed suit. With a click of the closing door, the workshop was plunged into darkness once more. Yet the emerald tablet upon the table continued to emit its enchanting green light. Chapter 76. The End and Sorrow of 15 Days. This marked the 10th day of Mike's sojourn at Nicoleme's abode. Throughout these 10 days, Mike spent the majority of his time within Nicoleme's laboratory, only venturing out for restroom breaks and meals, often laboring late into the night until 3 or 4 in the morning. Poor Nicoleme frequently found himself roused in the middle of the night by his wife, compelled to coax Mike into bed. Consequently, Nicoleme had pleaded with Mike on numerous occasions to retire earlier, lest he exhaust his aging frame. Mike felt helpless in response, for he often lost track of time while engrossed in his studies. Unless someone interrupted his deep learning state, he would study until fatigue claimed him. This could hardly be blamed on Mike, as the wonders of alchemy dazzled him like the brilliance of the starry heavens or the enticing aroma of a sumptuous feast. Adding substances to the crucible, regulating the heat, stirring, and applying magic at necessary junctures. These operations, which most would find mundane, contained boundless intricacies for Mike. Particularly, the act of decanting the potion, retrieving the alchemical materials settled at the bottom of the pot, filled him with a sense of sublime transcendence as he beheld their radiant forms and fragrances. His relentless dedication to study bore remarkable fruit, with his rapid progress eliciting genuine admiration from Nicoleme for his prodigious talent. Under Nicoleme's diligent guidance and Mike's unwavering perseverance, he reached the first stage of alchemical transformation, blackening, at an almost impossible pace. In this stage, materials transition from light to darkness, ultimately being decomposed into the fundamental particles that constitute all matter. Within this process, Mike discovered an opportunity, the catalyst for fuel production. The journey of equivalent exchange commenced with the refining of coal. By synthesizing alchemical coal from coal and subsequently transforming it into M by his fuel, he aspired to create the eternal fuel that symbolizes infinity. The step from coal to alchemical coal was foundational. However, absent the catalytic influence of the Philosopher's Stone, Mike could not undertake even this basic task. Thus, Mike resolved to rely on the blackening stage, wherein he would decompose materials into their fundamental particles to forge alchemical coal. This was one of the reasons for Mike's unwavering diligence. Only through this path could he advance in equivalent exchange, by refining coal into an almost liquid state, and then compressing its volume under pressure. He aimed to stabilize its condition until it manifested a blood-red hue, signifying the successful creation of alchemical coal. If Mike were to apply for a patent for alchemical coal, he would certainly include his mentor's name, for without the EMC derived from the gold conversion he provided, The materials within Mike's alchemist bag would scarcely sustain the immense coal consumption. Although the EMC value of a single piece of coal, 1/9 of a cubic meter, was not particularly high, it paled in comparison to Mike's abysmally low success rate for transmutation. The exceedingly low success rate rendered the consumption of coal swifter than the water utilized in the laboratory. Mike soon depleted the EMC stored on the transmutation table, yet he failed to produce even a single atom of alchemical coal. Ultimately, it was his teacher who discerned Mike's predicament and allocated him research funding. Without the assistance of his mentor, the creation of alchemical coal would have remained unattainable. What harm is there in inscribing a name on a patent? He could have simply bequeathed the patent without hesitation. After all, Mike still had the Mobius fuel and the eternal fuel to pursue. With the alchemical coal in hand, Mike embarked on the next phase of his work, the refinement of Mobius fuel. The process was largely similar, yet the risks were monumental. The energy contained within a single piece of alchemical coal equated to that of 5 pieces of regular coal, while a singular piece of Mobius fuel was the product of 5 alchemical coals. This implies that the energy contained in one piece of Mobius fuel was equivalent to that of 25 pieces of coal. A piece of coal, approximately 1/9 of a cubic meter, holds nearly 800,000 calories of energy. Thus, calculating the energy of Mobius fuel became a straightforward endeavor. 25 multiplied by 80 yields 20 million calories. Such immense energy rendered it exceedingly unstable. Should the temperature in the alchemical crucible rise excessively, the Mobius fuel would undergo explosive combustion, leading to a series of chain reactions that could easily result in an explosion. Consequently, upon learning of the dangers associated with this experiment, Nico urgently halted Mike's work and assigned him new study tasks. Although somewhat regretful, Mike recognized that, given his current capabilities, creating Mobius fuel was overly ambitious. The gears of time creaked forward, inexorably ushering everything into the unknown. Mike's 15 days of study under Nico came to a swift conclusion, and it was now time for parting. "Mike, take this," his teacher said, extending a book towards him. Mike gazed in astonishment at the tome, its cover crafted from an unknown green substance that emanated a soft, luminous glow. It felt immensely heavy, yet Mike could distinctly sense that this weight did not arise from the cover itself. This was the Jade Inscription Tome, symbolizing the legacy among alchemists, containing all the accumulated alchemical knowledge of those who had possessed it, along with the vast array of knowledge I have gathered over the past 6 centuries. It will be of great assistance to your future. I hope you will safeguard it well, Nico solemnly stated. As Mike beheld the Jade Inscription Tome, he felt a profound sense of responsibility settle upon his shoulders. "My time with Perennially is drawing to a close, and I will be of little help to you henceforth. Having you as my disciple is one of the happiest moments of my life. You will have other teachers in the future, but do not forget your first one," Nico said with a light-hearted smile, producing a pendant. The pendant, carved from a deep crimson stone, radiated an immense power that Mike sensed the moment Nico unveiled it. "This is a byproduct from my work in creating magical stones. Upon discovering it lacked its intended function, I fashioned it into a necklace to bequeath to my future disciple. Thus it now belongs to you." Nico carefully placed the pendant around Mike's neck and affectionately tousled his hair. As Mike touched the necklace now adorning his neck, a wave of reluctance washed over him. After a moment's contemplation, he bowed deeply to Nico. "Thank you so much, teacher." Nico waved his hand dismissively. "Do not concern yourself with such formalities. Truly honoring me would mean advancing the art of alchemy. I have great faith in you." With the sound of a firm knock at the door, Dumbledore's arrival marked a fitting conclusion to the 15 days. In the final moments before departure, Nico and Perennially stood at their doorstep, watching as Mike and Dumbledore receded into the distance. Only when their figures vanished into the mist did they support one another and return inside. After this farewell, when would they meet again? Chapter 77, Harry's Troubles. "I'm finally back. My room," Mike exclaimed as he flopped onto his soft bed, joyfully rolling about. The sky was now cloaked in twilight. The gentle yet radiant glow streaming through the glass illuminated everything in the room with a brilliant golden hue. While the bed at his teacher's house was also quite soft, the sensation of sleeping there paled in comparison to that of his own bed. The former, though exquisitely lavish, lacked the warmth of home, while the latter, though unassuming, carried a comforting touch of dreams. It was this latter sensation that Mike longed for. "Mike, come down for dinner." Mrs. Stevens' voice echoed through the air, penetrating the walls and reaching Mike's ears as he lay in bed. Coming, Mike sprang from his bed, executing a graceful turn before swiftly opening his door and racing down the stairs. The steaming dishes, exuding fragrant aromas, had already been set upon the dining table by Mrs. Stevens. The sweet scent wafted through the air, enveloping the three seated at the table and allowing them to keenly appreciate the delectable offerings. How appetizing they look! Mike wiped the non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth. Though the meals prepared by the house elf at his teacher's home were delightful, they could not compare to the culinary delights crafted by his mother, especially considering she was cooking Chinese cuisine, which stood in stark contrast to the Western dishes he had consumed. By the way, Mike, while you were away, a classmate came looking for you. Huh? Just as Mike was about to pop a piece of meat into his mouth, his mother's words startled him, causing him to choke momentarily. After coughing a couple of times to regain his composure, he turned to his mother once more. Who was it? A boy wearing glasses from our neighborhood. Ah, I know who that is. Having hastily finished dinner and exchanged quick farewells with his parents, Mike dashed out of the house and sprinted down the street, quickly arriving at Aunt Petunia's home. The Dursleys were somewhat notorious in the neighborhood, partly due to their abysmal personalities and partly because of their two children. Vernon Dursley was prone to shouting at anything he found displeasing, while Petunia Dursley had a penchant for peering over fences to invade the privacy of their neighbors. Their son, Dudley Dursley, was a local bully, wielding his oversized fist to become the self-proclaimed king of the children. Meanwhile, their nephew, Harry Potter, was viewed unfavorably by those unaware of the full story, having been sent to a juvenile detention center at such a young age. Withdrawing his hand just before knocking, Mike sighed and began to channel his gravity magic. During his days of study at the teacher's house, he had not devoted all his time solely to alchemy. Under Nico's guidance, he had also developed several new magical techniques based on gravitational principles. For instance, he was currently employing the nebula transport. By compressing gravity to its utmost limits, he aimed to distort space and breach the fabric of reality, allowing him to traverse one location and reappear in another. This technique was inspired by the teleportation abilities of the Dark Outcast, Esty. Initially, Mike had intended to create a qualitative change through quantitative means by utilizing the extreme compression of gravity to rupture space. But his teacher suggested merging aspects of apparition with gravity magic. Thus, after 3 days of research, the nebula transport was born, surrounded by a luminescent purple glow. Mike felt the intensity peak after a few seconds, enveloping him in a massive purple sphere, which subsequently shrank and vanished from sight. In a fleeting moment before its disappearance, a sphere expanded in Harry's room, emitting a dazzling purple light. Harry was startled, but he breathed a sigh of relief when Mike's figure emerged. What is going on? Something serious has happened. All the letters I sent are gone. Chapter 78. An idea after listening to Harry recount the events, Mike formed a general understanding of Harry's predicament. Taking into account the current time and his recollection of the original narrative, the situation became quite clear to Mike. In the original story, to prevent Harry from encountering danger on his way to Hogwarts, Dobby, the house elf of the Malfoy family, had concealed all of Harry's letters to his friends and had repeatedly caused disruptions during critical moments, attempting to keep Harry safe. Though Mike found these methods rather foolish, considering they stemmed from a place of good intentions, he felt it unreasonable to hold a grudge against a house elf. Utilizing gravity magic to investigate Harry's room, Mike easily discovered traces of teleportation magic. His gravity magic, having acquired unique properties after his research on nebula teleportation, began to exhibit characteristics that some works referred to as spatial attributes. Mike struggled to articulate this property. In his perception, it was an extraordinarily wondrous sensation, as if he could see through the fabric of the world. In essence, this was how Mike could employ gravity magic to explore the principles of spatial teleportation. Returning to the matter at hand, Mike concentrated his gravity magic on the section of the floor marked by the teleportation traces, channeling the magic to coalesce and communicate with the remnants left behind. A diminutive silhouette gradually took shape with the gathering of gravity magic, eventually transforming into a projection that appeared in Harry's room. "Wait, Mike, what is that?" Harry exclaimed, utterly astonished, not by Mike's magic, but by the realization that such a peculiar entity had intruded into his room without his knowledge. While Mike's extraordinary magic had long ceased to astonish them, the presence of an unauthorized intruder in his own space was indeed alarming. "Mike, can you bring it over?" Harry asked. "I'll give it a try." Despite Harry's request, Mike felt uncertain. His gravity teleportation magic was still in its infancy, and countering the ancient magic of house elves would likely prove challenging. Focusing his mind, Mike concentrated all his gravity magic on the projection, attempting to locate the entity that was far away. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, Dobby, who had just finished tidying up, was about to take a sip of water when he felt a swirl of purple light enveloping him. Before he could react, he found himself suddenly transported to Harry's room. Upon witnessing the bewildered Dobby, who had just been teleported, Mike wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Honestly, he hadn't anticipated successfully bringing someone over. Fortunately, Dobby had been caught off guard. Had he reacted swiftly and used magic to counter Mike's spell, the teleportation would likely have failed. Is this it? Harry asked, gazing at the adorably odd Dobby. The house elf Dobby, if I'm not mistaken? Uh-huh. Mike winked at Dobby. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mike Stephen, and this is the illustrious Harry Potter, the one you are so determined to protect. Am I right? Dobby the house elf? Dobby shrieked upon hearing Mike's words. To prevent his voice from leaking out and alerting Harry's insufferable aunt and her family, Mike swiftly cast a gravity, soundproofing charm, enveloping the room in silence. I know you both. Mr. Mike Stephen and Harry Potter. You are both renowned figures, virtuous and kind-hearted, respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. The incessant flow of flattery from Dobby left both Harry and Mike astounded. They had no idea when they had become so noble. It seemed their skin was not thick enough. All right, Dobby, enough of that. The reason I brought you here is regarding Harry's letters. I trust you are well aware. Mike clapped his hands, redirecting the conversation to Harry's letters, eager to resolve this matter promptly. HarryPotter. Dobby intercepted Harry Potter's letters to his friends. Dobby deserves punishment. Dobby is a bad elf. In the midst of his lament, Dobby suddenly began banging his head against the wall. Mike hurriedly employed his gravity magic to intervene, turning Dobby to face him. Listen, Dobby, with me here, Harry will not encounter danger this semester. All you need to do is return the letters to us and then use your magic to leave. All right? Mike gazed into Dobby's dark eyes, attempting to convey sincerity and gain Dobby's trust. Harry, standing behind Mike, could not hear his words, although he felt puzzled by Mike's actions. He reasoned that Mike must have his reasons and refrained from questioning further. After a moment of intense staring, Dobby seemed to finally believe in the sincerity of Mike's words, retrieving a stack of envelopes from beneath his pillowcase and handing them to Mike. Very good. You may return now. Mike patted Dobby's head, signaling that he could go back to where he came from, and then tossed the stack of letters to Harry. Sort these out for whom you intend to send them. I need to rush back to the restroom, so I shall take my leave. With that, Mike did not wait for Harry to plead him to stay, casting nebula teleportation. In a flash of purple light, only Harry remained in the room. Honestly, I wanted to thank Mike properly. Harry sighed, somewhat exasperated. After a brief moment of contemplation, he began sorting the letters, preparing to entrust them all to Hedwig for delivery. Hedwig. Oh no, here it comes again. Chapter 79. The idea of opening a shop. What? You're asking what Mike's idea is? It's quite simple. Mike has discerned the potential for opening a shop from the house elf. His potions had always been sold through vending machines. While the income was stable, if Mike aimed to continue and rapidly advance in the field of alchemy, those earnings would hardly suffice. Although most of Mike's memories from his past life had faded, he retained a recollection of the exorbitant costs associated with equivalent exchange. While the situation would improve once he developed an energy collector, he was still far from achieving that goal. Given the dismally low success rate in the current phase of alchemy, it would be prudent for him to plan ahead. In his vision, he could employ house elves to manage the shop. House elves possess formidable magical abilities and are fiercely loyal, making them the perfect employees for Mike at this stage. But where could he acquire them? It was simple. He could procure them from the Malfoy family. Naturally, Mike had set his sights on the Malfoy household, where Dobby was the ideal candidate for his perfect employee. In the original narrative, Dobby ultimately gained his freedom. Since Mike had arrived here, why not expedite that process? As it happened, he also had some matters to discuss with that old curmudgeon, Lucius Malfoy. On the following morning, as the first light of dawn illuminated the scene, a figure cloaked in black appeared at the entrance of Malfoy Manor, the remnants of a purple glow dissipating around him. Mike lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the grand gates of the estate. It's undeniable that this place exuded opulence, which perhaps explains why the bald, socket-like creature chose it as a stronghold upon his return. With this thought, Mike discreetly flicked his wand concealed beneath the robe, and a swirling nebula of purple light enveloped him. At the zenith of the luminescence, a violet orb flickered past his position, and when the light receded, Mike had vanished from sight. Inside Malfoy Manor, as the purple orb materialized, Mike emerged slowly, surveying his surroundings. Given the early hour, it was likely that the Malfoy family remained in slumber, allowing Mike to take the opportunity to explore. After all, he was not the kind of person to disturb another's peaceful dreams, and a good night's rest would significantly contribute to the success of his impending negotiation, wouldn't it? Who are you? As he passed a room, the door swung open, revealing a still groggy Draco Malfoy, rubbing his eyes in confusion as he beheld the cloaked figure. Momentarily at a loss for words, a second ticked by. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ah! A piercing scream nearly shattered Mike's eardrums. prompting him to instinctively reach for his wand to retaliate. However, he restrained himself. After all, it was the boy's home, and attacking their son would surely jeopardize the business deal he sought. With a resigned sigh, Mike waved his wand, employing a gravity charm to muffle the sounds. Once Draco had quieted, Mike lifted the charm from his ears and spoke in a low, measured tone. "Take me to your father. I wish to discuss a transaction with him." "Who the hell are you? Why should I take you to see my dad? How did you get in here?" Sighing internally, Mike lamented that perhaps he should have chosen his words more carefully. This insolent child displayed a complete lack of decorum. "I said, take me to your father." Mike brandished his wand, pressing it against Draco's neck, his voice growing increasingly grave. "Ah, help! A sharp person." Beneath the cloak, Mike's expression darkened. Was this insufferable brat unable to comprehend human speech? He had made his intentions abundantly clear, yet the boy continued to scream. "Sir, if you wish to engage in business, why resort to threatening my son?" At the turn of the corridor, a gleaming head of slick, golden hair caught the light, almost blinding Mike. Clearly, this was the father of the insufferable child before him, Lucius Malfoy. "My apologies, I merely sought directions," Mike said, inclining his torso slightly in a gesture of respect. Lucius scoffed, appraising Mike with a discerning gaze. "May I inquire as to the nature of your business here?" "Regrettably, Mr. Malfoy, I do not believe this is the appropriate time to discuss such confidential matters. We will be better served moving to a more private location." "Very well." Lucius nodded imperceptibly, signaling for Mike to follow as he turned and departed. Mike shot Draco a venomous glance, eliciting a retreat from the boy before he too turned to follow. Before long, Mike found himself seated in the Malfoy family's council chamber. "Now, can you elaborate on the business proposition?" Instead of responding verbally, Mike tossed a copy of the Daily Prophet onto the table. Lucius fixed his gaze upon the headline, which read, "Shocking. Harmless vending machine dispenses poison, leading to fatalities." After studying it for a considerable time, Lucius coldly remarked, "Are you attempting to amuse me, sir?" Mike remained silent, instead producing a pouch filled with potions of varying effects, each classified as Grade 3, versions currently unavailable in the black market. These concoctions were the result of his relentless experimentation, having invested a significant amount of galleons in raw materials. "Forgive my candor, but these potions can be purchased at any vending machine." "Smell them," Mike suggested. Lucius curled his lip in skepticism, but proceeded to uncork one of the vials. Upon inhaling the aroma, he immediately sensed something amiss. "Where did you acquire this scent?" The tone of Lucius's voice shifted, filled with newfound respect. He had sampled the popular Grade 1 and 2 potions on the market, and the fragrance of what Mike presented far surpassed them, revealing to him a monumental opportunity. "I do not wish to engage in roundabout discussions with a potential business partner. Let me be direct. I am the inventor of these potions." Mike reclined casually, crossing his legs and interlocking his fingers, gazing at Lucius as he spoke slowly. "Is that so?" "Wait, what?" "I apologize, but I currently have no intention of entering the potion industry. I must ask you to leave." Although over a week had passed, Mike could vividly recall Lucius Malfoy's words as he escorted him from the manor. Undoubtedly, Lucius was acutely aware of the complexities within the potion industry, yet he also recognized the promising prospects of collaborating with someone like Mike. However, considering the family he had to protect, Lucius hesitated. The potion market had been monopolized by a select few families, and without caution, his involvement could provoke their scrutiny. There was a real risk that his family could become targets. Having lived so long and navigated the business world, he was all too familiar with such tactics. If it were just he and Narcissa, he might not have feared, but with Draco now in the picture, he was unwilling to take risks. Mike had to admit that he had not anticipated this dilemma when he set out. In his memories, Lucius Malfoy had been merely a figure consumed by ambition for power and wealth. After Lucius's firm refusal, Mike initially struggled to comprehend the rationale, but upon inquiring, Lucius's words, "My family does not support me in this," resonated deeply with Mike. With a heavy sigh, Mike contemplated the myriad challenges his future shop would face, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He was uncertain of his business acumen or whether the shop would thrive, yet he was compelled to attempt it for the sake of greater profits. The galleons earned from selling potions through the vending machine had been entirely invested into the conversion table, leaving only a fraction for operational costs. However, the EMC energy provided by these gold coins was insufficient to sustain the creation of eternal fuel, without the intricate devices found in equivalent exchange mods. Such as energy collectors 1 Malawian Kwacha, his alchemical endeavors could only progress incrementally through trial and error. Each failure consumed a considerable amount of EMC, and while Mike's reserves were currently substantial, they would inevitably dwindle over time. As he pondered these matters, Mike suddenly sensed that the magical traps he had set in Harry's bedroom had been triggered. What was that? My apologies, Harry, I arrived a bit late. I hope you don't mind. As Mike busied himself tidying up Harry's belongings, he continued, Your room has been under close scrutiny by the Ministry. My sudden appearance could cause unnecessary complications. Turning to the side, he glared at Dobby, who was ensnared by gravity magic, and spoke harshly. This is all you're doing, isn't it, Dobby? Dobby is very sorry. However, the current Hogwarts is far more perilous. Even the formidable Mr. Stephen cannot guarantee safety, and thus Dobby must act. Dobby exclaimed sharply, shaking his head in distress as if to collide with the wall, but Mike promptly employed a gravity charm to prevent him from doing so. Strangely, Mike was perplexed as to why Dobby had suddenly changed his mind. Just moments ago, he had assured Dobby of Harry's safety, yet now Dobby appeared to retract that assurance. Who sent you here? Why did you say I would be in danger upon returning to Hogwarts? Harry demanded of Dobby, a question that had been tormenting him since their last encounter. Dobby could not divulge. Dobby has a bad master, Dobby cried out, magically breaking free from Mike's restraint, and with a loud pop, vanished without a trace. Very well, it seems the mastermind is somewhat connected to his master. Mike closed the box and gazed at the iron-barred window, anticipating Ron and the others' arrival. Ron? He is coming too? Harry inquired with delight. Indeed, he is here to escort you, Mike replied, drawing his wand and pointing at the window. A purple light burst forth from the tip of the wand, enveloping every nail that secured the bars. With a focused gaze and a flick of his wrist, all the nails instantly detached from the wall, hovering in mid-air, while the falling bars were caught by the gravity charm, both gently placed on the ground. Soon, the rumble of an engine echoed from outside the window. Just as Mike pushed it open, the enchanted car driven by Fred and George came to a steady halt beside the window. Wow, what a splendid vehicle, Mike exclaimed, exchanging a high-five with Fred, then turning to signal Harry to board. Watching Harry climb into the car and sit beside Ron, with their luggage securely stowed in the trunk, Mike closed the window. What? Aren't you coming? Ron poked his head out to ask. I shall visit again next Wednesday, bringing along Harry's birthday gift and a little something for you all. Well then, farewell. And with that, a purple portal appeared behind Mike. Waving goodbye, he stepped into the portal and vanished. Blimey, when did Mike learn that trick? Ron marveled. I have no idea, Harry shrugged. Fred glanced out the window, just in time to see the portal emitting purple light folding away, his expression revealing an unmistakable shock. We must focus on the task at hand, Fred thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, after fiddling with the dashboard, he pressed the accelerator, and the car soared rapidly, soon disappearing into the clouds. Not far away, at 11 Privet Drive, in an upstairs bedroom, a flash of purple light appeared, and Mike collapsed onto the bed, gasping for breath. After a moment, he managed to turn over, feeling his forehead. The sweat had been partially absorbed by the sheets, yet the lingering chill remained. His magical energy reserves posed a significant concern. A wizard's magical capacity deepens with physical growth and the mastery of spells. Typically, wizards of Mike's age do not expend much magical energy on high-cost spells. Yet Mike's circumstances were anything but typical. Having successfully grasped the essence of gravity magic and drawn the magnetic field sigil, Mike had minimized unnecessary energy expenditure when employing gravity spells, significantly reducing his magical drain, except for the portal spell. The essence of the portal spell, Nebula Transport, involves a rapid increase in gravitational magic to destabilize space, tearing a rift in it. Mike merely needed to encase himself in magic and then enter the spatial fissure, traversing through the turbulent subspace by utilizing the vastly different temporal scales of the two realms for swift movement. However, the cost was immense. Even though Mike had reduced magical leakage considerably, the toll from using the spell twice in succession left him nearly exhausted. After resting limply on the bed for a while, he slowly rose, staggering to his desk. A task scroll began to materialize before him, coalescing with a blue light until it settled on the desk. With a thought, the pages flipped rapidly, adhering to no laws of physics, until it landed on the desired page. Side quest, further still. Objective, brew 4 types of level 3 potions, 14. Reward, magic crystals x2. The magical containers formed from the fallen stars of another realm. Deep blue star-shaped crystals that store the overflowing magic within you, while simultaneously drawing energy from the mundane world for your use. Mike gazed at the rewards displayed on the task scroll, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The scroll remained still on the desk, the rewards unchanged. Although the specifics were unclear, a smile began to form at the corners of Mike's mouth. Why would a task scroll from Minecraft offer items from Terraria as rewards? Mike had no way of knowing. Yet one thing was certain. He desperately needed those 5 magic crystals. According to the memories he had regained from his past life, a single magic crystal would grant him an additional 20 points of magical capacity, and he could use up to 9, though he was unsure of his initial mana level, preventing him from accurately calculating how much each crystal would enhance his maximum magic. Mike, having received rewards from task scrolls numerous times before, knew that his task scroll would never shortchange him. The task scroll transformed into blue motes of light, converging into Mike's being. After resting in his chair for a moment longer, he slowly stood up. Tonight, he would stay up late. Chapter 81. Angela from a City. Mike's face flushed crimson. Despite having lived for over 30 years, this was his first encounter with a woman's naked form. With a swift flick of his wand, the loosest garment in the wardrobe was drawn out by gravity magic and promptly draped over Angela, concealing her modesty. Where am I? Who are you? Angela questioned. Her memories halted at day 48, just as she was about to unleash her fury on X, who was nonchalantly watching the chaotic clash of the Apostles of White Knight, ignoring her admonitions. Just as Angela was about to press the button to restart that day, the sight of X, grinning foolishly at the spectacle, vanished. The alarm blared, and the grand display of the Brain Leaf Corporation faded away. Angela found herself in Mike's bedroom. Of course, this version of Angela was but a replica conjured by the task scroll's power, while the true Angela was still grappling with confusion and anger as she reset her day. The white coat and black suit she had donned for countless years vanished, replaced by the tight clothing that now strained against her form. A sensation she had never experienced before informed her that this was not merely a sensor malfunction born of anger. Could you please put on some clothes first, Miss Angela? Angela turned toward the source of the voice, the boy beside the desk, his eyes covered, and behind him, the book radiating blue light. In that instant, her processor quickly deduced her current predicament. But for now, it was imperative to cover herself. Angela's gaze drifted towards the quilt on the bed. She reached out to pull it over herself, wrapping it around her body, leaving only her head and her smooth, fair legs exposed. All right. It was only then that Mike removed his hands from his eyes, exhaling in relief as he beheld Angela sitting at the edge of the bed, swathed like a dumpling. Miss Angela, are you aware of what has just transpired? You have, through certain means, transported me here, have you not? Mike nodded affirmatively, confirming her assertion. Just as Angela was about to speak, Mike raised his hand to silence her. Miss Angela, I must first inform you that you will never return to the Brainleaf Company. Really? Indeed. Angela nodded, urging him to continue. This place is not a city. It is from an era so ancient it defies description. I see. Mike sighed, his gaze shifting to Angela's tightly shut eyes. I must now share something with you. Please brace yourself. No problem. Go ahead. Here, no one can constrain you any longer. You may now shed the shackles of machinery and genuinely experience what it means to be human. Understood. Mike felt a surge of joy as he detected a notable tremor in her voice. So, would you like to take a stroll? He inquired tentatively. A few minutes later, Mike led Angela, now clad in appropriate attire, out of the door of number 11, Yezhin Road, stepping onto the street. Fortunately, the road was nearly deserted. Otherwise, Angela's appearance would have undoubtedly caused quite a stir. Her waist length, pale blue hair, angelic visage, and those mesmerizing golden eyes. Each of these traits was a rare marvel in itself. Yet their convergence in one individual rendered the notion of miracle rather mundane. Mike turned to Angela and noticed she was gazing up at the evening sky, where the sunset painted a breathtaking canvas, tears glistening on her cheeks. As she absorbed the warmth and humidity of the summer night air, her perception, slowed 100-fold, began to return to normal. She felt something slide down her cheek, transitioning from warmth to a chilling sensation. Have you been crying? Crying? Yes. How long has it been since I last wept? During those initial moments of the million years, she had shed tears over the inability to save her employees, and had wept uncontrollably due to the script's repeated failures. But as the scripts continued to reset and death replayed itself, she grew increasingly numb. Upon realizing that nothing would change and everything would progress according to the script, she ceased to cry entirely. Now, having escaped the relentless cycle of hell, her long-dormant emotional core stirred awake, rejuvenating her spirit. She squatted down, from silent tears to soft sobs, when Mike gently placed his hand on her pale blue hair. Her emotions erupted, transforming her quiet weeping into heart-wrenching wails. Most of Mike's previous life had been spent escaping the crushing reality through gaming, and he had naturally played the 3 titles of the Moon Project. He was acutely aware of Angela's painful experiences, and at this moment, all he could feel for her was tenderness and compassion. How long did she cry? 10 minutes? 20? Perhaps an hour? Mike, casting a magical barrier around them to shield her from prying eyes, remained by her side until her emotions gradually stabilized, until she finally rose from the ground. You don't need to stay with me like this. After all, I am merely a machine, an unfinished one at that, she suddenly remarked. At present, no one cares about that, Angela. Mike used gravity magic to gently stroke her back. From now on, you can live as you wish, and I assure you one day, you will become a true human. Angela experienced an unprecedented sensation emanating from the boy beside her, a sense of trust and reliance she had not felt in a long time. The last time she had experienced such warmth was with a person named Dine, albeit rarely. I will remain by your side, rest assured. So, how should I address you? I don't even know your name. I am Mike Stephen, he replied, breaking into a grin. However, I prefer you call me Supervisor. Chapter 82, A Humble Visit. Angela, this will be your room from now on. What do you think? Is it a suitable size? The shop is downstairs, so I cannot return often. I will be relying on you. You can decide your working hours. I will not interfere. Your time before and after work is your own, and your expenses will be taken from his vault. As he spoke, Mike handed Angela a key and pointed to the owl resting on the windowsill. Simply write your letters and place them in Iron's claws. What kind of twisted humor did you have when naming that owl? Mike mused inwardly. If someone causes trouble, handle it with the handgun I provided for you. Just don't kill anyone. If it becomes too much, crush this. Mike then handed Angela an ender pearl. No matter the situation, I will come to resolve it. Do not put yourself in danger. Here, magic treats steel and humans with equal indifference. Use your gun with care. It is far more reliable than the junk in the city, but as long as you don't aim for the head, it's hard to kill. Mike retrieved the M1917 Smith Wesson from the drawer, demonstrating the proper grip to Angela before placing it back. I apologize, but I have a question. Go ahead. Why can't you give me one of your wands? Mike seemed to have anticipated this, producing his ice magic wand and handing it to Angela. It contains spells. Try giving it a flick. Angela cautiously waved it, but nothing happened. Let me give it a try. Obediently, Angela handed over the wand, and Mike took it, performing the same flick, conjuring a shard of glacial crystal. Though it pains me to say this, it may be because you're not yet human that you cannot wield magic. Mike sighed, regretful that the promise he made could not be fulfilled at this moment. But he vowed to strive for it. To grant Angela a human body, he could only endeavor in the realm of alchemical transmutation, a level of experimentation far beyond his current capabilities, rendering her human form a matter he had to set aside for now. It's all right. This time, it was Angela who reached out to stroke Mike's head. She could feel the kindness radiating from this young man, a warmth she had scarcely experienced during her time at the Brainleaf Company. The employees had feared her decisiveness. The X's had transitioned from reverence to indifference, and the Sapphira had never truly cared for her. They regarded her merely as a narrative voice, an inconsequential existence. As for the one she had once cared for the most, Ein, he held nothing but utter disdain for her. Ah, time's up. I have an appointment to attend. The opening is tomorrow. Good luck, Angela. Mike glanced at the clock on the wall, gasped, and hurried to the fireplace, scattering a handful of flue powder before stepping into the rising green flames. Just before he vanished, he waved goodbye to Angela. Angela smiled as she watched Mike depart, then turned and exited the room. Upon Mike's arrival at the burrow through the flue network, he was astonished to find nearly everyone gathered by the fireplace awaiting his arrival. Although he had informed them in advance of his visit and anticipated some would be there to greet him, he never expected such a considerable number. Mike, Harry, and Ron rushed towards him, embracing him from either side, nearly toppling him into the fireplace. It's so wonderful to see you, dear Mike, Mrs. Weasley beamed. It's truly remarkable. The children have been talking about you incessantly. Ah, haha, Mike stammered, feeling slightly breathless. It's fortunate your father isn't here, otherwise he would have peppered you with questions. He has always been quite fascinated by Muggle things. George chuckled as he greeted Mike. Harry and Ron released their hold on Mike, and Fred stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. That portal of yours is really cool. Why didn't you use it this time? My abilities aren't sufficient to stabilize the portal in areas with strong magical fluctuations. If luck is not on my side, Mike remarked, tracing a finger along his arm, I could end up missing an arm or a few organs. Wow, that sounds even cooler. Fred laughed heartily, giving Mike another pat on the shoulder. No, that is not amusing, Mrs. Weasley interjected with a frown. Let us not dwell on that, Mike said as he approached the table. With a snap of his fingers, a hefty stack of books appeared in a burst of purple light, landing gently on the table under his careful control. I brought everyone some gifts. 5 complete sets of Gilderoy Lockhart's books. Huh, what is that? Ron inquired curiously, only to be met with disparaging looks from his beloved brother. My goodness, Ron, haven't you ever checked the shopping list in the school letter? No, no, dear, that's far too extravagant. We cannot accept it, Mrs. Weasley insisted, waving her hands in refusal. It's merely a token of friendship for my first visit. It's not extravagant at all. I merely won in a raffle. And I already possess a set, Mike stated earnestly. Well, dear, you're always welcome here at the Burrow any time you wish to visit, Mrs. Weasley sighed. You truly need not be so polite. We are all friends, Mike smiled. By the way, Mike suddenly remembered, Harry, as your birthday gift. I've created a little gadget I call the alchemical force field generator. He raised a small device that had appeared in his hand out of nowhere, pressed a tiny button, and a thin, translucent white shield instantly enveloped him. Pressing this button releases a shockwave that will send anyone nearby flying. I want to demonstrate, he quipped, tossing the device to Harry. Use it wisely. He winked at Harry. That's wicked, Fred exclaimed excitedly. Can you teach us? George clasped his hands together, pleading earnestly. Perhaps when we return to school, Mike shrugged, indicating that he would certainly oblige next time. Fred, George, please, Mom. I was just saying it casually. Yeah, Mom. Don't take it so seriously. Mike chuckled at the twins' banter, reminiscent of a comedic duo, unable to contain his laughter. All right, everyone. We'll meet in Diagon Alley tomorrow. Before anyone could react, Mike scattered some flue powder into the fireplace, and with a burst of magical flames, he was instantly engulfed. Really, I wanted to show him around a bit, Fred lamented, with George nodding in agreement. Ah, yes, a good lad. Do assist him whenever you can at school. Understood? Mrs. Weasley sniffled, admonishing the twins while contemplating how to repay this kindness. Meanwhile, Mike had returned to the basement of his home, gazing thoughtfully at the newly arrived Nimbus 2001 on his table. Chapter 83. Opening the store. As the first rays of morning sunlight bathed the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley, steeped in countless years of history, the first visitor of the day arrived and noticed a new shop that had seemingly opened overnight. How peculiar. Wasn't this place just up for lease a few days ago? That was quick, he mused as he approached the shop. At this hour, only a few establishments had opened their doors in Diagon Alley, and this one was undoubtedly the most conspicuous. The vibrant sign radiated an array of colors, announcing its uniqueness to passers-by, while two vending machines that appeared rather out of place flanked the entrance like solemn sentinels. Most astonishing of all was the black mechanical eye atop the vending machines. He was certain those eyes were fixed upon him. The visitor tried to disregard the unsettling gaze and stepped inside the shop. Contrary to its seemingly small exterior, the interior of the shop was unexpectedly spacious. Pristine shelves displayed an array of bottles filled with colorful liquids, their luminescence casting a mesmerizing glow on the golden-tiled floor. A strip of cold white light from the ceiling illuminated every corner of the shop. My goodness, where am I? Is this really Diagon Alley? This was the visitor's internal monologue, as the shop's decor was worlds apart from the other establishments in the alley, even to someone as well-traveled as he. Welcome to the Minecraft Potion Emporium. I am Angela, your sales assistant, a cool feminine voice rang out. The visitor turned to see a girl standing behind the counter. How to put this? The visitor, accustomed to meeting many people, had never encountered anyone quite like her. No, to call her a girl would be to diminish her. She was more akin to a fairy. A cascade of light blue hair was tied into a ponytail with a red ribbon, while the majority flowed freely, creating a stunning blue waterfall. Her graceful figure was subtly hinted at beneath a black feathered cloak, and as she slightly leaned forward, her angelic visage was adorned with a faint smile. Her closed eyes radiating an aura of ethereal beauty, as if she were a being from another realm. Especially striking was her otherworldly grace. The visitor had never encountered a girl so transcendent, leading him to wonder if she truly belonged to this world. After spending millions of years in an underground facility, it would be strange to find someone who could blend with a mundane world, wouldn't it? What kind of potions do you sell here? He quickly pulled himself from his astonishment, attempting to mask his embarrassment with a question. The shelves displayed an array of potions, each of the highest quality, with detailed labels outlining their effects. Here, may you find the potion you seek, Angela said, gracefully bowing slightly. When Harry arrived at Diagon Alley with the Weasley family, they were astonished to find the streets teeming with more people than ever, nearly reaching a point of overcrowding. How strange. The last time I saw Diagon Alley this crowded was the year Voldemort fell. Arthur Weasley adjusted his sliding glasses, feeling quite perplexed. My goodness, with so many people. How are we ever going to find Harry? As they made their way, Harry, fraught with nerves, inadvertently stumbled into the wrong fireplace, causing Mrs. Weasley to fret in a flurry. Do not worry, my dear. He shall be fine, Arthur comforted his wife, embracing Molly, though he himself was not entirely certain. Hey, look, a new shop has opened over there, George exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new continent, excitedly pointing and shouting. Indeed, Ron followed George's gaze. Noticing it was a potion shop, whimsically named the Minecraft Potion Emporium. What a ridiculous name, he added, slightly bemused. Do you never read The Daily Prophet, Ron? The main section today was almost entirely devoted to this shop, proclaiming their potions to be remarkably effective and affordably priced, far surpassing those of other apothecaries, Hermione chimed in, having appeared behind Ron without him noticing. Blimey, Hermione, you scared me, Ron exclaimed, somewhat irked by the sudden fright. 5 what? Mike bellowed from behind Ron. What are you doing? Ha ha ow. Ron yelped, startled once more, feeling rather juvenile. Ha ha, Ron, you are truly pathetic. Mike chuckled, giving Ron a friendly pat on the shoulder. No, this is not amusing, Ron retorted, swatting Mike's hand away in displeasure. I beg to differ, Fred interjected with a smile. Laughter erupted among the group, filling the air with a sense of merriment. Hello, everyone, Mr. Stevens squeezed through the crowd with his wife. Greeting the group, followed closely by the slightly awkward Granger couple. Oh, greetings, Arthur Weasley exclaimed, clearly delighted to encounter muggles, shaking Mr. Stevens' hand and engaging in conversation. To be honest, I'm quite curious about the potions they sell at that shop, Ron remarked, gazing at the throngs of people heading in that direction. What enchantment do these potions possess to attract such a crowd? I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment, dear brother. Yes, provided we do so without Mother noticing. Fred, George, Mrs. Weasley's timely reprimand interrupted their perilous musings. I was merely jesting, Mother. I do indeed suggest you both take a look, Mike interjected, pulling out a copy of the Daily Prophet and pointing to an article. They are hosting an event. The 1,000th customer will receive a mysterious grand prize. It could very well be one of you two. However, before they could act, Mrs. Weasley firmly stated, You two must accompany us to finish our shopping first. Understood? Her tone bore an undeniable authority that warned the twins. Contrary to their expectations, procuring their school supplies proved far simpler than anticipated, largely due to the influx of patrons to the new shop, while other stores remained desolate with only a couple of customers. Thus, even with Mr. Weasley taking Mike's father and Hermione's father for drinks, the shopping expedition concluded swiftly without the 3 carrying bags. When Harry was discovered and brought back by Hagrid from the leaky cauldron, their shopping trip neared its end. Despite encountering the insufferable fraud Gilderoy Lockhart while purchasing books, the overall experience was quite satisfactory. Mrs. Weasley was utterly smitten by him, while Hermione regarded him with disdain. One cannot emerge from such tumultuous experiences unscathed, unless one possesses powers akin to Dumbledore, Hermione remarked, observing Lockhart at the bookstore's signing event with a look of disdain. What? Have you finished reading his book? Mike inquired curiously. Yes, the plot is rather engaging, though the protagonist seems somewhat like an outsider, Hermione replied, her gaze sharpening. Mike, you haven't read a single book, have you? No, I believe they should go into Old Man Roderick's recycling bag, Mike shrugged, viewing the books as mere refuse. Roderick was the elderly gentleman responsible for waste collection on their street. That is unacceptable, Hermione snapped. How can you leave me to do all the reading? You must contribute. Did you not say it was quite interesting? Mike asked, astonished. The plot is appealing, but half the book consists of his self-aggrandizing and pretentious drivel, which makes me nauseous. Hermione recalled with a frown, reflecting on some unpleasant memories from her reading experience. As they chatted, they gleefully watched Harry introduce himself while being awkwardly tucked under Lockhart's arm, his laughter ringing with unrestrained joy. When the final item on their shopping list was confirmed, their last stop pointed towards the newly opened potion shop. At this point, the crowd had thinned somewhat compared to their arrival, yet it remained bustling. Leveraging their numbers, they successfully carved a path through the throng, with Mrs. Weasley leading the charge, followed closely by the rest. As Mrs. Weasley stepped through the shop's entrance, a firework erupted above her, showering her with cascading ribbons. Congratulations to this fortunate lady, as she is our 1,000th customer and thus has won our grand opening prize. Angela's clear voice rang out, silencing the previously raucous crowd in an instant. Wait a moment, did I hear that correctly? Ron gaped in disbelief at his mother's figure at the door, his voice stuttering. I think not, Mike commented beside him. Your mother is remarkably lucky. Their words failed to stir significant reaction, as nearly everyone was transfixed on the somewhat dazed Mrs. Weasley standing at the entrance, alongside Angela, their faces betraying envy and admiration. I'm sure you are all curious about the contents of our mysterious grand prize, Angela continued, producing a black box from behind her, turning to present it to Mrs. Weasley. Madam, this is your award. Please accept it. Angela offered a slight bow, revealing the prize. 1,000 galleons, 50 free potion vouchers from the shop, and a lifetime discount of 30. Upon Angela announcing the prize details, the crowd erupted in excitement. Whether those currently purchasing potions inside or the guests straining to enter from outside, all marveled at her good fortune, each person envious of her happiness. Merlin S. Beard. Am I dreaming? Ron exclaimed, suddenly slapping himself hard. Ouch, this is no dream. Ignoring the swelling on one side of his face, he began to laugh uncontrollably, clearly oblivious to the murderous glares directed at them. The crowd began to surge again, this time lacking any clear direction, only chaos. As a potentially disastrous stampede loomed, Harry swiftly retrieved the alchemical device Mike had gifted him, pressing the small button with determination. A powerful shock wave radiated from him, pushing the surrounding individuals away. Mike quickly employed a gravity spell to shield Ron and Hermione beside him. Let us go. They hastily withdrew from the perilous zone before the crowd could reassemble, joining the Weasley brothers who had already slipped to the edge. It's hard to believe, Fred remarked. Mother truly won that prize. Does this mean we can get new books? George asked, filled with hope. Absolutely. Not only new books, but also your new broomsticks and owls. I recall that you're all part of the Quidditch team, correct? Those outdated brooms could certainly use an upgrade, and you still do not possess your own owls. The voice of Mrs. Weasley echoed from behind them. The group turned in surprise, discovering that she had appeared behind them unbeknownst to them. That kind-hearted lady with blue hair opened the back door for me, Mrs. Weasley said joyfully, truly a blessing from Merlin. As the golden rays of the setting sun illuminated the cobbled streets of Diagon Alley, the newly opened apothecary closed its doors, hanging up a sign that read "Closed for rest." Mike and his companions concluded their journey for the day. After dispatching their newly acquired items via the owl post, the Weasley family bid farewell to Harry, Mike, and Hermione, and departed first using Floo powder, waving goodbye to Hermione and watching as Mrs. Granger helped the dazed Mr. Granger into the car before they drove away. Mike turned to his father, who stood beside him. I couldn't say much with outsiders present earlier, but now, you had better explain why you are carrying a dagger. Mr. Stephen chuckled awkwardly, avoiding Mike's gaze. The story began when they went to purchase new books. Having received a bonus, the Weasley family returned to Flourish and Blots to buy new textbooks for the children, but this time, they unexpectedly ran into two familiar faces, Lucius Malfoy and his son, Draco Malfoy. They first mocked the bonus they had received, implying that it could only resolve their financial woes for a few days, indirectly insulting their poverty. The Weasley family endured this, but unfortunately, they then turned the conversation to the Grangers and Stephen standing nearby. Look, you have fallen so low as to befriend such people, mate. As he spoke, Lucius Malfoy cast a scornful glance at the two families. Sir, let's speak plainly. What do you mean by such people? Mr. Stephen, not accustomed to such insults, retorted sharply. Lucius dismissed Mr. Stephen with a contemptuous glance, calling him a foolish muggle. This sparked a commotion. Before anyone could react, Mr. Stephen swiftly kicked Malfoy's wand away and, in a blur, maneuvered behind him, placing a gleaming dagger at Lucius Malfoy's throat. Meanwhile, Mrs. Stephen quickly retrieved the fallen wand and pointed it at Draco, who was drawing his wand to assist his father. Child, if I were you, I would put that thing away. At that moment, not only the Grangers and Weasleys were stunned, but even the staff at Flourish and Blots were taken aback. They had worked there for several years and could never have imagined such an incident occurring in a bookstore. They intended to intervene, but upon seeing the dagger at Lucius's neck, they ultimately hesitated. Dad, Mom, what on earth are you doing? Mike emerged from the restroom to witness this scene. Instantly petrified, how could his parents turn into kidnappers while he was merely in the bathroom? Son, this dear gentleman insulted us. What do you think we should do? Mr. Stephen asked Mike with a smile. Let him go. Mike was at a loss for words, equally stunned by the situation. Who knew his father would emerge with a dagger? But one thing he knew was that this was the territory of wizards, and clashing with them here was certainly unwise. Very well. Mr. Stephen lowered the dagger, while Mrs. Stephen flung the wand to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lucius Malfoy displayed his astonishing speed. He swiftly retrieved his wand and dragged his son out of the store. Alas, what a pity, wouldn't you agree? Mr. Stephen winked at his son. Indeed, but you had better explain to me why you came here with a dagger in your possession. Chapter 84. The End of the Holiday. The conclusion of the holiday arrived with an unexpected swiftness. Almost instantaneously, the scorching sunlight began to wane, and the fierce sun softened, signaling to Mike that another summer had slipped away. Despite his reluctance, Mike found himself devoid of any means to reverse time, compelled to accept the impending reality of leaving home. Today was already August 31st. The time had come to depart. Given that the recent incident in Diagon Alley had not escalated into anything severe, it was likely that Malfoy felt the humiliation of being threatened by a mere muggle was too great for a pureblood family to bear. thus choosing not to publicize it extensively. Otherwise, Mike would have had to consider directly confronting them at their residence. The day following that incident, the Grangers and the Weasley family visited the Stevens, with the three families enjoying a delightful conversation owing to their previous exchanges. Mr. Weasley sought knowledge about the Muggle world from Mr. Stephen, while Mrs. Weasley shared household tips with Mrs. Stephen, creating a harmonious scene. Mike, accompanied by Hermione, Harry, and Ron, showed them around his home, eventually leading them to the game room for some fun. However, Mr. Stephen altered his plans, opting to regale them with tales of the medieval assassin brotherhood in his study instead, which captivated their attention. It was not until the clock approached midnight that they reluctantly took their leave. Meanwhile, the apothecary, under Angela's exceptional management skills, was thriving, attracting a plethora of foreign wizards, with daily customer traffic nearing 1,000. The recent editions of the Daily Prophet were filled with news about the apothecary. Mike glanced at one before discarding it, as it was filled with the sensationalist drivel penned by that detestable Rita Skeeter. The articles ranged from baseless speculations about Angela's true identity to sensationalized gossip about the so-called proprietor, all devoid of factual basis. Speculations regarding the proprietor included, but were not limited to, werewolves, vampires, corporeal ghosts, and shape-shifting magical creatures. Anyone with common sense could see through these fabrications. As for the proprietor gossip, it was even more absurd, either insinuating that the proprietor was an old wizard keeping a young woman or presenting irrelevant stories that only foolish readers would find intriguing, ultimately causing minimal harm but significant offense. Fortunately, Mike had already cast spells around the shop to prevent prying eyes, effectively thwarting Rita Skeeter's attempts to spy on Angela in her animagus form. Otherwise, he could only imagine the contents that would appear in the Daily Prophet. Yet, Angela also subscribed to the Daily Prophet, and it remained uncertain whether she had seen any of these articles. Angela's life had now settled into a pleasant routine, enjoying a blissful 9-to-5 existence, and Mike was keen to ensure that these disturbances did not disrupt her hard-won tranquility. It seemed that he would need to have a serious discussion with Rita at some point. In any case, for Mike, his summer holiday had come to an end, and this afternoon marked the time to once again tread upon platform 9 3/4. After bidding farewell to his parents who had accompanied him, Mike turned to enter King's Cross Station. In that very moment, 3 individuals, as anxious as ants on a hot griddle, awaited his arrival. Mike, what shall we do? We cannot access the platform. Just as scripted, Dobby had utilized his unique elf magic to seal the magical entrance to the platform, denying entry to those who sought to enter. However, this time, the blockade affected not just Ron and Harry, but also included Mike and Hermione. Hermione, delayed due to some female-specific health issues, found herself stuck here when she should have boarded the train long ago. Mike could have arrived earlier, yet he was acutely aware of the unfolding narrative. Who would forsake the chance to travel to Hogwarts in a flying car? Certainly not Mike. Tentatively, he pushed against the wall, and, as expected, it yielded no response. Alas, my skills are insufficient to unravel this enchantment, he murmured. Drawing his wand, he tapped the wall. But once again, nothing transpired. What now? At this rate, we shall miss the express train. Hermione, now frantic, glanced at the clock in the station, which indicated a mere 5 minutes remained until departure. Harry, write a letter for Hedwig to deliver to Professor McGonagall. She must be informed of our predicament. Mike turned his gaze to Harry, who replied, But how shall we reach school? Fly, Mike began. Yet before he could finish, Ron interjected excitedly. The flying car? We can drive it to Hogwarts. No, Ron, that is far too reckless. Imagine the reaction of Muggles if they saw a car soaring through the sky. Hermione readily dismissed the idea. But the car can become invisible, Ron persisted, unwilling to abandon his notion. That is still unacceptable. Consider how your parents would feel if they returned to find the car missing. Hermione's impatience flared as her temper rose. What about the Flynn network? We could take the night bus to Diagon Alley, then use the fireplace network to reach Hogwarts. At last, Mike seized the opportunity to articulate his plan. As he spoke, he stepped aside and raised his wand. Yet nothing happened. He waved his wand again, but still no result. Passers-by began to cast curious glances in their direction. It seems unfeasible, Hermione said hesitantly. Indeed, Mike replied, his expression somber, though inwardly he felt a surge of relief. He had to thank Dobby for his thoroughness, or they might have found themselves in a far worse predicament. I've sent the letter. What now? Harry inquired, leaning closer. It appears we must resort to Plan B, Mike stated, gazing at the car parked by the roadside. Chapter 85. The Fourth Traveler Germany, Durmstrang Institute of Magic. George Edgar, a fourth-year student, hurried back to his single dormitory after hastily finishing his lunch. He cherished the holidays, for during this time, the school transformed into a ghost town, with only house elves and a handful of teachers remaining, while the rest returned home. What? You ask why he doesn't go home? Because this is his home. Since the dawn of his memories, he had settled in this magical academy, raised and educated by his mentor. Every teacher at the school had been kind to him. This place was indeed home. Thus, in a strict sense, he had never truly left. The only downside to the holidays was the slight emptiness that accompanied them. Ever since his mentor passed away 2 years prior, resting in a cramped and humble grave, his dormitory had grown desolate, leaving him alone. With a flick of his azure wand, he ignited the fireplace, positioning himself before its warmth to dispel the chill of the northern lands. He, George Edgar, a distinguished fourth-year student of Durmstrang, possessed silvery hair and violet eyes, handsome and exceptionally gifted, an epitome of masculinity, admired by all his peers, now sat alone before the fire, a sight that would surely astonish those who idolized him. Contemplating this, George couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. His thoughts drifted to his parents, whom he could never see again. How were they faring? Were they managing well after losing their son? Such reflections often accompanied his solitude. What about his close friends? Did his absence sadden them? And her, how was she? Had she found a new boyfriend? Ultimately, he knew he could only blame himself. If only he had crossed the street a little faster that day, he wouldn't have been thrust into this other world by that runaway truck. As these thoughts coursed through him, a wave of indescribable bitterness washed over him. Yes, George Edgar was a time traveler. On that fateful day, he had leisurely left the office for lunch, only to encounter the misfortune that changed his life. His once envied perfect existence had come to an abrupt end, eliciting sorrow. His public company was thriving. His fiancée, he was set to marry him in 4 months, and his childhood friend was preparing to return to support him. Yet, here he was, in this predicament. He wondered how they would react upon seeing him now. Dejected, he pondered. Calculating the time, he realized he had been a traveler for 16 years. Abandoned as an infant, he was taken in by his mentor, who raised him in this school until his demise 2 years ago. Everything had passed in the blink of an eye, as if he had only just been that infant in swaddling. The judgment bird within him sensed his emotional turmoil, manifesting beside him in a radiant blue aura, gently patting his head with its claw. "Thank you, judgment bird. I feel much better," Edgar said softly, lowering its claw and offering a smile, even though it could not see. "Hunter, this is unlike your usual demeanor," remarked a mercenary clad in a red hood, leaning against the wall, her yellow eyes casting a sidelong glance at Edgar as she toyed with a piece of metal, teasingly. Warriors should not be bound by their past. The metal piece in her hand emitted a sound. The judgment bird perched atop his head, chirping away. "Sister Hat, please refrain from mocking me," he replied with a resigned chuckle, his thoughts shifting as he summoned them into his system space. It was evident that, as a time traveler, he was not without his own resources. On the night he first exhibited his magical talent, just as he was about to sleep, the presence he had long awaited since arriving in this world finally materialized before him. The mind awakening system? He gazed at the golden text that appeared before him, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why did other systems introduce themselves in full, while his merely displayed a line of text? Tentatively, he tapped the golden lettering, and in an instant, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. Simultaneously, the text faded, replaced by new words. The full name of this system is the Mind Manifestation and Spiritual Awakening System, primarily designed to materialize certain non-existent entities from the mind and memories and bestow the host with the ability to utilize them. Now, the system shall present a beginner's gift package to the host. After painstakingly digesting the influx of knowledge, Edgar turned his attention to the new text before him. Once again, he clicked with fervor, and a cross adorned with a skull crowned in a blood-red thorn diadem fell upon his bed, accompanied by a complete set of crimson armor. The golden script dissipated, merging into his being. As he gazed upon these artifacts, a surge of knowledge flooded his mind, igniting a sudden realization. The brain leaf. If memory serves me right, these must be the EGO weapons and armor of the old bones, correct? He hastily seized the weapon named Confession, and the moment his fingertips made contact, the weapon's purpose became instantly clear to him. All EGO provided by the system are non-standardized EGO, not produced by Brain Leaf Company, and can resonate with their essence, the system informed him. Thus, he acquired his own system and the novice ensemble bestowed by it. The system assigned him tasks, and upon their completion, he would be rewarded with a set of EGO gear, along with an associated aberration that would reside in the system's unique space. The greater the resonance with this EGO, the deeper the connection with the aberration, making it more obedient to his commands. Upon achieving complete resonance, the aberration would become his companion. able to roam outside that space at his discretion, and would pose no threat to humanity. The higher the resonance with the EGO, the more potent his EGO's capabilities, allowing for more seamless utilization. Completing tasks to earn rewards, obtaining EGO and aberrations. It all seemed quite formidable, did it not? However, these benefits came entwined with dangers that could nearly spell Edgar's demise. The tasks assigned by the system were anything but simple. They required him to venture into the mental realm of the aberration, retrieve its core, and return to deem the task accomplished. Yet, as entities extracted from the collective subconscious of humanity, these beings posed a tangible threat, rendering their mental worlds anything but safe. Had it not been for the fact that he would be forcibly expelled from there upon death, he would have long since met his end within those confines. The resonance with EGO was fraught with peril as well. Each instance demanded he confront the tumultuous waves of emotions that surged within, while striving to maintain his lucidity, lest he be consumed by them. The anguish stemming from his innermost depths necessitated several days of respite after each resonance. And to achieve complete resonance with a single EGO required 7 attempts, the process of which was not under his control. Under such circumstances, his classmates had begun to suspect he harbored some peculiar affliction. To date, his system had awakened for 4 years. Yet he had only managed to achieve full resonance with 5 sets of EGO. The Crimson Scars of Little Red Riding Hood's Mercenary, the Judgment Bird's Arbiter of Justice, the Heart of Desperation from the Shattered Armor, the Little Bird's Beak, and the Confession of Sin and Virtue, alongside the Frost Shard of the Ice Queen. These belonged to the category of EGO that was relatively easier to resonate with, embodying emotions that were not overly extreme. The more challenging EGO were ones he dare not employ, fearing that with increasing proficiency, he might be compelled to resonate with them, despite their formidable nature. Nevertheless, for his current needs, this selection sufficed, as he typically wielded these EGO in their wand form, only transforming them into weapons when tasked with confronting the aberrations. Truth be told, the school he yearned to attend was not Durmstrang, but Hogwarts. Having read Harry Potter in his previous life, he naturally longed to behold the castle standing majestically in the Scottish Highlands, meet the iconic trio, and partake in the main storyline. However, his mentor was a seer, and the final prophecy before his departure was specifically for him, advising George Edgar to leave Durmstrang for Hogwarts in his 7th year, lest he be beset by calamity. This was the reason he remained instead of venturing out during the holidays. According to the plot of the books, the Triwizard Tournament would be held in the 7th year, providing him the perfect opportunity to claim victory and vanquish Voldemort, for he possessed unwavering confidence in his combat prowess. With a flick of his icy blue wand, he extinguished the hearth's flames with a gust of frigid air. Edgar sighed, rose, glanced at the time, and stepped through the door, leaving the room to once again embrace silence. Chapter 86. A Ride on the Flying Car. Plan B. Since when were we equipped with a Plan B? Hermione inquired, perplexed. Well, it's quite simple, Mike replied. We'll drive the flying car to school. Mike, are you out of your mind? That's illegal, Hermione exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. We must have another way. Such as? Ron queried. Well, Hermione pondered. Mike, can your teleportation spell be utilized? Unfortunately, no. There are enchantments around Hogwarts that prevent teleportation, and I can't break them. Mike shrugged, signaling his limitations. Then we can wait for Uncle and Aunt Weasley to emerge. Hermione proposed once more. The fact that they haven't appeared yet speaks volumes, Mike remarked, glancing at the clock. The express train had departed 3 minutes prior, yet not a single soul had emerged. All right, let's just drive there. No need to complicate things. Anyone who feels it's illegal can opt not to board, Ron added, shooting a glance at Hermione. All right, let's set off. Ron the driver, you better keep the car steady. Otherwise, we won't let you off easy when we arrive. Mike hastily intervened before tensions escalated. These two were always at odds, making it quite exhausting. Without a doubt, Mike leaned towards Ron's side. After all, aside from Hermione, no one would refuse a ride in a flying car to Hogwarts. Thus, merely a minute later, they sat quietly in the car. Are you ready, kids? Yes, Captain. Crossed out. Engage, Ron shouted, pushing the throttle with his right hand while simultaneously pressing a silver button on the dashboard with his left. Instantly, the world around them began to descend, and simultaneously, their presence vanished without a trace, as if no vehicle had ever occupied that space. Within mere seconds, they found themselves soaring above London, the fog-laden city unusually basking in sunlight today, rendering the entire city visible like a three-dimensional map. Suddenly, with a puff, they became visible again in midair, clearly indicating that Mr. Weasley had not quite perfected the invisibility feature. Damn it, what's wrong with this button? Ron pressed a few more times, but it only twisted the knobs. The car remained airborne, showing no signs of invisibility. All right, let me give it a try. Mike rolled down the window, retrieved his wand, and lightly tapped the car's body. Light distortion, he softly intoned. A pale lavender glow surged from the wand's tip, enveloping the entire vehicle like a gossamer veil. Once fully shrouded, the car shimmered with a resplendent aura. Light distortion, one of the spells he had developed during the summer, utilized gravitational light to render the object of the spell nearly invisible optically. The effect was a simple invisibility, yet the underlying principles were exceedingly complex. Details which shall not be elaborated here. Wow, Mike, that's incredible, Ron exclaimed, cheering. It's nothing, just a little trick. Mike feigned modesty, though inwardly he felt quite proud. Now that everything is in order, brace yourselves, Ron shouted once more, gripping the steering wheel tightly, and with a swift press on the gas pedal. They plunged into the clouds above. In the next instant, the sight that unfolded before them rendered them breathless. How beautiful, Hermione murmured as she gazed dreamily out of the window. We absolutely cannot fly to Hogwarts. That would be illegal. Ron mimicked Hermione's tone, his voice shrill with indignation. Oomph. Hermione shot Ron an exasperated glance before returning her gaze to the scenery outside. Beneath the flying car lay an endless expanse of pristine white clouds, shimmering under the sunlight like a dazzling sea. Above them stretched a cerulean sky, a hue of purity unattainable from the earth, evoking a sense of serenity and joy. Enough daydreaming. You're the driver, so focus on the road, Mike admonished, casting a sideways glance at Ron, who had become so engrossed in the view that he seemed to have forgotten his responsibilities. You deserve a reprimand for this. Oh, right. Ron jolted back to reality, hastily pressing the accelerator. The tires glided over the soft clouds, leaving a long trail in the pure, white ocean as the car sped along. In the back seat, Hermione cautiously leaned out, extending her hand toward the clouds below. With a startled gasp, she quickly withdrew her hand, finding it glistening with moisture. A little reminder, clouds are composed of countless tiny droplets. Mike's voice chimed in, otherwise why would it always be cloudy when it rains? And be careful not to fall. Understood, Hermione replied, attempting another grasp at the clouds before resigning herself back into her seat. Pay attention. We need to descend through the clouds to locate the Hogwarts Express, Ron declared, lowering the vehicle. As they broke through the cloud cover once more, the world below unfurled like pieces on a chessboard. Villages of various sizes and rivers of differing lengths scattered across the British Isles, presenting an alluring semblance of order amidst the randomness. Below them, the red steam engine of the Hogwarts Express belched out clouds of vapor, trailing a long plume behind it. Now we just need to follow it, Ron said, angling the car downward again. They trailed closely above the express, enjoying the magnificent landscape along the way. Observing the scenery from the train's window paled in comparison to this aerial view, an opportunity so rare. However, few could maintain the enthusiasm to admire the scenery for hours on end. Before long, after finishing the snacks Mike had shared, Hermione and Harry leaned against their respective windows, surrendering to the gentle breeze that caressed their faces, drifting off into slumber. Time flowed from midday into dusk, and unbeknownst to them, deep crimson clouds had enveloped the horizon, painting the world a fiery red. The once blinding sun had transformed into a resplendent sunset, casting its warm glow across the sky. Mike stifled a long yawn, glancing at Ron, who was now breathing steadily, and sighed in resignation. He too longed for a moment of rest, but if he succumbed to sleep, who would ensure the car's stability? Relying on Ron in a state of slumber was hardly prudent. Had he not noticed Ron dozing off and intervened with gravity magic to compensate for his inattention, they would have plummeted by now. As the blood-red sun was gradually replaced by the encroaching darkness of night, Mike leaned out to observe the Hogwarts Express gliding steadily along the tracks, its illuminated windows aiding him in verifying their position and adjusting the car's direction accordingly. Suddenly, he thought he heard the engine emit a distressing noise. Instantly, the gravity magic shifted from the accelerator to the brake, bringing the car to a sudden halt, causing everyone to lurch forward due to inertia. What happened? What is going on? Ron awoke with a start, frantically surveying his surroundings until his gaze met Mike's exasperated expression. Haha, he chuckled awkwardly, diverting his eyes. It seems there's an issue with the engine. I need to take a look. Huh? You want to check the engine? We're in midair, Ron exclaimed, astonished, seemingly oblivious to the absurdity of a second-year student attempting to troubleshoot the car. Let's land first before we investigate. This is too dangerous. Hermione's worried voice called out from the back seat. Rest assured, my magical prowess is sufficient to keep us airborne for a while longer, Mike replied. Plus, if we descend, we risk losing sight of the express and getting lost. How about I hand you my broom? Harry suggested, retrieving his flying broomstick from the trunk to offer it to Mike, who waved his hand in refusal. No, riding would hinder my maneuverability. Cautiously, he opened the car door and concentrated the gravity magic at his feet, stepping out gingerly. All right, solid footing, he affirmed. With that first step, the second was sure to follow. As long as Mike resisted the urge to look down, he would likely be fine, right? The trio leaned closer to the window, anxiously watching as Mike walked upon the violet light suspended in midair. Their breaths grew shallow, fearful that any sudden movement might startle him into a fall. Fortunately, their worst fears did not materialize. Mike managed to walk effortlessly to the front of the car and lifted the hood. Instantly, a wave of heat rushed toward him. With a flick of his wand, a crystalline blue mist emanated from its tip, rapidly absorbing the heat from the engine, facilitating a thermal exchange. Amidst the glow of the mist, Mike swiftly identified the problem. Mr. Weasley had failed to account for heat dissipation while modifying the vehicle. The radiator was filled to only a quarter of its capacity. Fresh water, Mike muttered, pointing his wand at the radiator and murmuring an incantation. A torrent of water gushed forth from the tip of his wand, and soon the radiator was filled, gurgling as it accepted the liquid. Once assured everything was in order, Mike closed the engine hood and prepared to return to the car. However, he inadvertently glanced down. The trio inside the car gasped in unison, and Mike, predictably, lost focus as the violet light beneath him flickered away. Wingardium Leviosa, Ron shouted, waving his wand to cast a silvery spell that struck Mike just as he began to fall. In that fleeting moment, before Mike's descent outpaced the spell's flight, he prepared to stabilize himself with gravity magic. Yet before he could react, Ron's levitation charm enveloped him, transforming his plummeting sensation into a buoyant ascent. Ron pressed a button, and a rope shot out from the side of the car. Mike seized it, scrambling back into the vehicle before the levitation spell could wear off. Slamming the door shut, Mike leaned heavily against his seat, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. The panic of nearly falling had indeed startled him, and perspiration was inevitable, though it was not quite to the extent of emerging from a swimming pool. With the car issues resolved, Ron restarted the engine, which now emitted a sound of normal operation rather than the pained cries of a sentient machine. Speaking of which, Mr. Weasley was indeed quite remarkable. Managing to imbue an old car with a semblance of consciousness was beyond Mike's understanding. The books he had read had certainly not covered the art of imbuing inanimate objects with sentience. Lost in these chaotic thoughts, Mike's breathing gradually steadied, transitioning from rapid to even as fatigue began to overtake him. Having foregone his midday nap, he found himself succumbing to drowsiness, soon drifting off into slumber. Mike, Hermione peered from the back seat, only to realize he had already fallen asleep. Let him rest for a bit, Ron softly remarked. I dozed off this afternoon. It was Mike who kept driving. Hermione shot Ron an irritated glance before reclining back into her seat. Through the window, she noticed that the lights of the Hogwarts Express had paused at a location not far away as night descended upon the land. The illumination emanating from the windows of Hogwarts Castle became discernible in the darkness. It appeared that this magical journey was nearing its conclusion. When Mike regained his senses, he found himself once again enveloped in his own realm of illusion. You have arrived. The chilling voice of the Grim Reaper echoed behind Mike, startling him into a swift turn. The Reaper remained clad in a long black robe that concealed her entirely. Had it not been for Ariana's revelation that the Reaper was female, he would have been unable to discern her identity. Mr. Mike, the Reaper has awaited your arrival for quite some time. Ariana suddenly materialized from behind the Grim Reaper, and Mike noted that her ethereal form was no longer the milky white he had previously seen, but rather a delicate shade of azure. I summoned you to inform you that 3 of the 4 travelers have gathered in one place, the Grim Reaper stated again, devoid of any emotion. One of them is me. Does that mean there are still 2 at Hogwarts? Are they professors? Only upon glimpsing can one know. The Reaper left behind a statement that sounded quite profound before vanishing in a flicker of shadow. TCH, a riddlemonger, Mike grumbled in dissatisfaction, turning his gaze towards Ariana with curiosity. Is there something on your mind, Mike brother? Ariana inquired, noticing his scrutiny. When did your soul transform into that shade of blue? Wasn't he at white last time? Mike leaned in to ask. Oh, the Reaper taught me some methods to control my soul. I can change my color to white or blue at will, Ariana explained, spinning around in a full circle, and when she faced Mike again, she had transformed back to white. Moreover, I can control those marvelous things. Look, with the enthusiasm of a child eager to showcase a newfound skill, Ariana demonstrated for Mike. Gathering azure energy in her small hands, she first formed it into a small orb, which then began to morph erratically. Transform, Ariana exclaimed, and in an instant, the orb transformed into a blue dagger, hovering silently above her palm. Isn't that impressive? Ariana is truly amazing. Mike praised her sincerely, for he had yet to master such control over his own soul's power. Thank you, Mike, brother. Oh, by the way, you can now utilize Ariana's abilities to do some things. She cannot simply stand by and not assist you. Ariana exclaimed joyously, explaining that if Mike desired to borrow this power during a fight, he could do so momentarily. Mike smiled, about to respond, when he suddenly lost consciousness within the enchanting illusion. Watching Mike fade away, Ariana sighed softly, whispering, "This place is still too dull. I wanted to chat with my brother a bit longer. Mike is sleeping too soundly. I can't wake him," Ron murmured. "Be grateful. Had it not been for Professor McGonagall instructing us to bring Mike back to the castle, your mother would have surely had you dismembered," Harry's voice chimed in. Thus, Mike realized he had indeed arrived at Hogwarts. Chapter 88, The New Professors. Hogwarts, Great Hall. Currently, the Great Hall was abuzz with chatter. Mike scratched his still-dazed head, feeling somewhat disoriented. How is it that we arrived so late, and the sorting ceremony has yet to commence? Strictly speaking, the sorting ceremony does not adhere to a fixed schedule, Hermione pointed out, gesturing towards the professor's table, where 2 additional seats remained vacant, likely awaiting the arrival of the new professors. As Harry, Ron, and Mike advanced towards the professor's table, they confirmed Hermione's observation regarding the empty seats. Just then, the floating candles above the hall abruptly extinguished. What happened? Why are the candles out? Ouch, you stepped on my foot. Bro, it's so dark, I'm scared. Dude, you smell nice. In an instant, the darkness brought about considerable chaos. However, many remained unperturbed, drawing their wands to cast Lumos spells to dispel the shadows and avert any potential dangers. Yet, before the incantation of the light spells could fully manifest, the Great Hall was illuminated once more. However, it was not the candles that restored the light. Brilliant beams emanated from the professor's table, swiftly illuminating every corner of the hall. The sudden transition from darkness to brightness causing everyone to squint. When their vision adjusted and they turned their gaze upwards to discern the source of the commotion, a figure standing atop an installed chandelier caught their attention. Who is that? Was the collective thought that arose in every mind, except for those seated at the professor's table. Dumbledore wore a smile, gazing up with anticipation, while Professor McGonagall displayed a look of confusion. The other professors exhibited a range of expressions, all directed upwards. Though Professor Snape's countenance was especially grim, perhaps due to the presence of Lockhart nearby. Under the eager scrutiny of the assembly, amidst the light that did not belong to the Wizarding World, the figure made a move. With a single leap, her water-green robe billowed in the wind, eliciting a wave of low gasps and inhalations from the audience. Yet the anticipated scene did not unfold. It appeared as though the figure had stepped upon something, momentarily suspended in midair. With a snap of her fingers, accompanied by a chorus of whooshing sounds, a multitude of fireworks erupted, painting the ceiling with a dazzling array of colors, particularly highlighting the emblems of the red lion, green serpent, yellow badger, and blue eagle. As the fireworks dissipated, a winged figure appeared beside the previous person, with soft gray wings fluttering gently. Mike instantly recognized that it was the scabbard. Boom! Another firework exploded, and the 2 figures began to move in unison, the water green and blue hues intertwining as she danced beside him, while he soared alongside her. This unprecedented display by the new professors vividly showcased their extraordinary talents. Time seemed to fade away when the students regained their senses. The 2 figures had positioned themselves at the center of the Great Hall, bowing slightly to the audience. Following a brief silence, a resounding applause erupted, surpassing the sound of thunder. "Thank you, everyone." The pair clasped hands, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to the crowd. After a moment, as the applause subsided, the wizard clad in the azure robe spoke first. "Greetings, everyone. I am Steve McCafferty. You may address me as Professor Steve or Assistant Steve. From this day forward, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the defense against the dark arts class will be divided into theory and practical components, and I shall oversee your practical training." Applause erupted once more, interspersed with exclamations of "Professor Steve is so handsome," and "Professor Steve is incredible." Steve merely smiled and stepped back, allowing the individual beside him to take the forefront. Ahem. The person tactically cleared their throat, and once silence fell, they removed the hood that had been obscuring their face. The vibrant orange braids were elegantly coiled at her chest, and her light green eyes glimmered under the radiant lights of the hall, reflecting an extraordinary brilliance. When her stunning visage graced the assembly, it seemed as though even the light itself paused, and time momentarily stood still. Alex, with a beaming smile that illuminated the room, gently introduced herself. I am Professor Alex McKeeford, and I shall henceforth be responsible for your course on the application and practice of spells. You may call me Professor Alex, and I hope to foster a harmonious relationship with all of you. With a graceful wave, she acknowledged the audience. In the next instant, the applause resonated through the hall, as if the very ceiling were about to be lifted by the sheer force of enthusiasm. Anyone outside would surely have thought that 100 firecrackers had simultaneously ignited. It was no surprise, for the professors were predominantly elderly individuals. Powerful, undoubtedly, yet the younger crowd seemed to place a greater emphasis on appearance. This semester, however, had brought forth a trio of strikingly handsome and beautiful individuals, which would excite anyone, wouldn't it? Having succinctly introduced herself, Alex clasped hands with Steve and turned towards the faculty table. Yet the fervent applause continued unabated, only gradually subsiding once they settled into their seats. At that moment, Dumbledore's voice resonated. Next, we shall commence the sorting ceremony. Chapter 89, Battle. The Hydra. When Mike regained his senses, he found himself in a place reminiscent of a swamp. Crimson leaves hung low, entwined with deep red vines, while fiery pillars erupted from the scarlet grass, enveloping him in sweltering heat. In the distance lay expansive ponds, their enormous lily pads starkly contrasting the red hues surrounding him. It was inconceivable that any lily pads could be red. Mike recalled that just a moment prior, he had been drowsily preparing for sleep, and now, before the moonlight had even filtered through his window, he was thrust into this peculiar realm. After the sorting ceremony and a satisfying meal, Mike had intended to return and enjoy a restful slumber to alleviate the fatigue from the afternoon journey. Yet before his head could even touch the pillow, he was drawn into this place. It was unmistakable. This was the handiwork of the task scroll, which had summoned him here for its own purposes. Upon surveying his surroundings and recalling the trials he had faced during the summer, Mike quickly deduced his location: the lair of the Hydra, the fiery marsh. Damn it. He had initially thought the task scroll would have him confront the remaining two formidable bosses, the Phantom Knight and the Snow Beast, before facing the subsequent adversaries. Instead, he was thrown directly into a battle with the Hydra. Wait, it seemed that in his previous life, he had also faced the Hydra right after defeating the Minotaurs. Well, that was inconsequential now. Typically, after vanquishing the Minotaurs, Mike would be equipped with high-quality enchanted gear, wielding a formidable weapon, be it a crafted soul weapon or a sword of sheer excellence, rendering him unafraid of the Hydra. However, the situation was different now. The system had provided him with only a set of steel armor imbued with Flame Protection 3, Protection 3, and Durability 3, and his weapon was meager. While no supplies were granted, how was he supposed to fight? Complaints aside, he had no choice but to engage. Either he would triumph and escape or perish in the endeavor. Having arrived here, he was determined to emerge victorious. With that resolve, Mike ventured deeper into the swamp. After traversing for some time, he halted as the scenery transformed from grassy expanses to barren, charred rocks. The distant hissing of serpents began to reach his ears. Mike retrieved his alchemist pouch and began selecting the potions he would consume. Effects of Strength 3, Speed 3, Resistance 2, and Jump Boost 2 began to cascade upon him. Fortunately, these potions activated by directly merging with his cellular structure. Otherwise, he would have burst from the sheer volume before the battle even commenced. Finishing the last potion, Mike wiped his mouth and drew forth two wands. The Hydra possessed formidable physical defenses, and without a powerful melee weapon, he could not harness that golden power himself. Thus, this approach was his only option. The glow of gravity magic enveloped his feet, and bolstered by Speed 3, Mike surged forth towards the Hydra like a released arrow. In mere seconds, he had entered the Hydra's detection range. Gravity magic and radiant magic converged, launching a rock sphere and fragments of radiant stone towards one of its heads. The Hydra, caught off guard, had yet to react, but Mike was already initiating his second wave of attacks. A heavy stone wall erupted from the ground, shattering into countless fragments the size of human heads, and under Mike's command, they hurtled towards another of the heads. Simultaneously, he swung his ice wand, sending a barrage of ice shards flying toward the Hydra. By this point, the Hydra had finally responded. The initial wave of assaults, though only causing minimal damage, had agitated it considerably. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of searing flames that melted the stones from the second wave while the third head targeted the assailant. Mike, a fireball shot forth, and Mike swiftly retreated to evade it, turning to retaliate with several dusk orbs aimed at the attacking serpent head. Facing the simultaneous onslaught of three heads, Mike felt an overwhelming pressure. With gravity magic anchoring his left foot, he thrust down fiercely, generating a shockwave that rippled outward. Channeling his magic into the ground, spikes erupted from the earth around the Hydra, restricting its movement. The Hydra's abdomen was heavily armored, and Mike's stone spikes failed to penetrate its defenses, crumbling upon impact. Thus, utilizing the spikes to limit the Hydra's mobility was undoubtedly the best strategy. As the surrounding space warped, the nebula teleport activated. In the next moment, Mike found himself astride one of the Hydra's necks. With a mighty swing, he brought the two wands together, coalescing palpable ice blue chill that entwined with ferocious violet lightning. At the tips of the wands, an intense coldness surged forth. Forming a hammer-like shape, the icy essence rapidly crystallized, and within moments, a colossal hammer enveloped in icy mist, intermittently crackling with purple lightning, emerged with ferocity. 80. The hammer descended with tremendous force, crashing down upon one of the Hydra's heads. A cacophony of anguished wails erupted from the remaining heads of the Hydra. As the ice hammer shattered, a torrent of frigid air billowed forth. Mike focused intently as the dancing lightning within the icy mist connected with the struck head of the Hydra. As the chill permeated that head, along with its neck, nearly as thick as the carpets in Hogwarts corridors, was swiftly encased in frost. Boom! All the violet lightning exploded in a spectacular display, shattering the Hydra's neck and head into countless crimson shards of ice. In light of this, Mike landed back on the ground, panting heavily. Were it not for the Hydra's inherent affinity for fire, such a tactic would have been impossible. Now that he had proven this strategy effective, Mike tightened his grip on the two wands. With a chilling resolve, he raised both wands in unison. Thunder. His right hand ignited with a sanguine glow as the dragon's mark activated the ice thunder spear, while a tempest of violet lightning erupted. Together, they surged towards the Hydra. The azure lightning spread beneath the Hydra, while violet thunder roared as it surged toward the beast. The Hydra opened its serpentine maw, attempting to unleash flames to counter the oncoming torrent of lightning, but such efforts were destined to be in vain. The lightning, unimpeded, pierced through the flames and struck the remaining few serpentine heads that bore mouths of fire. Simultaneously, the thunderous pillar of ice exploded beneath the Hydra, and the hardened scales offered no protection. Instead, they became excellent conductors for the thunderous force. Frost began to creep up the Hydra's lower body, while gravitational thunder surged from each of its mouths, ultimately converging violently at the junction of its neck and torso. Boom! Mike uttered a low exclamation. The intertwining hues of purple and blue lightning erupted, accompanied by the thunderous crash as the connection between the Hydra's neck and torso violently exploded, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of blood mist. As the headless body of the Hydra crashed to the ground, Mike exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, it was over. After stretching languidly, he felt a soft sensation beneath him and fell back onto his bed. Chapter 90. Bounty After the Trial. Silver light crisscrossed, and magical brilliance flickered within the wish fulfillment room, where a diminutive figure wielded a shimmering samurai sword, striking at the ever-rising training dummies. The scabbard was fastened at his hip, swaying with each change in posture, casting a halo under the room's illumination. Mike swung the renowned blade, Moonshadow, slicing through the wooden constructs with effortless precision, reducing them to neatly severed pieces, awaiting the activation of the permanent restoration magic that would restore them, only to be cut apart once more. The elongated blade reflected a unique cold light under the illumination, instilling an eerie chill along the spine merely by sight. The distinctive fragmented scale patterns along the spine of the blade pulsed with ice blue magical energy, emanating a frigid aura. The guard was sturdy yet comfortable, while the hilt was inscribed with a mysterious runic array, forming an absorbing spell that firmly gripped Mike's hand, preventing it from slipping due to unforeseen circumstances. Mike tightened his grip on the hilt, channeling magical energy into the blade, as ethereal blue light flickered along its length. With a series of swift slashes, several streaks of ghostly blue energy shot forth, dismantling a training dummy that had just been restored into fragments. Breathing out, Mike gestured with his left hand, tearing open a purple rift. Sheathing his sword, he removed it from his hip and placed the entire weapon into the rift that shimmered with gravitational violet light. This was a spell akin to nebula transport. Mike referred to it as subspace passage. The essence of nebula transport involves utilizing the gravitational nebula to disrupt spatial stability. Tearing open a rift into subspace, while shielded by gravitational magic, Mike could traverse this realm at will. It was akin to the distance in hell, where one block equated to 6 blocks in the main world. Similarly, subspace and reality maintained a comparable distance ratio. However, Mike was yet to ascertain the exact ratio, as gravitational magic obscured his view of the surroundings, and his movements relied solely on the sensation of the destination he envisioned in his mind. In other words, he moved and halted based on intuition alone. Thus, he could not teleport to places he had not previously visited. The closer the distance, the more precise the teleportation. The farther the distance, the higher the risk of error. As for subspace passage, it was Mike's method of tearing through reality, utilizing gravitational magic to create a small, stable space within the subspace that could be sustained by his magical energy for storage purposes. The larger the space, the greater the magical consumption. And given that Mike already possessed an alchemist bag, a specialized storage item, there was little necessity for a dedicated storage space. Yet, continuously retrieving the bag to draw out his sword was neither convenient nor stylish for Mike. Thus, he devised this magic that allowed him to summon a weapon at will, complete with the striking effect of purple lightning. Having discussed the magic, let us now turn to Mike's new weapon, the renowned blade, Moonshadow. The day after Mike opened the task book and claimed his rewards, this blade became his. Trial, Behemoth of the Flame Marsh. Task objective, Slay Hydra X1 completed. Task rewards, Blade, Renowned Sword Moonshadow X1, Fiery Ingots X8, Crystal Silver Ingots X1, Random Spellbooks X2 claimed. Indeed, the Moonshadow bestowed by the task book was not merely a mage's tool from Elden Ring. It was also a blade of the drawing sword variety. Although it was the weakest form of the drawing sword tier, it possessed an SA skill. SA skill, Shadow Moon, Sheath the blade, assume a Iato stance. Infuse a small amount of magical energy into the sword, and if one moves forward while drawing the sword, they will lunge forward a short distance, delivering a magical attribute damage slash to any entities in the path, if one remains stationary while drawing the sword. Each subsequent slash within the next 6 seconds will unleash a Shadow Moon fragment, which cannot be obstructed by entities and will disintegrate after flying approximately 10 meters, inflicting magical attribute damage with a chilling abnormal status upon hitting enemies. Moreover, Mike discovered 3 additional unlocked slots in the SA skill section, indicating that the Moonshadow possessed a total of 4 SA skills. This weapon was a timely boon for Mike, akin to a ray of light in the dark, especially after losing the Lich's blade, leaving his melee capabilities significantly lacking. Against the monsters within the trials, his gravitational and luminous magic barely penetrated defenses, and lacking high-level soul spells further exacerbated the situation, forcing him to rely on close combat. Thus, the existence of the renowned blade substantially addressed Mike's current shortcomings, eagerly awaiting the elevation of his magical prowess. Speaking of magical prowess, Mike was genuinely grateful for the 2 random spellbooks gifted to him by the task book. One contained the Fire Arrow, an apprentice-level fire spell, and the other, the Frost Spear, an advanced-level frost spell. While he was currently unable to wield the Frost Spear, he could utilize the Fire Arrow through his wand, which, after its upgrade to apprentice status, granted a passive boost of 20 to all spell damage. Consequently, his fire spell damage was merely 10 lower than what he would have achieved with an apprentice fire mage's wand. As for the other rewards from the trial, they seemed somewhat superfluous to Mike. The crystal silver ingots and the fiery ingots were of little use in enhancing his current strength. Moreover, after completing the Hydra trial, the task book underwent a transformation, becoming more refined and substantial, adorned with several bookmarks of varying colors. 1 blue, 1 green, 1 yellow, and several gray bookmarks. Pulling the blue bookmark opened the page of the main quest. The green bookmark revealed the page for the Twilight Trial. The yellow bookmark led to the side quest, Equivalent Exchange. However, the gray bookmarks remained unresponsive no matter how Mike tugged, leading him to surmise that he had yet to meet the conditions to unlock their respective quest lines, rendering them gray. Having tidied everything up, Mike glanced at the wall clock, signaling the start of his first class of the day, Defense Against the Dark Arts. What intriguing lessons would Professor Steve impart? Mike mused as he departed the room of requirement, making his way down to the classroom for Defense Against the Dark Arts. Chapter 91, Professor Steve and the Practice of Dealing with Poltergeists. Upon reaching the classroom, Mike found Hermione, Harry, and Ron already seated in their customary spots, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Thanks to Hermione's meticulous planning, Mike's seat was perfectly reserved beside her. He cast a sidelong glance at Hermione, a faint smile gracing his lips, to which she responded with a haughty huff, rummaging through her bag and avoiding his gaze. What do you think they're up to? Ron whispered to Harry, his curiosity piqued. Beats me. Is it some kind of riddle? Harry replied, equally perplexed by their interaction. Mike observed Harry and Ron with a bemused shake of his head. thinking to himself that it would likely take these two another 2 or 3 years to catch on. After a brief wait, the classroom door swung open once more, and the previously boisterous chatter of students fell into silence. Gilderoy Lockhart, adorned in a robe that shimmered like gold, entered, followed closely by the unassuming Steve, clad in a simple blue robe, effectively commanding the room's attention. Most eyes were fixed upon the duo. Mike, however, chose to ignore Lockhart and his bundle of papers, focusing instead on Steve, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the image he had retained in his memory. Dark hair, a blue shirt beneath his robe, violet eyes, and deep blue trousers. Aside from his pale skin and a few scars on his arms, he was the very embodiment of the Steve Mike remembered. Before Mike could fully absorb this revelation, a curious survey appeared inexplicably on his desk. A questionnaire regarding Lockhart's biography and his 64 great achievements. Mike grimaced at the lengthy sentence inscribed at the top of the parchment. Has this professor's obsession with writing deranged him? He heard Harry mutter nearby. What is going on? Is our first class just a writing exercise? Ron expressed his bewilderment, encountering this peculiar phenomenon for the first time. Hermione looked at the paper with a complex expression, her brow furrowing as she rubbed her chestnut hair, tinged with a hint of green. What purpose do these questions serve? She lamented, her frustration palpable. Lockhart, oblivious to the commotion among the students, whispered a few words to Steve before exiting the classroom. Mike caught a remark about how this was truly Lockhart's intended role. In light of this, Mike nonchalantly tossed the questionnaire aside, finding amusement in watching the Slytherin squirm. Draco Malfoy's slick golden hair appeared somewhat disheveled due to his incessant fidgeting, while Crabbe and Goyle simply closed their eyes and began to doze off. A girl with flowing golden locks disdainfully discarded the paper as if it were refuse, her emerald eyes reflecting her contempt. The classroom soon erupted into a cacophony of chatter, with discussions rising and falling like the tide. Steve drew his wand, and with a swift flick, all the questionnaires rolled themselves into tight bundles and soared into the wastebasket. All right, class, from this moment on, I will be your substitute. Please retrieve your defense against the dark arts textbooks and your wands, Steve announced, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in every ear. The raucous students fell silent instantly, their attention drawn to the lectern where Assistant Professor Steve stood. First lesson, how to deal with flying minor malevolent creatures. Now, please set your textbooks aside and grasp your wands, he instructed. Steve flipped through the textbook briefly before laying it down, and Mike noticed a fleeting look of uncertainty cross his face. Before he could further observe, Steve produced a peculiar device. Teaching is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves, he exclaimed, manipulating the device in his hand. Begin. A blinding flash of white light enveloped the room, and when the two houses of young witches and wizards regained their sight, they found themselves in an open field. Steve stood before them, still adjusting his machine. Creature, poltergeist, damage level 2, painful but non-lethal, quantity 128. Unlike his classmates, Mike did not survey his surroundings, but instead focused intently on Steve as he muttered to himself while fine-tuning the apparatus. It must be some kind of simulation device, he surmised, considering that in Hogwarts, with its magical field maintaining spatial stability, only Dumbledore could likely transport such a large group. Students, ready your wands. This class will be practical, Steve declared, pressing a button on his device and raising his voice. At that moment, a cloud of white smoke enveloped them, quickly dissipating to reveal dark gray-skinned creatures with white pupils and blades in hand, flapping their wings as they appeared. The poltergeists, sensing the presence of humans, emitted eerie shrieks and charged towards the young wizards. With a flick of his wand, Mike unleashed a gravity spell that scattered several approaching poltergeists in a mist before quietly retreating to observe the others at work. Hermione's wand tip flickered with azure starlight, casting several luminescent projectiles that dispersed the poltergeists encroaching upon her, and then she rushed to assist Harry and Ron, who were being overwhelmed by dozens of the creatures. Though Harry and Ron employed the gravity and luminescence spells that Mike had taught them, their proficiency paled in comparison to Hermione's, allowing them only to fend off the poltergeists rather than vanquish them outright. The rest of Gryffindor students fared little better, their basic magical skills inadequate against such agile adversaries. After managing to dispatch a few, they found themselves disarmed and swiftly subdued, subsequently being whisked away by Steve's wand. As the number of Gryffindors dwindled, only Seamus Finnegan, Hermione, Harry, and Ron remained standing against the onslaught of 20 or more poltergeists. The trio coordinated their efforts. Hermione focused on repelling the frontal assaults, while Harry and Ron dealt with the few that attempted to flank them. Initially, Hermione was able to eliminate the poltergeists with single strikes, but but as her stamina and magical energy waned, she could only inflict limited damage and push them back. In stark contrast to their synchronized efforts, Seamus's approach was wildly chaotic, with each spell he cast carrying significant destructive force. He merely had to utter the first incantation that came to mind and hurl it towards a cluster of poltergeists. Mike observed Gryffindor's struggle for a moment before turning his attention to Slytherin. Noticing that it seemed to have concluded, rubbing his eyes and looking again, he finally realized that only one person remained on the Slytherin side. It seemed to be the girl who had earlier displayed disdain for Lockhart as questionnaire. Mike observed for several seconds before shaking his head in disappointment. The reason was simple. Compared to the Gryffindor side, the number of pesky imps remaining on her side was rather excessive. After a brief estimation, he realized she was facing nearly 40 of these creatures alone. However, the magic she employed was quite advanced, characterized by explosive bursts and formidable barriers, though its lethality left much to be desired. Sighing, he decided it was best to assist Hermione and the others, who seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Shifting his gaze back to Gryffindor's side after a few moments, he noticed that Seamus had succumbed to magical exhaustion, leaving only Hermione and 2 others to combat over a dozen imps, trapped in a position of absolute disadvantage. A flash of purple light from the tip of his wand unleashed a gravity spell, forcefully slamming the remaining imps to the ground, before they could struggle to regain flight. A renewed wave of pressure transformed them into mere wisps of smoke. Almost simultaneously, Steve's whistle pierced the air, signaling the dissolution of the Slytherin imps into smoke, leaving a perplexed and slightly disheveled girl standing alone. This practical lesson has concluded. Now, I shall announce the top 3 from each house, Steve declared loudly, glancing at the device in his hand. Gryffindor, first place, Mike Stephen, having vanquished 18. Second place, Seamus Finnegan, with 13. Third place, Hermione Granger with 11. Slytherin, first place, Cassandra Vole, having eliminated 17. Second place, Daphne Greengrass, with 10. Third place, Draco Malfoy, with 6. Once the rankings were declared, Steve continued, "We are about to return to the classroom. Please prepare yourselves." As he spoke, he manipulated the device in his hand. A brilliant white light enveloped the room, momentarily blinding everyone. When their vision returned, they found themselves back in the classroom. Through this assessment, I have gained insight into each student's abilities. Please note that future lessons under my supervision will likely follow this practical format. Therefore, I encourage everyone to strive for improvement. Class dismissed. With that, Steve tidied his belongings, opened the door, and cast a glance at Mike before departing. Chapter 92, Dawn's Artifact. "Mr. Stephen, may I have a word?" Steve emerged seemingly from nowhere as Mike and Hermione were leaving the classroom. "Is there something you need, Professor Steve?" Hermione inquired, her brow creased in curiosity. Before Steve could respond, Mike appeared beside him as if by magic. "Miss Granger, I wish to discuss certain aspects of the test with Mr. Stephen. It is nothing of great concern. You may leave first, and he will return shortly," Steve said with a warm smile, reassuring Hermione. "All right," Hermione nodded, casting a glance at Mike, who obediently stood beside Steve before departing. "Now then, Mike, please follow me." Steve suddenly addressed Mike differently once Hermione had left. Though Mike found the abrupt change somewhat peculiar, he complied and followed Steve back to his office. Upon entering, he was struck by the decor of the room. Each professor's office reflected their personality, taste, and habits. For instance, Professor McGonagall's office was impeccably organized, mirroring her meticulous nature, while Snape's was dark and damp, cluttered with an array of ominous-looking potion ingredients, much like his own demeanor. Conversely, Steve's office exuded the ambience of an armory. The walls were adorned with a diverse collection of weapons, including, but not limited to, bows, straight swords, curved blades, great swords, oversized swords, and hand-and-a-half swords, each one seemingly more exquisite than the last. "Professor, this is astonishing," Mike exclaimed, initially expecting a style reminiscent of Minecraft, only to be met with such an impressive display. "Ah, these are merely my personal collections. We can discuss them another time. I called you here to inquire about this little creature. Is it yours?" As he spoke, Steve opened a chest and pulled out a sleeping blue gel creature. "Little Blue," Mike gasped, realizing that this was the creature he had been unable to locate the previous night. The slime had evidently made its way to Steve. "I learned from some individuals that you possess a peculiar and gluttonous blue pet, and last night, a new addition appeared in the box where I keep snacks. So I surmise it must belong to you." Steve chuckled, gently bouncing the slumbering Little Blue in his hands. Glorp, glorp, glorp. Little Blue emitted a series of curious sounds as Steve jostled it. "To be honest, I quite like this little one. May I keep her here? I will ensure she is well cared for." Steve expressed his intent, looking expectantly at Mike for a response. Of course, Professor. Consider her a gift to you. Mike replied, after a moment of contemplation, having pieced together the circumstances. That won't do. How about this? You may select any weapon from those hanging on the wall as a trade for allowing this creature to stay here, Steve proposed with a smile, gesturing to the array of weapons. Wow, thank you, Professor, Mike exclaimed, glancing excitedly at the assortment of weapons before beginning his selection. As he perused the various swords and bows, he struggled to find one that truly suited his needs. He already possessed the renowned blade, Moon Shadow, and in terms of range capabilities, a bow was not as convenient as a wand. After searching, Mike's attention finally settled on an inconspicuous weapon, a dark golden boomerang, inset with a golden stone at its center, whose material was indiscernible. This one? Steve appeared slightly surprised, seemingly not anticipating Mike's choice. Yes, Professor Steve, this is the one. Mike nodded emphatically. Very well, it is now yours. Steve placed Little Blue down and approached the weapon rack, retrieving the boomerang and handing it to Mike. Use it wisely, but do not aim it at your classmates. Absolutely, thank you, Professor, Mike exclaimed joyfully, extending his hands to receive the weapon, only to find himself grasping at air. This weapon has rather complex functionalities. Allow me to demonstrate how to wield it, Steve said as he began to manipulate the weapon in his hands. Complex functionalities? Mike pondered, bemused. How complicated could a boomerang possibly be? Before he could voice his confusion, Steve seized one end of the boomerang and swung it downwards with force. With a swift whoosh, the dark golden blade cleaved through the air, reflecting light in a dazzling display before their eyes. Its full designation is Dawn's Artifact Prototype. In its standard form, it is a boomerang, but with this motion, it transforms into a short dagger. As he spoke, Steve pressed the golden stone embedded in the boomerang's center. And to Mike's astonishment, the boomerang morphed into a pair of nunchaku. Pressing the stone again reverted it to its boomerang form, which he then handed back to Mike. Thank you, Professor. Mike accepted Dawn's artifact with both hands, bowing deeply to express his heartfelt gratitude. There is no need for such formality, Steve replied with a chuckle, gently cradling the now-awake Little Blue in his arms. This is merely an exchange, is it not? Indeed, so I'm grateful to you for this exchange, Professor. Mike smiled, waving farewell to Steve as he exited the room. Steve's office returned to a state of tranquility, and after a moment, a sigh escaped his lips. Indeed, there were merely faint echoes of similarity. He was ultimately not the one. Meanwhile, Mike, on his way to the next class, remained blissfully unaware of Steve's inner turmoil, as he fiddled with the Dawn artifact in his hands, pondering the matter of the basilisk. The basilisk dungeon of the second semester proved to be quite challenging. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Hermione's safety was also a concern. With the original storyline disrupted, he could not predict what might transpire. If his protective measures led to Hermione's lack of understanding of the current situation, it could culminate in a fateful gaze with the basilisk. Mike dared not imagine the consequences. Merely contemplating it sent a shiver down his spine. With a sigh, he summoned the blue light swirling in his palm until the mission scroll materialized before him. Pulling the azure bookmark, he watched the pages flip rapidly, his gaze growing ever more resolute. It seemed imperative that he swiftly enhance his abilities. Chapter 93, The Purple Bookmark. Fatigued, yearning for slumber. During History of Magic class, Mike sat listlessly, listening to Professor Binns drone on in his monotonous voice about the obscure history of wizards. His mind occupied solely with the desire to steal a brief nap beneath Hermione's watchful eye. Under normal circumstances, Mike certainly wouldn't need to doze off in class. But the previous night, he had lingered in the room of requirement until late, resulting in a relentless wave of yawns. Nearby, Harry and Ron had succumbed to oblivion, while other students in the classroom exhibited a similar dazed demeanor, save for Hermione, whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she absorbed the lecture. Mike was not disinterested in the history of wizards. On the contrary, he held a profound fascination for the subject and relished the opportunity to learn. Yet, Professor Binns' voice had a hypnotic quality, compounded by his late night, rendering him desperate for a brief respite. However, Hermione was resolute in her determination to prevent him from succumbing to sleep. She would admonish him that dozing off would result in missing valuable knowledge, leading to a decline in his grades, and she would surely pinch him in a tender but firm manner just as he began to drift into dreams. He was all too familiar with this tactic, which she had employed since their primary school days and continued to wield with precision now, leaving Mike feeling rather exasperated. Mike, if you're truly tired, you may rest your head for a moment, but only for a moment. I shall awaken you shortly. Just as Mike was on the brink of entering the realm of dreams, Hermione's voice pierced through his drowsiness, rousing him significantly. He blinked in disbelief at her, incredulous, thinking, "You are not Hermione. Where have you hidden my Hermione? What do you mean you're in my? I merely thought you were too fatigued and wouldn't learn anything in this state. Hence allowing you a brief reprieve. If you wish to avoid resting, then pay attention in class." Hermione's cheeks flushed as she turned her head away, playfully scolding him. "Impossible. My Hermione would never permit me to sleep in class. You are undoubtedly an imposter." Mike's drowsiness evaporated entirely at that moment. He was well aware that the Hermione before him was indeed the genuine article, but her reaction to his words was so amusing that he felt compelled to tease her. Alas, drawing from her extensive experience of their friendship since childhood, Hermione quickly discerned Mike's true intentions. With a huff, she turned back to focus on the lecture, disregarding him entirely. Disheartened at having his playful scheme unraveled by Hermione, Mike found himself wide awake and thus began to pay earnest attention to the class. What he failed to notice was the satisfied expression that graced Hermione's face as she slightly turned her head back. Thus concluded the history of magic lesson. It was not until the end of class that Harry and Ron stirred back to consciousness, rubbing their eyes and yawning before stowing away the history of magic book they had used as a pillow into their bags. Mike and Hermione rose together, tidying their belongings before following Harry and Ron out of the classroom and into the corridor. "Mike, there's Quidditch practice on Saturday. Will you be joining us?" Harry seemed to have realized something, hurriedly speaking before dashing away without waiting for Mike's reply. Mike glanced in the direction of Harry's retreat, noticing Colin Creevey, a first-year student and their junior, enthusiastically pursuing Harry with a camera in hand, his eyes aglow. Colin, having developed an intense fascination with the Wizarding World, had become one of Harry's ardent admirers, relentlessly following him around with a camera, which often exasperated Harry. "Huh, Harry is ever so popular wherever he goes," Ron chuckled, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. "Let us proceed to the Great Hall for a delightful lunch. I must catch up on sleep afterward. I'm utterly exhausted." Mike yawned, stretching his arms and draping them around the shoulders of his companions as they made their way to the Great Hall. Time at Hogwarts flew by in a blink, and before he knew it, Wednesday had transformed into Saturday. As a reserve Quidditch player, Mike was naturally not required to attend practice. During a previous Quidditch match, George Weasley had found himself in a predicament after unwittingly consuming his bean-flavored jelly and falling ill, compelling Mike to step onto the pitch. But now that George was in fine form, Mike's presence was unnecessary. Due to the nature of Quidditch, training typically involved the entire team, and having an extra person could complicate matters. Hence, after consulting with Wood, Mike successfully obtained permission to remain at the castle and relax. However, Wood also instructed Mike to visit the Quidditch pitch once practice concluded, as he had matters to discuss with him. Curious about the nature of Wood's request, Mike refrained from voicing his questions upon observing Wood's expression that seemed to imply he would understand everything once he arrived. Quidditch training generally spanned 1 to 1.5 hours, so during this rare interval of leisure, Mike ventured to the room of requirement to inspect the newly added purple bookmark in his task scroll. Mysterious Era. Task objective: complete the study of Chapter 1 of the Grimoire, incomplete. Task rewards: Mage Gloves X1, Blank Secondary Core X2, Core Inlay Table X1. As a wizard, delving into the Grimoire and stepping into the realm of the arcane is an essential journey. However, be mindful that this unique magic, encapsulating the wisdom of countless ancients, demands not only innate talent, but also an unwavering spirit of diligence. Gazing at the information unveiled by the task scroll, Mike fell into contemplation. Mysticism? Grimoire? Had he not encountered this term within the task scroll? Flipping the bookmark and turning the pages, Mike eventually rediscovered the long-forgotten text on the 3rd page of the main quest. The entry guide to Mystical Era 6 Mod, Grimoire. After a moment of reflection, Mike opened his alchemist pouch, and sure enough, at the very bottom, he successfully unearthed the tome that had gathered dust for nearly a year. Let me see. The initial explorations of Chapter 1. As he opened the yellowed pages, Mike's first impression was that this book was indeed quite old. The slightly creased paper and the darkened edges of the pages whispered tales of its antiquity and authority. Almost instinctively, Mike's gaze fixated on the first line of text, and he began to read with utmost diligence and care. 10 minutes passed, then 20, and before he knew it, an hour had quietly slipped away. When Mike finally regained awareness, the grimoire had closed itself, and the esoteric knowledge from another world had filled the majority of his brain's memory center, patiently awaiting digestion and contemplation. Has it truly been an hour? Mike mused, glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, astonished to discover that time had flown by. He summoned the task book, tugged at the violet bookmark, and claimed his reward from the first page. After a cursory examination, he tucked it into his alchemist bag, then rose to his feet and exited the room of requirement. Surely their training must have concluded by now. I shall go and listen to what it has to convey. Stretching to alleviate the discomfort from prolonged sitting, Mike casually strolled towards the castle's grand entrance, hands tucked into his pockets. Upon stepping outside and turning left, he spotted the Quidditch players in the distance. However, there seemed to be an unusually large number of them. Gently resting his wand against his temple, Mike murmured, "Distant sight." Instantly, his vision extended towards the Quidditch pitch, and as the visual information of the two teams, clad in red and green, clashing reached his cerebral cortex, Mike paused, a wave of recollection washing over him. How could he have forgotten? Dismissing the effect of distant sight, he muttered under his breath, hoping it wasn't too late. With that, a tear in the fabric of space opened, and Mike stepped through, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, 10 minutes earlier, at the Quidditch pitch, Wood noticed a hovering green team approaching. "Is that Slytherin?" Harry, suspended in mid-air, called out to Wood. Indeed, it was their team. What could they want? Wood's expression darkened. "What's going on? Should we land?" George queried, halting beside Wood. "No, continue training. Let them come. I wish to see what tricks they have up their sleeves," Wood replied, after a moment's contemplation. Unsurprisingly, Slytherin was indeed up to mischief, but what caught Wood off guard was that their ruse proved to be insurmountable for Gryffindor. "We possess a sign note from Professor Snape." Flint, the Slytherin captain, brandished the parchment before Wood's glowering visage. "We require training for our new seeker." "What? You've added a new seeker?" Wood's attention was momentarily diverted. A rather diminutive figure emerged from the team, golden hair glistening in the sunlight, a pale, pointed face adorned with a smirk of triumph. Who else could it be but that little brat, Draco Malfoy? "How is it, you boy?" Fred exclaimed, instantly donning a face as if he had bitten into a sour lemon, regarding Malfoy with disdain. "Did Lucius Malfoy send you here?" George asked with evident disgust. As Flint maliciously grinned while discussing how Draco had secured his place on the Quidditch team, he added, "We ought to let these bumpkins witness the generous gift Lucius Malfoy has bestowed upon Slytherin." The 7 players extended their broomsticks, the sleek, pristine models inscribed with Nimbus 2001 shimmering under the sun, nearly blinding the Gryffindors. "How do you like it?" "The latest model, just released last month." Flint paused to wipe a speck of dust from the broomstick before continuing. "Can you afford it?" The Gryffindor players were momentarily rendered speechless with indignation, watching as the Slytherins laughed heartily while sauntering past them towards the Quidditch pitch. But at least Gryffindor selects its Quidditch players based on their talent. Hermione's sharp voice pierced the air, not on the fact that their father donated a few brooms to the team. Upon hearing this, Draco Malfoy's expression darkened instantly. Glancing around to confirm that Mike was not in the vicinity, he disdainfully approached Hermione, fanning his face as if repelled by a foul odor. "What's that smell?" It's just a mudblood talking," he sneered. "So, could you kindly shut that filthy mouth of yours?" With that, he turned and fled. As soon as the words left his mouth, Flint charged forward, blocking Fred and George, preventing them from delivering a well-deserved beating to the golden child of the Malfoys. Other teammates hurried to protect Draco as well. "You will pay for this, Malfoy," Ron shouted, brandishing his wand angrily towards the crowd. "Eat slug." A white spell shot forth. Yet contrary to Ron's intentions, it was deflected back by a Slytherin player wielding his wand. Just as the spell was about to strike its caster, a cluster of stone spikes, crackling with purple lightning, erupted from the ground, shielding Ron from harm. "Mike, indeed, I have arrived." As the stone spikes reburied themselves, Mike stood beside Hermione, wand in hand. "He hasn't harmed you, has he?" Mike inquired, to which Hermione shook her head gently. "Then, this should be straightforward. What do you intend to do?" Flint unsheathed his wand, his demeanor menacing. Mike Stevens' name was well known throughout Hogwarts. As a first year who had single-handedly confronted a troll and nearly defeated the dark wizard that invaded the school, it was difficult for him to remain inconspicuous. "What am I going to do?" "Quite simply, teach a lesson to a certain little beast whose mouth resembles one that has feasted on dung." Mike grinned mischievously, his left hand glowing with violet light. In the next moment, Malfoy, surrounded by his comrades, was yanked from the crowd by Mike's will. "Boy, you had better release him at once," Flint threatened, pointing his wand at Mike, while the other players brandished their wands, ready to unleash the various devious spells they had mastered over the past 6 years. Regardless of their record, he was merely a second-year student. Could they not best him? Want to fight? Simple enough. Mike displayed unabashed disdain on his face as a red light erupted from the tip of his wand. Disarm. The red beam bound the Slytherin players together, and to the astonishment of all, Mike swung his wand sharply, sending their wands soaring into the sky. "All right, now come at me. Let us see whether your fists are mightier than my magic." With a swift motion, Mike yanked a terrified and struggling Draco Malfoy towards him. followed by a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, a bright red imprint appeared on Malfoy's pale left cheek, and before he could comprehend what had transpired, his right cheek bore an equally vivid mark. Listen well, brat. Should you spew filth again, I shall personally use magic to stuff stones into your mouth. As he spoke, Mike raised his hand once more, delivering 2 more resounding slaps before tossing Malfoy back to the Slytherin team. I will inform Professor Snape of your actions. We shall see about that, Flint growled, steadying the nearly unsteady Malfoy before hastily retreating with his team. Mike executed a stylish turn and clapped his hands. All right, you may resume training. Yet to his surprise, no one responded. Did I misjudge the approach? Mike scratched his head, and in the next instant, nearly everyone surged towards him, lifting him into the air. Mike, you are our hero. Chapter 94, The Tattered Diary. Draco, you have arrived. In a hidden chamber within Malfoy Manor, Draco Malfoy found himself perplexed as he regarded his father, Lucius Malfoy, who wore an expression of grave seriousness. Yes, father, is there something you need? Draco inquired, surveying the dimly lit room with curiosity. I have a task for you, a task of utmost significance, Lucius declared after a brief pause. His jaw clenched as he finally voiced his intentions. I possess a diary, and you must take it to school, discreetly give it to someone you despise, and then distance yourself from him as much as possible. As he spoke, he produced a somewhat tattered diary from within his robes and handed it to Draco. What is this? Draco questioned, a hint of confusion etched across his features. Do not ask questions. The less you know, the better it is for you. This is for your own good, Lucius replied, a flicker of hatred dancing in his eyes. Had it not been for the accursed Muggle couple's sudden aggression at the bookstore, this diary would have already been placed into the cauldron of the Weasley family's youngest daughter, and he would not have been compelled to involve his son in fulfilling the madman's orders. It was all the fault of those foolish Muggles. Who would have thought that those seemingly weak Muggles could fight so fiercely? He had not even drawn his wand before being subdued, a true disgrace to wizards. Father, Draco stammered, taken aback by the rare display of emotion from his father. My son, this is of great importance. You must see it through. Lucius sighed heavily, ruffling Draco's hair. Were it not for his own desperate circumstances, he would never have dragged his son into such perilous affairs. Dobby, Lucius suddenly shouted, and in an instant, a loud pop echoed through the chamber as a small elf, clad in a tattered pillowcase, appeared before him, trembling and bowing deeply. Master, what is your command? The elf asked humbly. Assist my son. Ensure he safely places that diary into someone else's belongings, understood? Lucius commanded coldly. Yes, yes, master, Dobby quivered, kneeling in submission as he accepted the task. Depart now. With a wave of his hand, Lucius dismissed Dobby with another loud crack, and the chamber fell silent once more. Lucius gazed at Draco, whose face displayed confusion, and offered a wry smile. Draco, he softly called. Yes, father, I'm here. Startled by his father's voice, Draco responded promptly. Exercise caution. Do not let Dumbledore notice you. Just locate the target and leave the rest to Dobby. Understood, father. Draco nodded, reassured. I will handle it. As the memory faded, Draco Malfoy turned his attention back to the diary, securely wrapped and tucked away at the bottom of his trunk. His thoughts drifting to the moment he had been publicly humiliated by Mike Stephen, his eyes igniting with the flames of vengeance. Dobby, he hissed through clenched teeth. Master, I am here. Dobby appeared with a crack at Draco's side, trembling with fear. He had never witnessed such fury from his young master. You will place this diary and Mike Stephen's belongings within Gryffindor, he commanded, thrusting the diary into Dobby's arms. Remember, do not let anyone discover it. Yes, master. Dobby bowed his head in fear, concealing the diary within his pillowcase before vanishing with a pop. Mike Stephen, you filthy mudblood, you shall pay dearly. Draco muttered bitterly to himself as he closed his trunk and exited the bedroom. Achoo! Who is secretly cursing me? Mike muttered as he rubbed his nose inside Hagrid's hut. I'm speaking to you. Mike, are you listening? Hermione complained, reaching for Mike's ear, followed by a swift tug. Ouch! I'm listening. Be gentle. Mike protested, his ears stretching painfully from her grip. Have I not told you not to violate school rules? The parchment clearly states that students are forbidden from fighting. Did you not know? Hermione scolded him as if she were a mother reprimanding a wayward child, leaving Mike feeling utterly exasperated. But he started it. He insulted me. And you want to tell Professor. The entire Gryffindor team can attest to that. You think you want to be punished for it? Now he struck you. And the one facing consequences is you. Hermione tugged on Mike's ear once more before releasing him. Hermione, do not be too angry. Mike was merely standing up for you. Hagrid interjected, entering with a plate of weasel sandwiches and hot tea. Noticing Hermione's flushed face an agitated demeanor. Exactly. Malfoy's insults were too vile. Had it not been for those Slytherins holding me back, I would have confronted him myself, Ron added indignantly. So, what exactly does mudblood mean? Harry inquired, sensing from the reactions of those around him just how offensive Malfoy's words had been, yet remaining oblivious to their true meaning. Mudblood originally referred to those of low birth, but has since evolved into a derogatory term specifically targeting wizards of Muggle descent. Anyone uttering such words fundamentally holds you in contempt. Hagrid placed his belongings on the table, glancing at Hermione, whose anger had begun to subside. Now do you understand why Mike was so enraged? Yet, even so, with his actions, and after you all embellishing the story, he will undoubtedly face detention, Hermione murmured, lowering her gaze slightly. If that happens, who will accompany me to the library tonight? You need not worry about that, Mike assured her in a whisper. Whether in punishment or detention, I won't be confined. You can rest easy. He gently tugged at the hem of Hermione's robe. Still, when will you ever learn to follow the rules? Hermione gripped Mike's waist, eliciting a pained grin from him. I promise to do better next time. Before Hermione could respond, a knock echoed at the door, and Hagrid moved to answer it, pressing his eye against the peephole, his expression morphing into one of displeasure. Who is it? Harry and Ron asked curiously. Lockhart, that flamboyant fellow. I rarely speak ill of professors, but he is truly insufferable. I doubt you know how to handle the chicken essence in the shed. Everything you need is in my book, and I'll have it signed and delivered shortly. Hagrid muttered to Harry and Ron before opening the door. Oh, it's you, Professor Lockhart. What brings you here? Hagrid forced a smile, striving to avoid being branded as disrespectful. I've come to deliver my signed book and to inquire if you have seen my assistant, Lockhart said, extending a single copy of his book toward Hagrid. Thank you. I'm afraid I haven't seen him. Hagrid accepted the book with a gruff voice and promptly closed the door with a loud thud. The luck of that assistant is truly lacking. To be entangled with such a character, Hagrid grumbled as he stowed the book away. He was here recently with Professor Alex, reminding me to keep an eye on the roosters. They've been rather restless lately. I owe them my gratitude before they head class. By the way, have you had any other classes? Hagrid inquired of the group. Mr. Steve's lesson has concluded, and aside from the absence of thrilling elements, it was quite enjoyable. We will not attend Professor Alex's class until next year, as she teaches the advanced applications of spells, and we are not yet of the appropriate age. Hermione picked up on Hagrid's remark, noting that Mike had actually secured the top position in Mr. Steve's class. The individual referred to as first by Hermione scratched his head sheepishly. In truth, he was the first among Gryffindor. Hermione shot him a disapproving glare, retorting that Slytherin had a maximum of only 17, yet he had managed 18. All right. I admit I'm first. Is that sufficient? Mike conceded with a hint of exasperation, prompting laughter from the group as the room filled with a light-hearted atmosphere. After engaging in conversation with Hagrid for a while longer, as dusk approached and the sun began to set, he escorted the four of them out of the hut. Walking on the sun-warmed grass, they basked in the delightful temperatures of early autumn, feeling an overwhelming appreciation for life. Regrettably, such splendid moments are always fleeting. Just as they stepped through the castle doors, Snape appeared as if summoned from thin air, blocking their path. Mr. Stephen, I have received reports from Slytherin students that you assaulted a classmate during the Quidditch match. Please accompany me. Snape's voice was cold and unyielding. Very well, Professor. Mike obediently lowered his head, indicating his willingness to follow Snape. However, out of Snape's sight, a flicker of purple light emanated from Mike's fingertips, sealing the mouths of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. As they reached the end of the corridor and Snape turned momentarily, Mike turned back, gesturing a subtle sign to the bewildered and somewhat angry trio before vanishing from their view. What was that about? Why didn't he let us tell Snape the truth? Harry questioned, perplexed, because in that situation, speaking out would only provide him with an excuse to deduct points from Gryffindor. Hermione replied softly, her expression calm as an undisturbed sea. Let us return to the common room. Return to the common room. Hermione, are you out of your mind? Mike was taken by Snape, and we're just going back. Don't you care about Mike? Ron erupted, directing his frustration at Hermione. Yet, upon meeting her remarkably serene gaze, his tone involuntarily softened. If we don't return to the common room to gather the Gryffindor team to testify for Mike, Professor McGonagall will not easily believe this matter. Hermione calmly cast a sidelong glance at Ron, then proceeded to walk towards the common room. Harry and Ron exchanged astonished glances before hastily following her. Chapter 95. The Unfortunate Tom Riddle. Professor. A nonchalant Snape finally halted, his expression dark as he turned to face Mike. Mr. Stephen, we can discuss matters once we reach the office. Professor, did you not notice the writing on the wall? Mike scratched his head, gesturing toward the juncture of the wall and ceiling where the words beware of those who oppose the heir were written in red. Had he not noticed? Following Mike's finger, Snape directed his gaze to the indicated spot, a look of disdain crossing his features. It is merely a foolish prank. I suspect it was likely the work of the Weasley twins. But, Professor, it appears someone is lying over there. Snape squinted, and then his expression shifted dramatically. Blood Count Barlow? Snape approached the figure lying on the ground, eyes shut, appearing more translucent than usual, and his face was ashen. You must go to Professor McGonagall's office. Inform her that a grave situation has arisen, and request that she summon the remaining professors to the headmaster's office. Also, use your magic to seal this corridor. With that, Snape swiftly turned and ascended the nearby staircase, leaving Mike in a state of bewilderment. Wait, is that it? Mike had initially thought Snape intended to escort him to the headmaster's office to enumerate his misdeeds, only to discover he was headed to Professor McGonagall instead. Although Mike was uncertain whether visiting the headmaster's office would have been worse than going to McGonagall, such considerations were no longer relevant. The inexplicable writing on the walls, alongside the fallen Slytherin ghost, signified to Mike that something serious was amiss. The placement of the words at such an absurd height indicated that the perpetrator was certainly not of sound mind. Why else would they choose such an unusual location? It was clear those words were not inscribed by Ginny Weasley, Ron's sister, as she lacked the height. Furthermore, it was evident that the basilisk had been unleashed, with Barlow's unfortunate predicament serving as irrefutable proof. As Mike pondered the implications, he waved his wand, sealing the corridor with gravity magic. According to his recollection, this would be the moment Ginny was controlled by the diary, releasing the basilisk, writing those words, and clandestinely strangling Hagrid's rooster, while Philip's cat inadvertently met its gaze and was petrified for half a term. Yet everything was now different. The strange placement of the writing, the inexplicable ghost sprawled on the floor, and the elusive diary. Who knows how all of this transpired? Merlin's knitted wool socks. This is becoming increasingly baffling. As Mike murmured, he completed his magical preparations, then leaped lightly, drawing nearer to the wall inscribed with those words. Ugh, from a distance, these words seem fine. But up close, they're truly repulsive. I wonder who wrote this terrible script? Mike gazed at the red letters, reaching out to touch them. It's not blood. It's paint. I should find Professor McGonagall first. Pondering here is futile, and I must prioritize the important matters. Mike gracefully landed and, with a flash of purple light beneath his feet, dashed towards McGonagall's office. While strolling, he fortuitously stumbled upon a diary. Truly, it was a stroke of luck. In the defense against the dark arts professor's office, Gilderoy Lockhart, donned in a purple robe, examined the diary placed on his desk with great interest. After shamelessly praising himself, he reached out to open it. Initially, he had merely intended to wander through Hogwarts over the weekend, reminiscing about his days as a magical apprentice. Unaware that he would discover this black diary in a corridor, pondering that it might have been left behind by a student, he hoped it contained details about professors, especially the illustrious Lockhart. After ensuring the space was vacant, he picked up the diary, eager to see how he was perceived by the students. Let me see, Lockhart said, excitement coursing through him as he opened the diary, only to find that the pages beneath the worn black cover were entirely blank. Alas, a blank diary. I had anticipated it would contain something of interest. After flipping through the entire book, confirming the absence of any written word, Lockhart sighed in disappointment, preparing to close the diary. Wait, what? The sudden voice startled Lockhart, prompting him to glance around, yet aside from his ever-smiling portraits, there was no one in sight. Surely, I must be hearing things from staying up too late last night, he mused to himself, attempting to close the diary. However, as his gaze met the book, his movements froze as if ensnared by a spell. At the top of the page he had turned, the word hello was neatly inscribed. It appears this is a magical notebook that writes by itself. Lockhart chuckled nonchalantly and picked up a quill from his side. Hello, I'm the illustrious Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the third-class Merlin Award, an honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. In no time, a plethora of accolades was inscribed after his name. After several minutes, the notebook produced new words, 666. I am aware of my remarkable prowess, but do not venerate me too much, or I shall become quite perturbed. Lockhart penned this line and awaited the notebook's response once more. A prolonged silence followed. Noticing the notebook's reluctance to reply, Lockhart's lips curled into a slight smile. After saturating his quill with ink, he resumed writing. Of course, these titles are mere embellishments. I do not rely on such accolades to vanquish banshees and werewolves. Only my own strength is paramount. Satisfied with this passage, Lockhart closed the notebook. Meanwhile, Tom Riddle, still in a spectral state within the diary, was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why did every word penned by this individual revolve around himself? Each phrase is self-compliment. He had never encountered someone so insufferably conceited. This bodes ill. Such confidence likely indicates formidable combat prowess, and he seems devoid of worries, his resolve unwavering. What shall I do? Tom muttered to himself, growing increasingly troubled. This wretched being, why did he not share more knowledge with me? How unfortunate. After painstakingly controlling the house elf to release the basilisk to frighten the students, hoping to absorb some fear to satiate my hunger, only for this person to scare it away, subsequently vanishing. Now I am faced with an uncontrollable entity, and I've only just awakened. How dreadfully unfortunate. Tom Riddle lamented, initially hoping for a reprieve, only to find himself increasingly irate. Cursed fate. I shall rest for today and address this matter tomorrow. Chapter 96. Preparations. Professor, you must go to the headmaster's office at once. There's a situation at the school. Mike nearly burst into the office, panting as he spoke to Professor McGonagall, who was engrossed in her reading. Mr. Stephen, what has transpired? Professor McGonagall inquired, closing her book and regarding Mike with curiosity, waving her wand to summon tea. No. Professor, I was passing through a corridor with Professor Snape when Mike wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily rejecting the tea that floated toward him, and recounted the essence of the incident at a rapid pace. By Merlin's beard, I shall attend to this immediately. Please inform the Gryffindor students to remain in the common room, Professor McGonagall replied, her expression grave. She rose to depart, but was halted by Mike's voice. Professor, may I inquire what exactly it is? It would be prudent to maintain a fa lest Professor McGonagall grow suspicious and seek retribution later. I am afraid, Mr. Stephen, that I am not privy to the details, Professor McGonagall said, managing a pained smile, her wrinkles deepening. Here we go again? Mike distinctly heard her murmuring as she exited the office. After she left, Mike had no reason to linger, pondering his next destination, the Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. It was the weekend, and the Gryffindors were likely resting in the common room, so he probably need not notify them. As he descended the stairs, he mused. Mike! A crisp, incredulous voice rang in his ears. Turning toward the source, Mike froze. Hermione? On the staircase, he gaped at Hermione and the Gryffindors behind her, his heart pounding as if struck by a heavy fist, and he felt as though the sky might collapse. If the basilisk were to suddenly emerge, the first and second year Gryffindors would likely be doomed. What are you doing here? Hurry and lead them back to the common room. The situation outside is perilous. Mike's expression turned serious as he addressed Hermione, the leader of the group. Perilous? Hermione tilted her head, repeating the word with confusion. What has happened? Mike was compelled to recount the events yet again, this time with vague details to avoid inciting panic among the students. I'll leave them in your care, Hermione. Bring them back and await my return. He placed his hands on her shoulders, his dark eyes locking onto her brown ones. Be cautious on your way. Hermione blinked in surprise, then nodded vigorously, accepting the trust conveyed in his gaze. She turned and spoke briefly with Harry and Ron, instructing them to relay the message to the others. Within a minute, the trio had led the Gryffindors out of Mike's sight. Once he saw his classmates disappear, Mike turned and hurried toward the bathroom. Dobby, have you completed the task I entrusted to you? In a hidden corner outside, Draco Malfoy addressed the trembling house elf. I have completed it, Master, Dobby stammered, trembling as it confessed. This was the first time he had lied to his master, and the shuddering caused by the soul's imprint tormented his nerves relentlessly. Yet, he could not reveal the truth, or else. Dobby dared not contemplate further, merely quaking in fear. Excellent. Now we await the misfortune of that despicable mudblood, Mike Stephen. Draco Malfoy smirked sinisterly, like a villain whose wicked plan had come to fruition. Achoo! Who's cursing me? Mike inexplicably sneezed. Never mind that. It's a pity Myrtle isn't here. Otherwise, I could ask her if she had seen the basilisk. After circling the sink, Mike discovered a faucet that differed from the others and twisted it. Unfortunately, nothing happened. What if I blew it up? The thought barely formed in Mike's mind before he quickly dismissed it. Blow it up? What a ludicrous idea. Summoning the basilisk directly into the corridor. Drawing his wand, Mike cast a gravity spell, setting up a magical trigger around the area to ensure he would be promptly alerted when the chamber opened. A magnificent purple magic wove through the air, forming an inescapable net that covered the sink, delaying the basilisk's emergence and allowing Mike ample time to inform the professors of the situation. After finalizing all conceivable precautionary measures, Mike wiped the sweat from his forehead and gazed out the window. The dusky sun filtered through the glass, painting the vast sky a deep crimson, while fiery clouds filled the horizon, leaving only a sliver of golden sunset casting a radiant light over the northern highlands. It was already twilight, After double-checking the stability of the magical perimeter, Mike finally departed with a sense of relief. What could that fella be planning, lingering so long at the girls' bathroom sink? After Mike left, moaning Myrtle cautiously peeked her head out from the toilet stall, glancing at the door that Mike had just shut. Stealthily, she approached the sink. Strange. Nothing is happening. After thoroughly investigating and still finding nothing, Myrtle scratched her head in confusion and returned to her toilet, floating alone amidst her bubbles. Ron, Harry, come here for a moment. Upon returning to the common room, Hermione summoned the two boys. What's the matter? Is something wrong? In response to the puzzled expressions of Harry and Ron, Hermione sighed and revealed everything that Mike had confided in her. What? Are you saying there's a monster lurking in the school right now? Ron exclaimed, his voice rising in alarm, prompting Harry to hurriedly cover his mouth. Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to know about this? Hermione whispered sternly at Ron, exasperated by his lack of discretion. Once Ron had calmed down, Hermione continued, I believe we need to investigate this matter. After all, we can't leave everything to Mike. As his best friends, we should lend him a helping hand. Shouldn't we? Hermione articulated this rehearsed speech, which she had memorized over the summer, in as calm a tone as possible while observing Harry and Ron's reactions. Great idea. Harry nodded enthusiastically. Mike always ends up in danger because of me. It's my turn to help him now. Me too. Ron chimed in, nodding in agreement. Mike always takes on everything himself. We should at least pitch in. Well, then it's settled. From now on, we're heading to the library to research and gather as much information as possible to support Mike. Hermione declared, her gaze sweeping over her two friends, satisfied with their determination. Well, Hermione, I think my stomach is feeling a bit off. Harry feigned a pained expression and prepared to leave. Me too. I'll get you some tissues. Seeing his best friend about to escape, Ron hurriedly followed, eager to avoid what he deemed a tedious excursion to the library. No way. Once you've agreed, there's no backing out. Apart from attending classes, you're not going anywhere. With a flick of her wand, Hermione cast a binding spell that restrained the two boys, pulling them back into place. This is the most useful thing I can do for you. Hermione thought to herself as she watched the two struggling but helpless. Chapter 97. Danger Approaches. Alexis, have you found any clues? In the corridors of Hogwarts, Steve glanced at his girlfriend, who was intently inspecting something on the carpet. It's hard to say. From the secretions, it looks like a snake. But the DNA is mixed with a lot of components from other creatures, and it seems those components were introduced in an unusual manner. The problem is, these traces are already a week old. It might just be remnants from a student eating a chicken leg, Alexis replied, adjusting her black-framed glasses adorned with red patterns. Her tone tinged with frustration. With the increasing number of wizards, the stability of the magnetic field here has significantly declined, which even affects the accuracy of redstone scans. It's quite bothersome. Chicken snake? Steve recalled a peculiar creature from his original world and shared this thought with the troubled Alexis. Perhaps, Alexis said as she stood up, her green robes wrinkling slightly. We still know too little about the wondrous creatures in this world. Maybe I should check the library at school for more information. Straightening her robes, Alexis reached inside and retrieved a device. With a flick of her finger, she pressed a button on the device, which emitted a faint hum, and the red light at the top swept over the carpet where Alexis had just been kneeling. Sample collected. A moment later, an emotionless mechanical voice announced. Alexis glanced at the device's panel, revealing a look of disappointment. The sample is too small. I can't extract any useful information. Rubbing her orange hair in frustration, she turned to Steve. Is that it? Let us keep searching and aim to gather 25 of the sample information today. All right, I'm at your service. In the House of Requests, Mike wielded the legendary sword, Moonshadow, performing various combat maneuvers, struggling to adapt to the weight of the substantial katana. Unlike Mike's previous weapon, the Lich Blade, the weight of this famed sword was still too much for a mere 13-year-old with limited physical strength. The sensation of a Lich Blade was entirely different. Although the golden longsword was heavier than the silver and magically forged katana, their origins were worlds apart. The Lich Blade was essentially an enchanted MC gold sword. In wielding, it was akin to swinging a wooden sword under his father's tutelage, without any discomfort. However, Moonshadow was another matter entirely. Forged from a metal that weighed 105 tons per cubic meter and enhanced with magic. Mike found it somewhat taxing to swing at the training dummies without the aid of gravity magic. Had it not been for his decent physical condition, he might have struggled to even lift the sword. Feeling the flow of magic within him, Mike gently closed his eyes, channeling his mana to create a feedback loop with the magical circuitry of the weapon. Upon reopening his eyes, a glimmer of lunar magic flashed in his dark irises, and he swiftly activated the skill Shadow Moon. A ghostly blue blade of light streaked through the House of Requests, cleaving the training dummies in two. All right, still not quite right. Mike sighed as purple magnetic lines began to weave around his wrists. The gravity magic enveloped his forearm, casting a faint purple glow over the katana he held. Supporting the weight of the sword solely with his physical strength was still too strenuous. He had nearly lost control of the blade during that last strike. Had it not been for the presence of the adhesion array, the walls of the House of Requests might have borne the marks of his struggle. With the assistance of gravity magic, Mike swung the weapon once more, this time with the silver katana moving fluidly as if it were an extension of his own arm, completely devoid of the earlier strain. The versatility of gravity magic was fully realized at that moment. Not only could Mike wield this hefty weapon with ease, but he could also enhance its capabilities with magic. For instance, by concentrating a substantial amount of gravity magic at the tip of the blade, he could unleash a powerful slash. The resulting sonic boom from the rift in space echoed throughout the House of Requests as Mike forcibly tore open a subspace rift. The chaotic and turbulent energies of the subspace began to leak out the moment the rift formed. Mike hurriedly controlled the gravity magic to seal it, preventing any unknown effects on the House of Requests. Although Mike was capable of opening a subspace rift, he needed to act swiftly. If left unchecked, the rift could expand, and his gravity magic might not be able to contain it. This was also why he refrained from using it as a reliable offensive tactic. His current magical prowess allowed him to exert considerable force, but he could not guarantee that the debris wouldn't harm himself. As for why he could open rifts for transportation without issue, the magical cost of tearing open a rift for transport was negligible for Mike. While the recent strike had consumed a significant portion of his mana, the difference in consumption naturally led to different effects, simultaneously under the same mana expenditure. The damage caused by attacks utilizing spatial rifts was far inferior to that of one of Mike's gravity magic variations, Nebula Burst. Such a losing trade was something Mike would never entertain. By employing the same method to affix the gravity nebula to the blade, he could unleash a powerful swing, unleashing a torrent of highly unstable nebula energy into the surrounding space, which would violently erupt after a few seconds, dealing a blend of physical and magical damage. As for why Mike opted for a knife in close combat rather than a wand, it was simply because the wand, as slender as a pair of chopsticks, seemed excessively delicate for him. As a reincarnator who had perused countless works imbued with magical elements in his previous life, Mike found himself irresistibly drawn to wands adorned with magical crystals at their tips. While he held no particular disdain for the standardized wands sold within the magical community, he certainly did not harbor any affection for them either. However, constrained by his limited skills in alchemy and magical materials, his aspirations for innovating wands could only be indefinitely postponed until he advanced further in his abilities. Returning to the matter at hand, when Mike concluded his training for the day and returned to the common room, he found himself puzzled by the absence of his three friends. This was indeed peculiar, very peculiar. A week had elapsed since the professors discovered the bizarre graffiti and initiated their investigations, and without any concrete conclusions drawn, a new school rule mandated that all students must return to the common room immediately after classes, restricting their freedom of movement. Under such circumstances, leaving the common room required prior notification to the head of the house, and without the head's accompaniment, the sentient door would resolutely refuse to grant passage. Yet, for some individuals, these rules were hardly more than mere trifles. After all, a simple confundus charm cast upon the fat lady's portrait could facilitate a discreet escape, although typically, no one would dare to gamble with their lives. Mike, however, was different. As a wizard of remarkable intellect who had set numerous traps and spells at the exit of a chamber of secrets, he could easily detect the presence of the basilisk and make a timely retreat, entirely unconcerned about his safety. What perplexed Mike was that since the enchantments had been cast, they had never been triggered, indicating that the basilisk had not roamed about during this period, a considerable deviation from the original narrative he was familiar with. In the original tale, Harry could frequently hear the serpent's voice echoing down the corridors, yet during this past week, he exhibited no signs of hearing any strange sounds. Coupled with the peculiar graffiti, Mike felt emboldened to make a daring conjecture regarding the situation. The Horcrux diary likely succeeded in enchanting someone only at the outset, and upon realizing something was amiss, it had been discarded in an overlooked corner, causing no further harm. "Hey, Percy, have you seen Harry and the others?" Mike inquired, shaking off his contemplations as he addressed the head of Gryffindor. "They went to the library about 10 minutes ago. They're probably researching for their assignments." Percy pondered for a moment before relaying the whereabouts of the group. "Thanks, I appreciate it," Mike replied, giving Percy an affirming thumbs up. Just as he prepared to rise and leave the common room, A sudden twitch in his right eyelid caught his attention, and, simultaneously, the sensation of a trap being triggered unfolded in his mind, causing him to freeze momentarily. In the next instant, alarm bells rang in his head, and under such circumstances, he could only pray that the basilisk would not appear near the library. Damn it, why now of all times? This thought reverberated in his mind as he transformed into a violet blur, racing out of the common room amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates. Chapter 98. The confrontation between Miss Cassandra and Miss Granger. What is that creature? Within Hogwarts, in a space concealed from outsiders, an array of machines flickered with various hues, their cables extending into the darkness, pulsating with a soft red glow. These cables intertwined and branched out, ultimately converging at two locations. At one of these sites, with fewer cables, a translucent red crystal radiated a gentle light that illuminated a small area around it. The other location was connected to an orange cube measuring 1 cubic meter, its intricate patterns swirling with an aura, while the center of its 5 visible faces was embedded with a gray panel featuring 9 uniquely colored buttons. From the topmost panel, beams of light extended towards a massive screen mounted on the wall, which flickered and displayed a colossal figure writhing in motion. Before the screen sat a slender figure, seated on the floor, illuminated by the screen's glow, which brought her unruly orange hair and white lab coat into sharp focus. She observed excitedly, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. "Is it you?" "Found it, he." As she spoke, her hands rose, and a virtual keyboard materialized before her. After a flurry of rapid keystrokes, she pressed the key labeled Enter. "Then don't leave." Meanwhile, a giant serpent dashing through the corridor suddenly halted, as if ensnared by an unseen force, its body frozen in place, unable to move even a fraction. If one were to observe this serpent at a molecular level, they would discover that it had ceased all activity entirely. After all, such was the command. Half an hour earlier, within the library. "You two, stop dawdling and start flipping through those books. You might find some clues," Hermione exclaimed, setting down a pile of hefty tomes that would have made even Harry and Ron's head spin just from a glance. She directed her frustration at the two boys slumped across the table, looking utterly defeated. "Look, Hermione, we've been at this for nearly a week with no results. Why don't we just give up?" Ron pushed a book aside and leaned wearily on the table. "Yeah, maybe we should call it quits. Mike always says that if you're not making progress, it's best to cut your losses," Harry chimed in, echoing Ron's sentiments. Hearing her friends' pleas, and observing their despondent demeanor, Hermione crossed her arms and sighed. "Fine. If you two don't want to continue, just head back to the common room. I'll stay for a while longer." Upon hearing Hermione's words, the previously lethargic boys seemed to have received a reprieve, instantly leaping up with newfound enthusiasm and whispering jubilantly as they vanished around the corner of the bookshelves. "Unreliable, humph. It's up to me to shoulder the burden." Hermione muttered to herself as she pulled out a book that appeared older than Professor Binns from the stack on the table and began to read intently. Time passed, and Hermione Granger was drawn from her literary reverie by a voice tinged with surprise. She brushed her hair back from her forehead, frowning slightly as she turned to find herself locking eyes with a pair of defiant emerald green orbs. "What are you doing here, Cassandra Vore?" Hermione's tone carried a hint of disdain, mirroring the incredulity in her expression. Hermione Granger and Cassandra Vore, two legends whose prowess could rival that of the illustrious Ravenclaw, stood as the top 2 students in every year at Hogwarts. It would indeed be strange if they did not exchange a few sharp words upon crossing paths. By the way, Mike reigned supreme on the leaderboard for the most accomplished male student at Hogwarts. As academic rivals, during the fiercely perilous competition of their first and second years, Hermione consistently outperformed Cassandra in examinations. In the overall rankings, Hermione and Mike frequently exchanged the first and second positions, while Cassandra often found herself in third place, occasionally advancing to second due to Mike's errors in history of magic and divination. Yet, she remained significantly behind the leader. It was not due to a lack of effort on her part, but rather the extraordinary prowess of her opponents. As a proud Slytherin, Cassandra refused to allow herself to be overshadowed, but Hermione, too, would not easily relinquish her top spot. This inevitably sparked a long-standing rivalry and contention between the two, with neither having ever regarded the other with favor. During the first defense against the dark arts class of a new term, though Cassandra surpassed Hermione, she trailed Mike by a mere point. While neither of them claimed the top position, Hermione remained indifferent, as Mike was the one who held first place. However, Cassandra did not share this sentiment. Due to Mike's elusive nature, often seen only in class or during meals, it was nearly impossible for her to find him to issue a challenge. Consequently, her challenge naturally morphed into one directed at Hermione. Oblivious to this, Mike spent most of his time outside of classes immersed in a room of requirement, delving into magical studies and the Noidus spell editing guide. Even after the school implemented strict safety policies, his opportunities to accompany Hermione on walks significantly diminished. Leaving the carnivorous Little, which rather despondent from the absence of her boyfriend's presence. "I come to the library primarily to read," she remarked, pausing to remind Cassandra. "By the way, it seems that Lockhart is organizing a dueling club. You might want to hone your magical skills, Cassandra, to avoid an embarrassing defeat when we spar." Hermione set down her book, turning her gaze towards Cassandra with her arms crossed in disdain. "Perhaps you should worry about yourself first. The outcome will be determined on the stage. Overconfident warriors are destined for failure." Her brown eyes met Cassandra's green ones as she enunciated each word with conviction. Cassandra, dismissively flicking her silky blonde hair, appeared unconcerned by Hermione's retort. Instead, she continued, "And remind Mike Stephen to prepare for his impending defeat. I will first usurp his first place and then yours." Hermione stared in mild astonishment, as if she had heard something truly remarkable. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, Cassandra turned on her heel and departed. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione murmured to herself, "Has she lost her mind?" Chapter 99, The Basilisk Ron. Ron, walking ahead, halted and turned to look at Harry, who had voiced a question. "What is it?" Harry appeared anxious, glancing nervously at the wall to his left. "Did you hear any sound?" "Sound?" Ron tilted his head in confusion, focusing intently on the ambient noises around them. After half a minute, he gently shook his head. "There's nothing, Harry. Are you sure you didn't mishear?" "Oh, it must have been my mistake." After listening again, Harry realized the voice that had previously lingered near his ear had vanished, as if it had never existed. Ron gave Harry a puzzled look before turning away. "We should hurry back to the common room. If Filch catches us, we'll be in for it." Harry cast one last glance at the spot from which the sound had emanated, confirming that it had ceased, and then hurried to follow Ron. The swirling purple particles around Mike gradually dissipated, and with that his speed slowed. In the next moment, an overwhelming fatigue surged through him, permeating every limb. Mike stumbled slightly, forcing himself to suppress the dizziness that echoed in his mind from the extensive expenditure of magical energy, and leaned weakly against the wall to his right. What on earth is happening? He pondered, filled with confusion. Just seconds ago, the basilisk, marked by Mike's powerful spell, had been moving swiftly, but suddenly it appeared to collide with an invisible barrier, halting in a position that defied logic, remaining stationary without shifting an inch, even within the spell-laden halls of Hogwarts. This was an extraordinary occurrence. By examining the residual magic emanating from the basilisk, Mike discerned that it seemed to have entered a state of suspended animation, frozen in place. "Never mind that. I need to find Hermione." Straightening himself, Mike retrieved a potion for magical recovery and downed it, feeling the debilitating weakness gradually recede. His expression a mixture of relief and contemplation. "I exhausted 3/4 of my magical energy in mere seconds. Was the consumption truly that significant?" In contrast to the intermittent application of gravity magic on specific areas, which required less energy, enveloping his entire body in a sustained, explosive enhancement drastically augmented his overall performance, at the cost of an expenditure nearly 100 times greater. Yet that power! Mike inhaled deeply, clenching his fists before releasing them, savoring the sensation of gravity magic coursing through him while he sank into thought, utilizing a particular technique to amplify combat prowess severalfold, at the expense of substantial energy for brief maintenance, bore resemblance to the potential spell seen in Dark Soul's Eye. However, unlike those spells that consumed life energy, the technique Mike had developed drained his magical reserves instead. This, of course, was advantageous. It indicated that after the skill's effects wore off, he would merely experience a temporary state of weakness. With the aid of potions, this duration could be further reduced, sparing him from self-immolation through reckless expenditure. While attacks launched at the cost of life might sound gallant and tragic, Mike prioritized his own survival. He did not wish to feel as powerless as Kobe Bryant discovering a helicopter was plummeting. As a man, strength was vital, but endurance was even more crucial. By the time Mike concluded his musings, he had arrived at the library entrance. As ever, it was enveloped in silence. A sudden flash of memory from his previous life struck him. He recalled that the arches of the museum seemed perfectly suited to house something, perhaps white mist. With formidable adversaries ahead, it was time for a potion. Had he not known that the basilisk was immobilized somewhere within the school, he would have certainly retrieved his potions and prepared for battle. Touching the misty door, Mike sighed softly. These memories were unexpectedly vivid. Considering it had been 12 years since he arrived here, Yet he had not forgotten. Was this one of the functions of the mission book? Opening his palm, he concentrated, and ethereal blue particles materialized from the void, gradually coalescing into the form of a book in his hand. The exceptionally clear memories of his past life, alongside the fragmented recollections still resurfacing, revealed that the skills he exhibited in battle were not merely the rewards bestowed upon him after completing tasks. Mike had come to realize this just days ago. Though he had practiced swordsmanship and martial arts under his father's tutelage from a young age, he felt woefully unprepared for actual combat. Yet, despite this, the battles he participated in last semester had all ended in victory, which was indeed perplexing. Alas, still nothing. After scrutinizing the task list for quite some time and failing to open a proficiency panel, Mike let out a sigh, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the task list transformed into a constellation of shimmering blue light that dissipated into the air. He shook his head and proceeded to enter the grand doors of the library. Suddenly, he collided with Hermione, who was rushing out, books clutched tightly in her arms, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Oh no!" Hermione exclaimed as the impact sent her tumbling to the ground, her books scattering in a chaotic flurry. Yet, just before the books made contact with the floor, a purplish glow enveloped them. "Hermione, you really must rectify this dreadful habit of walking without paying attention while holding books," Mike remarked with a hint of exasperation, extending his hand to help the unsteady Hermione regain her balance. The books, hovering in midair, were neatly rearranged and returned to Hermione's embrace with a snap of Mike's fingers. Who would have thought anyone would still come to the library at a time like this? All right, I promise I'll improve," Hermione replied, somewhat defiantly attempting to defend herself, but soon capitulated in the face of Mike's unwavering gaze. "That's good to hear. Let us head back to the common room. Things have been rather unsettled at school lately. Where are Harry and Ron? Weren't they with you?" They left after reading for a while," she retorted. "Have they lost their minds over chicken legs? They should be aware of the dangers lurking in the school, yet they left you here alone. I will have to have a serious word with them when we return." It was evident that Harry and Ron's actions stemmed from an overindulgence in greasy food, clouding their judgment. "Actually, I told them to leave first. They were somewhat reluctant when I dragged them here," Hermione confessed, a hint of embarrassment creeping in her tone. Mike suddenly found himself at a loss for words. "Let us just head back for now. We can discuss this properly later." Reluctantly changing the subject, Mike took Hermione's hand, and they exited the library. Chapter 100, The Eve of the Duel. "Is this the place, Alex?" According to the coordinates transmitted by the command sensor, this is indeed the location. However, prepare yourself for disappointment. The effects of the command block have been significantly diminished in this world, and it's highly likely that the target has already escaped. Upon hearing Alex's words through his redstone headset, Steve stepped forward and suddenly produced a peculiar pickaxe, its surface glimmering with purple magical light. He struck the ancient gray brick wall with the pickaxe's head. "Regardless of whether anything remains, let us dig and see. If that thing managed to find its way here, then there must be a path we will find along the way. Remember to keep the synchronization transmitter ready. I can provide you with information support at any moment." "Understood." With that, Steve swung the pickaxe vigorously, and in the next instant, a blue arc of light struck the stone wall. With a loud bang, a 1 cubic meter void appeared at the point of impact. At the bottom of the void lay a small stone block, no larger than a palm. After several more strikes with the pickaxe, Steve finally created an opening large enough for a person to pass through. The pickaxe suddenly vanished from his hand, replaced by a wand that floated into his grasp. He pointed the wand at his temple and quietly intoned, "Night vision." Deep blue particles swirled around Steve as the incantation took effect, illuminating the previously pitch-black opening to the brightness of a corridor. After retrieving a camera and securing it to his head with a strap, Alex's voice came through the communication device. "You may begin now. Exercise caution." The pickaxe vanished from Steve's hand, replaced by a sword that similarly shimmered with magical light. After performing a flourish with RGB effects, Steve sheathed the sword on his back and ventured deeper into the unknown. "Harry, are you practicing silent spellcasting? Your volume sounds akin to a mosquito buzzing. Show me some vigor. Disarm, shout louder." "Ron, what you need to practice is your spellcasting technique, not how to stab with a sword. Stop treating your new wand like a stirring stick. Wands do not kill." Mike's frustrated voice echoed from within the room of requirement, accompanied by the lamentations of Harry and Ron. Hermione could easily envision Mike twisting Ron's ear or shaking Harry's shoulder just by listening from outside the door. Whenever Mike entered this teaching mode, his temper would become exceedingly irritable, awakening a sharp tongue that could rival Snape's. As for the treatment of the two students under his tutelage, it could only be described as enough to bring tears to the eyes of onlookers. From the expressions of despair on Harry and Ron's faces when they returned to the common room a few days ago, alongside Mike's exasperation, Hermione had formed a general understanding of their progress in duel training. According to the announcement Gilderoy Lockhart had posted a few days prior regarding the establishment of a dueling club, all first, second, and third-year students were required to gather in the Great Hall 2 hours after the next week's dinner for dueling practice to enhance their self-defense capabilities. To be frank, Hermione was quite curious about this activity. After all, she never had the opportunity to duel with others during her primary school years. However, Mike seemed to harbor little affection for the dueling club, viewing it merely as a waste of valuable leisure time. Yet for him, participating in the dueling club could indeed be considered a waste of time. As Hermione pondered this, a faint smile crept onto her face. Indeed, to face Voldemort head-on in their first year and emerge victorious was a feat unparalleled in the magical realm, save for the newly born Harry. Nevertheless, considering the likelihood of her two rather inept friends making a significant blunder in the dueling club, Mike resolved to provide them with an intensive week of crash tutoring. At the very least, to prevent them from embarrassing themselves too much in the arena. Your wand's speed must be swift. If you swing like that, your opponent will take you down before you even finish your motion. If you end up facing a Slytherin, Gryffindor cannot afford to lose face. Do you want Malfoy to take you out in one hit? Ron, that was decent, but you missed the mark. What? Are you planning to eliminate potential spectators who might become your opponents? Focus your aim. Mike's furious shouts erupted from within, accompanied by a sharp explosion that vibrated through the floor. What just exploded? Hermione closed her eyes and silently recited the spell to open the door. Upon reopening them, the door to the room of requirement materialized where there had once been a wall. Pushing the door open, the scene before her was exactly as she had anticipated. Harry lay on the floor, a scowl etched across his face in a literal sense, while Mike squatted helplessly in front of him, feeding Harry a potion while keeping his eyes fixed on Ron's training. Upon noticing Hermione's entrance, the two individuals within the room glanced toward the door and greeted her before returning to their respective tasks. Curiously, Hermione crouched in front of Mike, gazing down at the glum Harry, and inquired what happened to him. It seems something I said earlier may have provoked him. In a fit of excitement, he mispronounced a word in his incantation, resulting in an explosion, Mike explained, shaking his head in exasperation. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured. A bit of potion and some rest should suffice. If you keep feeding him that, he might be lying on the floor for quite some time. Mike tilted his head. Why would you say that? You seem rather distrustful of the potions sold at the Minecraft potion shop. I have always procured my supplies from them. I was a loyal customer when the proprietor operated a stall, selling goods in public without a permanent shop, consistently restocking every day and offering low prices, rain or shine. By that logic, an automatic vending machine could also be considered a stall, wouldn't you agree? Hermione remained impassive. No, you have already forced the potion into Harry's nose. If you continue, he will experience the sensation of swimming without bubbles due to the bubblehead charm far too early. Mike glanced down, noticing that the potion bottle had somehow been aimed at Harry's nose, pouring its contents profusely, with some of it trickling down his cheek onto the floor. Yet, he seemed utterly unconcerned, merely rising slowly while tightening the cap of the bottle. Rest assured, the potion I purchased can be absorbed through more than just the digestive system. Different areas merely yield different absorption effects. Wherever there is an issue, just apply it there. I heard they are also planning to develop some healing ointment soon, and I will be the first to acquire some for testing. Hermione cast a puzzled glance at Mike, seemingly pondering why he was so well acquainted with the efficacy of the potions. I don't recall any such usage instructions on these potions. Mike's expression momentarily froze, but he quickly regained his composure. I learned about it during casual conversation with the shopkeeper when I was restocking. Lying will lead to punishment, you know? Hermione perceptibly noted the flicker of panic that crossed Mike's face, speaking in a measured tone. How could that be? What reason would I have to deceive you? Mike immediately adopted a righteous demeanor. Just as Hermione was about to respond, a coughing sound interrupted her thoughts. The two of them looked down to find Harry rubbing his eyes and groping the floor, looking utterly helpless. Oh, here. Mike picked up Harry's glasses, which had been shattered, and handed them to him before pulling him up from the ground. Put on your glasses. I'll fix them. After Harry adjusted the glasses back onto his nose, Mike drew his wand and gently tapped the lenses. Fixed. Thank you. Harry scratched his head awkwardly. I apologize for the trouble. If I hadn't been reciting spells haphazardly. Sigh, it's good that you realize that. Mike sighed in exasperation. In a duel, victory is determined not only by strength, but also by one's composure. You are lacking in that regard. Mike, how do I look now? Am I meeting the requirements? Ron's voice chimed in from the side. Mike acknowledged him with a nod, patting Harry's shoulder before moving over to assess Ron's situation. Chapter 101, The Final Training. As the days passed, the official opening of the dueling club drew ever closer. In the corridors of the school, whispers of curiosity and excitement regarding the dueling club and its host, Lockhart, could often be heard among the students. Mike, however, remained completely indifferent. Lacking any leads on Horcruxes and possessing no effective information about the basilisk, he could not simply approach Dumbledore to disclose the creature's whereabouts. He needed to devise a way to explain how he knew about the basilisk without revealing his identity as a time traveler. That was his bottom line. After all, according to the original storyline, the appearance of the basilisk did not result in any casualties. Moreover, with the presence of two formidable professors this term, Mike was confident that even if someone were petrified, Steve and Alex would be able to rescue them. At this moment, the priority was to navigate the dueling club successfully. According to the latest announcements on the bulletin board, the club's performance and results would be included in the comprehensive evaluation of the defense against the dark arts class, which was undoubtedly bad news for Mike. He could no longer afford to slack off in the club. Tomorrow marks the opening of the dueling club. Your theoretical knowledge and movements are nearly sufficient, but thus far you have not engaged in any actual combat, which is a significant problem. Mike addressed Harry and Ron, who were sitting cross-legged before him, his expression devoid of emotion. So, are we supposed to duel against each other? Of course not. Mike revealed a mischievous grin. It will be the two of you against me. Harry and Ron seemed incredulous, but Mike would not grant them any time to process their shock. Hesitation in the dueling arena could lead to defeat. If they could not even grasp this fundamental truth, Harry and Ron would never experience genuine growth. Now, let the duel commence. Before Harry and Ron could fully rise, Mike drew his wand and cast Impedimenta, which struck between them, effectively separating the two. In order for you to become more familiar with the various spells you may encounter in a duel, I will refrain from using my own original magic. Now, grip your wands tightly and prepare for what comes next. As he spoke, two Expelliarmus spells were launched towards Harry and Ron. They quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. You managed to evade? Then let us keep your power at this level. Mike mused to himself while maintaining his actions without pause. He picked up a copy of the complete book of spells from a nearby table and flipped open a page. Lumos? No. Let us avoid hurting the eyes. This bat bogey hex looks interesting. Let us give it a try. At that moment, Harry and Ron had recovered, exchanging knowing glances, and charged at Mike from opposite sides. However, for Mike, their failure to cast spells while he was reading already meant they had lost half the battle. In a duel, the aim is to incapacitate your opponent with spells or to overwhelm them with your presence. Both of you have come up to me empty-handed, returning everything I taught you. Haven to you? Mike sighed in resignation, and just as he did, two spells glimmering with red light shot toward him. Unfortunately for them, he was thoroughly prepared. Enchanted gloves embedded with an ice-blue magical core appeared on Mike's hands amidst a swirl of purple light. He then raised his hand. Stupefy. A distorted wave rippled from the palms of his enchanted gloves, and the two spells came to an abrupt halt in midair upon contact with the wave. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the spells soared back towards their casters. Mike, didn't you say you wouldn't use your own magic? Ron shouted in discontent. The next moment, a red light surged toward him, and his shield charm shattered with a resounding crack, sending Ron crashing into a pile of cushions. I didn't use my own magic. Stupefy, I sent my original spell. Oh dear, I'm sorry, Ron, but you're out. Mike feigned innocence, grinning cheerfully as he redirected his attention to Harry. Why are you just standing there? Didn't I tell you to attack while I was speaking? I'm not foolish. You need to put down that thing in your hand first. I can't encounter that in the dueling club, can I? Harry exclaimed in near exasperation. All right, let us proceed. Mike shook his head in resignation. With a flash of purple light, the enchanted gloves were returned to their gravitational space. Before he could finish speaking, two spells shot forth, one after the other. With a flick of his wand, Mike easily deflected both spells, simultaneously giving Harry an appreciative nod. You've learned to combo Expelliarmus with Stupefy. You've made progress, though it's a pity you didn't hit. Mike shook his head regretfully before raising his wand. It's time to end this. Protego. A translucent barrier unfurled before Harry's voice, attempting to intercept the spell head-on. Regrettably, it was only when his perspective was inverted that he realized his shield charm had proven utterly ineffective. The reverse clock. A shield charm devoid of any projectile cannot block such an attack. Let this be a lesson learned for next time. As he mused, Mike flicked his wand, and a violet light enveloped Harry and Ron, compelling them, against their will, to stand before him. Well done. This week's intensive training has indeed borne fruit. At the very least, you were able to spar with me. Alas, the gap lies in comprehension. With more practice, you could reach my caliber. Mike, Is it possible that you are simply not at the level of an ordinary student? Ron lamented, bewildered, unsure of who would dare stand across from Mike. Is that so? Then I shall reluctantly accept your praise, Mike replied with a smile, patting Ron on the shoulder. Diligent practice will aid you in grasping the essence of spells, thus enabling you to better defend against attacks. Truly, these are lessons that should be taught in defense against the dark arts. That won't occur until our 4th year, when we begin learning practical combat techniques, genuine defenses against dark magic. The creaking of a wooden door drew Mike's attention, and he turned in surprise. What brings you here? Aren't you preparing? I'm hungry. I came to fetch you for dinner. Dinner? What time is it? Mike scratched his head, glancing at the clock, only to realize it was already time for the evening meal. Well then, I suppose this will suffice for today. Reflect on your techniques tonight. Do not embarrass me tomorrow. I'll take my leave now. With a casual wave, Mike bid farewell before Hermione pulled him out. Are you off to eat? I seem to feel a bit peckish myself. I'm already full, Harry replied, a hint of indignation on his face. What did you eat? Ron inquired, perplexed. Dog food. Didn't you have any? What on earth? Why would you eat dog food? You're beyond saving. How rude. Chapter 102, A Glimpse. Excellent. Now, I shall engage in a duel with our esteemed Professor Severus Snape. Do not blink, for I shall strive to ensure Severus does not suffer too humiliating a defeat. At 8 o'clock, all first to third-year wizards gathered in a resplendently adorned great hall, digesting their dinner from 2 hours prior as Gilderoy Lockhart prattled on from the dueling platform. Mike stifled a yawn, his mind wandering as he surveyed the surroundings. All he could discern was Hermione's profile and flowing hair, alongside the eager faces of the younger wizards, their eyes sparkling with excitement, much like the elderly folks he had once seen during a motivational seminar on laundry detergent. There was little of interest to behold. One could only wonder where Lockhart had acquired his rhetorical skills. Mike knew this man was utterly inept aside from his memory charm. Otherwise, one might assume his words carried a sanity check, wherein those unable to withstand it would be inexorably entranced. Apart from the scowling Professor Snape, who stood not far from Lockhart, Mike found no amusement in this gathering. How dismal it was. Hermione was fervently reviewing her memorized spells, and Mike felt it inappropriate to disturb her, as were Ron and Harry, leaving Mike with nothing to occupy his time. Even gazing at Snape's dark visage was futile. Within 10 seconds, he would detect Mike's scrutiny and return a death glare, leaving Mike baffled as to how he noticed. Thus, 10 minutes slipped away amidst Mike's idle thoughts, and at last, Lockhart concluded his lengthy discourse on the art of dueling, leading to the previously mentioned scene. Mike distinctly observed the murderous glint in Snape's eyes, yet Lockhart remained oblivious. With a flourish, he strode confidently to face Snape, bowing in greeting. A mere formality, really. Snape, after a stiff acknowledgement, swiftly drew his wand, his movements so swift that Mike scarcely registered them. A disarming spell shot toward Lockhart, prompting gasps from the onlookers. Just as Mike braced for an inevitable conclusion to the duel, Lockhart dodged with an agile sidestep, narrowly evading the spell. This left Mike utterly astounded. Yet before he could further process the surprise, Lockhart executed a stylish turn, aiming a spell back at Snape. Expelliarmus. Snape, taken aback by Lockhart's counterattack, nonetheless displayed his seasoned prowess. With a flick of his wand, a pale gray barrier emerged, intercepting the disarming spell. Mike rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could Lockhart truly possess some skill? The stark deviation from the original narrative left Mike's mind reeling. In his memory, Lockhart had been vanquished by Snape's single disarming spell. Yet now they were exchanging blows. While it was likely Snape had withheld his true capabilities due to their collegial relationship, even so, Lockhart's apparent ease was astonishing. As Mike continued to grapple with his thoughts, Lockhart summoned a shimmering silver shield with a wave of his wand, which, after an unsettling hum, successfully blocked Snape's stunning spell before vanishing into thin air. Professor Severus, our duel is nearing its conclusion. I believe it is time to pass the stage to these children, is it not? Observing Snape's intent to unleash further spells, Lockhart hastily gestured for him to cease, retracting his wand. Snape, initially poised to launch another attack on Lockhart, begrudgingly complied, reluctantly performing a dueling bow before stepping aside. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Severus for his cooperation, but let us not naively assume that any of you can triumph over him. His strength is indeed formidable. Lockhart smiled at Snape, ignoring the deepening scowl on his face, before launching into a torrent of self-aggrandizing rhetoric, eventually steering the conversation back on track. Now, let me assign you to groups, starting with the second years who have completed their practical lessons. He produced a list from seemingly nowhere and began reading aloud. Based on the practical performance records provided by Professor Steve, I shall now assign students as follows. Second year, Mike Stephen, to duel against Draco Malfoy. Snape's deep voice interrupted Lockhart's subsequent remarks. He paused, as if comprehending something, and gave Snape a knowing wink. I sincerely appreciate Professor Severus for his suggestion. Second year, Mike Stephen, to duel against Draco Malfoy. Mike, still pondering the sudden enhancement of Lockhart's abilities, failed to notice he was the first called to the stage until Hermione nudged him with her elbow, snapping him back to reality. Defeat him, Hermione whispered. Upon realizing who his opponent was, Mike had to exert gravity magic to control his facial muscles, attempting to suppress a grin, albeit with limited success. Mike Stephen, your misfortune has struck. Today, I shall utterly humiliate you before our teachers and classmates. Standing opposite Mike, Malfoy sneered menacingly. The pre-match banter was quite a spectacle, revealing Malfoy's blind confidence in his own abilities and a rather unclear perception of Mike's combat prowess, while subtly foreshadowing Malfoy's imminent fate. Upon hearing these words, Mike could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. You really ought to distance yourself from Crabbe and Goyle. Their influence on you is so profound that I can hardly discern your resemblance to your father. Mike managed to suppress his mirth as he spoke, and with a casual flick of his wrist, a wand materialized in his hand, accompanied by a shimmer of purple light, which elicited gasps from the audience below. Now, there are merely 10 seconds remaining before I bring you down. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in uproar, some astonished by Mike's audacity, others rallying in support of Malfoy, while a few could hardly suppress their grins. Indeed, they were certainly not Gryffindors. Malfoy's complexion shifted from pale to deep crimson, yet, bearing the pride of a pure-blood wizard, he still performed a formal salute for the duel. Mike reciprocated with a courteous bow before drawing his wand, as Lockhart declared the duel to commence. Malfoy immediately brandished his wand. However, before he could utter his first incantation, he found himself utterly immobilized. A brilliant purple light enveloped Draco Malfoy, and Mike sighed softly as he approached the now motionless Malfoy. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. By the 7th second, Mike stood before Malfoy, and, at the 8th second, he gave him a gentle shove. By the 9th second, Malfoy's upper body had already left the dueling platform. At the 10th second, Malfoy was sprawled on the ground. Practice makes perfect, Mike remarked, giving a thumbs up to the fallen Malfoy, albeit upside down. The arena fell silent, followed by cheers from the Gryffindors. Mike retracted his wand, awaiting Lockhart to announce the outcome. The gravity spell was remarkably effective in creating an information gap. As long as one dared to remain stationary, they would be subjected to its control. Had Malfoy charged at him directly, Mike would have been unable to contain him. However, if he had charged, he certainly would not have exited the stage with such dignity. The gravity spell tripped him up, fully petrifying him, and then he was simply kicked off like a wayward dog. Outstanding. Mr. Stephen has just demonstrated a flawless duel. I'm certain he's gleaned numerous techniques from my books. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge him? Professor, may I? I would like to challenge him. Before Mike could finish his sentence, a melodious voice rang out from the audience. Turning towards the sound, he beheld a stunning girl with blonde hair and green eyes rising from the Slytherin section, striding towards him. Mike found himself momentarily taken aback. Who is this girl? So confident? He would never claim to be the strongest among Hogwarts students, but it could be said that none of his peers had ever bested him. In this context, he truly did not anticipate anyone would dare to challenge him. Upon further inspection, he realized, Slytherin, no worries there. Slytherin targeting Gryffindor was perfectly understandable. Purebloods taking aim at someone of his ordinary background was even more so. The Gryffindors quickly settled down, and amidst the silence, Cassandra stood upon the dueling platform. Marvelous. Miss Waller has chosen to challenge Mr. Stephen. What will the outcome be? My goodness, I am already filled with anticipation. At that moment, Mike regretted not using a gravity spell to plug his ears upon stepping onto the stage. Mike Stephen, today I shall utterly defeat you, Cassandra declared, drawing her wand with the tip aimed directly at Mike, her gaze filled with disdain. You should concede. The muscles on Mike's face twitched. This girl appeared sharp, but he suspected she lacked sound judgment. He had no recollection of such a character emerging from Slytherin, being a devoted fan of the original work. After a courteous bow, Mike also drew his wand. Having no personal grievance against her, he deemed it appropriate to show some respect, at least ensuring she did not suffer too humiliating a defeat as the previous contender. The duel begins. Lockhart's voice rang out, and in the next moment, Cassandra deftly sidestepped, avoiding the gravitational confinement Mike had unleashed at the outset. Oh, Quite impressive, Mike noted, his interest peaked. His gravitational confinement would not reveal its color until it had seized its target, but the flow of magic was noticeably evident. Aside from himself and Hermione, he had yet to encounter anyone of their age capable of perceiving the flow of magic so distinctly. This was the fundamental reason his spell could be effective. Recognizing this, Mike involuntarily elevated his assessment of the girl. It seemed she was not lacking in intellect, merely underestimating her own capabilities. Disarm your weapon. A flash of red light streaked toward Mike, who stood motionless, allowing the spell to strike him, sending his wand flying from his grasp. You have lost. Cassandra seized Mike's wand, tilting her chin in triumph. My word, what an exquisite spell. However, Professor, I have not yet lost my fighting capacity. Just as Lockhart prepared to announce the result, Mike mercilessly interrupted. But your wand is already out of your grasp. Lockhart appeared bewildered, yet Mike simply raised his hand. A wizard is not required to wield a wand to cast spells. A smile crept across Mike's face. Moreover, I possess more than one wand. Before the audience could voice their doubts, Mike's right hand formed a grasping motion, and amidst a swirl of purple light, a wand shimmering with an icy blue glow manifested in his grasp. Everyone except the trio gaped in astonishment. Professor, he has cheating. Why does he possess two wands? Malfoy's voice rang out punctually, and moments later, Snape's deep baritone resonated. Mr. Stephen, please explain how you came to possess two wands. I recall Ollivander would not sell a second wand to a person unless the first was broken. I acquired it abroad. Mike replied, while dodging a spell that flew his way. Only one wand is permitted in a duel, Mr. Stephen. Regrettably, you must relinquish that second wand. It would only be fair to Miss Waller. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience. That's a flimsy excuse. Ron began to rise, but Hermione swiftly pulled him down, while Harry adeptly covered Ron's mouth. What are you doing? Snape is clearly being unreasonable. Ron fumed, having finally wriggled free of their grasp. But Hermione's single remark calmed him. Your actions will incur points off the house, and trust Mike. Shifting focus back to the stage, Mike shrugged in resignation, allowing the wand in his hand to dissolve in a cascade of purple light. Very well, I shall forego it. Cassandra's expression revealed a hint of a smile, but she did not let her guard down. Raising her wand, she unleashed a stunning spell toward Mike. Yet, when it was merely 2 meters away from him, the spell came to an abrupt halt. You can cast a stunning spell in second year? Impressive. Mike nodded in acknowledgement. Regrettably, I intended to afford you some dignity, but your headmaster seems less inclined. Now let us conclude. Before anyone could grasp the significance, Mike took a decisive step forward, the dueling platform creaking in response. Gravity intensified. Cassandra felt as though a mountain were pressing down upon her, exerting such immense weight that even the slightest movement required a monumental effort. Opposite her, Mike approached with deliberate slowness. One of the foundational applications of gravity magic, the gravity field, radiated from Mike, creating a force field centered around him. The consumption of magical energy increased with the size and intensity of the gravitational pull. Left uncontrolled, it could inflict approximately 500 N of pressure on an adversary. However, when under his command, Mike was confident he could make his opponent feel as if they were burdened by 4 galleons. Yet, demonstrating a degree of consideration, he typically allowed them to feel only the weight of half a galleon. Strictly speaking, this technique could be described as a self-destructive strategy, as the caster would also be affected. Nevertheless, Mike managed to mitigate its impact on himself through his mastery of gravity magic, allowing him to stroll leisurely before his opponent until he stood face to face with them, in defiance of the pressure equivalent to half a galleon. Fine beads of sweat had begun to dot Cassandra's smooth forehead, and her muscles trembled, yet she valiantly remained upright on the platform, earning Mike's newfound respect. Her strength was commendable. He nodded in acknowledgement and, with a flick of his wrist, liberated his wand from her grasp, simultaneously reclaiming hers. Professor, is this enough? Mike inquired, raising both wands toward Lockhart, as it seemed the young lady could no longer endure. With that, he dispelled the gravity field. As the pressure dissipated, Cassandra's body softened, and with a thud, she sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Oh my, this duel was truly astonishing. I believe even I must learn something from Mr. Stephen. Mike Stephen wins. Mike offered a polite bow to Cassandra, despite being seated on the floor, continued to glare intently at him, before placing her wand before her, and, under Snape's menacing gaze, descended from the dueling platform. Upon his return to Gryffindor, a wave of cheers erupted, crashing over him like a tidal wave. Despite Snape's evident attempts to thwart him, Mike remained unfazed, earning the title of Hogwarts' premier student. The Gryffindors had long suffered under Snape's reign, This resounding victory brought them unparalleled joy. "Are you hurt?" Hermione's concerned voice cut through the jubilant noise as he settled back into his seat. "Fear not, for I am Mike. Who could possibly harm me?" Mike replied with a grin, now eager to see if Harry and Ron could deliver as well, as they were his prot.gs, and he did not wish to be embarrassed. Chapter 103, A New Task Assigned. After Ron and Harry effortlessly defeated their opponents, Mike nodded in satisfaction and quietly slipped out of the Great Hall. He did not return to the common room, but instead made his way directly to the room of requirement. The reason was simple. The reminder from the task sheet echoed in his mind, incessantly vibrating like an irritating phone call that demanded his immediate attention. Upon entering the room of requirement following the usual protocol, Mike merely raised his hand, and swirling blue particles coalesced in his palm, forming the task sheet in a mere 3 seconds. Has the system been optimized? Loading so swiftly? Mike mused in astonishment at the task sheet in his hands. Previously, summoning it had required at least 5 seconds of animation. Why had it only taken 3 seconds this time? As if intending to prevent Mike from lingering on this thought, the task sheet unfurled autonomously, and within a second, the new task appeared before him, abruptly interrupting his contemplation. Main quest, the first drop of blood from a Horcrux. Task objective, destroy any one Horcrux, 0-1. Task rewards, Arcane Grimoire, Advanced, X1, Arcane Grimoire, Apprentice, X1, Mithril Inlay X1, Witchcraft Journal X1. Your first step toward obliterating evil awaits, fraught with peril, yet it is a necessity. With such power comes the obligation to pay its price. Now, set forth, wizard, before it is too late. Side quest, Basilisk Hunter. Task objective, slay 1 Basilisk, 0-1. Task rewards, Arcane Workbench X1, Arcane Anvil X1, Magic Crystals X16. Mastering methods to combat magical creatures is of utmost importance for a wizard. Whether for brewing, research, or gaining power, they present a worthy choice. However, remember, wizard, that respecting life is also a mandatory lesson. Casually taking life will not elevate you above others. Moderation is key to avoiding moral pitfalls. Mike pondered the tasks presented on a sheet. Although this was the typical manner in which tasks were assigned, he couldn't help but voice his frustration. Is there truly no transitional task? Shouldn't the standard procedure involve a series of tasks that bear little distinction from free rewards, leading to a sudden enhancement of one's abilities, allowing one to sweep through challenges effortlessly? Why, then, did the task sheet present him with such arduous and lengthy missions? Was this reasonable? What? You inquire where I derived this notion of normal procedure? Isn't that the way it's depicted in the countless stories of overpowered protagonists? Frustrations aside, the tasks must be undertaken diligently. The repercussions of failing to complete them were unknown, and he could not afford to risk a punishment as severe as being struck by lightning, an argument he could only have with death himself. With a soft sigh, Mike swiftly adjusted his mindset from this unfavorable disposition. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the task sheet into shimmering particles of light and turned to depart. As the door gradually closed behind him, the room of requirement faded from the realm of reality, and a faint sigh echoed in the dimming corners. Emerging from the entrance of the common room, Mike was taken aback by the scene before him. A large crowd had gathered inside, all fixated on him. WTF. The intensity of their attention left Mike somewhat disoriented. He was not accustomed to being the center of such fervent scrutiny, especially when it was so eager. Mike. In the next moment, a tidal wave of cheers surged toward him, and before he could comprehend the sudden cacophony, someone hoisted him into the air. This predicament proved troublesome for Mike, as the crowd proceeded to lift him higher, nearly causing him to collide headfirst with the ceiling. After enduring several involuntary ascents, Mike could no longer tolerate it and used gravity magic to anchor himself to the ceiling, rendering the crowd silent for a considerable time. So, what could possibly elicit such excitement? Did Professor McGonagall grant us extra points? Surely, that wouldn't warrant such a frenzy? Mike suspended upside down, crossed his arms, exuding exasperation. My goodness, Senior, do you not keep track of the school's point hourglass? It is already brimming with rubies, all thanks to you, exclaimed a first-year student. At this revelation, Mike was even more perplexed. What does extra credit have to do with me? I haven't done anything to earn points. Ah, but you're mistaken. It has everything to do with you, and it is of great significance. The student solemnly shook his head and then struck a dramatically exaggerated pose, pointing at Mike as if making a grand proclamation. At the conclusion, the illustrious Professor Lockhart announced that each victor would earn 10 points for their house. Mike was even more bewildered. But this has nothing to do with me. You are wrong, Senior. It seems you truly are as elusive as the rumors suggest. After the duel, you left without hearing such crucial news. Classmates, what else did Professor Lockhart say? At that moment, Mike found himself questioning whether he had fallen into an absurd dream. How could such a scene unfold in the common room? Stop, stop, stop. What on earth are you all doing? Don't you realize what time it is? Just as the situation threatened to spiral further out of control, Percy's voice resonated from the entrance of the common room. Professor McGonagall instructed me to inform you to take a break. She awarded you points, but it certainly wasn't to keep you awake until midnight. A chorus of discontent echoed throughout the room as the gathered crowd began to disperse. In retaliation for his brother's dampening of the mood, the Weasley twins swiftly made faces at Percy and bolted before he could respond. Under normal circumstances, Mike might have harbored some grievances towards Percy for his interruption, as being doused with cold water while enjoying the revelry was hardly a pleasant experience. Yet now, he felt immense gratitude for Percy's timely intervention. Had he not arrived, Mike could only imagine how long he would have been left hanging from the ceiling. So, when the world happened, I merely went to the restroom, and upon my return, everyone is as excited as if they had consumed a faulty potion. With the gravity reversal spell lifted, Mike descended from the ceiling, landing unceremoniously on the floor. As he regained his composure and adjusted his attire, he turned to Percy and inquired, "It seems Lockhart awarded points to those who performed exceptionally well in the duel, and you were among them. I can't say how many points were granted, but given their exuberance, it must be quite a substantial amount. By the way, Professor McGonagall also awarded you points, 5 for each victor." "Thank you. Such a trivial matter. Oh, if only every student could be as worry-free as you." Chapter 104. The House of the Captive in the Room of Requirement. Mike stood prepared, his expression solemn as he gazed at the diadem resting upon the table. The diadem of Ravenclaw, which Mike had salvaged from a heap of clutter during his first year. Alas, that accursed noseless fiend, Voldemort, had transformed a treasure that once granted an increase of 7 to intelligence into a loathsome Horcrux, rendering it unusable for Mike. However, he was now resolved to contemplate a solution. After all, the task required the destruction of any Horcrux. It did not specify that it must be Voldemort's diary from his rebellious phase. Conveniently, Mike had another one on hand, and disposing of it would still yield a reward. What a splendid opportunity. As for how to achieve this, it would naturally involve the powerful soul arrow. Ever since Mike had acquired the powerful soul arrow last semester, he had not found a suitable chance to employ it. With a long casting time and a slow flight speed, though its damage potential was decent, it was nearly impossible to hit anything. Gradually, Mike had even forgotten about the spell. However, now was the perfect moment to put that magic to use. If he could eradicate Voldemort's soul, not only would he receive the task reward, but he could also acquire an intelligence-boosting item for free. Truly a twofold gain. With that thought in mind, Mike drew his wand and pointed its tip at Ravenclaw's diadem. "Now, you noseless monstrosity, for deceiving innocent maidens and willfully defiling artifacts, your crimes are unforgivable. Prepare to face the righteous retribution of Mike Stephen." The brilliant blue-violet light erupted from the tip of his wand. A stream of arcane brilliance originating from Mike's soul transformed into a lethal arrow, striking the diadem that lay upon the table. At that moment, within the depths of Mike's soul, a door shrouded in dark mist slowly creaked open. Noticing the unexpected emergence of the ethereal realm, Ariane promptly appeared at the scene, only to be astonished by the sight of a black door standing atop a pool of shadowy liquid, with Mike, looking rather bewildered, nearby. "Brother Mike, what is this situation? You're here too, Ariane?" As Mike pondered the unusual circumstances around him, Ariane's voice rang out from behind. Turning to face her, he saw the little girl, radiating a soft azure glow, gazing at him and the door in astonishment. Heaven knows what was happening. Mike had merely cast a powerful soul arrow at Ravenclaw's diadem, only to be abruptly transported into this surreal realm. Did the diadem possess some form of protective mechanism? Ariane, can we see the outside from here? I wish to ascertain my situation in reality. Of course. Let's go. Before Mike could fully grasp the situation, a flurry of light and shadows enveloped him. And when his vision stabilized, he found himself in a peculiar room where everything was white. "This is where I reside. This television can show you the outside world." As she spoke, Ariane picked up a white remote control from the table and clicked it, activating the television. Strange, something felt distinctly off. Mike surveyed the room, an inexplicable sensation flooding his heart. He felt as though he recognized the surroundings, yet could not pinpoint why, until he noticed the television hanging on the wall. "Ariane, why is your television a widescreen LCD?" Mike felt his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. Why was there a television here that would not appear for decades to come? This room was extracted from your memories by Sister Death for me to use. Ariane can no longer recall what her own room looks like. If Brother Mike is unhappy, Ariane can move out immediately. Hearing Ariane's explanation, Mike's wavering worldview regained some semblance of stability. Now he understood why the room felt so familiar. That Reaper had merely altered the color of his old bedroom and repurposed it for Ariane. How dreadfully lazy. Though Mike yearned to investigate his former bedroom further, there were more pressing matters at hand. Turning his attention to the screen and witnessing the scene in reality, he gasped in shock, despite the absence of air in this realm. On the screen, Mike saw himself with his eyes shut. A tendril of black mist connecting the diadem's sapphire to the tip of his wand, and the hand gripping the wand twitching sporadically, resembling that of an epileptic. Ariane, can you transport me to that door? Something feels amiss. I need to investigate. Mike glanced at a worried Ariane nearby. Is that okay? Do you want me to fetch Sister Death? Ariane asked anxiously. Just in case, please go and find her. I apologize for the trouble. After pondering for a moment, Mike felt it was only fair to make that lazy Reaper pay for the work he was doing, so he acquiesced. All right, I will send you back now. Be careful, Brother Mike. Ariane nodded and extended her palm toward him. A green light filled his vision, and by the time Mike regained clarity, he found himself standing before the door wreathed in tendrils of black mist. Excellent. Now let us see what foul creatures are at play. Taking a deep breath, Mike shouted loudly and executed a powerful kick, sending the door flying open. As if to retaliate against his uncivilized act, Mike felt the ground beneath him give way, and darkness enveloped him, plunging him into unconsciousness. What in the world was this? Slowly rising from the ground, Mike felt as though his mind was muddled. He remembered delivering that final kick to the door, but what happened next? Then, his consciousness faded into darkness, and when he awoke again, he found himself in this bizarre place. Wait a moment. What the hell is this place? A black, web-like structure clings to the walls, which are interlaced with shades of blue and bronze, while a dome adorned with stars is obscured by enigmatic black, block-like objects. On the deep blue carpet, black spikes of indeterminate material sprout, some even piercing through furniture, such as tables and chairs, creating a chilling atmosphere. The only thought that flickered through Mike's mind was why he found himself in such a ghastly place, confronted by a room of this peculiar style. As his gaze shifted to the center of the room, his pupils dilated in shock. A figure, not merely human, but an elegantly clad humanoid being, sat motionless in a massive silver chair, its body impaled by several spikes protruding from the surroundings. Mike suspected this was the very reason for its stillness. Surely, someone appearing in such a locale could not be a normal human. According to conventional narratives, he should have approached the entity seated upon the chair to investigate. Yet, with a wealth of gaming experience from his previous life, Mike's instincts warned him that advancing directly might trigger something akin to a boss battle. Thus, he resolved to first examine the peculiar black objects within the room. What a curious material. Mike scrutinized those black entities with utmost caution. He yearned to touch them. But recalling the principle that those who act impulsively often meet untimely ends, he retracted his bold intention. Mike Stephen, can you hear me? A cold voice emanated from behind him, startling him into a shiver as he swiftly turned around, only to find the space behind him utterly vacant. I am the Grim Reaper. There's no need for alarm. Ariana summoned me here, the voice continued. Upon hearing this, Mike released a sigh of relief. Honestly, don't scare me like that. This place is already unsettling enough. A sudden shout from nowhere would terrify anyone. Enough with the banter. This realm is an independent space, nestled between the world of souls and the realm of reality. My powers cannot penetrate here. You must rely on yourself. Then what brings you here? To merely frighten me? Mike retorted, disgruntled. This Grim Reaper had come to chatter endlessly, only to reveal that he was utterly useless, much to Mike's disappointment. I understand your urgency, but please, hold your horses. Do you remember what I told you about the source material? Source material? I have a vague recollection. Why? Imagine that power manifesting in your hands. Skeptical yet intrigued, Mike opened his palm, and with a thought, a swirling golden flame appeared before his astonished gaze. This is as far as I can assist you. The rest is up to you. Farewell. Before Mike could respond, the Grim Reaper severed the connection, leaving him in bewilderment, staring at the flickering golden flame in his hand. Unsure of his next move, after a moment's contemplation, Mike decided to approach those black spikes with the flame. To his utter astonishment, he expected the spikes to recoil from the fire, as if it were water to an Enderman. However, the reality was starkly different. He could nearly press the flame against the spikes, yet they remained immovable. This is truly bizarre. It defies all norms, Mike mused, gazing at the flame. And then a thought struck him. I recall that the blade of the Lich was melted by such power. The flame, unbidden, surged upward, reaching nearly a meter in height. And a smile crept upon Mike's lips. Arise, Blade of the Lich. With a commanding shout, the formless flame entwined with a thread of golden light, instantly transforming into a gleaming sword radiating golden brilliance, firmly grasped by Mike. Excellent. Now, let these foolish black entities witness the bond between me and the blade of the Lich. With a mighty roar, Mike swung the sword, a streak of golden light cleaving through the dark matter. In an instant, a smooth cut emerged at the base of the spikes, and those severed fragments dissipated into black mist upon detachment. For the next 10 minutes, Mike relentlessly hacked at the black matter throughout the room, subsequently seeking information from the remnants, but regrettably, he found nothing of value. The books on the shelves were filled with incomprehensible script. He could only ascertain it was some form of ancient English. Due to the painful-to-read font and the copious black stains, he gleaned no information from those tomes. The furniture, ravaged by the spikes, yielded no clues either. Thus, within that span of 10 minutes, aside from discovering he could freely conjure various weapons and tools using the golden flame, Mike found nothing of significance. Is it all that remains? Mike pondered, his brow furrowing as he regarded the figure on the chair, speaking to himself. After thoroughly inspecting the room and confirming the absence of any valuable information, Mike took a deep breath, transforming the blade of the Lich into a shield, and cautiously approached the impaled figure. Chapter 105, Royal Law. It appeared to be human, possibly female. Mike positioned the shield before him, carefully assessing the body transfixed by the spikes. The figure hung its head, black hair cascading like a waterfall, obscuring nearly half of her form, while her lavish garment of interwoven gold and blue was ensnared by the same black web-like structure he had observed on the walls. What now? Mike felt a surge of apprehension. His instincts suggested that upon breaking some unseen seal, this being would likely rise and initiate a boss battle. Unfortunately, Mike had scoured every corner of the room without finding anything related to a seal, leading him to suspect that the key might lie with this very body. He could only hope that she was not the type of boss who would spring to life and unleash a flurry of martial arts upon him upon extracting the sword from her. With that thought, Mike transformed the shield back into a swirling mass of golden flame and reached out towards the black matter. Just then, a wisp of black mist silently emerged behind him, lunging towards Mike with alarming speed. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds and without a sound. Just as the black mist enveloped him, the seated figure suddenly grasped Mike, pulling him into her embrace and saving him from the attack. The unexpected grasp momentarily stunned Mike, but in the next instant he summoned the blade of the Lich and, with a surge of strength, broke free. As he turned to evade the subsequent assault of the black mist, he struck it with the blade, watching as it dissolved into black particles. With those particles swirling around him, he kept a keen eye on the figure on the chair. I must ask, he began, do young sorcerers now exhibit such aggression? I just saved your life, and yet you glare at me like that. You can speak. Mike exclaimed incredulously. Why didn't you say anything when I first arrived? Don't divert the subject. I just saved your life, and you failed to express gratitude while pointing a sword at me. If I weren't bound to this chair, I would have dealt with you long ago. She attempted to free herself from the black spikes, but after a fruitless struggle, she slumped back into the chair. Thank you for saving my life just now. Now, may I inquire as to your identity? Mike surveyed the surroundings to ensure there were no lingering black mist or other threats before sheathing the blade of the Lich. Clearly, this individual was trapped and posed no threat to him. It was prudent to engage her in conversation to extract some information. I can't believe today's young sorcerers do not recognize me. Has Hogwarts met its demise? She remarked with a hint of melancholy, parting her cascading black hair to reveal her exquisite features. Gazing upon her visage, Mike felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Well, have you recognized me yet? The woman inquired with a hint of pride, her arms crossed. I have a vague recollection, but the specifics elude me, Mike replied candidly, yet in the next moment, a realization dawned upon him. This was the chamber within Ravenclaw's crown, and he had indeed encountered a woman with dark hair and eyes before. It seemed that the founder of Ravenclaw Academy was also of such a description. The statue of Ravenclaw within the academy perfectly mirrored the countenance of the woman before him, leading Mike to the revelation that she was none other than Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 illustrious founders of the academy. Ah, Ravenclaw professor, greetings, he stammered. You recognize me now? I was beginning to think that the foolish lion's student shared his affliction of face blindness, Rowena remarked, her demeanor clearly unyielding towards Mike, who had just moments ago been prepared to confront her. Awkwardly, Mike stood rooted to the spot, unsure of how to respond. Enough of this. Now is not the time to reprimand an impolite junior. Pray tell, how did you come by my crown? And how did you gain entry? Rowena's voice dipped to a more serious tone. Oh, well, it happened like this. Mike recounted the events to the ancient professor in as concise and straightforward a manner as possible. Thus, it follows that the dark substance you observed is likely the pollution caused by the soul fragment belonging to that noseless creature. Rowena deduced, after processing the information Mike had provided. And where might this soul fragment be? Mike inquired eagerly, for completing his task and claiming his reward was of utmost importance. Engaging in conversation with a founder from a millennium prior was indeed daunting, especially one renowned for her intellect. I regret to inform you that I do not know, Rowena shrugged, pinned to her chair, expressing her inability to assist. I have been in slumber for a millennium, only awakening briefly when that noseless creature inserted his soul fragment into me, and since then, I have been unable to ascertain the situation. The esteemed Rowena Ravenclaw, founder of Ravenclaw Academy, was rendered powerless by a fragment of Voldemort's soul. What a jest! I am aware of the impolite thoughts running through your mind, but as a soul, I lack the capacity for wandless magic. Otherwise, I would not be enduring this uncomfortable position. Rowena perceived Mike's thoughts with ease. Have you not noticed that despite Hogwarts being a millennium old, not a single ghost from any house has emerged? My apologies, Professor. I shall be more attentive, Mike replied, somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. The tome Hogwarts. A history had failed to mention that Rowena Ravenclaw was a master of retorts, and what was more disconcerting was that she was entirely correct. Now, I would appreciate it if you could use that golden flame of yours to rid me of these thorns, and together we shall deal with that noseless creature's soul fragment. In return, I shall bestow my crown upon you. Rowena indicated the thorns upon her person, urging Mike to act swiftly. Certainly, Mike responded, extending his palm as golden flames erupted within it. Under his guidance, the flames surged forth towards the dark substance enveloping Ravenclaw, consuming it in a fervent blaze until nothing remained. Though the artifact had originally belonged to him, receiving permission from its rightful owner alleviated his psychological burden. Ah, at last I can stretch my limbs, Rowena exclaimed, rising and yawning as soon as her constraints were lifted. After sitting in that chair for a millennium, had I known I would wait so long, I would have arranged for a bed. Wait? Mike interjected, confusion evident in his tone. He could not help but notice that Rowena Ravenclaw towered at an impressive height, easily measuring around 6 feet tall. There are matters you are better off remaining unaware of. I shall reveal them to you when the opportunity arises. Rowena glanced down at Mike, her gaze piercing. Now, let us locate that wretched soul fragment. I intend to settle the score for all these years of confinement. Of course, I shall do my utmost, Mike assured her. Do not presume I am oblivious to your thoughts. Although I cannot wield magic at present, you shall soon find out. With that, Rowena seized the somewhat bewildered Mike and led him toward a particular bookshelf. Chapter 106, The Fragments Revealed. Professor, what are you doing? Mike inquired, recalling that he had left a mechanism in place during the construction of this chamber. Found it, he exclaimed, astonished, as he watched Rowena fumble among the empty shelves. With a resounding crack, the bookshelf that spanned an entire wall parted in the center, revealing a wooden door concealed within the wall. Had I known, I would have explored more thoroughly, Mike mused to himself. Rowena turned to see Mike staring at the door and, understanding his thoughts, rolled her eyes before approaching him and tapping his head lightly. Ow, Professor, what was that for? Mike yelped, startled. I see what you were thinking. Let me clarify. Even if you managed to open the bookshelf, you would not be able to enter the door. It requires authentication, and only I possess the means to unlock it. Is it really necessary to have a lock for a room that is solely yours? Mike grumbled, rubbing the spot where she had struck him. Of course. What if some nefarious junior were to acquire my crown and infiltrate this room, rummaging through my belongings? They would abscond with my treasures. Rowena's implication was clear, and Mike felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Could you be any more explicit? He retorted, bemused. Huh, what a curious fellow. I cannot fathom what you are struggling to comprehend, Mike replied, watching as Rowena placed her hand upon the door, which began to creak open with a thunderous sound. She tossed Mike a warning not to enter before stepping inside, leaving him to stand guard outside. How peculiar. Rowena Ravenclaw does not align with the descriptions portrayed by the diligent scholars of Ravenclaw House. Beyond her wisdom, what other common traits could there be? Mike pondered. According to the Academy's accounts, Professor Rowena Ravenclaw was described as a powerful and beautiful sorceress, gentle, serene, and brimming with wisdom, a true pioneer. Yet, Mike saw only the quality of wisdom in her, for she could discern his thoughts with a mere glance and reconstruct the entire narrative from the fragmented information he had shared. As he mused, he was suddenly struck again on the back of his head, and when he turned, he found Rowena towering over him, her expression dark, brandishing 2 weapons, a crossbow and a single-handed sword sheathed in its scabbard. Professor Ravenclaw, is there something else? Mike asked, his confidence waning. I suspect you were just thinking. Why is Professor Ravenclaw not only ill-tempered, but also irascible, in stark contrast to the texts? It is quite disappointing, isn't it? Rowena's voice was low, her gaze fixed upon Mike as if assessing his very soul. How could that possibly be? Professor Laquanleo, with her unparalleled beauty and wisdom, has long been an object of my admiration, despite my affiliation with Gryffindor. It was only fitting that I sought out your diadem and endeavored to resolve the matter of that noseless creature's soul fragment. Would you not agree? At that moment, beads of cold sweat adorned Mike's forehead, though he felt no trace of Professor Laquanleo employing a spell of soul extraction. The ability to see directly into the hearts of men was far more terrifying than any such enchantment. At least he was grateful he had not harbored any unkind thoughts about her. Otherwise, he might have found himself in quite a predicament. How could a mere 1 meter 60 compete with 1 meter 80? They were simply not in the same league. Well said, young one, Rowena remarked, her expression softening slightly. Hold onto this carefully. Soon you shall imbue it with your flames. When the soul fragment emerges, aim and shoot. She tossed Mike a beautifully crafted crossbow along with a pouch of silver bolts, issuing her command. Ensure the task is completed. I wonder if these elven creations truly live up to the old lion of Gryffindor's praises. If they break after a few strikes, I shall certainly hold him accountable. Rowena mused aloud as she unsheathed the sword from her scabbard, her gaze fixed on the weapon. The gauntlets, encrusted with blue gemstones, reflected a mesmerizing brilliance in the room's light, while the silver blade, adorned with gilded runes, radiated a dazzling glow. Merely gazing at Mike had already rendered her somewhat entranced. Truly, elven artifacts possessed no faults aside from their exorbitant cost. Of course, the crossbow entrusted to Mike was no mere trinket. Crafted entirely from mithril and gold, it felt surprisingly light in his hands, likely a testament to elven craftsmanship. It was indeed likely to be quite costly. Is this the might of the elder generation? Mike pondered, his heart filled with genuine admiration. Enough with the covetous gaze fixed on my belongings. Follow closely and attend to the task at hand. Rowena's voice broke through, pulling Mike from his reverie. He steadied himself, completed the loading of the crossbow, and followed closely behind her. Prepare yourself. I shall commence. With that, Rowena turned to ensure Mike was truly ready before raising her sword to her chest, beginning to chant a silent incantation. In the next instant, to Mike's astonishment, the gemstone upon the sword's gauntlet erupted with a brilliant blue light, while azure luminescence began to flow along the blade's intricate patterns, suffusing every gilded detail. Subsequently, Rowena began to gently swing the sword. As she moved, the very structure of the room began to morph. It resembled scenes from a film Mike had seen in his past life, as various components transformed into blocks of differing sizes and shapes, shifting locations under Rowena's command, until a writhing shadow materialized within their line of sight. Was this the soul fragment of Voldemort? It appeared quite repulsive. Mike's gaze fixated on the shadow, his hand clutching the crossbow, igniting with golden flames, poised to unleash a shot. Voldemort? Is that not the noseless creature? Rowena's voice broke through, prompting Mike to realize he had neglected to inform Professor Laquanleo of Voldemort's proper name. Ah, the noseless creature is indeed Voldemort. As he has made himself devoid of a nose, Mike hurriedly clarified. Moreover, he is a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin, the offspring of that old serpent. How has he educated his progeny? Rowena mused. Very well, today I shall cleanse his legacy. While speaking, she raised her sword, directing it at the shadow. Pierce! A beam of blue magic erupted from the tip of her sword, instantly penetrating the soul fragment upon her command, yet it evidently bore no effect. As the dark mist continued to writhe, "Wait, let me test the waters first." Rowena interjected, halting Mike, who was ready to unleash a bolt at the soul fragment, and once more swung her sword. Slise, Sel. As her words fell, a blue light cleaved the shadow in twain, followed by several beams of blue light manifesting around the divided shadows, forming 2 cages to ensnare them. Yet, it was to no avail. The 2 shadows effortlessly slipped from their confines and rejoined. Indeed, this approach is futile. Shall I leave the remainder to you? Rowena shook her head in resignation, turning to allow Mike to take his turn, only to find he was absent. Professor, a little help here. Mike's desperate cry echoed from above, and upon glancing up, Rowena discovered that he had been ensnared by a tendril of black matter, suspended in midair. What a useless apprentice, she lamented, yet still brandished her sword, severing the tendril that held Mike aloft. With a resounding snap, Mike fell before her, performing a dramatic somersault, fortunately unharmed in his ethereal state. Otherwise, he likely would have broken several bones. Thank you, Professor. Mike rose from the ground, flames rapidly enveloping his crossbow, and he pulled the trigger, launching a bolt ablaze with golden fire directly towards the soul fragment. Unexpectedly, a tendril pulled the table into the fray, intercepting the bolt. "Professor, why is the table made of such thick oak?" Mike queried, somewhat exasperated. Roina offered no reply, merely unleashing a beam of blue light that severed both the tendril and the table. "Hurry, shoot again. Right away." Mike swiftly reloaded and enchanted his bolt, then squeezed the trigger once more. The tendril attempted to drag another table for defense, but this time, Roina preemptively severed the tendril, cutting off that possibility. However, just as the arrow was poised to strike, the shadow vanished as if melting away, and the bolt embedded itself in the floor, the golden flames extinguishing swiftly. "What is happening? Where'd it go?" Mike exclaimed in frustration as the fragment disappeared, feeling as though he had lost a prized possession. "Young one, be cautious. It is about to reveal its true power," Roina warned, her demeanor turning grave as she became vigilant of their surroundings. "Roina Laquinleo, and an unknown little ghost. I truly did not expect you to find me." A voice emerged from the very spot where the shadow had just dissipated, and the two turned to see a bald, noseless creature standing before them, watching them with a twisted sense of amusement. "Indeed, as you described, a bald, noseless creature," Roina whispered to Mike. "This fellow was once quite handsome. He is transformed into this grotesque form entirely by his own doing," Mike murmured, and Roina cast a shocked glance at Voldemort's visage, concluding that he was indeed afflicted with madness.